Chapter 1, Being Deprived of Admission Qualification at the Beginning. 10,000 stars 2222 calendar year. K-City, the #1 university in Tianjin. Student Feng Chen, calm down. In the conference room, the principal Wang Jinghua, who had a Mediterranean hairstyle, looked embarrassed. A document branded with a golden flame emblem was pushed towards Li Hao. That document is the qualification for admission to the highest institution of learning in the country, the War Academy. Calm down? Principal Wang, why should Li Hao, a defeated opponent, take the admission spot I earned with 3 years of sweat? My overall score was the highest in the grade, with full marks in academic subjects and practical theory tests. How am I inferior to him? Li Hao's smile froze for a moment. That's right, before awakening his profession, he was always overwhelmed by Feng Chen in every simulated battle. But now, everything is different. A defeated general? Li Hao held the document, his face showing an unconcealable pride. I can send you straight to the medical bay for half a month with a chain lightning strike right now. What about you? An SSS level weirdo? What can you do? Summon your little ghost to give me a back rub? The other deans and several teachers let out suppressed chuckles. What a shame for the former genius. Who made him awaken the weird master? This profession is a bottomless pit. It is definitely useless. Li Hao's S-class Sky Thunder Mage is still reliable. He is the hope of mankind. The principal finally raised his head, and his usually kind face was now filled with formal indifference. Student Feng Chen, the school's resources should be used on valuable people. What the War Academy needs are warriors who can go to the battlefield and kill all races. Rather than a theoretical genius. The profession of the Weird Master has only been recorded 3 times in history, and twice it resulted in a world-destroying natural disaster. Once it brought down an entire city, and 3 times it ended in disaster. We cannot gamble precious resources on an unpredictable future. Unpredictable? Feng Chen almost laughed out loud. So I gave him the admission quota I fought so hard for? His fists were clenched, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. 3 days ago, at the National Job Transfer Ceremony, he awakened an unprecedented SSS-level talent, Weird Master. When the dazzling and sacred golden light shot up into the sky. He was once the focus of the entire school and even the entire city, and was considered a prodigy by countless people. But when the detailed information of the professional talents was released, everything changed. Weird Master, SSS-level talent, has 0 combat power and no combat skills. The only way to grow is to sign a contract with weirdness and rely on weirdness to fight. The most important thing is that the contract needs to satisfy its obsession. The cost is unimaginably high, and the risk of backlash is extremely high. In an era when humans are fighting against all other races, this is equivalent to a useless job that has been sentenced to death. Wang Jinghua sighed, his tone turning cold. Feng Chen, this is a joint decision made by the school committee and the Education Bureau. War Academy is a place to cultivate the pillars of humanity, not a recycling station. Your profession, we really don't dare to gamble. Give the spot to Li Hao. He can create greater value for humanity. Greater value? Feng Chen laughed, and his laughter was filled with endless sadness and ridicule. What a great way to create greater value for mankind. I see. He didn't argue anymore, took a deep look at the faces of everyone present, turned around and walked out of the principal's office. On the way out of the campus, the eyes around me were full of gloating and contempt. The academic genius who was once the center of everyone's attention has now become a plague that everyone avoids. Hey, isn't this our famous SSS-level genius, Feng Chen? A sarcastic voice sounded. Feng Chen looked up and saw several young men wearing unified guild uniforms blocking his way. The leader had a cat playing with a mouse smile on his face. He was Zhao Hu, the deacon of the Feiyu Guild. Deacon Zhao, is there something wrong? Feng Chen asked indifferently. Something? Of course I do. Zhao Hu took out an IOU from his pocket and waved it in front of Feng Chen. Mr. Feng, you are so forgetful. You previously incurred $1 million debt with our guild in order to purchase a D-rank strange species. I thought you would be very successful after the contract was successfully signed, so this little money would be nothing. But now. Zhao Hu dragged out his tone, and the mockery on his face became more and more intense. The contract failed, the money was wasted, and even the admission quota was lost. TSK. A useless piece of shit with zero combat power, how are you going to pay back this $1 million sum? The students around immediately gathered around and pointed at Fong Chen. 1 million? Is he crazy? I fought for a good future, but ended up with nothing. This is terrible. The Feiyu Guild is notorious for being ruthless. Fong Chen's heart sank to the bottom. He took a gamble, borrowed a huge sum of money, and gambled everything. As a result, the contract with the strange species failed and ended up like this. I will pay it back. Fong Chen said coldly. Repay? With what? With your SSS level title? Zhao Hu laughed, and then his face darkened. Fong Chen, our guild's patience is limited. Since you can't pay the money, then pay with your life. He grabbed Fong Chen by the collar and dragged him away. What are you going to do? Fong Chen struggled. What? Zhao Hu grinned and said, we've recently opened an E-rank novice dungeon, the Ghost Cave of the Dead Souls, and we need a warrior like you to explore the way. Just go in and fend for yourself. If you can come out alive and tell us the information, we'll write it off. Well, am I being nice? I'll even give you a chance to turn the tables. You are committing murder. Fong Chen struggled hard, his eyes red. Murder? Oh, you can't say that. Zhao Wu spread his hands to the crowd watching the excitement around him and said to them with an innocent look on his face. Everyone, please judge for yourself. It is only right that debts should be repaid. Our guild has provided a repayment plan, but the choice is his own. However, the two strong men behind him had already held Fong Chen's arms on the left and right. The clamp-like arm made Fong Chen unable to move. That's how the guild works. Once you sign a contract with the guild, even if the law enforcement team comes, it will be useless. Fong Chen gave up struggling. In full view of the public, he was roughly dragged away and stuffed into a car. Soon after, he was dumped in a desolate area. In front of him, a space vortex emitting ominous black air was slowly turning, and the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling could be heard faintly from it. Come in, our great SSS-level genius. Zhao Hu kicked Fong Chen on the back and kicked him towards the entrance of the copy. Fong Chen lost his balance and fell into the bottomless darkness. All that remained in his ears was the unbridled laughter of Zhao Hu and his men. The feeling of weightlessness only lasted for a moment before Fong Chen's body fell heavily onto the wet ground. Well. Severe pain came from his back and he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. It was pitch black all around. The air was filled with a strong, disgusting smell of blood and decay, which penetrated into the nostrils. Roar! From the depths of the darkness, there were several low roars that did not sound like human voices, accompanied by the harsh sound of sharp claws scraping against rocks. A haunted cave of dead souls. Chapter 2 Contract SSS Level Strange Species, Princess Xiaohua. This is what Zhao Hu and the others call the E-level novice copy. Fong Chen struggled to stand up, but the severe pain in his body made him unable to use any strength. He could feel something approaching at high speed in the darkness. That thing brought with it a chilling wind and a strong stench. It's a monster. The shadow of death instantly enveloped my heart. Am I really going to die here in such humiliation? Become food for those monsters? He is unwilling to accept it. Why? How could someone like Li Hao take away everything from me and enter the War Academy with such glory? Why should I be thrown here like garbage to die even though I have awakened a unique SSS level talent? Principal whines indifference, the teacher snickers, the classmates' contempt, Zhao Hu's grim smile. Scenes flashed through my mind rapidly. Endless anger and resentment, accumulating in the chest like a volcano, are about to erupt. I can't accept this. Fong Chen used all his strength and let out a desperate roar. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The host's strong desire to survive and unwillingness to give up have been detected, and the activation conditions have been met. 10% off gold farming system, binding with your soul. System function introduction. 100 times gold, the host contracts weird kills any monster or person and gets 100 times the normal gold. Note, in team mode, only monsters killed by the host enjoy this bonus. 10% off mall, the host can purchase all products in the exclusive mall at 10% of the original price. Note, all items in the mall are bound and can only be used by the host. Ding! Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million gold coins and the first unlimited free shopping rights in the mall. Choose any item, regardless of grade or price. A series of prompt sounds caused Fong Chen's brain to crash instantly. System? Golden finger? This thing that only exists in novels actually happened to me? Before he could react, a virtual screen emitting soft golden light appeared. It suddenly unfolded before him, dispelling the surrounding darkness. On the screen, a dazzling list of products is scrolling rapidly. Iron Sword E-level weapon, price, 100 gold coins. Fireball skill book E rank, price, 10,000 gold coins. Weird species, Hungry Imp D rank, price, 1 million gold coins. Fong Chen stared at the screen, his heart pounding. Is this the system mall? And his account balance showed an astonishing number, 1 million. The novice gift package directly gives 1 million gold coins. What's more, your first purchase is free with no restrictions. This means that he can ignore the price and pick up anything in the entire mall. Roar! Just as his mind was agitated, an even louder roar brought him back to reality. With the help of the light from the mall screen, he could clearly see the monster in front of him. They were 3 soul-destroying ghosts with rotting skin all over their bodies, sticky pus dripping from the wounds, revealing their white bones. Green flames burned in their eye sockets, and their sharp claws scratched deep marks on the ground. He was drooling and approaching him step by step. Level 2 monster, the soul-destroying ghost. Although they were only the lowest level monsters, for Fong Chen, who had 0 combat power, any one of them was enough to tear him into pieces. There is no time to hesitate. A choice must be made immediately. Fong Chen's eyes quickly swept across the mall list. Is it to choose a powerful weapon? Or learn an attack skill? No. None of them work. The weirdo's own combat power is 0, and even if he holds a magic weapon, he cannot exert its power. The only way out is to contract a monster. His eyes immediately locked onto the classification of weird species. The list refreshes. Weird species, Hungry Imp D rank, price, 1 million gold coins. Strange species, Hanged Ghost C rank, price, 8 million gold coins. Weird species, Water Ghost B rank, price, 50 million gold coins. The prices are staggeringly high. Fong Chen smiled bitterly. He owed a huge sum of 1 million just to buy a D-level Hungry Imp. As a result, the contract failed. Now, he has a free chance. He could have chosen a B level or even a level weird species. As long as you can survive, the future will have infinite possibilities. His fingers slid across the screen, ready to choose the one with the best value for money within his ability. However, just as he reached the bottom of the list, his fingers suddenly stopped and his breathing stopped. That's at the very end of the list. An option marked in dark gold, emitting an aura of ominousness and disaster, firmly attracted his full attention. Strange species red makeup and regretful bride princess Xiaohua SSS rank, price? Unable to view due to insufficient permissions. Note, one of the most terrifying evil spirits in history, transformed from Princess Xiaohua of the last dynasty. The interweaving of love, betrayal, hatred for the loss of her country, and the festive atmosphere of a wedding transformed her into the most obsessive and strange person. Contract conditions, unknown. Contract risk, extremely deadly. Warning, this option is beyond the host's current level control range. The probability of survival after selection is less than 0.001%. Please choose carefully. Lines of blood-red warnings flashed wildly in front of Fong Chen's eyes, emitting shrill alarms. The system did not stop, trying to dissuade Fong Chen from this crazy idea. Any normal person would give up without hesitation after seeing this warning. Even a D-level weird species caused his contract to fail. What's more, this is an SSS-level existence that even the system has marked as extremely deadly. This is no longer gambling, this is clearly suicide. However, Fong Chen remained unmoved. Cautious? His life has been pushed to the brink. Taking a step back would lead him into the abyss. What right did he have to be cautious? Principal Wang's indifference, Li Hao's arrogance, Zhao Hu's brutality. They have blocked all his escape routes. Since you won't let me live. Fong Chen muttered to himself, the bloodshot in his eyes becoming more and more intense. Then I'll flip the table and drag the whole world into this frenzy. SSS level waste? Okay. Then I will contract an SSS level monster and let you blind idiots see who is the real waste. Roar. The stench of the soul-destroying ghost was already hitting me in the face. The sharp claws flashed coldly in the dim light, less than half a meter away from his neck. The oppressive feeling of death made Feng Chan's adrenaline surge to the limit. He didn't look at the sea level and B level options again. Those things might allow him to survive. But he will never be able to trample underfoot those who have trampled on his dignity. What he wants is not to linger on. What he wants is to rule the world. I choose. There was a gleam of determination in Feng Chan's eyes, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Princess Xiaohua. Ding. The host has confirmed the selection. The first free purchase right has been used. Trying to contract an SSS level strange species for the host Princess Xiaohua. Contract mode determination in progress, determination successful. A strange core obsession has been detected, an unfinished wedding. The system automatically converts the contract mode into a ghost marriage contract. Host identity automatically locked as groom. Almost at the moment when Feng Chen made his choice, the entire ghost cave shook violently. A terrifying pressure coming from the depths of the soul descended from the void. Woo! The three originally ferocious ghosts froze in place in an instant. The dark green flames in their eye sockets flickered violently, as if they would go out at any moment. A fear that comes from the instinct of life. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and they couldn't even take a step back. They are completely unable to understand this E-level novice copy. Why does such a terrifying existence appear? Boom boom. As if spanning thousands of years, there was a faint, festive yet sad sound of Swana. It echoed slowly in the silent environment. The voice was filled with indescribable sorrow and weirdness, like the joy of a bride getting married, or the mournful music of a funeral procession. The strong smell of blood and decay in the air was replaced by a colder atmosphere. It is the smell of earth from a dusty ancient tomb and the fragrance of rouge from a woman's boudoir. It's more like the never-ending smell of rust after the blood soaked through the wedding dress. Chapter 3. Spend 1,000,000 gold coins to buy the bride a magical outfit. The void in front of Feng Chen began to distort. A shocking blood-red color seeped out from it, like thick ink dripping on a canvas, quickly spreading. Immediately following, an ancient sedan chair that was blood-red in color with white soul-calling banners hanging on the four corners suddenly took shape out of thin air. The body of the sedan chair is carved with intricate auspicious patterns of dragons and phoenixes. But those are supposed to be festive patterns. But at this moment, it seemed as if it had been repeatedly poured with blood, exuding a heart-pounding evil aura. The curtains of the sedan were tightly closed, but blood as thick as ink was dripping down through the gaps in the curtains. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Every drop of blood that fell to the ground made a clear sound. The three ghosts let out a shrill, distorted scream and turned around to escape. However, it was too late. A drop of blood dripping from the curtain of the sedan chair happened to fall in front of a ghost. That drop of blood seemed to have life. It instantly turned into a thin line of blood and wrapped around its ankle like lightning. Roar! The ghost let out a terrified roar and struggled frantically. But the bloodline was getting tighter and tighter, and was about to drag it towards the blood-red sedan chair. The other two ghosts were also frightened by this strange scene and fled desperately into the depths of the cave. But before they could take 2 steps, the sound of Swana around them suddenly became sharp and shrill. 2 blurry, headless figures wearing ancient wedding attire. Appearing out of nowhere behind them, pale arms grabbed their shoulders tightly on the left and right. Puff! There is no room for resistance. The bodies of the 2 soul-destroying ghosts were easily torn into pieces by the headless ghost. The soul-destroying ghost entangled by the blood thread was dragged to the front of the sedan chair. The tightly closed curtain of the sedan chair was slowly opened by a hand as pale as snow with red nails that stretched out from inside. In the sedan chair, it was a bottomless darkness, and a pair of blood-red eyes that lit up in the darkness, filled with endless resentment and sorrow. No! The soul-destroying ghost let out its final wail. The next second, it seemed to be dragged into the sedan chair in an instant. The curtain of the sedan chair fell and everything returned to calm. There was only the sharp sound of chewing and breaking bones. Faint sounds came from the sedan chair, proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. Flash sale. The 3 monsters that were deadly enough to Feng Chen at the moment couldn't even survive for a second in front of this sedan chair. This is the strange SSS level strength? Feng Chen looked in shock at the blood-red sedan chair in front of him that exuded an endless ominous aura, his heart beating wildly. Fear? Of course. But more than that, there is the uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. He made the right bet. He really made the right bet. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Princess Xiaohua, the red makeup bride of resentment, for signing the ghost marriage contract. The contract has been concluded. Princess Xiaohua becomes your first contracted monster. Professional talent, all strange things have the same origin, triggered. The host's initial attributes are doubled. Constitution, 5100. Agility, 5100. Spirit, 200-400. Initial attribute total, 300-600. A warm current instantly surged through his body, and the severe pain from his back that was previously injured by Zhao Hu disappeared. At this moment, it was swept away. Fang Chen could clearly feel that his body had become stronger. More importantly, this is just the beginning. After that, every time he contracts a monster, all its initial attributes will be doubled. That is to say, every time he makes a strange contract, he will gain an additional 300 initial attribute points. This is the unique talent of the SSS level weirdo. All weirdos share the same origin. At this moment, the curtain of the blood-red sedan was once again lifted by the pale hand. This time, she didn't let it go. The scene inside the sedan finally appeared in front of Fang Chen. There was a woman wearing a gorgeous phoenix crown and bridal robe, sitting quietly in the middle. Every inch of her wedding dress was soaked with dark red blood, and the hem of the dress was embroidered with a phoenix in gold thread. As if it were a living thing, dark red light slowly flowed on it. However, there was nothing above her neck. A head covered with a red veil was held in her arms. The pair of eyes hidden under the veil seemed to be quietly watching Fang Chen through the blood-red cloth. She is Princess Xiaohua, Fang Chen's future ghost bride. He took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and opened the system mall he had just obtained. Looking at the 1 million gold coin balance in his account, a smile full of anticipation appeared on the corner of his mouth. Princess, you should have had the grandest wedding in the world, but everything was taken away from you at your happiest moment. Since you follow me, I will not let you suffer any injustice again. I will complete this betrayed wedding for you. A perfect wedding requires the most gorgeous betrothal gifts. Let's start by replacing your phoenix crown. As if hearing his thoughts, the blood-red sedan chair trembled slightly, and the sad swana sounds around it seemed to weaken a little. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the head that Princess Xiaohua was holding in her arms. Or rather, it is the dull phoenix crown on the head. The phoenix crown should be the most luxurious ornament in the world, symbolizing supreme glory and joy. But this phoenix crown has long been corroded by blood and resentment, and the pearls and gems inlaid on it have lost all their luster. It is like a microcosm of Princess Xiaohua's tragic fate, silently telling the despair of that wedding. Equipment name, bloodstained phoenix crown damaged. Quality, unknown, contaminated by resentment. Effect, none. Description, a phoenix crown carrying endless resentment, it is weeping. This is Princess Xiaohua's initial equipment, an item of unknown quality without any attribute bonus. The core gameplay of Fang Chen's weirdo profession is to spend money on weirdness. Replacing her with stronger equipment is the most direct way to make her stronger. You can also fulfill Princess Xiaohua's rules. Now that there is a 10% discount gold earning system, are you still worried about not being able to afford it? He not only wants to buy powerful equipment, but also the most impressive special effects. System, filter all phoenix crown type props in the mall. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Ding! Screening completed. On the virtual screen, the product list refreshed instantly. Glass Phoenix Crown D rank. Description, exquisite glassware, slightly improves mental strength. Price, 80,000 gold coins. Ice Crystal Wand Crown B level. Introduction, carved from B grade ice crystal, it contains the power of frost. Price, 3 million gold coins. 9 Heavens Mysterious Phoenix Crown A level. Introduction, legend has it that being stained with the blood of the Black Phoenix can greatly enhance one's strange spirituality and pressure. Price, 20 million gold coins. Fang Chen's gaze passed over those low-level items and finally stopped at an option that emitted a brilliant golden light. 9 Netherworld Fire Phoenix Crown S rank. Quality, S grade. Effect 1, Embrace of Hellfire, all attacks of the wearer will be accompanied by 9 nether fires, causing burning damage to the soul. Effect 2, Resentment Amplification, convert the wearer's resentment into attack power. The stronger the resentment, the greater the power. Effect 3, Phoenix Might, releases the might of the Dark Phoenix, causing mental shock to all enemies below its level, with a chance of causing them to fall into a state of fear. Description, forged from the 9 Netherworld Stones of Hell, fused with the true spirit fire of the ancient Netherworld Phoenix. It is a treasure tailor-made for the Emperor and Empress of Ghosts. Price, 10 million gold coins. Chapter 4, Are you satisfied with this sky-high betrothal gift? An astronomical figure that is enough to make any novice professional feel despair. Even the presidents of ordinary guilds would want to raise 10 million. It also requires mobilizing the power of the entire guild and spending weeks or even months to frantically grind the dungeon. But for Feng Chen, the second effect of the 10% off gold earning system is that you can buy all the goods at 10% off. 1% of 10 million is exactly 1 million. No more, no less, exactly all the belongings in his novice gift package. Purchase. Feng Chen chose to buy it without any hesitation. Far from making him feel uneasy, the feeling of spending all his money at once did not bother him. Instead, there is a refreshing feeling of being in control of everything. Ding! Spend 1 million gold coins and successfully purchase the 9 Netherworld Fire Phoenix Crown S rank. The account balance is instantly cleared. A phoenix crown that is burning with dark blue flames all over, with an extremely gorgeous shape and exuding an endless ominous aura, appeared in Feng Chen's inventory. On top of the phoenix crown, a lifelike underworld fire phoenix is about to spread its wings and fly high. The dark purple gem in the phoenix's mouth was shining with an enchanting light. Go ahead. Feng Chen had an idea and chose to equip Princess Xiaohua. The phoenix crown instantly flew out from the virtual inventory, transformed into a stream of light, and shot towards Princess Xiaohua in the sedan chair. Just as the phoenix crown was about to touch her head, a huge amount of resentment suddenly burst out from Princess Xiaohua's body. Clang! A shrill scream echoed all around, and the surrounding air temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point. She seemed to regard this foreign object as another form of blasphemy and harm. Endless black hair flowed out wildly from under her wedding dress. It transformed into countless poisonous snakes that would devour anyone they wanted, and instantly wrapped around the S-class phoenix crown layer by layer, trying to crush it. This is the instinctive resistance and hostility from the SSS-level evil spirit. However, Feng Chen was not panicked at all. He watched the scene calmly and explained, "Don't be afraid. This is the betrothal gift I gave you. I won't hurt you. Xiaohua, your worn-out phoenix crown carries too much blood and tears. It's not worthy of your past, let alone your future. From now on, you are my wife. Your wedding should be decorated with the most magnificent treasures in the world." Bride price? My wife? Wedding. These words touched Princess Xiaohua's obsession. The madly surging black hair and resentment suddenly stopped. The black hair wrapped around the 9 Nether Fire Phoenix crown slowly dissipated, revealing the gorgeous crown burning with dark blue flames. This time, Princess Xiaohua did not resist. She raised her hands slightly that were holding her head. The S-grade phoenix crown then rested on her head, replacing the worn and dull old one. Boom! An aura that was 10 times more terrifying than before suddenly exploded. The dark blue underworld fire instantly ignited from the phoenix crown, making her look like the 9 Nether goddess who had descended to the mortal world. On the phoenix crown, the Netherfire phoenix let out a high-pitched cry and flapped its wings as if ready to fly. She held the head in her arms, and the blood-red veil was slightly lifted by the power of the underworld fire, revealing a pale and delicate chin. Although I can't see the whole picture, it's just a glimpse. It is enough to make people imagine what a stunningly beautiful face there was under the veil. Ding! Your weird Princess Xiaohua has been equipped with the 9 Netherworld Fire Phoenix Crown. Hint, her resentment is highly compatible with her equipment, and the resentment amplification effect is activated. Princess Xiaohua's combat power rating has been greatly improved. Hint, Princess Xiaohua's mood has changed, and her favorability towards you has increased by 30. Ding! Current favorability, 30 friendly. Hint, she seems to like this betrothal gift very much. Feng Chen nodded with satisfaction. Come on, my lady, it's time for us to clean up this novice village. He started forward. The blood-red sedan followed silently behind him. The sounds of swanas around the sedan chair became a little louder. The scene that followed was more of a one-sided cruise than an adventure. Wherever Feng Chen goes, ghosts flee away. Those ghosts who were once a deadly threat to him. At this moment, you are not even qualified to get within 100 meters of him. As soon as you enter Princess Xiaohua's aura range, they will be directly shocked and stunned by the phoenix power emitted by the 9 Netherworld Fire Phoenix Crown, unable to move. Then, a wisp of dark blue fire floated out from the sedan chair and fell on them. They and their souls can be burned to ashes in an instant. Ding! Your quirk killed a level 2 soul-destroying ghost. You received a 100-fold bonus of gold coins, 1000. Ding! Your quirk killed a level 3 soul-destroying ghost. You received a 100-fold bonus of gold coins, 1200 coins. Ding! Your cunning ability killed a level 5 elite soul-destroying ghost. You receive a 100-fold gold bonus, 5000 coins. The system's prompt sounds continued to sound. Not only did Fong Chen's account balance grow rapidly at a rocket-like speed, his level was also raised to level 3. The most important thing is that E-level props and equipment will drop from time to time. As expected of an SSS level weapon, its lethality is astonishing. This is another bug level ability of the 10% off gold farming system. Killing monsters will give you 100 times more gold coins. Others work hard to kill a monster and get more than a dozen gold coins dropped. And if he kills one, he will get thousands of them. This speed of making money is faster than anyone else. Just when Fong Chen was enjoying the pleasure of leveling up and making money by hanging up, there was a burst of fierce fighting and human roars coming from the front. Hold on! Hold on! This beast is running out of health. Nurse! Quickly heal the tank, he can't take it anymore. No, Captain, my mana is almost empty. Fuck! Why is this elite monster so powerful? Didn't the intelligence say it was only level 3 at most? Fong Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a team of 5 professionals. They were being chased by a huge, level 5 elite giant ghost covered with bone spurs, and were about to be wiped out. Just when they were in despair, a strange Swana sound was heard. What's that sound? Is the boss about to refresh? The team members looked in the direction of the sound in horror. Next second, they saw a scene that they would never forget. A young boy in ordinary school uniform was leisurely walking out of the darkness. Behind him, there was a blood-red sedan chair emitting an endless aura of terror. A faint blue flame burned around the sedan chair, and a headless bride, whose face could not be seen, sat quietly inside it. The giant ghost that had just chased them to the sky. The moment I saw the sedan chair, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. The huge body froze in place, trembling, not daring to move. Everyone in the team was stunned. What is going on? Who is that boy? What the hell is that thing behind him? However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. The young man glanced at the giant ghost blocking his way with some impatience and said lightly, "It's so noisy." As soon as the words fell, a drop of sticky blood dripped from the skirt of the sedan chair, turning into a blood arrow that instantly pierced the giant ghost's head. Puff! The level 5 elite monster fell to the ground with a loud bang, losing its life, before it could even let out a scream. The 5 team members were stunned, their minds blank. Killed in seconds? Chapter 5, The Blood Sedan Chair welcomes the bride, and welcomes the boss on the road. An elite monster that forced them into a desperate situation. Just like that, he was killed instantly by just one drop of blood? At this moment, a sharp-eyed mage in the team stared at Fong Chen's face. She screamed as if she had seen a ghost. You are Fong Chen from Tianjin's #1 high school? That person who awakened the SSS level useless talent. Fong Chen? What did you say? He is that Fong Chen? Impossible. How could that SSS level shame be so strong? That thing behind him, could it be the strangeness of his contract? Are you kidding me? How could there be something this horrible in an E-level dungeon? The mage screamed, causing the entire team to become noisy. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Chen, full of disbelief. The name Fong Chen is extremely famous among the recent job changers in K-City. From a favored child of destiny who was the center of everyone's attention, to the most useless SSS-level person in history who was laughed at by everyone. Almost everyone thought that his life was over. But now, this piece of trash that should have been eaten to pieces by monsters in the dungeon. But he appeared before them in an attitude like a king descending. The mere presence of the blood sedan goddess behind him made their souls tremble. This is called waste? If this guy is trash, then what about those of them who were beaten to a pulp by an elite monster? Waste residue? Fong Chen ignored the shock of these people. In his world, these people were just passers-by, not even worthy of his second glance. Fong Chen walked past them with a clear goal, the final boss of the copy. He could feel it, up ahead. There is a resentment that is much more powerful than these ordinary monsters. Looking at Fong Chen's departing back, the team was stunned for a long time. Captain, what should we do now?" a team member asked in a trembling voice. The captain took a deep breath, looked at the direction where Fong Chen disappeared with complicated eyes, and finally gritted his teeth. "Follow and see. What happened today is too weird, we have to figure it out. Besides, if we follow him, we might be able to clear the dungeon safely." "That's right. This is definitely a big, thick leg. We're definitely holding on to it." The few of them immediately reached a consensus and followed Fong Chen cautiously, keeping a distance they thought was safe. Fong Chen naturally noticed the little tail behind him, but he was too lazy to pay attention. Keep moving forward without any obstructions. All the monsters were under the terrifying aura of Princess Xiaohua. They all turned into a string of constantly jumping numbers in Fong Chen's account. Gold, 358,000. Just by clearing out the monsters along the way, he accumulated more than 300,000 gold coins again. Level up to 4. If outsiders knew about this speed of making money and leveling up, they would probably go crazy. Soon, Fong Chen arrived at the boss refresh point of the soul-destroying ghost cave. This is a huge underground cave with a bottomless pool of blood in the center. Countless skeletons sank and floated in the pool, and the thick resentment condensed into distorted human faces in the air. In the center of the blood pool, a ghost of the cave master over 5 meters tall, holding a huge bone blade, was slowly standing up from the blood pool. Ghost of the Cave Master Instance Boss. Level 5. Note, formed from the resentment of countless adventurers who died here, it is the master of the soul-destroying haunted cave. Roar. The cave master, the resentful spirit, sensed the presence of the invader. It also felt the terrifying pressure from Princess Xiaohua that threatened it. As the ruler of this territory, it will not allow anyone more powerful than itself to appear. It let out a deafening roar, and a pale green ghost fire ignited on the huge bone blade, and it suddenly slashed towards Fong Chen in the bloody sedan chair. This knife carries the power to split mountains and split rocks. The team following behind turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. It's the dungeon boss. Run. We'll be affected. However, Fong Chen stood there without moving. He just raised his eyelids and looked at the huge bone blade that was coming down on him. Xiaohua, let him see what true pomp and circumstance means. As if responding to his words. The sounds of Suona surrounding the blood-red sedan suddenly became passionate and grand. Buzz. With the sedan chair as the center, a blood-red field instantly unfolded, covering the entire boss area. In the area, a wedding procession consisting of hundreds of headless ghosts appeared out of thin air. Some of them were playing Suona, some were carrying betrothal gift boxes, and some were scattering paper money. They formed a large-scale and creepy wedding guard. This is one of Princess Xiaohua's abilities. The blood sedan chair welcomes the bride. Her domain. The cave master's ghost's determined sword suddenly slowed down the moment it entered the field, as if it was stuck in a quagmire. The will-o'-the-wisp fire on its body was also suppressed by the ubiquitous resentment in the area, making it flicker. The invitation has arrived. Madam, send it on its way. Fong Chen said softly. I saw the blood-red sedan chair, and its curtains suddenly opened without wind. An irresistible and terrifying suction force came from the bottomless darkness, firmly locking onto the vengeful spirit of the cave owner. Welcome the groom to the sedan chair. Hundreds of ghosts suddenly let out a hoarse cry. Roar. The ghost of the cave master roared in fear and desperately stuck the bone blade into the ground, trying to resist the suction. But it was all in vain. Its body was pulled up from the ground bit by bit and flew uncontrollably towards the strange sedan chair. It's like a groom who's been forced in. Surrounded by countless ghosts who were sending the bride off, he was dragged into the sedan chair. No! As a desperate roar was completely blocked by the curtain of the sedan chair, the whole world returned to silence again. The huge wedding procession disappeared. The blood-colored area also slowly shrank, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. The dungeon boss was welcomed into the bridal sedan before he could even launch a single attack, and there was no sound anymore. Ding! Your cunning has killed the level 5 dungeon boss. You receive a 100x gold bonus, 500,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations on clearing your first E-rank dungeon. First clear rewards, 1 skill upgrade book, 1 random treasure chest C rank. Ding! We've detected that your clearance time is significantly lower than the record. The dungeon's rating has been upgraded to SSS. Double the rewards. Congratulations on receiving Skill Upgrade Book X2, Random Treasure Chest B Rank X1. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 5. Looking at the gold coins that instantly soared to more than 800,000, as well as the generous first pass rewards, Fangchen smiled with satisfaction. Skill Upgrade Book can be used to upgrade Zhouhua's blood sedan for the wedding. I wonder how grand it will be when we get promoted to the next level. And this B level treasure chest. I hope to get something good out of it so I can buy my wife a new wedding dress. He turned around and prepared to leave. Behind him, the 5 players had turned into stone, like 5 statues, forgetting even to breathe. Chapter 6, You Call the Existence of the Instant Kill Boss Trash? When Fang Chen's figure appeared at the entrance of the copy again, the sky outside had already darkened. Zhao Hu, the deacon of the Feiyu Guild, was standing guard at the door with a few of his men, looking impatient. They waited here for a long time, just to see if Fang Chen was dead. In their opinion, a waste with 0 combat effectiveness in the early stage has no chance of survival. A younger brother yawned and said, "Brother Tiger, that kid hasn't turned into a pile of shit, has he? What the hell are you waiting for?" Zhao Wu snorted coldly, his eyes full of calculation. "Wait a little longer, I want to see him alive or dead. If he's lucky enough to survive, we can still squeeze out the dungeon information." At this moment, ripples appeared in the space vortex at the entrance of the copy. A figure walked out from inside. Zhao Hu and others took a closer look and were all stunned. It's Fang Chen. Not only did he come out alive, but he didn't even have a single injury on his body and his clothes were clean. How is this possible? Zhao Hu rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. "Boy, you are not dead?" He quickly came to his senses, put on that cat playing with a mouse grin again, and surrounded them with his men. "You're really lucky. It's just right, it saves us a lot of trouble. Quick, tell me everything you saw in there. Your account is settled." Fang Chen had anticipated that the Feiyu Guild would be guarding the dungeon, so he asked, "Why should I tell you?" The grim smile on Zhao Hu's face froze instantly, and then he laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha ha. Boy, are you fucking kidding me?" The few younger brothers behind him also burst into laughter, looking at Fang Chen with eyes full of contempt and mockery. "Brother Hu, was this kid scared silly in the dungeon? He started talking nonsense." "I think so. You're just a loser, and you really think you're so great just by getting out alive? Boy, don't be shameless. Brother Tiger asked you to hand over the information to give you a chance to survive." Zhao Hu laughed enough, his face suddenly darkened. He stepped forward, grabbed Fang Chen by the collar, and said viciously, "Fang Chen, I'll give you another chance. Tell us everything you know about the types and distribution of all the monsters you've encountered, as well as the bosses. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you in again. This time, I won't be so lucky." Fang Chen didn't even frown even though he was grabbed by the collar by a man who was half a head shorter than him. He just looked at Zhao Hu quietly. This made Zhao Hu feel inexplicably angry. "You're just a piece of trash, why do you look at me like that? Fuck you. How dare you blare at me?" Zhao Hu roared angrily and raised his fist to hit Fang Chen in the face. At this moment, the vortex at the entrance of the copy began to ripple again. 5 disheveled figures rushed out from inside, crawling and rolling. It was the 5-member team that was chased by the giant ghost before. As soon as they came out, they were gasping for breath, their faces filled with relief at surviving the disaster and a lingering fear. Survived. We actually made it through the level alive. It's so scary. That boss is not something newbies like us can defeat. It's all thanks to that big guy. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out long ago." Several people were talking excitedly. Then he saw Fang Chen surrounded by Zhao Hu and others. "It's the boss." The captain of the 5-man team, the shield warrior, almost blurted out, "Boss?" Zhao Hu and his men were stunned. They looked at each other, wondering if they had heard wrongly. These guys are obviously experienced professionals, yet they actually call Fang Chen a loser, big brother? Zhao Hu's fist stopped in mid-air, and he looked at the shield warrior captain in confusion. "Hey! What did you say? Him? Boss?" The shield captain then noticed the tense atmosphere here. When he saw the Feiyu Guild uniforms on Zhao Hu and his group, his expression changed slightly. He doesn't want to meddle in other people's business. But when I think of Fang Chen's terrifying power that can destroy the world. He couldn't help but shiver at the sight of the blood-red sedan chair that froze one's soul at a glance. It is definitely not a wise move to offend such a future superpower. What's more, they were able to pass safely because of Fang Chen's favor. After weighing the pros and cons, the shield captain took a deep breath and said to Zhao Hu in a deep voice, "Brother, I don't know what grudge you have. But I advise you not to offend this big boss. He is not someone you can afford to offend." Zhao Hu's brows furrowed even deeper. "Huh? I can't afford to offend? Are you fucking kidding me? He's an SSS level loser, what's there for me to not mess with? Waste?" The shield captain seemed to have heard something incredible. He glanced at Zhao Hu, then at Fang Chen, who was calm and composed. There was a strange, almost pitying look on his face. "Waste? Brother, you can kill a level 5 elite giant ghost in one glance and clear the E-level dungeon soul-destroying ghost cave alone. If even the final boss, the cave master's wrathful spirit, couldn't survive a single blow from him, then he's considered useless. Then what about us who are being chased and beaten by elite monsters? The scum of the scum? What? Kill the elite giant ghost instantly? A single player copy? The final boss couldn't even survive one move?" Zhao Hu's brain buzzed and went blank. He couldn't believe it, and couldn't believe it. This is the fucking newly appeared E-level novice copy, and only people below level 10 can enter. No information has been leaked so far. Because no one can get out alive. I'm lucky to be alive, not to mention being able to easily pass the level alone. How could Fang Chen, a master of the mysteries, possibly do that? Zhao Hu roared fiercely, You're talking nonsense. He must have been incredibly lucky. I used some one-time high-level scroll, or I got a miraculous item that can clear a new dungeon alone. Thinking of this, Zhao Hu's eyes burst into a burning light. A secret that can refresh the copy alone. Otherwise he would not be safe and sound. In that case, I must get it today no matter what. Fang Chen. It seems like you got some incredible treasure in there. There was a greedy glint in Zhao Hu's eyes, and he loosened Fang Chen's collar. Instead, he took a step back and winked at his men. "Brothers, come on. Take him down. Everything he has belongs to our Feiyu Guild." Several of his men had already had their eyes red with excitement from the word baby, and they rushed towards Fang Chen with roars. Chapter 7 There is a kind of fear, which is being unable to live or die. However, Fang Chen didn't care from beginning to end. He just sighed softly, as if feeling sorry for the stupidity of these people. "I gave you a chance." The moment the words fell. Boom boom. The festive yet sad Swana sound that seemed to come from time immemorial suddenly rang in everyone's ears without any warning. An indescribable terrifying pressure descended from behind Fang Chen. The temperature of the air suddenly dropped to freezing point. Everyone felt as if their soul was being grasped. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, an ancient blood-red sedan slowly emerged from the void and hovered quietly behind Fang Chen. The dark blue fire burned on top of the sedan chair. On top of the extremely gorgeous phoenix crown, the dark phoenix flapped its wings and let out a silent wail. "What the hell is this?" Zhao Hu and his men were so frightened that they retreated one after another. The 5 professionals who had just come out of the dungeon collapsed to the ground with a plop, their teeth chattering wildly. "See you again. It's this terrifying blood sedan again. It is more terrifying and more despairing than the aura felt in the copy." Fang Chen finally raised his hand and gently brushed off the collar that was wrinkled by Zhao Hu. Then he raised his head and his eyes fell on the Feiyu Guild member who was rushing in the front. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. "I told you, why should I tell you? Now, it's time to settle this new score for forcing me into this dungeon and trying to kill people and steal treasure." New account? The Feiyu Guild brother who was rushing in the front. The terrifying aura that froze the soul when Princess Xiaohua appeared made him so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. But he still relied on his numbers and shouted in a timid manner, "Who the hell do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to settle accounts with our Feiyu Guild?" Fang Chen didn't say anything. He just stared at the other person with a look as if he was looking at a dead person. Preparing to give the order. Beep. Warning. Warning. Citizen Fang Chen ID number, KZ2308222XXXX. It is detected that you are in the urban security zone and have a strong intention to kill. This behavior has violated Article 17 of the Union Public Security Law. Please stop your dangerous thoughts immediately, otherwise the law enforcement team will arrive at the scene within 3 minutes. A series of bright red virtual warning boxes popped up from the personal terminal worn on Fong Chen's wrist, emitting a shrill alarm. Everyone present could hear this sound clearly. Zhao Hu was stunned at first, and then, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, an ecstatic grin instantly appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. I see. I thought it was something, but after all this time it's just a fake. Fong Chen. You're a loser. I almost got fooled by you. Zhao Hu pointed at the warning on Fong Chen's wrist and laughed arrogantly. Did you see that? This is the iron law of the Alliance. No one is allowed to fight or kill anyone in the safe zone. You dare to touch us? The law enforcement team will put you in jail in minutes. The brothers behind him also reacted instantly, and their knees, which had just been weakened by fear, stood up again. The original fear was swept away and became even more rampant. I'm dying of laughter. I thought he was so awesome, but it turns out he doesn't even have the guts to do anything. Boy, what does it matter how weird you are? In front of the laws of the Alliance, you are nothing. Brother Hu, stop talking nonsense to him. He doesn't dare to make a move, so let's go ahead and take his strange contract away. The greed on Zhao Hu's face became more and more intense. He looked at the blood-red sedan chair behind Fong Chen. That look in his eyes made him want to possess it immediately. This monster must be above D level. As long as he can get it, Zhao Hu will be able to rise to the top overnight, and even reach a high position in the Feiyu Guild. The huge temptation made him lose his mind. Fong Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Break the contract obediently and hand over this weirdo. I can spare your life for the sake of our friendship. Zhao Hu licked his cracked lips and issued a final ultimatum. When the members of the 5-member team saw the scene, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Fong Chen. Although they had witnessed the terror of Princess Xiaohua, they were also well aware of the majesty of the Alliance's laws. Using force to kill people in a safe zone is definitely a serious crime. This Fong Chen has the power to destroy the world, but his hands and feet are bound by the rules. This is probably a very dangerous situation. However, facing Zhao Hu's threats and everyone's ridicule, Fong Chen's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. He even wanted to laugh. Kill? No, no, no. Who said I was going to kill someone? I, Fong Chen, am a good citizen who abides by the law. It seems that your understanding of my profession is still superficial. Fong Chen sighed softly and shook his head, with a hint of pity in his tone. Madam, he called softly. From the sedan came a barely audible, yet soul-piercing, response, husband. Cover our new friend. The moment the words fell, the curtain of the quietly suspended blood-red sedan chair opened a corner without wind. A slender hand, so pale that it was without a trace of blood, but with nails as red as blood, poked out from the gap in the curtain of the sedan chair. In that hand, there was a square piece of red cloth. It was the cursed object, the red veil. What? The Feiyu Guild member who had been shouting the loudest just now hasn't reacted yet. The red veil flew out of his hand. It turned into a streak of blood and pounced on his face. Woo! The little brother only had time to let out a whimper as if his throat was being strangled. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His body twitched violently, and the blood vessels under his skin bulged out like countless twisted earthworms wriggling. Just 2 seconds. He stopped struggling and stood there stiffly like a puppet, his eyes empty and lifeless. The 3 souls and 7 spirits have all been sucked away. He has become a walking corpse who only obeys the orders of Princess Xiaohua. Old. Third? What's wrong with you? Zhao Hu looked at the strange changes in his man, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart, and he shouted tentatively. However, what responded to him was a powerful slap in the face. Bang! The sound of this slap resounded throughout the entire venue. The third brother turned around expressionlessly and slapped Zhao Hu hard in the face with all his strength. Zhao Hu was completely stunned by the slap. He spun twice on the spot like a top, with a bloody back tooth mixed with saliva. He fell to the ground with one side of his face swollen. Are you fucking crazy? How dare you hit me? Zhao Hu covered his face, shocked and angry. However, the third brother ignored his roar. Just like a most loyal guard, he silently retreated behind Fong Chen and stood side by side with the blood sedan. Everyone was shocked by this strange and bizarre scene. What is this? Was someone killed? No. The man was still alive and able to move. But this is 1,000 times more terrifying than killing him. Turn a living person into a mindless puppet that can be manipulated by others. Now, do you still think that I dare not touch you? Fang Chen looked down at Zhao Hu, who was slumped on the ground. Chapter 8. Don't mess with the weird master, he has 10,000 ways to make you live a life worse than death. Zhao Hu trembled all over, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Fang Chen was finally filled with endless fear. Devil! This guy is a devil. He is not subject to the laws of the League at all. Because he has countless ways to make you live a life worse than death without killing you. No. Don't, Fang Chen, no, Brother Chen. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Zhao Hu crawled to Fang Chen's feet using his hands and feet, begging with tears streaming down his face, please, let me go. I don't want all that information, your weirdness, or the $1 million debt anymore. I won't bother you again. Fang Chen laughed heartily. Do you think your life is worth 1 million? Zhao Hu's face turned pale. Then what do you want? Fang Chen squatted down, patted Zhao Hu's face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and said with a smile, it's very simple. Hand over everything valuable you have. Just consider it as you apologizing to me on behalf of your men. Apologize? When Zhao Hu heard these two words, he suddenly felt humiliated, but more of it was fear. He looked at the person standing behind Fang Chen. He was so frightened that he trembled and dared not say a word. Give it to me. I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. Zhao Hu rolled and crawled to pour out all the things in his space backpack. Gold coins, equipment, potions, materials. There was a clattering sound and it piled up all over the ground. The few of his men who were still conscious saw that their boss had become cowardly. They followed suit and rushed to hand over all their belongings, fearing that if they were a step slower, they would end up like the third brother. Fang Chen didn't even look at the pile of garbage on the ground, but just said to the 5-man team. You guys, come over here and help count. Huh? We? The shield captain and his men looked at each other, somewhat flattered. Don't want to? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. Yes. Yes. Boss, if you order us, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. The shield warrior captain was startled and immediately ran over with his team members, counting the spoils skillfully. Soon, the results came out. Report to the boss. The total is 236,000 gold coins. 7 pieces of E-level equipment, 2 pieces of D-level equipment, and a bunch of miscellaneous recovery potions and materials. More than 200,000 gold coins. For professionals at this stage, this is already an astronomical figure. Enough to keep a small guild running for 3 months. Zhao Hu looked at his belongings that had been looted, and his heart ached so much that it felt like blood was dripping from his mouth, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on his face. However, Fang Chen just took a glance. After pocketing the more than 200,000 gold coins and the equipment items, the account balance instantly exceeded 1 million. Gold, 1,094,000. Looking at this number, Fang Chen felt no emotion. For him, money. It's just a tool to become stronger. Do all this. Fang Chen's gaze once again fell on Zhao Hu, who was lying limp on the ground. Zhao Hu felt uneasy when he was looked at by him, and said in a trembling voice, Chen, Brother Chen, you have taken all the things. Can you let us go? Leave? Fang Chen smiled. When did I ever say I would let you go? Zhao Hu's face turned pale in an instant. What else do you want? Fang Chen did not answer him, but walked up to the third brother who had turned into a walking corpse. He stretched out his hand and waved gently. The red veil covering the third brother's face turned into a streak of blood and flew back into Princess Xiaohua's hands. Lost the suppression of the red veil. The third old man shuddered all over, and his empty eyes gradually regained a bit of spirit. Where am I? What just happened? He looked around blankly, his memory still stuck on the moment before when the red veil covered his face. However, when he saw the terrified expressions of Zhao Hu and his companions, a fear from the depths of his soul instantly gripped his heart. Although he could not remember the experience of being deprived of his soul and becoming a puppet. But that feeling of coldness and despair turned into an indelible mark, deeply engraved on his soul. Ah! He let out a shrill scream, holding his head, and crawled away madly into the distance, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. He is crazy. The spirit has been destroyed. This kind of punishment is 100 times more cruel than death. Zhao Hu and his remaining men witnessed all this and were so frightened that they peed and shit all over their bodies, and a foul smell came from their crotches. Remember, don't let me see you in the wild or in a dungeon again. Fang Chen frowned in disgust and waved his hand, go away. Zhao Hu and his companions acted as if they had been pardoned, and they did not dare to utter even a harsh word. He climbed up using his hands and feet and fled the scene in a panic. Until their figures completely disappeared. The shield captain breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to his teammates with lingering fear. Remember what you saw today. Never mess with a weirdo. Especially a powerful weirdo. Solve those flies. Fang Chen finally turned his attention back to his own gains. In addition to gold coins, the biggest reward for the first time through the dungeon is the 2 skill upgrade books and a random treasure chest level B. Skill upgrade book, this is a real rare item. When I was in school, my teacher talked about this seriously. This item will only drop from the final boss if you clear the dungeon with an S level rating or above. Each and every copy was enough to make all professionals scramble for it, and the price on the black market was even driven up to over 10 million credit points. And I, after clearing the level with an SSS rating, was directly rewarded with 2 books. This was the real big deal. In comparison, the B-level treasure chest seemed ordinary. Open the treasure chest. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Ding! You have opened a random treasure chest level B. Congratulations on obtaining the special item, Ghost Incense X3. Ghost Incense. Quality, B grade. Type, special item. Effect, after igniting, it can greatly increase the success rate of communicating with strange creatures, and has a certain chance of temporarily calming violent strange creatures. Well, it's a pretty good thing. I can use it when I contract new monsters in the future. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the 2 skill upgrade books. This is the highlight. He immediately opened Princess Zhouhua's attribute panel. Strange contract, Princess Zhouhua's resentful marriage. Level 4 increases with host level. Quality, SSS grade. Equipment, 9 Netherworld Fire Phoenix Crown S rank. Skill 1. Blood Sedan Wedding Level 1, expand your own domain and summon the wedding guard. Within the domain, the host and Princess Zhouhua's all attributes are increased by 20%, and all enemies' all attributes are reduced by 20%. The domain can forcibly welcome a single target with lower strength than itself into the bridal sedan. 2. Red Veil Level 1. 3. Wedding Drink Level 1. All 3 skills are at their initial Level 1. Fang Chen did not hesitate at all and directly chose to upgrade his core area skills Blood Sedan to Welcoming the Bride. Use the skill upgrade book. Ding! Upgrading the skilled Blood Sedan Wedding requires skill upgrade book X1, confirm? Confirm. Chapter 9 The Principal Called to Seek Peace? Sorry, who are you? Ding! The skill Blood Sedan Chair Welcoming the Bride has been successfully upgraded to Level 2. Blood Sedan Chair Welcoming the Bride Level 2, expand your own domain and summon the wedding guard. Within the domain, the host and Princess Zhouhua's all attributes are increased by 40%, and all enemies' all attributes are reduced by 40%. The domain can forcibly welcome a single target with lower strength than itself into the bridal sedan. New effect, the honor guard can launch indiscriminate attacks on all enemies within the area. Attribute improvement doubled. Also added AoE attack effect. There's only one left, keep going. Ding! Upgrading the skilled Blood Sedan Chair Welcoming the Bride requires skill upgrade book X1. Confirm? Confirm. Fang Chen chose to upgrade again. Ding! The skilled Blood Sedan Chair Welcoming the Bride has been successfully upgraded to Level 3. Blood Sedan Chair Welcoming the Bride Level 3, within the area, the host and Princess Zhouhua's all attributes increase by 60%, and all enemies' all attributes decrease by 60%. New effect, Naiha Bridge appears. You can specify a location within the realm to summon the phantom of the Naiha Bridge. Enemies who step onto the bridge will be forced to make a will judgment, and the souls of those who fail will be extracted. Another abnormal level of control effect. Fang Chen closed the skill panel with satisfaction. At this moment, the personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated. An unfamiliar number called. Fang Chen answered the call with a puzzled look on his face. A flattering, fawning, and familiar voice came from the receiver. Hello? Is this Fang Chen? I'm Wang Jinghua, the president of Tianjin's #1 university. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Fang Chen's mouth. Headmaster? He replied with 3 words indifferently. Who are you? Wang Xinghua on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, as if he didn't expect Fang Chen to react like this. But he quickly adjusted his mood and said in a more enthusiastic voice, "Oh, classmate Fang Chen is really forgetful. I'm your principal. The previous matter regarding the recommended admission quota might be. There may be some misunderstandings, and the school is re-examining the decision. When do you have time? Let's go back to school and talk about it in detail." "I'm busy." Fang Chen refused directly. Roll. After saying that, he hung up the phone neatly. On the other end of the phone, in the principal's office of Tianjin No. 1 University, Wang Xinghua held up the personal terminal that was hung up, with an extremely wonderful expression on his face. From astonishment, to shock, to lividity, and finally to a flush of shame and anger. Outrageous! Outrageous! He was so angry that he slammed the terminal on the table. A piece of shit lucky loser who really thinks he can rise to the top overnight? How dare you talk to me like that? The reason why he called Fang Chen in such a humble manner. Because just now, a call that he couldn't refuse came to his office. The call was from the director of the K-City admissions office, who asked indirect questions. Is there a student named Fang Chen in their school? He had just cleared the latest E-level dungeon, the Haunted Cave, for the first time with a solo SSS rating. This news was like a bolt from the blue, and it completely stunned Wang Hai. Single SSS level evaluation. First pass. He knows better than anyone what these 3 words combined mean. This means that Fang Chen is not only not a waste, but a peerless monster with unlimited potential. A super powerful person who is destined to stir up the world in the future. Only then did he realize how stupid his decision was to deprive Fang Chen of his admission qualification. He called hurriedly, hoping to make up for his mistake and rebuild the relationship, even promising to return his admission qualification to him. But he never expected that Fang Chen would be so disrespectful and just tell him to get out. Okay. You're so good, Fang Chen. Just wait for me. Without the recommendation of Tianjin No. 1 High School, I wonder how you'll ever get into the War Academy. Wang Hai roared in frustration. But what he didn't know was that after Fang Chen got the system, he had no intention of relying on any bullshit recommendations. He wants to use his own strength to enter the gate of the highest institution of learning with the status of the top scholar. The entrance to the copy. After hanging up the phone, Fang Chen glanced at the 5 people next to him who had completely transformed into little fans, looking at their professional team with admiration on their faces. You can go now. Ah. Boss, we. The shield warrior captain wanted to say something. Don't say you know me when you are outside in the future, Fang Chen added. He didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble. The 5-member team felt a little disappointed. But he also understood that he and this big boss were from 2 different worlds. Yes. Boss. We understand. The shield captain nodded heavily, then lowered his voice and said to his team members, let's keep today's events to ourselves. But you must remember that Boss Fang Chen is definitely not a waste. He is the hope for the future of our K-City. From now on, anyone who dares to speak ill of the boss will have trouble with our Dawn Squad. They bowed respectfully to Fang Chen before turning and leaving. Everything that happened at the entrance of the Ghost Cave today was foreseeable. It will soon spread in various versions among the professional circles in K-City. By then, the name Fang Chen will no longer be synonymous with the shame of SSS level. Get everything done. Fang Chen took a look at the more than 400,000 gold coins he had left, as well as his basic attributes that had been doubled due to his Wangui Tanyuan talent. Turned around and walked towards home. At this time, it was late at night and there were few people on the streets. Fang Chen was walking on the way home. The cold evening breeze blew on his cheeks, but it could not blow away the warmth in his heart. In the past, he studied hard in order to give his family a good life. Now, he holds billions of wealth and immense power, and this goal is finally no longer an unattainable dream. From today on, he wants to make his parents, siblings, and other relatives the happiest people in the world. No need to worry about money anymore, no need to look at anyone's face anymore. Fang Chen returned to the ordinary community where he lived. When I opened the door, I found that the light in the living room was still on. Fang Yi. If you steal my snacks again, I'll tell my parents that you secretly used the money to buy game cards. A girl's voice came out clearly and a little bit exasperated. Sister, you're talking nonsense. That's obviously mine, followed by an unconvinced boy's voice. Fong Chen walked into the living room. I saw my sister Fong Lingling and my brother Fong Yi fighting on the sofa over a bag of potato chips. Mother Vivian Chow sat aside with a helpless look on her face, sewing in her hands. Brother! You're back! The sharp-eyed Fong Lingling was the first to see Fong Chen. She immediately let go of her brother and pounced over like a little swallow. Brother! Fong Yi also hurriedly got up from the sofa and scratched his head embarrassedly. Seeing Fong Chen, Vivian Chow put down what she was holding, stood up, and walked quickly towards him. Xiaochen, where have you been? Why are you back so late? I can't even get through on the phone. Do you know how worried I am about you? Seeing the concern and anxiety in his mother's eyes, Fong Chen felt warm in his heart. In this world, no matter what he becomes, his family will always be his strongest support. Mom, I'm fine. I just went out with my classmates and my phone ran out of battery. Fong Chen made an excuse. You kid. Joey Wong wanted to say something, but when she saw that her son was safe and sound, she finally sighed. She knew that her son had been feeling depressed because of his job change and the admission quota, so it would be good for him to go out and relax. Are you hungry? Mom left some food for you, go eat it. Chapter 10. My bride must be dressed in top-notch attire. Fong Chen nodded and was about to change his shoes. Zhou Huiman seemed to suddenly remember something and said hurriedly. By the way, Xiaochen, tell Mom the truth. What happened to the admission quota? Did Principal Wang give you any trouble today? When this was mentioned, Fong Chen, who was changing his shoes, paused. What can he say? You said your son hung up the principal's phone and told him to get lost? Or did your son just convert the people from the Feiyu Guild at the entrance of the dungeon and confiscate all their property? Looking at my mother's face full of worry. A warm feeling flowed through Fong Chen's heart. He suppressed all those shocking experiences deep in his heart and showed a relaxed smile on his face. Mom, it's okay. It was just a misunderstanding on the principal's side, and it's been resolved. As for the recommendation quota, I didn't want it in the first place. What? Zhou Huiman was stunned. You don't want it anymore? That's a guaranteed admission spot to the War Academy. So many people would fight tooth and nail to get one. Brother, are you stupid? Fong Lingling on the side also widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Fong Chen shook his head and said confidently, I will get into the War Academy by myself. Moreover, I am the #1 scholar. Zhou Huiman, Fong Lingling, and Fong Yi were all stunned. They looked at Fong Chen in front of them and suddenly felt a little strange. Although Fong Chen was excellent in the past, he possessed more of the confidence and vigor of a student. But now, he has a powerful aura like a deep and majestic mountain, as if any difficulty in front of him can be easily solved. This child. Joey Wong looked at her son and finally chose to believe him. Okay. Don't rely on them. My son is ambitious. Joey Wong nodded heavily, her eyes a little red. Eat. No matter what, fill your stomach first. The family sat around the dining table in a warm atmosphere. Fong Chen ate the food made by his mother with big mouthfuls, feeling the rare peace and warmth. After dinner, Vivian Chow called Fong Chen into the room alone. She carefully took out a bank card wrapped in a handkerchief from the deepest part of the bedside table and put it in Fong Chen's hand. Xiaochen, there are 300,000 in here. Your father and I have worked hard outside for so many years, and this is all we have saved. We know that the profession of a weirdo is very expensive in the early stages. Don't you want to apply to the War Academy? How can you do that without a decent contract, monster? Take this money and go to the market to see if you can buy a better C-rank weirdo. A D rank is fine too. Don't let yourself get away with it. 300,000? Buy a C-level weird species? Fong Chen held the bank card that still carried his mother's body temperature, feeling mixed emotions. In this era of invasion by all races and everyone changing their jobs. Although credit points can be used to purchase low-level items, the truly valuable ones are gold coins. Gold coins are not only used to enhance equipment, but also used to trade with mysterious merchants in dungeons, and they are extremely difficult to obtain. He thought of the D-level and C-level strange species in the system mall, which were priced at hundreds of millions. He also remembered the 600,000 gold coins he had just spent without hesitation. He also remembered the S-level Phoenix crown he bought, which was worth 10 million gold coins. 300,000 credit points were just a string of insignificant numbers to him now. But for this ordinary working-class family, it is the hard work and savings of the parents for half a lifetime. This love warms his heart more than any SSS-level equipment. "Mom, I can't use this money." "Take it." Joe Wayman firmly pushed his hand back and said, "Son, don't blame your parents for being incompetent. We can't give you the best, but we are willing to give you our all. You have awakened an SSS-level talent. This is your pride. We absolutely cannot let a genius like you be buried just because we have no money. Don't worry, go ahead. Your dad and I are at home." Fong Chen's throat seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't utter a word. He looked at the white hair on his mother's temples and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and finally nodded heavily. "Mom, I understand." He accepted the card. He knew that if he didn't accept it, his mother would be even more worried and blame herself. Instead of letting her worry about it, it's better to accept it first. Then, in your own way, repay this family 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Go back to your room and close the door. The family's laughter and joy in the living room were blocked out. Fong Chen pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at the account balance displayed on his personal terminal. Gold, 1,094,000. Credit, 300,000. There is less than 1 day left before the practical test of the college entrance examination. He must use his strength during this period of time. And upgrade Princess Zhou's equipment to the top level. He wants to give everyone a surprise on the day of the college entrance examination. Simply upgrading skills is not enough. Princess Zhou currently only has an S-level phoenix crown in her equipment column. The wedding dress she was wearing was soaked in blood. Although it is a strange object in itself, it does not have any attribute bonus in the system's data panel. How is this possible? My ghost bride must be dressed in top-notch divine attire. Fong Chen directly set the mall's filtering conditions to armor, clothing, and SSS level. Soon, rows of god-level equipment emitting an aura of destruction appeared instantly. Yellow Spring Netherworld Robe SSS grade, price, 1 billion gold coins. 9 Heavens Mysterious Lady Feather Clothes SSS level, price, 1.2 billion gold coins. Abyss Demon Armor SSS grade, price, 1.5 billion gold coins. Each one of them is a treasure that is enough to drive an entire country crazy. The price is an astronomical figure that is daunting. But with a 10% discount, the prices of these equipment have become much more affordable. 100 million, 100 and 200 million, 100 and 500 million. Of course, Fong Chen still can't afford it now. It seems that I still have to keep making money. Fong Chen touched his chin. His current speed of making money is countless times faster than that of an ordinary person. But it is still a long way from being equipped with a full set of SSS level equipment. He lowered the screening criteria to SS and S levels. Soon, a piece of equipment caught his attention. Blood Phoenix Sacrifice to Heaven's Scarlet Bridal Cape SS level. Type, armor clothes. Price, 80 million gold coins. Discounted price, 8 million. Equipment requirements, female, ghost, phoenix bloodline or resentful. Attribute 1, defense plus 500%. Attribute 2, fire and shadow skill damage increased by 300%. Special effect 1 Blood Phoenix Guardian, when receiving a fatal attack, you can consume your own resentment. Summon a Blood Phoenix Phantom to block damage once. Cooling time, 24 hours. Special effect 2, Burning with Resentment, when attacking, there is a 20% chance of adding the resentment effect. Causes continuous soul burning damage to the enemy. Note, it was created from the resentment of the ancient Blood Phoenix and the blood and tears of tens of thousands of brides. This is a wedding dress that carries endless curses and ominous signs. The properties of this shawl clearly show that it was tailor-made for Princess Xiaohua. Whether it is the equipment requirements of the ghost type or the triggering conditions of resentment, they all fit her perfectly. More importantly, the appearance of this shawl. It was almost identical to the one she was wearing. Just more gorgeous and more evil. That's it. Fong Chen's target was instantly locked. 8 million gold coins. He still needs more than 6 million. He must go to the dungeon again before the college entrance examination and raise his level to above level 10. Moreover, it must be a copy of a higher level and with greater benefits than the soul-destroying ghost cave. Chapter 11 My son is a multi-millionaire? The next morning, Fong Chen walked out of the room and saw his mother coming out of the kitchen with a plate of fried eggs. Fong Linglingling and Fong Yi were already sitting at the dining table, exchanging fierce glances in order to grab the last piece of bread spread with jam. "Brother, you're awake." Fong Lingling was sharp-eyed and immediately smiled sweetly when she saw Fong Chen. "Brother." Fong Yi also greeted him honestly. "Go wash up quickly, we're waiting for you." Joey Wong put the fried eggs on the table with a gentle smile on her face. The whole family sat together and enjoyed a warm breakfast time. At the dinner table, Joey Wong asked about Fong Chen's father with some concern. "Xiao Chen, your father is in the border war zone this time, and we don't know when he will be back." Zhou Huiman's tone was filled with a lingering worry. "The communication is intermittent. I'm worried about him." Fong Chen's father, Fong Mingyu, is a military professional. In the memories of Fong Chen and his younger siblings, "My father has always been an ordinary first-level soldier. They are stationed on the defense line outside the city all year round, fighting against the lowest-level monsters, and can only go home once or twice a year." Hearing his mother's concerns, Fong Chen felt something in his heart. In the past, he was powerless and could only listen. But now it's different. He put down his chopsticks and looked at his mother seriously. "Mom, don't worry about Dad, he will be fine. Once I'm admitted to the War Academy and become stronger, I can transfer him back to K-City and let him live a leisurely life." Joey Wong was stunned for a moment, with mixed feelings in her heart. She smiled with relief. Okay, Mom believes you. If your father knew how successful you are, he would be so happy." "Oh, right, Mom." Fong Chen seemed to remember something and took out the bank card his mother gave him yesterday from his pocket. He also transferred 300,000 credit points from his personal terminal. Then he pushed the card back in front of Vivian Chow. "Take this money back. The family expenses are high and my younger siblings still need to go to school." Zhou Huiman frowned, immediately pushed the card back, and said with a stern face, "What nonsense are you talking about, kid? How can I take back the money I gave you? A weirdo has many ways to spend money. You can use this 300,000 first. If it's not enough, I'll find a way." "Mom, I really don't need it." Fong Chen was a little embarrassed. "I made some money yesterday." "Earned some money?" Zhou Huiman said in disbelief. "You just changed jobs, how much money can you make?" "Working in a dungeon, it's good to earn a few thousand credits a day." "Listen to Mom, you must take this money." Looking at his mother's stubborn look, Fong Chen knew that explanation was useless. He sighed and decided to use the most direct way to give his family a little shock. "Mom, I know you're worried about me," Fong Chen said seriously, "but your son really doesn't need money right now. Look at my terminal." He brought up the account page of his personal terminal and placed it in the middle of the table. Credit points balance, 300,000. Gold coin balance, 1,094,000. Although gold coins and credit points are two different currencies, the official exchange platform is public and the ratio fluctuates around 1:10. His nearly 1 million gold coins, converted into credit points, would be close to 10 million. Moreover, gold coins are hard currency and can be exchanged for even more on the black market. This is something an average family cannot earn in their entire lifetime. Zhou Huiman and Fong Lingling and Fong Yi, who came over to watch the fun, only saw the balance of credit points at first and didn't think anything of it. But when their eyes fell on the gold coins below, the breathing of the three people stopped at the same time. "Brother, is this a gold coin?" Fong Yi asked stutteringly, his eyes wide as copper bells, wondering if he was dreaming. "More than 1 million?" Fong Lingling screamed and the jam bread in her hand fell on the table. He snatched Fong Chen's terminal and counted carefully several times, his fingers trembling, to make sure he had not read the decimal point wrong. Vivian Chow was stunned. She covered her mouth, her mind going blank. If this amount of money was converted into credit points, it would be more than 10 million. It's more than 10 times more than what she and her husband have saved in their entire lives. "Xiao Chen, where did this money come from? You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" When Joey Wong came to her senses, her first reaction was worry. Fong Chen smiled and soothed her. "Mom, what are you thinking? I earned this honestly from playing a dungeon yesterday." "Play a dungeon? What dungeon can make so much money in one day?" Joey Wong still couldn't believe it. "It's the novice copy, the Ghost Cave," Fong Chen said lightly. "The Haunted Cave," Zhou Huiman murmured to herself. Although she was not a combat professional, she also knew about this new copy. That is a nightmare for novices, with a recognized high mortality rate and low returns. Your son went in for one day and came back with tens of millions of dollars? She looked at Fong Chen and finally chose to believe unconditionally. Good, good, my son has made it. Zhou Huimin was so excited that she was incoherent, with tears in her eyes. Fong Chen stuffed the card with 600,000 credit points into his mother's hand again. Mom, take this money. Buy whatever you want at home from now on. Don't save it. Xiaoyi and Lingling's tutoring classes all use the best. As for Dad, I'll also send him money once I get in touch with him. This time, Joey Wong did not refuse again. She clutched the bank card tightly. Finish breakfast. He opened the official professional account of K-City and searched for more advanced copy information. If you want to raise your level to above 10 before the college entrance examination, it is no longer efficient to just rely on the Ghost Cave. However, according to the Alliance regulations, individuals who are not certified by the professional guild can only enter the D-level dungeon alone. A D-rank copy, it's okay. Fong Chan's eyes quickly swept across the D-level copy list. Wild Boar Forest, Goblin Lair, Mutated Turkey Farm. These regular copies have a single type of monsters, ordinary drops, and similar benefits. For him, the efficiency was still too low. After a day of grinding, he would probably only earn a few 100,000 gold coins, which was not enough. It's still far from the SS grade chasuble that costs 8 million. At this moment, his eyes were attracted by a name with a unique style of painting. Monkey King Paradise. Type, D level. Recommended level, level 1525 player team. Monster information, a group of happy monkeys, loving peace and bananas. Boss, King of Monkey Mountain? Instance introduction, legend has it that this was once the place where a powerful being practiced. After he left, this place became a paradise for monkeys. But recently, some unknown changes seem to have occurred in the park. Please be careful when entering, do not feed the animals at will, otherwise the consequences will be at your own risk. Fong Chen looked at the copy introduction and fell silent. What the hell? A group of happy monkeys? Love, peace and bananas? Is this introduction serious? D rating, meaning high returns. The recommended level is 1520, which means that monsters have rich experience points. Moreover, the boss information actually consists of 3 question marks, which is extremely unusual in a D-level copy. This situation usually only occurs in C-level or even B-level copies that are extremely difficult and have strictly controlled information. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. The more bizarre the copy, the richer the hidden rewards tend to be. Fong Chen chuckled, happy monkeys? I wonder if your bones are enough for my wife to tear apart. Chapter 12 Welcome to Monkey King's Paradise. Please do not feed the mage. Fong Chen frowned and clicked on the comments section below this copy. Comment 1, fuck. Guys, don't go. This dungeon is toxic. The monkey inside isn't a monkey at all, it's a demon monkey. One of our team members accidentally fed it a banana. It dropped the banana right there and then and tore our brother's arm off. Comment 2, agree with the above. My level 15 berserker was knocked unconscious by a little monkey using my shield. The official rating is absolutely wrong and misleading. This dungeon is as strong as SC rank. Comment 3, liar. All of them are liars. You talk about loving peace, but as soon as I walked in, I was chased for 9 blocks by hundreds of monkeys with red eyes. Who said they only eat bananas? I see what they're holding is all meat. Damn it. Those monkeys ate one of our mages like he was a banana. Comment 4, we were a 5-man team, average level 16, well equipped, but within 10 minutes of entering, our equipment was stolen by the monkeys inside. My D-rank longsword was stolen. What a loss. That monkey stole my sword, stabbed me with it, and then danced with the sword stuck in his butt. He's a demon. Comment 5, a word of advice to everyone, the difficulty of this dungeon is definitely starting at sea level. The official rating is wrong. Whoever goes there will die. The comments section was filled with grief and all the blood and tears of people trying to stop playing. To sum up, the monsters are much stronger than D level, there are a lot of them, they are very aggressive, and they can steal things. Any normal person would have retreated long ago after seeing this. But Fong Chen became interested instead. Difficult? Very good. The higher the difficulty, the higher the monster level, and the more experience points and gold coins dropped. Are there many monsters? Even better. After Princess Xiaohua's blood sedan chair wedding was upgraded, it needed a stage to test the AoE effect. As for stealing equipment? Fang Chen looked down at himself and saw that he was completely broke. The only S-level equipment is still on Princess Xiaohua's head. Come and steal. Do you have the guts to try stealing something from the ghost bride? It's you. Fang Chen made a decision immediately. This Monkey King Paradise is a money-making Holy Land tailor-made for him. He checked the address and found that the entrance to the copy was located in the forest park of K-City. Without further ado, he changed into a set of sportswear that was convenient for movement, said goodbye to his family, and went straight out the door. Target, Monkey King's Paradise copy. K-City, Forest Park. The former park gate is now rusted and covered with vines. A crooked wooden sign hung at the door with the 4 big words Monkey Paradise written on it in red paint, and a funny monkey head painted next to it. At the entrance of the park, several professional teams were gathered scattered around. Most of them had serious expressions and were well equipped. They were obviously well prepared to challenge this infamous D-level copy. Damn it! If the guild hadn't issued a death order that we must get some monkey wine, I would never have come to this damn place. A burly shield warrior spat on the ground and cursed. A female mage holding a staff nearby echoed with a pale face, "Yes, last time a brother in our team had his weapon stolen by a monkey here. I was kicked out of the guild when I got back. This dungeon is too weird. What are you afraid of?" Their captain, a berserker carrying a huge axe, patted his chest. "This time we've prepared anti-theft scrolls and asked Brother Lu, a level 18 assassin, to help us out. As long as we're careful, we'll definitely make it through." After hearing this, everyone's morale was slightly restored. Just then, a hover taxi stopped by the side. The car door opened and Fang Chen got out of the car. He was wearing ordinary sportswear and carrying an empty backpack. He looked like a college student on an outing, totally out of place among the fully armed and fierce-looking professionals around him. Who is this kid? Did he come to the wrong place? Look at his attire. A tourist? Doesn't he know this is the entrance to the D-rank dungeon? Don't be a fresh-faced young man who just changed his job. Do you want to try your luck here? Fang Chen's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention and whispered discussions. In their opinion, Fang Chen was someone who dared to come to Monkey Brothers' Paradise alone and without any preparation. Either a madman or a fool. The berserker captain stepped forward and said in a tone of someone who had been there, half warning and half boasting. "Hey, kid, this is not the place for you. See? Even our elite level 18 team can't guarantee victory. If you come here alone, aren't you going to die? Go home quickly, don't throw your life away here for some unrealistic fantasy." Fang Chen glanced at him and said nothing. He walked towards the wooden sign that read Monkey Brothers Paradise and scanned it with his personal terminal. Ding! Identity verification successful. Fang Chen, level 4, uncertified professional. You are about to enter the D-level dungeon, Monkey King's Paradise. Warning, this dungeon is extremely difficult, with a casualty rate exceeding 80%. It is strongly recommended that you enter in a team. Do you confirm to enter? A series of system prompt sounds rang out. The professionals around could all hear it clearly. In an instant, the entire park entrance fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at Fang Chen as if he were an idiot. 4? Level 4? Did I hear that correctly? A level 4 rookie wants to solo Monkey King's Paradise? Does he think this is playing house? This is the most creative way of suicide I've seen this year. Crazy. This kid is absolutely crazy. Does he think this is an E-level novice copy? He must be a young master from some wealthy family who's out to experience life. He has no idea how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is. The berserker captain laughed so hard that he fell backwards, pointing at Fang Chen and saying to his team members, "See? This is typical newbie syndrome. I always think I'm the one destined to succeed. Come on, the market's open. I bet he won't last more than 3 minutes in there. No, 1 minute. I bet 10 gold coins." Facing the undisguised ridicule and mockery around him, Fang Chen didn't care. He simply tapped the confirm button on the virtual screen. The next second, his figure disappeared at the entrance of the copy in a space fluctuation. He actually went in. You have courage, but your brain is not good. Come on, let's go in too. Maybe we can pick up his body and see if there's any equipment dropped. The Berserker squad laughed and followed him into the dungeon. After a slight dizziness, Fong Chen's feet touched solid ground. Suddenly, the view became clear. The expected eerie and strange scene did not appear. This is a valley full of birdsong, flowers, and bright sunshine. Towering ancient trees, clear streams, exotic flowers and plants all over the mountains, and the air is filled with the sweet scent of fruit. Far away, several little monkeys with golden fur were playing and fighting among the branches. After seeing Fong Chen, it curiously stuck its head out and made a squeak sound. Everything looked so harmonious and beautiful. If Fong Chen didn't know the details of this place, he would almost think that he had really come to a paradise. Is this the place people call heaven? Chapter 13, Lady takes action, and monkey trembles in fear. Fong Chen sneered in his heart. All this is just superficial. He murmured to himself, Zhao Hua. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. The originally clear sky was instantly covered in endless blood. The festive yet sad sound of Suona rang out of nowhere. An ancient blood-red sedan slowly emerged from the void and hovered quietly behind Fong Chen. A terrifying, evil, and ominous aura swept across the entire valley like a tsunami. Blood Sedan Wedding LV.3 has been activated, the field is expanded, and all enemy attributes are forcibly reduced by 60%. Squeak? The little golden monkey, who was originally playing and frolicking, seemed to have seen some natural enemy and let out a terrified scream. All the hair on his body stood up and he ran towards the valley using his hands and feet. But it's too late. A corner of the sedan chair curtain was lifted. Twisted, headless ghostly figures emerged from the shadows surrounding the sedan chair, transforming into a terrifying wedding procession. They held various broken festive musical instruments in their hands. Squeak! The slowest running monkey was caught up by a headless ghost. The ghost simply reached out and gently pressed on its head. The seemingly harmless little monkey's body quickly shriveled up and finally turned into a pile of ashes. Ding! Kill the level 15 demonized golden monkey and you will receive 100 times the gold coins, 1,500 coins. This is just the beginning. Good. Fong Chen nodded with satisfaction. A level 15 elite monster can yield 1,500 gold coins. There are these elite monsters everywhere in the mountains. How can this be a copy of hell? This is clearly a super ATM tailor-made for him. My lady, don't hold back. Fong Chen gave the order. Turn this place into a real paradise. After receiving the master's order, the aura on the bloody sedan became even more terrifying. Countless blood-colored threads spread out from the bottom of the sedan chair like a huge spider web, instantly covering an area of 100 meters in radius. Once the fleeing demonized golden monkeys came into contact with the blood-colored threads, their bodies immediately froze. It was as if all their strength had been drained away, and they could only watch helplessly as those headless ghosts walked towards them step by step. Woo! The sound of the Suona suddenly became shrill, and a shaky shadow of the Naiha bridge appeared faintly in the void. Naiha bridge appears, will is judged, soul is extracted. Several elite monkeys that approached had their souls forcibly pulled out of their bodies before they could even scream, and their bodies fell to the ground with a loud bang. A one-sided massacre has officially begun. Ding! Your cunning skill killed a level 15 demonized golden monkey. You received 100 times the gold coins, 10,000 coins. Ding! Your cunning ability killed a level 17 violent demon monkey. You received 100 times the gold coins, 15,000 coins. Ding! Your quirk triggered the instant kill effect of Naiha Bridge, killing the level 18 demonized golden monkey. You will receive 100 times the gold coins, 25,000 coins. A series of system notification sounds flashed across Fong Chen's mind. His gold coins and experience points are skyrocketing. Fong Chen himself didn't move a finger from beginning to end. Take a leisurely stroll in this valley and watch your wealth continue to accumulate. This is the correct way for a weirdo to fight monsters. Just as Fong Chen was leisurely killing monsters. Outside the dungeon, the Berserker team that had just entered was cautiously exploring the edge of the other side of the valley. Captain, look over there. Brother Liu, the assassin in the team, suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. I saw that the originally clear sky was covered by a blood cloud at some point. And the blood cloud was still expanding at an alarming speed. Waves of faint Suona sounds came with the wind, making people's scalps tingle. What's going on? Is the situation going to change? The Berserker captain frowned. No. The female mage's expression turned extremely grim. This is a domain. A powerful being has unleashed a domain. And with such a large area, it must be a dungeon boss. What? Everyone was shocked. Copy boss? They just entered the dungeon. Quick! Take cover. The Berserker captain made a prompt decision and took his team members to hide in a dense bush. At the same time, he used expensive scrolls of stealth to block out everyone's aura. They held their breath and looked at the spreading blood cloud in horror, their hearts filled with despair. It's over. Are we going to run into the final boss as soon as we enter the dungeon? However, they waited for a long time, but the expected horrible monster did not appear. On the contrary, it was those demonized golden monkeys in the depths of the valley that were usually extremely ferocious. At this moment, they were like crazy, scrambling to escape from their territory, heading towards them. Holy crap! So many monkeys. Looking at the black mass of monkeys, numbering no less than hundreds, the Berserker squad's faces turned green. But what made them feel even more strange was that these monkeys seemed to be chased by something terrifying. There was fear on everyone's face. They ignored those who were right next to them and just ran for their lives. Roar! At this moment, a roar that shook the valley came from behind the monkey group. A giant monkey, 5 meters tall, covered in muscles, with dark golden hair and holding a huge stone stick, appeared in everyone's sight. Level 20 Monkey Mountain Patrol Captain Elite Monster. It's an elite monster. The assassin Lu Ji's voice was trembling. This is comparable to a small boss. However, it is such a powerful elite monster. At this moment, he was like a stray dog, crawling among the monkeys to escape, and he didn't even know where he had thrown the stone stick in his hand. What on earth could scare this group of lawless monkeys like this? The same huge question arose in everyone's mind. Soon, they got the answer. At the edge of the bloody area, a figure was walking towards them slowly. Behind him, the blood-red sedan cherry emitting an endless aura of terror was floating quietly. The honor guard composed of countless headless ghosts is carrying out a highly efficient harvesting of the fleeing monkeys. Those demonized golden monkeys that were extremely powerful in their eyes. In front of those ghosts, they shattered into pieces at the slightest touch and turned into flying ashes. It's him. That level 4 rookie. How is this possible? What are those ghosts? Did he summon them? That sedan chair, is it his weirdness? Oh my god, what kind of weirdness is this? The 5 people in that team almost popped their eyes out and their jaws dropped to the ground. They finally understood why the monkeys were so frightened. It would be the same if it were them. The greenhorn and idiot in their eyes is not a rookie at all. Captain, what should we do? The female mage's voice was filled with tears. The Berserker captain swallowed hard and pressed the heads of his team members lower one by one. Don't make any noise. Don't let him find us. Fong Chen was naturally unaware of all this. Or, even if he noticed it, he was too lazy to pay attention. All his attention was focused on his rapidly increasing gold coins and experience bar. Ding! Your level has been upgraded to level 5. Ding! Your level has been upgraded to level 6. Ding! Your level has been upgraded to level 8. Fong Chen watched his level skyrocket. This Monkey King paradise is such a great place. Chapter 14, Clear the field with one move. Even the king of Monkey Mountain has to carry my wife's shoes. Accompanied by the Monkey Mountain patrol captain, he was easily torn to pieces by a headless ghost under the suppression of Princess Zhao's aura. Fong Chen's level also successfully broke through to level 10. In just half a day, he reached the minimum threshold for taking the college entrance examination. But his goal is far more than just level 10. If you want to enter the War Academy as the top scholar, you must be stronger and more lawless. Name, Fong Chen. Level 10. Occupation, SSS level Weird Master. Constitution, 100-150. Agility, 100-150. Spirit, 400-500. Gold, 4,458,000. His level rose several levels in a row, and he earned nearly 3 million gold coins. If word gets out about this speed of upgrading and making money, it will be enough to drive professionals all over the world crazy. It's pretty efficient. Fong Chen took a look at his attribute panel and felt quite satisfied. After clearing out the monsters on the periphery, he took Princess Xiaohua with him. Walking towards the depths of the valley. There is a huge mountain towering into the clouds, with clouds and mist shrouding the top, and a magnificent golden palace can be vaguely seen. Obviously, that is the lair of the final boss, Monkey Mountain King. Soon, Fang Chen arrived in front of the palace. The palace gates were closed, and were covered with countless lifelike reliefs of monkeys. Boom! Before Fang Chen could get close, the huge palace gates suddenly opened inward. A fierce, violent aura with a hint of kingly majesty gushed out from the hall. One of them was over 10 meters tall, wearing golden armor and a purple gold crown. A giant ape, holding a huge iron rod flashing with lightning, walked out of the darkness. Its eyes, burning with golden flames, were filled with violence and madness. Monkey Mountain King Dungeon Boss. Level 20. Finally it came out. Fang Chen looked at the boss in front of him and was not surprised but happy. Madam, send him on his way. As you command, my lord. A gentle response sounded in Fang Chen's heart. Princess Xiaohua and the blood sedan seemed to be happy about the upcoming gift. A bloody sedan chair welcomes the bride. Buzz. A bloody field that was several times larger than before unfolded instantly. The grand ghostly guard of honor covered the sky and the sun, and the sad sound of the Swona turned into sound waves, fiercely impacting the soul of the Monkey Mountain King. Within the domain, Fang Chen and Princess Xiaohua's overall attributes increased by 60%, while Monkey Mountain King's overall attributes were forcibly reduced by 60%. As one side gained strength while the other lost, the original level and strength gap was instantly eliminated or even reversed. Roar! The king of Monkey Mountain let out an unwilling roar. He could feel his strength rapidly fading. It raised the lightning iron rod in its hand, and with tremendous force, smashed it down towards the blood-colored sedan chair floating in the air. However, just as the iron rod was about to fall, the shadow of an ancient, weathered stone bridge, exuding the breath of death and reincarnation, appeared out of thin air at its feet. Naiha Bridge. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, the Monkey Mountain King's violent movements suddenly froze. A trace of confusion flashed across its eyes, which were burning with golden flames. Will Judgment. As a dungeon boss, the will of the Monkey Mountain King is extremely firm. But the one it faced was Princess Xiaohua. An SSS-level evil spirit formed from the endless resentment of a fallen princess. Under the rule of Wedding Day, any obstacle that attempts to disrupt the wedding will be ruthlessly eliminated. Judgment, failure. No! The king of Monkey Mountain let out a shrill cry. He felt that his soul was being pulled out of his body by an irresistible force. Its soul turned into a golden light and flew uncontrollably towards the blood-red sedan chair. The curtain of the sedan chair was lifted, and a pale hand reached out, grabbed the golden light, and dragged it into the endless darkness. Bang! The huge body of the Monkey Mountain King fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the golden flames on his body were completely extinguished. Flash sale. Another quick and clean kill. Ding! Your trick killed the level 20 dungeon boss. You received 100 times the gold coins, a total of 1 million gold coins. Ding! We've detected that your clearance time is significantly lower than the record. The dungeon's rating has been upgraded to SSS. Congratulations on receiving Skill Upgrade Book X1, Random Treasure Chest Level BX1. Congratulations on obtaining the special item, Monkey Wine Grade CX500. Look at the reward information that pops up on the system panel. 1 million gold coins. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Plus the more than 3 million gold coins obtained from clearing the monkey group before. His total amount of gold coins has now skyrocketed to 6,458,000. There is still more than 1 million away from that SS level equipment. It seems that we need to work harder. He shifted his gaze away from the gold coins. It fell on the item containing monkey wine. Monkey Wine Grade C. Type, consumable. Effect, after drinking, all attributes are temporarily improved, and a drunken buff lasting 1 hour is granted, increasing all damage by 10%. Repeated use reduces the effect. Introduction: The Monkey Mountain King collected hundreds of magical fruits and spent decades brewing the nectar, which is the source of the monkey group's power. Each one is priceless. Priceless? Fang Chen's idea moved him, and he immediately opened the professional information section and typed in the 3 words monkey wine. In an instant, rows of purchasing information popped up. Buying monkey wine at a high price, 100,000 credit points per pound. Take as much as you can get. Private message. We are buying monkey wine for a long time. The price is negotiable. Bring us some goods. I want a bottle of monkey wine for my grandfather's birthday. I can pay more. Looking at the purchase price that all started at 100,000 credit points, Fong Chen's breathing paused for a moment. One serving is £1. And he just got 500 copies directly from the copy. 500 kilograms. According to the market price, this is 50 million credit points. Converted into gold coins, that's a full 5 million. Hiss. Even though Fong Chen was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this number. Including this money, the total amount of gold coins he has on hand will directly exceed 10 million. It's more than enough to buy that SS-grade bridal gown worth 8 million. Very good. Fong Chen suppressed his excitement and focused his attention on the remaining two rewards. A skill upgrade book and AB level random treasure chest. Open the treasure chest first. Ding. You have opened a random treasure chest level B. Congratulations on obtaining the special item, Death Substitute Puppet level BX1. Death Substitute B rank. Type, special item. Effect, place it in your backpack to take effect. When the host suffers a critical hit, it will be automatically destroyed and will protect the host from the damage. Life-saving props? Fong Chen raised his eyebrows. This thing is pretty good. Although for him, as long as his wife is there is no fatal threat. But it's always good to have one more trump card. Finally, there is the skill upgrade book. Chapter 15, Skills upgraded again, the lady can summon SS level ghost generals. Fong Chen used it on Princess Xiaohua's first skill without hesitation. Ding. Do you want to consume one skill upgrade book to upgrade the skilled blood sedan chair welcoming the bride to LVU4? Yes. Ding. Skilled blood sedan wedding upgraded successfully. Blood sedan chair for the wedding LV.4. Effect 1, the field expands and the swan a whale. Within the area, all attributes of you and your monsters are increased by 80%, while all attributes of the enemy are forcibly reduced by 80%. Effect 2, Endless Blood Road. Blood-colored threads are generated within the area, causing continuous damage and slowing down enemies with lower levels than you. Effect 3, Naiha Bridge appears. There is a chance to summon the Phantom of Naiha Bridge and perform a willpower check on the target. If the judgment fails, the soul will be forcibly extracted and killed instantly. Effect 4 New 100 Demons Night Parade, the number of wedding processions summoned increases by 100%. The ghost strength increases by 50%, and there is a very low chance of summoning a powerful SS level ghost general to assist in the battle. Looking at the brand new skill panel, Fong Chen smiled with satisfaction. The attribute increase is increased from 60% to 80%, the number of honor guards is doubled, and a new feature of summoning ghost generals is added. All the spoils have been accounted for. Fong Chen took a look at the body of Monkey Mountain King. A huge iron rod flashing with faint lightning was left in its place. Lightning Iron Rod D rank. Type, weapon. Introduction, the former weapon of the Monkey Mountain King. Fong Chen put it in his backpack with a look of disgust. Although he doesn't like this thing. But at least it is produced by Boss, so you can put it up for sale in the trading center. It's no problem to sell a few 100,000 credit points as pocket money. It's time to leave this copy. On the other side of the valley, in the bushes, the Berserker captain and his group of 5 were already numb. From the blood-red field unfolding, to the ghostly guard of honor that covered the sky and sun appearing, to the dungeon boss being killed instantly before he could even withstand a single blow. Everything that happened today overturned their professional understanding of the past decade. Captain, he is about to come out," said the female mage in the team with a trembling voice. The Berserker captain shuddered and quickly lowered his head, covering his mouth tightly. "Don't move! Don't move! Pretend you're a rock." He now had only one thought in his mind. That is, we must not be discovered by that monster. However, the opposite happened. A figure walked slowly past the bushes where they were hiding. The footsteps stopped as they passed by them. The 5 people's hearts instantly rose to their throats. "Here we come. He found it. It's over. Kill to silence the witness. This is definitely a murder to silence the witness." The Berserker captain could already feel the icy and terrifying aura hovering above his head. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Just when they thought they were doomed, that voice sounded calmly. Next time, hide better. As soon as the words fell, the footsteps sounded again, and then gradually faded away. Only after the terrifying aura disappeared did the berserker captain dare to slowly raise his head. The young man's figure had long since disappeared. Hoo. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. The other 4 people also had expressions as if they had survived a disaster. He let us go?" asked the assassin Brother Liu in disbelief. "It seems right." The berserker captain swallowed, his face full of complexity. He felt a burning pain on his face when he recalled the ridicule he had uttered to the young man before entering the dungeon. A level 4 rookie? A young and inexperienced person? Suicide? Thinking about it now, these words are simply a huge joke. How could that be considered suicide? It's clearly home. In his eyes, the entire Monkey King paradise is probably no different from a back garden. "Captain, should we report this person's matter to the guild?" the female mage asked with lingering fear. "Report it?" The berserker captain sat up suddenly and glared at her fiercely. "If you want to die, don't drag us into this. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Not a single word. Just pretend we didn't see anything." He knew very well that such existence was not something that small characters like them could discuss. You can easily kill the monsters of the dungeon boss in seconds. Crushing them to death is easier than crushing an ant. His last words were a warning. The berserker captain took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Warn us and watch your mouth." With a flash of light, Fong Chen's figure reappeared at the entrance of the Forest Park copy. The surroundings were empty, and the professional teams that were waiting to laugh at him had long since disappeared. Fong Chen was too lazy to pay attention and directly called a hover taxi, heading to the largest official institution in K City, the Professional Trading Center. This magnificent building located in the city center is the hub for all professionals in K City to conduct transactions, certifications, and accept tasks. Fong Chen walked into the trading hall with ease, ignoring the gazes of those around him. Apply for a private trading room directly on the smart terminal. After paying a usage fee of 10,000 credit points, he soon received a golden access card. The trading room is luxuriously decorated and equipped with the highest level of sound insulation and anti-spying arrays. After Fong Chen confirmed that it was safe, he took out a total of 350 bottles of monkey wine from the system backpack. He didn't plan to sell all 500 bottles at once. Scarcity makes things valuable. Selling too much at one time will not only cause drastic fluctuations in market prices, but also attract unnecessary prying eyes. Ding! We've detected that you have a large number of rare items to trade. Do you need to contact a senior trading manager? Yes. Soon, there was a gentle knock on the door of the room. A beautiful woman in her 30s, dressed in a professional suit and with a capable and elegant temperament, walked in. On her chest, she wore a nameplate that read Senior Steward Su Yurong. "Hello, Mr. Fong," Su Yurong said with a professional smile, "I'm the senior manager here. I'm happy to serve you." When she saw the dense pile of monkey wine on the table, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "I need to exchange all these things for credit points." Fong Chen went straight to the point. "Okay." Su Yurong nodded, took out professional equipment, and began to test one of the bottles. After a moment, she raised her head and smiled, "It's of excellent quality. The market price is 100,000 credit points per bottle. 350 bottles, a total of 35 million credits. Are you satisfied with this price?" "Okay." Fong Chen nodded. "Okay, please wait a moment." Chapter 16. The lady burst into tears. She had been waiting for this betrothal gift for hundreds of years. Su Yurong was extremely efficient and completed the task in less than 5 minutes. A huge sum of 35 million was deposited into Fong Chen's personal terminal account. Looking at the long string of zeros, Fong Chen felt no emotion at all. "Mr. Fong, our trading center has additional services for big customers like you." After completing the transaction, Su Yurong did not leave immediately. She handed over a gold-stamped business card. "If you have any needs in the future, you can contact me directly. Whether it's purchasing intelligence or commissioning a mission, I can get you the best discount." This is obviously because they are impressed by his supply capacity and want to establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Got it. Fong Chen took the business card and didn't say much. Seeing this, Su Yuron tactfully stopped talking, smiled, bowed, and left the room. He was once again the only one left in the room. Fang Chen immediately opened the official currency exchange platform. All 35 million credit points were exchanged into 3.5 million gold coins at a ratio of 1:10. Gold coin balance, 9,958,000. Nearly 10 million. That's enough. Fang Chen's thoughts sank into his mind, and he opened the system mall that only he could see. A dazzling list of products flashed by quickly. His goal was very clear from the very beginning. SS level armor Blood Phoenix Heaven offering Scarlet. Type, Weird exclusive armor. Equipment requirements, Female weirdness, Resentment attributes. Original price, 80 million gold coins. 10% off price, 8 million gold coins. Buy. Fang Chen directly clicked the golden button. Ding. You have spent 8 million gold coins to purchase Blood Phoenix Sacrifice to Heaven Scarlet SS Grade, X1. Gold coin balance, 1,958,000. In an instant, his gold coin balance shrank significantly. Next second. A gorgeous shawl emitting a dark red divine light, as if woven with blood and flames, quietly appeared in his system backpack. The phoenix embroidered with gold thread seemed like a living creature, flowing slowly on the shawl, emitting a heart-pounding pressure. Just by looking at it, you can feel the terrifying power contained in it. Nice one. Fang Chen stood up and paced around the room. He needs to summon Princess Xiaohua. But here, it seems not so convenient. After thinking about it, he directly rented an A-level training room on the trading center's system for 1 hour. It cost 100,000 credit points. Only after arriving at the empty training room made of superalloy did Fang Chen feel relieved. He called softly. My wife. Inside the practice room. It is spacious, cold, and made of the strongest alloy, strong enough to withstand the full force of a king-level powerhouse. Fang Chen took a deep breath and called softly. My wife. A blood-red sedan chair appeared out of nowhere in the center of the room. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped sharply. The festive yet sad sound of the swana echoed between the alloy walls. The curtain of the sedan chair slowly opened. A figure dressed in a blood-stained wedding dress sat quietly in it. She seemed to be aware of Fang Chen's emotions, and the head held in her hands tilted slightly, as if looking at him. It's for you. Fang Chen didn't waste any words and directly took out the SS-level Blood Phoenix Sacrifice to Heaven bridal cape from the system backpack. The moment this shawl appeared, the strange atmosphere in the entire training room suddenly stagnated. The flowing swana sound paused for a moment. The head in Princess Xiaohua's arms began to tremble violently, as if it felt some kind of call and resonance from the depths of its soul. Is this prepared for her? A dark red divine light shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire pure white training room with a strange blood-red color. On the shawl, the blood-red phoenix embroidered with gold thread seemed to come alive, emitting a silent cry that pierced through gold and split stone. The pressure emanating from the equipment alone made Fang Chen feel suffocated. This is the horror of the SS-level weird exclusive armor. Go ahead. Fang Chen's mind moved. The shawl turned into a stream of light and flew towards the headless figure in the sedan chair. Princess Xiaohua's hand holding the head trembled slightly. No dodging. Let the flowing light merge into her body. The next second, something unexpected happened. A phoenix cry that seemed to come from the ancient times resounded throughout the space. Princess Xiaohua's torn wedding dress, stained with dried blood, shattered into pieces and turned into black ash. She changed into that gorgeous bridal gown. Dark red divine light enveloped her body. The blood phoenix embroidery on the shawl opened its eyes, and 2 golden lights lit up, as if it had life, slowly floating on her robe. Under the skirt, there was no longer sticky blood, but a burning blood-red flame, quietly floating in the air. Her crooked phoenix crown slowly straightened under the reflection of the divine light of the shawl. The S-level 9 Netherworld Fire Phoenix crown and the SS-level Blood Phoenix heavily offering Scarlet bridal cape. At this moment, it seemed as if some kind of resonance had occurred. Ding! Your strange Princess Xiaohua is equipped with both the Phoenix crown and the red bridal cape items, triggering the set effect Red Makeup. Red Makeup, the effect of the blood sedan chair wedding reception area is increased by 50%. Within the domain, your weird will be blessed by the Blood Phoenix's true form Phantom, increasing the power of all skills by 30%. Looking at the system prompt, Fang Chen's breathing quickened for a moment. There is even a set effect. However, the real change has just begun. Princess Xiaohua, wearing her new wedding dress, stood up from the blood-red sedan chair. This was the first time she took the initiative to walk out of the sedan chair. Fang Chen could feel that the resentment, grief and dead silence that were deep in her bones were rapidly fading away. She held her head and walked towards Fang Chen step by step. The distance between the two people was less than half a meter. Fang Chen didn't move. Just look at her quietly. He knew that this was the most important interaction between him and Princess Xiaohua after the contract. He used 8 million gold coins to buy her a brand new wedding dress. In his understanding, this means changing the skin of the game character. But according to Princess Xiaohua's rules, this was the most precious and sincere betrothal gift prepared by the groom for her. Suddenly, a drop of cold liquid fell on the back of Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen was stunned and looked down. It was a drop of bright red blood. He raised his head and looked at Princess Xiaohua. The head she held in her hands was covered with a red veil, so the face could not be seen clearly. But Fang Chen saw it. The second drop, and the third drop of blood, were dripping from the red veil. Her tears are blood-colored. Ding! Your strange red makeup and regretful bride, Princess Xiaohua's favorability towards you increased by 20. Ding! Current favorability, 50 intimate. Ding! She sees you as her only destination. The ghost marriage contract is temporarily secure. Ding! Princess Xiaohua's obsession shifted slightly. Completing the wedding was no longer the only goal. The weight of guarding the groom is increasing to 50. A series of system prompts shocked Fang Chen's mind. This wave of Krypton gold not only improved my combat effectiveness, it also fundamentally affects the strange contract rules of this SSS level creature. So, this is the correct way to play as a weirdo. Fang Chen understood clearly, if I satisfy their obsessions and use methods that they approve of, I can get the most fundamental rewards. As long as you keep sending betrothal gifts, the lady's favorability will increase infinitely. Not only will there never be a risk of backlash, but you will also unlock more unexpected surprises. Just then, beep beep beep. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the training room. The indicator light on the wall instantly changed from green, representing safety, to red. A mechanical voice sounded in the room. Warning! An unidentified, extremely high-risk energy reaction has been detected. Energy level determination, SSS. Warning! Energy reaction has exceeded the safety threshold. The highest level lockdown procedure is being initiated. Blockade countdown, 10, 9, 8. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He forgot. This is the largest official institution in K City. If an SSS level monster equips an SS level equipment, how could the energy fluctuations it causes be hidden from the detection system here? Trouble. Chapter 17 is over. I changed my wife's equipment and the noise was so loud that it broke the sky. At the same time, the alarm in the training room sounded. The alarm systems of the entire professional trading center and even half of K City were triggered instantly. Woo woo woo. The shrill alarm sounded through the sky. Countless professionals who were resting and trading in the trading hall all had their faces changed drastically. What's going on? This is a disaster level alert. Could it be that a catastrophic monster has invaded K City? Look! The alarm is coming from inside the trading center. Trading center, inside the control room. Dozens of staff members were busy operating the light screen in front of them, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. Report, the energy source is locked. In the training room number 3 in Area A. Director. The energy monitoring tower in Area A has overloaded and burned. All surveillance signals in Area A were interrupted for a full 3 seconds. The energy reaction intensity is off the charts. Our instruments can't accurately read it, but preliminary estimates suggest it's no less than SSS level. Oh my god. SSS level? A middle-aged man with a dignified face and wearing a black uniform and a golden dragon badge on his shoulder. Staring at the flashing red dot on the main screen, his face looked extremely ugly. His name is Chen Yan, the general manager of K City Professional Trading Center, a powerful man with a level of 70. Training room number 3 in Area A? Who's using it today? Being able to trigger an SSS level energy reaction inside the trading center is no ordinary accident. This is a terrorist attack. Investigate. Find out immediately. Who is the user, what is their identity, And what is their purpose? Yes. Director. A technician immediately retrieved the usage records. When he saw the message clearly, he was stunned. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. Master. Director. The technician's voice was trembling. Speak. Chen Yan shouted sternly. User. Name, Fong Chen. Citizenship, college entrance examination candidate. Professional level. Level 10. The control room fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened as if they had heard a fairy tale. The corners of Chen Yan's mouth twitched violently. Say it again? What's your level? 10. Level 10. Fart. Chen Yan slapped the console, making a deafening noise. A level 10 student can cause an SSS level disturbance in my territory? Do you think I'm an idiot, or do you think the entire K-City alarm system is a toy? He doesn't believe it at all. This is absolutely impossible. This must be some kind of disguise. The other party is either using a fake identity or carrying some forbidden props that can detonate terrifying energy. Forbidden spell scroll or evil god sacrifice. Immediately seal off Area A. Mobilize all law enforcement teams and surround training room number 3. Notify the city defense forces to enter the highest state of combat readiness. But Director. The adjutant beside him hesitated. The rules of the training room are that during the usage hours, the door cannot be opened unless the user actively opens it. Otherwise, no one has the right to force entry. This is the iron law of the Alliance. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Chen Yan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Wait for him for an hour? Wait until he blows up the entire trading center. Connect me to Su Yurong. The other side. Su Yurong, a senior manager who had just completed a big deal and was about to leave work, was also startled by the sudden alarm. She saw with her own eyes several flying formations of the city defense forces roaring past outside the window. When she saw that the source of the alarm was actually training room number 3 in Area A, her heart skipped a beat. The young man named Fong Chen just left her and went to the training room. Could it be? Just then, her personal terminal rang. It was an urgent communication from her immediate superior, Chen Yan. Su Yurong. Is Fong Chen, the user of training room number 3 in Area A, the client you just received? As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Yan's roaring voice came over. Su Yurong's heart tightened, and she quickly replied. Yes, Director. He just sold me a batch of monkey wine for a total of 35 million credits. 35 million? Chen Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. A level 10 student can easily come up with 35 million worth of rare materials? This further confirmed his guess that there was definitely something wrong with this Fong Chen. And it's a big problem. I now order you to immediately proceed to the entrance of training room number 3 in Area A. Find a way to get him out immediately. No matter what method you use. Tell him that if he doesn't come out, we will take coercive measures. Yes. Su Yurong did not dare to delay and trotted towards Area A in her high heels. Inside the practice room, Fong Chen frowned as he listened to the increasingly frequent footsteps and noise outside. He also felt a little helpless. Isn't it just changing my wife's clothes? As for sounding the alarm as if the whole city was about to explode? He glanced at Princess Xiaohua beside him. Because she changed her equipment, the aura she exuded was too powerful and it was difficult to completely restrain it for a while. It's like an ordinary person suddenly driving an F1 car. It takes time to adapt. Madam, go in first. Fong Chen said softly. Princess Xiaohua understood the current situation. She held her head and bowed slightly to Fong Chen. Then, her figure turned into a red light and disappeared along with the blood-red sedan chair. The terrifying pressure and blood-red light in the entire training room disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if they had never appeared. After doing all this, Fong Chen straightened his clothes and walked towards the door. The rental time has not yet expired, but he knows that if he doesn't go out, the people outside will probably break in. Squeak! The heavy alloy door slowly opened. The entrance was already surrounded by people. Dozens of fully armed law enforcement team members, whose ranks were at least 40 or above, pointed their weapons at him nervously. The leader was the beautiful and capable manager, Su Yurong. Seeing Fong Chen coming out safely, Su Yurong was obviously relieved, but the confusion on her face deepened. She quickly stepped forward, lowered her voice, and asked anxiously, "Mr. Fong, just now, what exactly happened in there?" Fong Chen spread his hands, looking innocent. "Nothing, just practicing some new skills." "Maybe, the noise was a little loud?" "Is the noise a little louder?" Su Yurong's expression is extremely wonderful. The captain of the law enforcement team behind her twitched his lips and almost couldn't help cursing out loud. "You think triggering the city-wide SSS-level natural disaster alert is a bit too loud? If you set off firecrackers at home, you can poke a hole in the sky, right?" In the control room, Chen Yan stared at Fong Chen through the surveillance camera. I wish I could see him clearly from inside out with my eyes. However, no matter how he scanned, the information fed back by the system was extremely clear. Name, Fong Chen. Level, LV.10. Occupation, SSS level Weird Master. Vital signs, normal. Energy response, stable, no abnormal fluctuations. An ordinary level 10 professional. As clean as a blank sheet of paper. How is this possible? Could that kind of destructive energy appear out of thin air? Chapter 18, Humiliating My Mother in Public? No one can save you today. Take him to the interrogation room. Chen Yan gritted his teeth and gave the order. Etc. Su Yurong immediately stood in front of the law enforcement team. She looked at Fong Chen with complicated eyes, but still fulfilled her duties as a senior steward. "Director Chen, Mr. Fong is a major client of our trading center. There is no evidence linking the alarm to him, and we cannot arbitrarily detain him without probable cause." She was reminding Chen Yan and also protecting Fong Chen. "Once you are taken into the interrogation room, you will definitely be beaten to a pulp even if you are proven innocent in the end." Chen Yan's face was gloomy. Of course he knew the rules. But he trusts his own judgment more. This Fong Chen is definitely hiding a shocking secret. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Fong Chen suddenly spoke. He didn't even look at the murderous law enforcement officers, but smiled at Su Yurong. "Manager Su, the environment of your trading center is not very good. I just wanted to rent a place and quietly change my weirdo's clothes, but it turned out to be such a big deal. Next time I want to buy something, do I have to report to the City Defense Army first?" His tone was calm, even with a hint of sarcasm. But the meaning behind the words shocked Su Yurong and Chen Yan behind the screen at the same time. Weird? Change clothes? Could it be that SSS level energy fluctuation was simply because he had replaced his contracted item with a new piece of equipment? What level of contract is this? What level of equipment is this? Chen Yan's breathing suddenly became heavy. He realized that he might have touched upon an area that he absolutely shouldn't have touched. A level 10 student who could casually take out 35 million and equip a strange creature with equipment that would trigger an SSS level alarm. Behind this, he didn't dare to think about it. Cough. Chen Yan coughed dryly into the communicator, and his tone instantly softened a lot. "It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Since Mr. Fong is fine, that's good. Have the law enforcement team withdraw. Don't disturb Mr. Fong." The rapid change in his attitude from arrogant to respectful is astonishing. Su Yurong was stunned for a moment, then shook her head with a wry smile. She knew that money was the most useful pass at any time. A storm that was enough to shake the entire city was resolved by Fong Chen with ease. Fong Chen was not surprised by this. He nodded at Su Yurong, then turned and left this place of trouble. He had to get home quickly. With the college entrance examination approaching, he needs to plan his next route for making money and upgrading. Just as I walked out of the door of the trading center, a sarcastic voice sounded not far away. "Hey, who was that? Isn't this the famous SSS level loser from Tianjin No. 1 High School, Fong Chen?" Fong Chen paused and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, a young man wearing a level equipment and with an arrogant look on his face was surrounded by several lackeys, who looked at him with a joking look on their faces. Li Hao. The culprit who snatched away his admission quota and made him the laughingstock of the whole school. It's true that enemies meet in a narrow road. Before Fong Chen could speak, a girl with heavy makeup appeared next to Li Hao. The girl in revealing clothes came forward, twisting her waist, covering her mouth and shouting exaggeratedly. "Brother Hao, is this the waist you were talking about? I heard that after he awakened his talent, he was forced into a haunted den, yet he managed to come out alive? He's incredibly lucky. What's the use of having a good life? Li Hao looked up and down at Fang Chen's cheap clothes with disdain. Waste is waste after all. Fang Chen, I heard you're only at level 1? How can you get into the War Academy with your level? Unlike me, I have already been admitted to the War Academy and have a bright future ahead of me. He deliberately puffed out his chest to show off his valuable equipment. In his opinion, Fang Chen must be jealous and angry at this moment, but helpless. However, he was disappointed. Fang Chen's face was as calm as a pond, without even a trace of unnecessary emotion. Are you done? You. Li Hao was irritated by his indifferent attitude. Fang Chen. Why are you pretending to be so noble? I know you don't accept it. Do you dare to challenge me to a duel? Let everyone see who is the loser. He had long been looking for an opportunity to step on Fang Chen in public. Today is a perfect opportunity. He is already level 6 and equipped with a great sophisticated equipment. Among his peers, he is definitely the best. And what about Fang Chen? A weird division that doesn't even have the ability to fight. Even if you survive by chance, you will never be his opponent. He wanted to crush Fang Chen's last bit of dignity in front of everyone. When they heard the word duel, passers-by around immediately gathered around, ready to watch the show with great interest. It's going to be a good show. The young master of the Li family wants to teach someone a lesson. That's Fang Chen? I heard he awakened an SSS level talent, but he turned out to be a waste? What a pity. Amidst the discussions among the crowd, Li Hao held his head high, feeling even more proud. Fang Chen looked at Li Hao's face, which was full of the expression I am a genius, come and lick my boots, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. It's a waste of time to argue with people who live in their own world. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a familiar and worried voice came from outside the crowd. Xiao Chen? Fang Chen's body stiffened and he looked back. I saw my mother, Vivian Xiao, carrying a basket of vegetables, standing not far away with Fang Yi and Fang Lingling, looking stunned. They had just come out of the supermarket and were about to go home to cook dinner, but they didn't expect to see Fang Chen surrounded by a group of people here. Elder brother. Fang Lingling and Fang Yi also saw Fang Chen and immediately waved excitedly. But when they saw the ill intentions of Li Hao and his gang, the smiles on their faces quickly disappeared and they nervously hid behind their mother. Zhou Huimin walked over quickly, protecting the two children behind her, and looked at Fang Chen worriedly. Xiao Chen, what's going on? Who are these people? When Li Hao saw Vivian Xiao and the other two, he was stunned at first, and then the playful look on his face became even more intense. Oh, are all the family members here? This is even more fun. Stepping on him harshly in front of his family would definitely double the humiliation. Auntie, you are Fang Chen's mother, right? Li Hao bowed slightly in a polite manner, but the contempt in his tone was not concealed at all. His eyes swept over Zhou Huimin's clothes and the basket in her hand. Your son is truly remarkable. He has awakened an unprecedented SSS level talent. He deliberately dragged out the tone, causing the people around him to chuckle. What a pity, he's just a useless piece of junk. Auntie, I advise you to take him home as soon as possible, and don't embarrass yourself outside. After all, an ordinary family like yours. It's not easy to train a professional. If they die outside, they won't even get much in the way of compensation, right? You. Joey Wang's face turned pale in an instant, and she trembled with anger. She could tolerate others talking about her, but she could never tolerate someone insulting her son in front of her. How can you talk like that, kid? You're talking nonsense. My brother is not a loser. Fang Lingling's face flushed with anger, tears welled up in her eyes. She mustered up the courage to shout at Li Hao. Fang Yi also clenched his fists and glared at Li Hao, as if he was ready to rush forward and fight to the death at any time. A hint of coldness finally appeared on Fang Chen's originally calm face. He doesn't care what others think of him or how they humiliate him. But these people should never, ever target his family. Seeing Fang Chen's family members turn pale with anger, Li Hao felt a morbid pleasure in his heart. This is exactly the effect he wants. Let Fang Chen's family experience the humiliation of helplessness. Ha, whether you are a waste or not can't be determined by words. Li Hao was even more proud. He pointed at Fang Chen's nose and laughed wildly. Fang Chen, aren't you dissatisfied? Now that your family is here, it's a good opportunity for them to see it with their own eyes. As a son and a brother, how useless are you? Come on. Follow me to the duel arena. Do you dare? Chapter 19. Sign a life and death agreement, plunder all assets, and earn some pocket money. Li Hao was certain that Fang Chen would not dare to accept the challenge. How can a level 1 waste fight against him, a level 6 S-class Thunder Mage? The discussions around became louder. This young master of the Li family is too aggressive. He even humiliated other people's family members. Shoo, keep your voice down. He's an S-rank genius, destined to be a leader in the future. We can't afford to offend him. Alas, pitiful parents all over the world, look at his mother, she is almost crying. Zhou Huiman was indeed anxious. She held Fang Chen's arm tightly and said, "Xiaochen, don't be impulsive. Let's go home and ignore them." Fang Chen gently patted the back of his mother's hand, signaling her to be at ease. That look was terrifyingly calm. "Okay. I accept your challenge." What? Everyone was stunned. He actually dared to agree? Li Hao was also stunned, and then ecstasy surged in his heart. He was afraid Fang Chen would go back on his word, so he immediately shouted, "Great! You've got guts." Everyone heard it. "Let's go to the duel now. Sign a life and death agreement." He couldn't wait to see Fang Chen being blasted into charcoal by his chain lightning. "Xiaochen! Are you crazy?" Joey Wong was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Fang Chen turned around and looked at his mother, who was full of worry, and his frightened younger brothers and sisters, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his mother's eyes. "Mom, it's okay. When has your son ever disappointed you?" He said to the arrogant Li Hao calmly, "The life and death agreement is too troublesome. Let's try something more interesting. We bet our entire fortunes on each other. All assets, equipment, and props owned by the loser will belong to the winner. You, dare you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Betting your entire fortune? This is even more brutal than a fight of life and death. This is to make the loser lose everything and become extremely poor. Li Hao's brain buzzed. He subconsciously glanced at the A-level equipment on his body that was worth tens of millions, and thought about the 7-digit deposit in his bank account. This is all his belongings. For a moment, he was actually a little hesitant. "What? You don't dare anymore?" Fang Chen asked sarcastically, "Where's that arrogance you had just now?" Who said I wouldn't dare?" Being provoked by Fang Chen in public, especially in front of the girl he liked, Li Hao's rationality was instantly overwhelmed by anger. What right does a loser have to be afraid of? He is sure to win. "Let's bet." Li Hao roared, his face flushed. "Whoever regrets this is a grandson." "Okay." Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. He turned and looked at his mother. "Mom, go buy me some milk tea and wait for me. I'll be back soon." He suddenly showed his white teeth and smiled like a sunny boy. "I'm going to earn some pocket money." Earn some pocket money? When Li Hao heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. "You're a fucking loser, how do you earn pocket money? Take your life?" The people around also looked strange. Is this guy really crazy, or is he just scared silly? Betting all your fortune, and in his words it's just pocket money? There are only Fang Chen's family members, Vivian Chao, Fang Yi, and Fang Lingling. Looking at Fang Chen's confident smile, the panic in my heart miraculously subsided a little. They chose to believe him. K-City Public Duel Arena. The news quickly spread throughout the trading center. S-Class Genius Li Hao is about to have a duel with Fang Chen, who has awakened an SSS-Class waste talent, in which he will bet his entire fortune. This gimmick is really exaggerated. However, in just over 10 minutes, the audience seats in the duel arena were filled with professionals who had heard the news and rushed to watch the excitement. Even the officials of the duel arena temporarily opened an online live broadcast room, and the number of viewers continued to rise. In the backstage lounge, Zhou Huiman nervously grasped Fang Chen's hand, her palms full of sweat. "Xiaochen, is it really okay?" "Don't worry, Mom." Fang Chen took his mother's hand and comforted her softly. "Do I look unsure to you?" "Brother, come on. Beat that bad guy to a pulp." Fang Yi waved his little fists, but his eyes were red, obviously he was scared just now. "Brother, you are the best." Fang Lingling also cheered her brother up. Seeing the support from his family, Fang Chen felt warm in his heart. He stood up and walked towards the passage leading to the dueling arena. At the same time, in the lounge on the other side, Li Hao was surrounded by a few lackeys, looking very high-spirited. "Brother Hao, your outfit is so cool. That guy is such an idiot. He actually dared to gamble his fortune with you. Isn't he just trying to give you money?" Li Hao adjusted his Great Thunder robe, with an unconcealable look of pride on his face. He seemed to have seen himself blasting Fong Chen into pieces with a chain of lightning. Then he took over all his property, which caused cheers from the audience. "Let's go, it's time for that loser to face reality." Li Hao waved his hand and walked into the duel arena first. "Dear audience, welcome to the K-City Duel Arena. Next, a battle of geniuses that everyone is looking forward to will take place." The commentator's passionate voice resounded throughout the venue. "First, let us welcome the Blue Team's player, the S-Class genius from Tianjin's #1 high school, the Sky Thunder Mage Li Hao." Under the spotlight, Li Hao raised his hands high and walked onto the duel stage. The glittering A-level equipment on him instantly attracted exclamations and envy from the audience. "Wow! It's an A-rank suit, Breath of Thunder. So rich." As expected of the young master of the Li family, this equipment crushes all its peers. Li Hao enjoyed the attention of the crowd and felt that his life had reached its peak. Next, it's the red team's turn. The commentator paused, and his tone became a little strange. "Fong Chen, a strange master who also came from Tianjin's #1 high school and awakened an SSS level talent." The spotlight turned to the other side. Fong Chen was wearing an ordinary school uniform, with his hands in his pockets, and walked up slowly. That simple dress formed a sharp contrast with Li Hao sitting opposite him. "But that's it? Dueling in school uniform? Is he trying to be funny? Ha ha, SSS level talent, and this is all he wears? My dog dresses better than him." There was an undisguised burst of laughter from the audience. Fong Chen turned a deaf ear to this and walked to the center of the duel stage. A notary from the duel arena came up with 2 electronic contracts. "Contestants, this is a contract. Once signed, the system will automatically lock all assets under your names. The loser will lose everything in an instant, including their home and life. Please confirm, do you want to sign?" "Sign." Li Hao pressed his fingerprint without hesitation. He couldn't wait to get started. Fong Chen also pressed his fingerprint expressionlessly. Chapter 20, the wife is showing off her power, and you are being taken to the bride market. Ding. Contract generated. Blue Team player Li Hao locked assets for a level equipment, 2 C-level accessories, 5 properties under his name, and a supercar. The balance in the personal account is 1 million gold coins. The total value is approximately 1.6 million gold coins. Red Team player Fong Chen locked assets. The notarization system began to scan Fong Chen's assets. Everyone wanted to see how much wealth this loser had. "I guess it's less than 100,000 gold coins?" However, the next second, a number that silenced the entire audience appeared on the big screen. Locked assets, 1 S-grade and 1 SS-grade piece of equipment. Total value, 103.37 million gold coins. You could hear a pin drop in the entire duel arena. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 100 million? The smug smile on Li Hao's face froze instantly. Joey Wong and her 2 children in the backstage also had dazed expressions on their faces. The 5 professionals who had seen Fong Chen at the entrance of the copy. At this moment, everyone in the audience took a collective breath when they saw this number. Fuck, is the boss so rich? Am I fucking seeing right? It's personal, right? Not from the guild, right? Is this fake? Is there something wrong with the system? How can a college entrance exam student get so much top-notch equipment? This bet is too fucking exciting. The commentator was also confused. He stammered, after repeated confirmation by the system, the amount is correct. Li Hao's face turned pale and blue in an instant. He was still feeling smug about his fortune of over 10 million, but the other party casually put out a bet of 100 million. How the hell do we play this? No. Impossible. He must have had some damn luck. Right. It must be like this. He is just a useless person with a lot of money but no real ability. As long as I kill him, these 100 million gold coins will all be mine. Thinking of this, Li Hao's eyes flashed with extremely greedy and crazy light. Duel. Begin. Following the referee's order. Go to hell. Trash. Li Hao instantly activated his strongest skill and poured all his magic power into it. Heavenly Thunder Judgment. A terrifying pillar of lightning fell from the sky, carrying the power to destroy the world, and slammed down towards Fang Chen. He wanted to kill him with one strike. He didn't want to give Fang Chen any chance. The entire duel arena was shrouded in dazzling lightning. It's over. Li Hao gasped, a ferocious smile on his face. However, when the lightning dissipated, the scene on the duel stage made everyone's heart stop beating. Fang Chen was still standing there, without even moving the corner of his clothes. In front of him, a blood-colored ancient sedan chair appeared at some point. The terrifying lightning column was easily absorbed by the phoenix crown on top of the sedan chair, which was burning with dark blue flames. This is. The smile on Li Hao's face froze. Fang Chen raised his eyelids, looked at Li Hao with a dazed look on his face, and yawned out of boredom. That's it? Now, is it my turn? Li Hao's pupils contracted violently. He felt a shudder from the depths of his soul from that strange blood-colored sedan chair. What is that? Why was he able to withstand my heavenly thunder judgment without getting hurt? He couldn't understand or accept it. No. Impossible. You must have used some advanced defense scroll. Li Hao was like a madman, roaring and making excuses for himself. You useless guy, how could you possibly withstand my attack? He roared and backed away frantically, trying to create some distance. However, Fang Chen had no intention of pursuing. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly at the bloody sedan chair. Pa! Next second. Boom boom. A faint, festive yet sad sound of Swana rang in everyone's ears. The voice seemed to have magic, penetrating into everyone's mind and making their blood seem to freeze. What's that sound? What a strange song. In the audience, some lower-level professionals had turned pale and covered their ears. And Li Hao on the duel stage felt it most deeply. He felt as if his soul was about to be drawn away by the sound of the Swana. Buzz. With the blood-colored sedan chair as the center, a blood-colored ripple suddenly spread out. Madam, the feast is about to begin. The blood sedan chair welcomes the bride. Field, expand. In just a moment, the entire alloy duel arena was rendered into an ominous blood red. Countless headless ghosts dressed in ancient wedding costumes appeared out of thin air. Some of them played Swana, some carried betrothal gift boxes, and some scattered pale paper money. They formed a large yet creepy wedding guard. The originally bright duel arena quickly dimmed, as if it was pulled into an independent dark space. Ah! Li Hao let out a terrified scream. He found that his body had become extremely heavy, as if he was stuck in a swamp. On the panel, his various attributes are rapidly declining at a terrifying speed. 10%. 20%. 30%. On the other hand, Fang Chen's body was lit up with a golden light that amplified his attributes. As one grows stronger, the other shrinks. The gap in strength between the two is being narrowed madly in an unreasonable way, even being overtaken. Is this a domain skill? The commentator's voice was shaking. Oh my god. How could a low-level professional possibly master the domain? This is unscientific. Even the experienced professionals in the audience were dumbfounded. Field. That is a threshold that only high-level strong people can reach. This waste that everyone laughed at actually possessed a domain? No. I can't lose. The strong desire to survive made Li Hao unleash his final potential. He bit his tongue, forced himself to summon up his magic power, and prepared to use his teleportation skill to escape from this hellish place. However, at the moment when the magic circle light appeared under his feet, an illusory, quaint little bridge paved with bluestone slabs suddenly appeared at his feet. Naiha Bridge. Judging the will. Judgment failed. Li Hao only felt that his feet were empty, and his entire soul seemed to be pulled out of his body by an irresistible force. Hallucinations appeared before his eyes. I saw my life flash by like a kaleidoscope. I saw that I had been hailed as a genius since I was a child and enjoyed the treatment of being the center of attention. He saw the smug look on his face when he snatched Fang Chen's admission quota. Seeing how arrogant he was just now on the duel stage. No. His consciousness quickly sank in endless regret and fear. On the duel stage. Under the horrified gaze of everyone. Li Hao's body was like a puppet without its strings, his eyes were dull and he floated uncontrollably. The curtain of the blood-red sedan chair suddenly opened without any wind. Help, help. Chapter 21. Tearing up the admission letter. I wouldn't even want this kind of thing even if it's given to me for free. Li Hao's lips moved slightly, and he uttered a final, weak cry for help that only he could hear. Then, he was dragged and flew towards the strange sedan chair. Surrounded and congratulated by countless ghosts who were sending the bride off. Was welcomed into the sedan chair. The curtain of the sedan chair slowly fell. Isolate from everyone's sight. Crack, crack. A subtle sound, as if chewing bones, came faintly from the sedan chair. The entire duel arena fell into deathly silence. The huge wedding procession disappeared. The blood-colored area also slowly shrank and retreated into the sedan chair. The light returned to the duel arena. It was as if the horrific scene of devastating destruction just now was just an illusion. Only a pool of dark red water left where Li Hao disappeared proved that he had existed. Duel victory. The contract has taken effect, and all enemy assets have been forcibly transferred to your name. Ding. You killed Li Hao, triggering a 100x gold coin explosion rate, and you received 160 million gold coins. Hearing this reminder, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. He originally thought that the 100x gold coin effect of the 10% discount gold farming system was only effective against monsters. I didn't expect that killing a professional could trigger it. This opened the door to a new world for him. The system's prompt sound broke the suffocating silence. The whole audience was in an uproar. Win. Just like that, won? From beginning to end, Fang Chen didn't even move a finger. Just by summoning that strange sedan chair, he managed to eat an arrogant S-rank genius alive? Who the hell is the loser? In the audience, those who had laughed at Fang Chen before felt a burning pain on their faces and wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Backstage, Vivian Chao and her 2 children watched everything happening on the screen, their minds blank. They won. My son brother really won. Fang Chen ignored the shocked, frightened and awed looks around him. He walked to the puddle of water, bent down, and picked up a document that had fallen from Li Hao and was branded with a golden flame emblem. Eligibility for admission to the War Academy. Looking at this document that once caused him humiliation but now has been returned to its original owner. He tore it into pieces casually. This kind of thing. Now, I don't even want it for free. He turned around and walked down the duel stage under the watchful eyes of everyone. Only a back figure is left for everyone to look up to. He walked up to his family, looked at their faces which were still in shock and had not recovered, and rubbed Fang Yi and Fang Linglingling's heads with a smile. See, I told you I was here to earn some pocket money. This sentence is like a switch. It instantly sparked a discussion among the audience. Earn pocket money? You call instantly killing an S-rank genius and snatching hundreds of millions in assets earning pocket money? In the audience, everyone looked at Fang Chen as if he were a monster. Crazy. This world is crazy. SSS grade. So this is the real SSS grade? Waste? If anyone calls the weirdo a waste again, I'll fight him to the death. And in the monitoring room, Chen Yan, the general manager of the trading center, looked at Fang Chen, who was calm and composed on the screen, and felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His fat body was trembling and cold sweat soaked his expensive shirt. Dead. Li Hao is dead. The beloved son of the heavenly thunder mage Li Xingyan. He was eaten in public by a small-time character whom he just wanted to catch and interrogate. He suddenly felt extremely fortunate. I'm glad that I didn't actually order a violent attack just now. Otherwise, the pool of blood left on the duel stage would probably be his. It's over. Chen Yan slumped down in the chair, his face as pale as death. Li Hao died in the K-City Trading Center under his jurisdiction. His father is Li Xingyan, the level 68 Thunder God of War. His mother is the level 75 Ice Queen Lu Shuqing. Those are 2 ruthless men who truly stand at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom and fight bloody battles with all kinds of races on the border all year round. Especially the Ice Queen Lu Shuqing who protects her child. If she knew that her only son had died here, she would definitely turn the entire K-City upside down. Hurry! Hurry! Chen Yan roared madly into the communicator. Lock down the entire city. Highest combat readiness. Notify the city lord. Notify the military. Just tell them that K-City is about to face a catastrophic disaster. The security system of the entire trading center was instantly activated to the highest level. The shrill alarms sounded through the sky. The audience, who had just been immersed in shock, was startled by this sudden change. What's going on? Sound the alarm again? Oh my god. Look up at the sky. I saw that the sky outside the duel arena had changed color at some point. The originally clear sky was gathering thick dark clouds at a speed visible to the naked eye, and thunder was brewing in the clouds, as if the end of the world was coming. A terrifying and heart-pounding pressure descended from the sky, covering the entire K-City. Countless ordinary citizens were overwhelmed by this pressure and looked up at the sky in horror. Professionals can even more clearly feel the earth-shattering rage contained in that pressure. Yes, it's a high-level expert. This pressure is at least level 60 or above. Oh my god. What on earth happened? The duel arena instantly became a mess. Fong Chen also sensed this unusual aura. He looked up at the sky and frowned slightly. Mom, let's go home. He ignored the chaos around him, pulled up his still dazed family, and prepared to leave this place of trouble. After he pulled her like this, Joey Wong finally came to her senses. She looked at her son with complicated eyes. Xiaochen, you've gotten into big trouble. Although she didn't know Li Hao's background, her woman's intuition told her. This matter will never end so easily. Fine. Fong Chen's answer is always these two words. He still had that relaxed smile on his face, as if the sky falling had nothing to do with him. If the sky falls, I will hold it up. He and his family walked out of the duel arena amid countless awe, fear, and complicated gazes. And behind them, those professionals who had mocked Fong Chen at the entrance of the dungeon were now crowded in the crowd, looking at his back and trembling. He's the mysterious boss who killed the Monkey Mountain King in an instant. I advised him not to go and die. The berserker captain felt his legs go weak and he almost knelt down on the spot. He understood it now. That day, I danced a passionate samba at the gate of hell. Chapter 22, the soul lamp goes out, the sky falls, and the god of war returns. The northern border of Dragon Kingdom. The battlefield of all races. This is the front line of the battle between humans and alien races. Every second, countless lives are lost here. Boom! A huge thunder dragon descended from the sky and instantly turned a 100-meter-long demon beast as big as a mountain into charcoal. In the lightning, a mighty middle-aged man wearing a level 4 armor and holding a thunder spear was suspended in the air. The terrifying pressure emanating from him made tens of thousands of monsters around him dare not get close to him. Level 68, Li Xingyan. General's Divine Might. Thunderous cheers erupted from the human defense line below. Li Xingyan had a blank expression on his face. Just as he was about to attack the next monster, his brows suddenly frowned. He subconsciously looked to the other side of the battlefield. There, a frost area is expanding wildly, and everything is frozen wherever it passes. A woman wearing an ice blue robe, with a beautiful appearance but a temperament as cold as 10,000 years of black ice, was waving a staff. Absolute zero. A moment. Within a radius of several kilometers, all monsters, along with the skills they released, were frozen into ice sculptures, and then shattered into ice chips all over the sky. Level 75, Frozen Queen Lu Shuqing. The two extremely powerful men joined forces to tear a huge hole in the beast tide. Pretty. In the command center, an old man with a general star on his shoulder slammed the table excitedly. Order the troops to seize the opportunity and counterattack. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Lu Shuqing, who was chanting a large-scale magic spell, suddenly trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. The coldness on her face faded away instantly. No. She suddenly lowered her head and looked at the ancient soul lamp hanging around her waist. The soul lamp that is connected to the life breath of her son Li Hao. At this moment, the flame on it had been completely extinguished, and the lamp body even cracked with a hideous crack. Destroyed. The soul lamp is out. How? A shrill scream came from Lu Shuqing's mouth. An endless frost storm suddenly erupted with her as the center. The out-of-control energy swept up even the human soldiers around who had no time to dodge, and turned them into ice sculptures. Lu Shuqing. Calm down. Li Xingyan teleported to her side, grabbed her cold wrist, and the power of thunder surged in, forcibly suppressing her rampant magic power. Hower. Lu Shuqing burst into tears, pointing at the broken soul lamp and sobbing. The moment Li Xingyan saw the soul lamp, his pupils suddenly shrank. A murderous intent even more violent and unreasonable than Lu Shuqing's rose from him. Who? Who dares to kill my son? Terrifying thunder exploded around him, and the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and darker. Li Xingyan! Lu Shuqing! What do you want to do? The old general in the command center roared angrily through the communicator. It's wartime. Return to your posts immediately. This is an order. Order? Li Xingyan raised his head, his eyes were red, and he looked like a madman. Fuck your orders. I've lost my son. No one can stop me. He embraced Lu Shuqing, who was on the verge of mental collapse, and ignored the monsters swarming around him. Tier space. Li Xingyan roared angrily, and swung the thunder spear in his hand fiercely towards the void in front of him. Sizzle. The space, like a fragile cloth, was torn into a dark crack. There is an extremely violent spatial turbulence inside. This is a way of traveling that only high-level strong people can master. But it is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be torn into pieces by the turbulence of space. But at this moment, Li Xingyan no longer cared. General! No! Your body won't be able to withstand forcing yourself to travel across such a long distance. The adjutant's exclamation came from the communicator. Li Xingyan turned a deaf ear, holding Lu Shuqing, and stepped into the dark crack. No matter who you are. I, Li Xingyan, swear. I will tear you into pieces, destroy your soul, and make you never be reborn. His voice, filled with endless hatred and murderous intent, echoed throughout the entire northern battlefield. The crack slowly closed. All that was left were hundreds of thousands of stunned soldiers and a devastated battlefield. The old general in the command center dropped his arms weakly. He knew that something big was going to happen in K City. He immediately picked up another red encrypted phone. Jielong Nation's Supreme Command. Emergency. SSS level. Repeat, SSS level. Inside the dueling arena, the audience was like headless flies, screaming, pushing and shoving, rushing towards the exit frantically. They had only one thought. Escape. Escape from K City. That is the wrath of two powerful high-level warriors. Once it comes, the entire city may be reduced to ashes. In this apocalyptic scene, Fong Chen's family became the strangest scenery in the whole place. Vivian Chao pulled Fong Yi and Fong Linglingling and stood there blankly, obviously still not recovering from the bloody scene and the chaos around them. Fong Chen, on the other hand, looked calmly at the more than 50 million gold coins that had just arrived in his personal terminal. I can buy equipment for my wife again. Elder brother. Fong Lingling's little hands tightly grasped the corner of Fong Chen's clothes, and her little face was pale. Then, is that person really dead? Fong Chen nodded. I guess so. Strictly speaking, Li Hao's soul was dragged into the blood sedan and became Princess Xiaohua's betrothal gift. Being trapped in the cycle of your wedding day for eternity is worse than death. But there's no need to explain this to my family. Xiaochun. Mom. Fong Chen saw his mother's worry and anxiety. He put away the terminal and the smile on his face softened. Don't worry, I'm here, it's okay. He reached out and gently patted his mother's back, just like when he was a child. He rubbed his sister-in-law's head again and said, let's go home. We haven't had dinner yet. Why don't you leave? An exasperated voice came from the side. Chen Yan, the general manager of the trading center, rushed over with a team of fully armed law enforcement officers, crawling and rolling. However, they were not here to capture Fong Chen. Chen Yan rushed to Fong Chen, forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying, and his tone was almost pleading. Mr. Fong, Mr. Fong. He even used honorifics. Please. Run. Those two lunatics, Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing, have already torn through space and rushed back. They'll be here in less than 2 minutes. They won't listen to reason. They'll kill you and destroy the entire K City. Chen Yan was really going crazy. As one of the top leaders in K City, he has the responsibility to defend the territory. But facing two unreasonable high-level masters, his strength was no different from cannon fodder. The only hope now is to make this evil star run away quickly. As long as he runs away and those two lunatics chase him, K City might be able to be saved. Chapter 23, The Arrival of a Powerful Figure, the Whole City in Fear? Fong Chen, let us have a hot pot to calm down. When Vivian Chao heard this, her already pale face instantly lost all color. Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing are coming back? And kill her son? Xiaochun. Quick! Let's go! Zhou Huimin grabbed Fang Chen's arm tightly, her voice changing tone, listen to this gentleman, and leave quickly. The farther the better. Fang Yi and Fang Linglingling were also frightened, with tears welling up in their eyes. Fang Chen frowned. He looked at Chen Yan, who looked anxious, with some impatience. Run? Why should I run? Chen Yan was confused. You killed someone's only son, and you didn't run away. Are you still waiting here for the new year? Bro, don't you have any idea how much trouble you've gotten yourself into? Mr. Feng. This is not the time to joke around. Chen Yan stamped his feet anxiously, that's a level 75 expert. In a fit of rage, she could wipe this area off the map with a single forbidden spell. No matter how good you are, you're just a newbie who just changed jobs. Oh. Fang Chen's response was still so indifferent. So what? So run. Chen Yan felt like he was about to be driven crazy. He really wanted to pry open Fang Chen's brain to see what was inside. Fang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. He turned around and smiled at his mother, who was about to faint. Mom, don't be afraid. Aren't they just two high-level professionals? No big deal. You forgot, your son is SSS level. Finished. He took the hands of his mother and siblings, completely ignoring Chen Yan, who was almost petrified beside him, and walked out of the duel arena. Let's go eat. What do you want to eat? Hot pot or barbecue? K-City, the city center, the most upscale hot pot restaurant. The box was steaming hot. The two little guys, Fang Yi and Fang Linglingling, were a little reserved and scared at first, but were soon captivated by the delicious food. Seeing them wolfing down the food, Joey Wong felt relieved a little. She looked across at her son, who was leisurely eating tripe, her expression still complicated. After coming out of the duel arena, Fang Chen acted as if nothing had happened and really took them to eat hot pot. It was as if the earth-shattering duel before and the impending rage had nothing to do with him. This extreme calmness made Zhou Huimin feel at ease, but also gave rise to a sense of unreality. In a trance, she seemed to see the figure of her husband Fang Mingyu. That man had said to her so calmly during the insect swarm battle more than a decade ago, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Brother, you are really awesome. Fang Yi's mouth was full of meat, and he mumbled, that guy called Li Hao is so bad. He deserves to be taught a lesson. The world of children is so black and white. Yes. Brother, you will be my idol from now on. Fang Linglingling also waved her chopsticks with an admiring look on her face. Fang Chen smiled and picked up a piece of beef for each of them. Eat yours. Just then. Buzz. An indescribable terrifying pressure, like the sky falling, suddenly enveloped the entire K-City. All the lights in the restaurant went out instantly. The bottom of the pot on the table stopped rolling. Spider web-like cracks appeared on the reinforced glass of the box. Everyone's movements froze at this moment. In the city, an air raid siren sounded, more shrill and desperate than any previous ones. Warning! Ultra-high energy spatial fluctuations detected. Warning! A level 75 expert has descended upon K-City. The Sky Curtain defense system failed to activate. Repeat, failed to activate. Attention all citizens. This is not a drill. Please seek shelter immediately in the strongest possible shelter. I repeat. This is not a drill. The cold system warning sound echoed in every corner of the city. The restaurant was dead silent. Next second. Ah! There were screams, cries, and the sound of tables and chairs falling to the ground. The diners rushed outside like crazy. The whole world seemed to have fallen into doomsday in an instant. In the box. Fang Yi and Fang Linglingling were so overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure that their faces turned pale and even breathing became difficult. Joey Wong was trembling all over and couldn't even stand steadily. They are coming. Fang Chen frowned. Invisible waves emanated from him, forming a gentle protective shield that enveloped his family. The pressure that was enough to make high-level professionals tremble was instantly isolated. Fang Yi and Fang Linglingling suddenly felt the pressure relieved and gasped for breath. It's so noisy. Fang Chen said somewhat unhappily. Will you let me have a good meal? He had just finished speaking. Boom! The roof of the restaurant was blown off by a violent force. The night wind, mixed with dust, whistled in. Two figures emitting murderous intent were suspended in the air. The cold gaze penetrated everything and locked onto the small box. It was Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing. There was a crazy fire burning in Lu Shuqing's eyes, and her mind swept over Fangchen at the first moment. It's him! It was this ant who killed her son. It was you who killed my son, Howard? Lu Shuqing's voice was so sharp that it seemed to be able to pierce one's eardrums. Terrifying magical power gathered around her, forming sharp ice cones that illuminated the entire night sky. Li Xingyan, who was beside her, didn't say a word, but the thunder spear in his hand was already wrapped with terrifying arcs of electricity. As long as he swings his spear, not only this restaurant, but also the area within 1,000 meters will be reduced to dust. Facing the thundering wrath of two high-level powerful men, Zhou Huiman, Fang Yi, and Fang Linglingling were so frightened that their minds went blank. It's over. It's all over. However, Fang Chen did something that no one expected. He picked up the tissue and slowly wiped his mouth. Then, stand up. He didn't look at the two figures that looked like gods and demons. Instead, he turned around and gave an apologetic smile to the frightened restaurant manager behind him. Excuse me. Look, they've damaged the ceiling. Please settle the bill and include the loss. As he spoke, he calmly opened his personal terminal. The restaurant manager was stunned. Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing were also dumbfounded. They imagined countless scenarios. I thought that the murderer would kneel down and beg for mercy, would flee in terror, or would fight to the last. But I never thought about it. He was actually concerned about the bill and compensation? And you too. Fang Chen finally raised his head and looked at them. If you break something, you have to pay for it. Didn't your family teach you that? You are looking for death. Lu Shuqing felt extremely humiliated. How dare this ant ignore her? She roared angrily, and ice cones all over the sky were about to pour down towards Fang Chen and his family behind him. Chapter 24, Gods Fighting? Excuse me, I have to pay the bill first. Just when the ice cones were about to fall and drown Fang Chen's family. That's enough. An old voice, yet one filled with supreme majesty, rang out of nowhere. This voice carries the power of rules that make its words come true. In an instant, time seemed to have been paused. The terrifying cold air that was enough to freeze everything dissipated in an instant. Countless ice cones hanging in the air, flashing with deadly cold light, shattered into pieces, turning into crystal ice chips all over the sky, slowly falling. It was like a gorgeous and harmless snow. Lu Shuqing's body shook, and she felt a powerful force that forcibly suppressed the magic power around her. Her face turned pale and she groaned. Li Xingyan's pupils also shrank, and the violent thunder power in his hand actually subsided. The two of them looked up at the same time and looked at another void. I saw that the space there was slightly distorted. An old man wearing a plain gray robe, with gray hair and a gaunt face, walked out slowly, leaning on an ordinary wooden stick. He looks like an old man doing morning exercises that you can see everywhere. But he just stood there, as if he had become the center of this world. Even the murderous intent and pressure from Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing were suppressed invisibly. City Lord. On the ground, Chen Yen was almost scared to death. The moment he saw the old man, he seemed to have found his backbone and knelt down even though he rolled and crawled. Welcome to the City Lord. The Lord of K City, Xiao Wanshan. Level 88. Word Master. An old monster who truly stands at the top of the power pyramid of Dragon Country. Xiao Wanshan ignored Chen Yen. His cloudy eyes fell calmly on Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing. 2. There's such a big commotion in my city. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? His tone was very flat. But Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing felt the mountain-like pressure at the same time. City Lord Xiao. Lu Shuqing's eyes were red as he pointed at Fang Chen below with a sharp voice. This boy. Kill my child. The hatred for killing my son is irreconcilable. I will take his life today. Although Li Xingyan didn't say anything, his posture of being ready to take action at any time had already made his position clear. Oh. Xiao Wanshan's turbid gaze finally shifted to Fang Chen. He looked him up and down. A young man. A weirdo who was judged to be a useless profession. Killed an S-class genius? Quite interesting. Xiao Wanshan's heart moved slightly. This breath was not a purely strange power, but rather seemed like the beginning of chaos where all things originated. Could it be that after those three lunatics in history, there is a fourth one? No, the calmness in this kid's eyes is unlike those of the three lunatics. He seemed to be enjoying it. I already know what happened in the duel. Xiao Wanshan spoke slowly, his voice spreading throughout the entire area. Deed of death, notarized contract, the process is legal and within the rules. Li Hao's death was his own fault. If you two are dissatisfied, you can appeal to the Supreme Court. But in Case City, on my turf, you have to follow my rules. Rule? Lu Shuqing felt like she had heard a huge joke. My son is dead. You're telling me the rules? Xiao Wanshan, I respect you as a senior, but if you insist on protecting this murderer, don't blame us, husband and wife, for not giving you face. The terrifying power of frost surged out of her body again, colliding violently with Xiao Wanshan's territory. The temperature in the entire K city is dropping sharply. Don't you give me face? Xiao Wanshan smiled. He gently pressed down the wooden stick in his hand. Boom! A soft sound. An invisible wave spread throughout the city in an instant. The icy power that Lu Shuqing had condensed was once again instantly smoothed out and disappeared without a trace. She was hit hard and spurted out another mouthful of blood, her face turned pale. You! Li Xingyan's face changed drastically and he quickly supported his wife, his eyes full of fear. He knew that Xiao Wanshan was serious about this. This is what makes the word master so terrifying. In the opponent's territory, he is the embodiment of rules. The Dragon Kingdom has its own laws, and the city has its own rules. Xiao Wanshan's voice turned cold. This was the ironclad rule established by all the strongest humans above level 90 back then. No one is allowed to arbitrarily attack non-red name citizens within the safe zone. Anyone who violates this will be considered a provocation to the entire human federation and will be punished by anyone. You guys, do you want to try it? Li Xingyan's face turned extremely ugly. He knew that what Xiao Wanshan said was true. This is the highest law to prevent high-level professionals from abusing force, slaughtering civilians, and causing internal unrest. Once violated, the consequences will be disastrous. The revenge for killing my son. Just when these three top powerhouses were confronting each other, the atmosphere was extremely tense. An untimely voice sounded again. That. Fang Chen raised the personal terminal in his hand and pointed it at the restaurant manager who was almost scared to death. How much is it in total? The whole audience was silent. Whether it is the three gods in the sky, Chen Yan kneeling on the ground, or the citizens shivering in the corner. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Big brother. Is this the time to discuss food money? Do you know that your life hangs on the thoughts of those people in heaven? The restaurant manager's lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word. Fang Chen frowned. Hot pot soup base is 120, tripe is 38, and beef is 42. Plus they damaged the ceiling, chandelier, and tables and chairs. He actually started to calculate on his own. Let's do this. I'll compensate you with 100,000 credit points. Is that enough? He called up the transfer interface and asked seriously. This moment. Even the city lord Xiao Wanshan, who had lived for hundreds of years in heaven, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He has seen crazy ones. I've never seen anyone so crazy. Faced with the death threats from two high-level war gods, he is still concerned about compensating the restaurant for its losses? This kid. Are they really stupid, or are they just confident? You. Lu Shuqing was so angry that she was shaking all over and almost went berserk again. This is a humiliation. Naked humiliation. This ant doesn't even take them seriously. City Lord Xiao. Li Xingyan finally spoke, his voice hoarse and cold. I understand the rules. But the revenge for my son's murder must be avenged. He stared at Fang Chen, emphasizing every word. I want to duel with him again. Another duel? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Yan was stunned for a moment. Is Li Xingyan crazy? He is a level 68 thunder god of war. Go to the duel arena with a level 10 novice? If this gets out, the entire Long Kingdom will lose face because of him. Even if you win, it's an unfair victory. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Wanshan's turbid eyes. He didn't expect that Li Xingyan would be so embarrassed to seek revenge. But duel is indeed the only legal way to resolve personal grudges within the rules. As the city lord, he has no right to interfere. Chapter 25. Don't talk to me about dueling, learn the Dragon Kingdom's military law first. Oh. Fang Chen finally finished the calculation and transferred the credit points to the manager, who was still trembling. He raised his head and looked at Li Xingyan in midair. Duel with me? You? Those two light words were filled with undisguised contempt. Li Xingyan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He is the thunder god of war and the hero guarding the north. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Good. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out two words. It's me. If I win, I will destroy you and the monster behind you. The worry that Zhou Huiman had just put down was lifted up again. Pulling the corner of Fang Chen's clothes. Xiaochen, don't agree to him. He's crazy. Fang Yi and Fang Linglingling were so frightened that their faces turned pale and tears were about to fall. Duel with a level 68 Thunder God? What is the difference between this and seeking death? However, Fang Chen seemed not to hear his mother's dissuasion. He even smiled. It was a smile that contained 3 parts amusement and 7 parts disdain. Why? Fang Chen tilted his head and looked at Li Xingyan. You said duel, so I have to duel with you? Your son challenged me to a duel, lost, and died. Now you, his father, challenge me to a duel again. If it were you, you would lose and die. Is your father going to challenge me to a duel again? He spread his hands, looking helpless. You two, father and son, are really of the same character. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? As soon as these words came out, Li Xingyan's face, which was flushed with anger, twitched. The violent thunder all around him stopped. On the ground, Chen Yan, who had just crawled up from the ground, had his eyes almost popping out. What did he hear? This kid named Fang Chen, he was actually teaching the Thunder God of War a lesson? And you still say he has no face? Big brother. You are going to die. Above the sky, even the city lord Xiaowanshan, who had lived for hundreds of years, had a crack on his calm face. This kid. I'm really not afraid of death. Or are you really fearless? Ah. The first one to collapse was Lu Shuqing. You're looking for death. You damn ant. I'm going to tear you into pieces. She's crazy. The death of her son was an unbearable blow to her. Fang Chen's understated yet extremely humiliating words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. She desperately mobilized her magic power again, and the endless power of frost was more violent than any time before, turning into a terrifying storm enough to freeze the mountains, sweeping towards Fang Chen. Presumptuous. Xiaowanshan's face darkened. How dare you do that in front of him? The wooden stick in his hand was about to fall again. But this time, Fang Chen spoke first. He didn't even look at the devastating ice storm, but instead looked up at Xiaowanshan. City Lord Xiao. As a citizen of Dragon Country, I should have the right to refuse a duel invitation from a high-level professional, right? Besides, my father is also a soldier stationed at the border. He taught me from a young age that military law is as strict as a mountain. I remember that Article 36 of the Dragon Kingdom military law clearly stipulates that all military personnel stationed in border war zones. Anyone who leaves their post without a warrant from the Supreme Theater Command will be deemed a deserter. They both returned from the 10,000 races battlefield without a word, showing off their power here and abusing their authority, intending to massacre civilians in the safe zone. Fang Chen's voice suddenly rose. Excuse me. Is there no one taking care of this matter? The moment the words fell, Lu Shuqing's violent frost storm came to an abrupt end 100 meters above Fang Chen's head. It wasn't blocked by Xiaowanshan. But she herself stopped. Her angry face was now filled with astonishment and disbelief. Chen Yan, lying on the ground, felt his legs go weak and he almost fell to his knees again. Oh my god. Not only did he refuse the duel, he also humiliated Thor. He actually turned around and accused the Thunder God and the Ice Queen of defection in front of everyone? Crazy. This world is crazy. In the sky, Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing's faces turned ashen in an instant. They never imagined that this boy, who was like an ant in their eyes, was actually well versed in the military laws of the Dragon Kingdom. What was even more unexpected was that he dared to expose this matter in front of the mayor of K City. Absent from duty. Considered as defection. This is an absolute red line that no one can touch. Normally, they are the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom and the strongest people in the world. Even if there are occasional outrageous actions, as long as they do not cause serious consequences, the superiors will mostly turn a blind eye. But now, after being pointed out by Feng Chen in public, the nature of the matter has completely changed. This is no longer a personal vendetta. This is a challenge to the military laws of the entire Dragon Federation. Lu Shuqing was so angry that she was shaking all over, but she couldn't refute a single word, because everything Feng Chen said was true. Li Xingyan's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out of it. He stared at Feng Chen. I originally thought that this was just a lucky and arrogant kid who had a contract with a powerful and weird person. Now it seems that this kid's intelligence and methods are far more ruthless than ordinary people. With just a few words, he forced them into a desperate situation. At this moment, the pressure instantly shifted from Feng Chen to the city lord Xiao Wanshan. As the highest official of K City and the top power in the Dragon Federation, he could not turn a blind eye to this accusation. A hint of admiration flashed across Xiao Wanshan's cloudy eyes, but was immediately replaced by majesty. Good boy, not only is he courageous, but he also knows how to take advantage of the situation. He is using federal laws to force me, the city lord, to stand up for him. He looked at Li Xingyan and his wife, whose faces were ashen, and there was no longer any politeness in his voice. Li Xingyan, Lu Shuqing, how do you explain Feng Chen's accusations? Li Xingyan took a deep breath and suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. He knew that it was impossible to take action here today. City Lord Xiao, this matter, we will explain it to the military. But the revenge for my son's murder must not be let go. Li Xingyan suddenly turned his head, his eyes like lightning, locking onto Feng Chen again. Xiao Wanshan was silent for a moment. His voice reached everyone's ears through the power of the word master. Every word Citizen Feng Chen said is true. Li Xingyan, Lu Shuqing. Abandoning his post without leave, abusing his authority, disregarding federal law, creating panic in the security zone, and intending to murder lawful citizens. Multiple punishments for multiple crimes. As the Lord Mayor of K City, I will temporarily deprive both of your military ranks and freedom. Imprisoned in K City's highest-level demon suppression tower, awaiting final trial by a military court. The words fell. The power of rules between heaven and earth seemed to turn into invisible chains, entwining Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing. No! Lu Shuqing screamed, her eyes full of madness and unwillingness. Xiao Wanshan! How dare you? My father is the god of war who protects the country. How dare you touch us? Li Xingyan's face also changed drastically, and the power of thunder around him surged again, trying to resist the invisible chain of law. However, in the domain of a level 88 word master, any resistance is futile. Noisy. Xiao Wanshan gently pointed the wooden stick in his hand into the air again. Bang! The thunder and frost that were powerful enough to tear apart space vanished in an instant. The golden chains of order instantly penetrated their protective energy and tied the two of them tightly. Chapter 26, a cool move, adding a bounty to yourself, the whole city is dumbfounded. Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing seemed to have been drained of all their strength. The energy in his body weakened rapidly, and he fell powerlessly from mid-air. Two law enforcers in black uniforms, with equally unfathomable auras, appeared out of nowhere and held the two men. Take him away. Xiao Wanshan ordered lightly. From beginning to end, he never looked at the two powerful men who were once so powerful. A crisis that was enough to destroy K City was resolved by him with such ease. On the ground, Chen Yan and a group of citizens were stunned. Feng Chen's mother, Vivian Chao, finally breathed a sigh of relief and almost collapsed. Solved? Is it really solved? She looked at her son. Is this still her son who only knows how to study? Just when everyone thought it was over. Li Xingyan was held by law enforcement officers. Suddenly he raised his head and stared at Feng Chen with eyes filled with endless hatred and murderous intent. He didn't shout or struggle anymore. Said in a cold tone. Kid. You're very clever. But the rules are dead. I am issuing an SSS level bounty in my personal capacity. 1 billion gold coins. I'll buy your head. I wonder how long you can hide in this K City. After saying this, he no longer looked at anyone and allowed the law enforcers to take him away. Li Xingyan's words were like pouring a basin of cold water into a boiling oil pan, instantly causing the entire K City's network and reality to become noisy. Buzz buzz buzz. Almost at the same time, the personal terminals of everyone in City K began to vibrate wildly. A blood-red SSS-level bounty order pop-up window forcibly occupied everyone's screen. Reward target, Fongchen Citizen ID, KZ2308222XXXX. Reward amount, 1 billion gold coins. Publisher, Thunder God of War Li Xingyan. That's 1 billion gold coins. Converted into credit points, it is 100 billion. Enough to buy an entire bustling commercial street in the center of K-City. Enough to arm a well-equipped army of 10,000 people. It is enough to make an ordinary person instantly become rich enough to rival a country. This amount of money is not worth it for a desperado. Even some self-proclaimed righteous lone strongmen, or even the royal families of some small countries, would probably be moved. For a moment, there were countless pairs of greedy eyes. Through various channels, they remotely located the young man standing in the dilapidated restaurant. It's over. Shen Yan's eyes went dark, and his body, which had just stood firm, shook again. He seemed to have foreseen that K-City would become a paradise for killers and hunters in the future, with rivers of blood and no peace. He knew that Li Xingyan was crazy. He is using his lifelong reputation and wealth to fight Fongchen to the death. Although he was imprisoned in the demon-suppressing tower, his influence remains. This bounty order is more troublesome and deadly than if he did it himself. From now on, Fongchen will never have peace. He will become the entire Dragon Kingdom. The ultimate goal of all bounty hunters, killer organizations, and desperados around the world. Joey Wong was so frightened that her face, which had just regained a bit of color, turned pale again. She tightly protected Fongchen, like a hen protecting her chicks, and pleaded with Xiao Wanshan in a trembling voice. Lord City Lord. Please save my son. He can't. Xiao Wanshan frowned slightly. Li Xingyan's move was indeed vicious. Although he can suppress everything openly in the name of the city lord. But assassinations and sneak attacks in secret are hard to guard against. Unless Fongchen stays in K-City all his life and doesn't enter dungeons or the wild, otherwise. However, just when everyone was feeling desperate and worried about Fongchen's future, the young man who had a bounty of 1 billion gold coins on his head reacted in a way that made everyone's eyes drop to the ground. Instead of panicking or being frightened, his eyes lit up slightly as if he had heard something interesting. 1 billion gold coins? TSK, the mighty Thunder God of War only has this little wealth? This is too poor. Shen Yan opened his mouth and felt that his jaw was about to dislocate. Brother, is now the time to judge someone's financial resources? They want your life. A look of surprise finally appeared in Xiao Wanshan's cloudy eyes that had seen through the world. He has lived for 100 years. What kind of evil genius has he not seen? But Fongchen is definitely the first one with such a unique way of thinking. This kid, faced with a death bounty that would drive any strong man crazy, his first reaction was to complain that the money was too little? Fongchen completely ignored the expressions of the people around him who looked like they had seen a ghost. He turned around and shouted seriously to the two black-clad law enforcers who had already picked up Li Xingyan and his wife and were about to take them away. Wait a moment. The two law enforcers paused and looked back at him. Fongchen walked over under the attention of everyone. He walked all the way to Li Xingyan, who was imprisoned by the power of the law and unable to move. Hey! Fongchen stretched out his finger and poked Li Xingyan's shoulder. Li Xingyan raised his head, the hatred in his eyes almost turned into reality. If looks could kill, Fongchen would be riddled with wounds now. Look! Fongchen pointed to his neck and asked sincerely, "You're offering a reward of 1 billion gold coins. Isn't that a bit too much? It sounds ominous and not loud enough." Li Xingyan? Lu Shuqing? Xiao Wanshan? Shen Yan had already started pinching his philtrum, and he wondered if he was dreaming. Joey Wong's mind went blank, she had no idea what her son was doing. Fongchen didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. He opened his personal terminal and operated it for a few seconds. Then, he gave Li Xingyan an extremely brilliant smile. Well, I prefer round numbers and I also like the arrangement of numbers. I will personally increase your bounty by another 9 billion gold coins. Let's get 10 billion. Byte. A system notification sound, 10 times louder than the previous one, echoed in every corner of K-City. Global notice, the content of the bounty order SSS level has been updated. Reward target, Fongchen. Reward amount, 10 billion gold coins. Additional bounty offerer, Fongchen myself. 10 billion gold coins for my Fongchen's head. Look, Doesn't this sound much more domineering? It also fits your former identity as the thunder god of war. No need to thank me, just consider it as a gift from me, as a gift to you, your son. Boom. This sentence is more shocking than the pressure from any powerful person before, and more shocking than the explosion of any skill. In the entire K-City, everyone who was following this place through live broadcasts and various channels had their brains shut down at this moment. Crazy. This weird master named Fong Chen is absolutely a complete lunatic. Someone offered a 1 billion bounty for his life, but not only did he not run away, he even raised the price to 10 billion? What is this operation? What kind of brain circuit is this? Use 9 billion gold coins to humiliate a thunder god who was about to be imprisoned? How arrogant this is. How arrogant. Puff. Li Xingyan couldn't hold on any longer. He was not injured by Xiao Wanshan's power of law, nor was he grieving over his son's death. He was actually angry at Fong Chen. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, splashing all over the law enforcer beside him. His eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. Husband. Lu Shuqing let out a shrill scream, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Fong Chen was no longer filled with resentment, but with a kind of fear as if she had seen a devil. Killing people and destroying their hearts. This young man didn't use a knife or a sword. Instead, he used money in the most unimaginable way to trample upon the last bit of dignity of the couple. Even Xiao Wanshan, who had lived for hundreds of years in heaven, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at this moment. He finally understood why Li Hao died so easily. If I duel with this kind of guy, I'm afraid my mentality will collapse before I even start. Take it away quickly. Xiao Wanshan waved his hand, his voice filled with a hint of tiredness that made him laugh and cry. The two law enforcers were as if they had been pardoned. They quickly carried the already fainted Li Xingyan and the crazy Lu Shuqing and disappeared from the spot. A shocking storm ended in a farcical way that no one could have imagined. But everyone knows that the real show has just begun. A bounty of 10 billion gold coins. This number is enough to make the dark side of the entire world boil over. Chapter 27. The whole world is crazy about me, counter-killing is legal. Xiao Wanshan's figure slowly descended from mid-air and stood in front of Fong Chen. He did not release any pressure, just like an ordinary old man next door. Boy, do you know what you just did? I know. Fong Chen put away his personal terminal, spread his hands, and said innocently, help him make it even so that he can leave in a dignified manner. Xiao Wanshan. He was silent for a while before he let out a long sigh. You're courting disaster. Fire? Fong Chen smiled. City Lord Xiao, is there a possibility? I'm not the one who's afraid of fire, but the one who plays with fire? Looking at the boy's calm yet confident eyes, Xiao Wanshan fell silent again. He remembered the historical records about the profession of the weirdo in the intelligence. Every time it appears, it shakes up the world. Perhaps, the weird masters in this life are really a little different. I have already registered your 10 billion bounty with the Federal Notary Office. Xiao Wanshan looked at Fong Chen with a complicated look in his eyes. The rule is, anyone who can bring your head will receive the reward. No matter who he is or what method he uses, the Federation will recognize its legitimacy and will automatically deduct the corresponding bounty from your assets. But again, this reward comes with a clause. For anyone who accepts the bounty and attacks you, but ultimately fails and is killed by you, all their assets will automatically be considered your spoils of war. This is the rule you set yourself, and it's also the only protection the Federation can offer you for your actions. Xiao Wanshan looked at Fong Chen deeply. Boy, from today on, you are a super golden pig walking in the world, worth 10 billion. At the same time, you are also a hunter with legal hunting rights. Good luck. After saying this, Xiao Wanshan's figure disappeared on the spot like green smoke. Only Fong Chen was left, along with his petrified family members, and the restaurant manager who was holding the 100,000 yuan compensation in his hand and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Brother! Fong Lingling tugged at the corner of Fong Chen's clothes. Are we now the enemy of the whole world? Fong Chen turned around and looked at his frightened mother and siblings, and the cynicism on his face instantly disappeared. He reached out and gently rubbed his sister's head, then patted his brother's shoulder. Finally, he held his mother's cold hand and gave her a warm and reassuring smile. No. It's not that we have become the enemy of the whole world. But I, the one who declared war on the greed of the whole world. Mom, don't be afraid. The sky won't fall. Come on, we've almost finished eating, let's go home. City K, and even the entire Dragon Federation, went crazy because of the 10 billion gold coin bounty. A shocking gamble. The mysterious and strange Master Feng Chen raises his own value and offers a 10 billion reward for his own head. The Thor couple was arrested. Is the rise of the SSS level Weird Master a blessing or a curse? In-depth analysis, is the 10 billion gold coin bounty a rule loophole? Seeking death or a hunting game? On the internet, Feng Chen's name occupied the headlines of all major media platforms. Countless experts, scholars, and high-level professionals came out to analyze and discuss this crazy drama directed by Feng Chen. Some people say that he is arrogant and doesn't know his own life. He will be killed by a passing killer in less than 3 days. Some people say that he is very scheming and this move seems crazy, but in fact it is taking advantage of federal rules. He put himself in an advantageous position of legal counterattack and turned all those who wanted to kill him into mobile treasury that sent him money. Some people even began to delve deeper into the long-forgotten profession of Weird Master. Isn't this profession too abnormal? A level 10 player can instantly kill an S-level genius and even fight against a level 75 expert? Don't be stupid upstairs, the one being confronted is the city lord, okay? But this weirdo is really weird. What on earth is that ghost sedan chair? It's creepy just looking at it. I checked the ancient books, and all the strange masters that appeared in history have caused world-destroying disasters. This thing is a ticking time bomb. 10 billion. Brothers, stop discussing this. I've already sold all my property. I bought a ticket to K City. I took a chance and turned my bicycle into a motorcycle. Is the person above crazy? Didn't they read the additional clauses? If you go to kill him and get killed instead, even your private money will be confiscated. Oh, and that also includes the money you used to secretly support women outside. For a time, the teleportation array and airport in City K were crowded with people. Countless people with ulterior motives rushed in frantically from all corners of the world. And the center of all this storm. Feng Chen, however, was sitting in his living room with his family, watching TV, as if nothing had happened. Brother, it's all you on TV. Feng Yi was chewing an apple while pointing at the scene on the screen where the experts were spitting all over the place, his eyes full of admiration. Feng Lingling, holding a tablet, kept browsing the forum, occasionally exclaiming, "Brother! Your fan club has been established. They're called the Miser's Army and they say they want to protect you, the walking 10 billion. Joey Wong sat aside, looking at the TV and then at her son, her face showing both worry and pride. Xiaochen, how about we move to a place where no one knows us? She was still worried after all. Those are all desperate criminals who would rather die than live for money. Mom, where are we moving to? Feng Chen smiled and poured a cup of hot water for his mother. Now the whole world knows what I look like, unless we move to the moon. Besides, he paused, his eyes becoming serious, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Everyone thought I was going to hide, but I won't. I'm in K City. I go to school and eat as usual. If they want to take action, they have to consider City Lord Zhao's face. Seeing her son's calm demeanor, Joey Wang's anxious heart inexplicably calmed down a lot. Looking at her son's upright appearance, Vivian Chao was in a trance. It was as if I saw the shadow of my husband who has been stationed at the border for many years, equally resolute and reassuring. But her son seemed to have gone further and been crazier than his father. After comforting his family, Feng Chen returned to his room. He closed the door, and the relaxed look on his face disappeared instantly. Of course he knew that it was self-inflicted trouble. But this is also the optimal solution after careful consideration. Instead of passively waiting for endless assassinations, it is better to take the initiative to turn yourself into a vortex. A huge death spiral with 10 billion gold coins as bait. Want to kill me? Can. Bet your entire fortune. If you win, 10 billion will be yours. If you lose, you and everything you have will belong to me. This is a huge gamble, a gamble on his strength and Princess Xiaohua's growth rate, which can outrun the greed of the whole world. My strength is still not enough. Feng Chen muttered to himself. Today, facing Li Xingyan and his wife, if Xiao Wanshan had not appeared in time, even if he could rely on Princess Xiaohua to save his life, his family would inevitably be affected. He didn't want to experience that feeling of having everything under someone else's control again. He must become stronger. Strong enough to ignore any rules, strong enough to nip all threats in the bud. Chapter 28. Just when I said I didn't have enough money, the boy who brings money came to my door? System. Fong Chen's mind moved, and he called up the mall interface. Gold coin balance, 172,958,000. More than 100 million of it came from Li Hao. He needs to give Princess Xiaohua a comprehensive equipment upgrade. There were already phoenix crowns and bridal robes before. But she still lacks a suitable weapon. A weapon that suits her. Fong Chen's eyes quickly swept across the dazzling array of weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. These common things are not worthy of his princess. He directly set the filter criteria to instrumental instrument and locked the level to S or above. Swish. The interface refreshed, and several musical instrument-like weapons emitting an ominous aura appeared before his eyes. S-rank ghost bone flute, price, 80 million gold coins. Crafted from dragon bones mixed with the resentful souls of millions of humans. The sound of the flute can directly attack the soul and has a damage bonus to undead creatures. Too ugly, pass. SS rank soul snatching demonic harp, price, 600 million gold coins. This ancient demon crafted this instrument using his own spine as the beam and his beloved's hair as the strings. The sound of the piano can deprive the enemy of their 5 senses, trapping them in an endless illusion. The story is good, but the design is too scary and not elegant enough. Pass. Fong Chen's fingertips kept sliding across until he saw an item at the bottom of the list, and his eyes were instantly attracted. It was a guqin that was completely black, as if carved from 1,000-year-old dark wood. The lines of the instrument body are smooth and simple, without any unnecessary carvings, but at the end of the instrument, there is an imprint of a blood-red phoenix totem with its wings spread out, ready to fly. The eyes of the phoenix seemed like 2 points of ghostly fire from the underworld that would never go out. SSS Level 9 Nether Phoenix Harp. Type, Musical Instrument Field Amplification Rule Weapon. Price, 3 billion gold coins. Special Effect 1, Requiem. When playing, it releases sound waves that ignore physical defense and cause double crushing damage to the designated target at the mental and soul levels. The sound of the piano never stops, and the damage never stops. The intensity of the damage is proportional to the host's mental strength. Special Effect 2, Ambush from all sides, consumes mental energy to summon the 9 Nether Phoenix illusion in the designated area to launch indiscriminate attacks. The strength and number of summoned units depends on the amount of spiritual power you have. There is no upper limit. Special Effect 3, Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix. This zither has a special bond with the Phoenix crown and bridal gown suit. When the wearer wears the Phoenix coronet and the Phoenix bridal gown and plays the harp at the same time, the domain-skilled blood sedan chair welcoming the bride will be enhanced. There is also a 30% chance of evolving into the ultimate realm wedding banquet in Hades. Note, this is the national treasure of the last Ghost Dynasty and was buried with Princess Xiaohua. It witnessed a shocking betrayal and buried a glorious dynasty. The strings of the zither are extraordinary. They are made from the tendons of an evil dragon from the underworld. Only a true emperor, or endless resentment and hatred, can make it sing again. Compatibility, 99.9% compatibility with red makeup and regretful bride, Princess Xiaohua. The 9 Nether Phoenix cries. It has both the nobility of the phoenix and the resentment of the 9 netherworlds. The phoenix betrayed at the wedding, the phoenix falling into hell. Perfect. That's it. Especially the special effect of Phoenix Seeking Phoenix made Fong Chen pay special attention to it. Wedding banquet in the underworld, it sounds much more grand than wedding banquet in Blood Sedan. The only problem is, not enough money. 3 billion gold coins, even at a 10% discount, would still cost 300 million. We need to find some fortune-giving boys first. Fong Chen closed them all, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. The 10 billion bounty is more like a super VIP invitation covering the whole world than a death warrant. Invite all the self-righteous hunters to come to a carnival party called Who is the Hunted? And he is the host of the party. At the same time, on the outskirts of K City, on the top of an abandoned unfinished building, 3 ghostly figures were half kneeling in front of a skinny man in black. Captain, the target has been confirmed. It's in room 203, Unit 3, Yuanfuan Residential Complex, K City. There was no sign of him going out. He was only with his mother, a younger brother and a younger sister. My mother is a first-level professional, and the other 2 are ordinary people. They are nothing to be afraid of. No high-level professionals were found ambushing around, and the city lord Xiao Wanshan's presence has also disappeared. The man in black known as the Captain, codenamed Red Shadow. He is a famous bounty hunter in the dark web, with a level of 35 and AB class professional shadow assassin. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes filled with greed. 10 billion. TSK, the Thunder God of War is really generous. This guy is simply an idiot whose brain has been stuck in the door. He even dares to increase the stakes himself, as if he is afraid that he won't die quickly enough. A team member whispered, "Captain, City Lord Xiao Wanshan has made it clear that he wants to protect him. If we take action now, will it? What are you afraid of?" Xiying sneered. Xiao Wanshan is a word spirit master, he is particular about rules. The rule he said is that the assets of all those who failed assassinations and were killed in return will be automatically transferred. This in itself is a kind of tacit consent. He can't just kill all the jackals that come smelling the scent for a useless weird master. That would shake the foundation of the Dragon Federation. As long as we do it cleanly and without leaving any evidence, even if he finds out later, he'll have no choice but to accept it. This guy is only level 10, and he relies entirely on that weirdo to hold the scene. We have prepared soul-breaking arrows and a spirit-suppressing barrier specifically designed to restrain spirits. As long as we strike, that female ghost won't even have a chance to show up. Xiying stood up and looked down at the lights of thousands of homes in the distance, as if he could already see the 10 billion gold coins waving at him. Notify them and proceed according to the original plan. Remember, we have only one target, and that is his head. Action. The night is getting darker. In Fang Chen's room, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. But in his powerful mental perception, 3 obscure and malicious auras had quietly sneaked into the corridor where his home was. One of the auras even used some special stealth techniques to penetrate the wall and appeared in his living room. Here I come. Fang Chen opened his eyes, a cold arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. He did not summon Princess Zhaohua immediately, because he knew how to deal with this kind of clever assassin. The best way is to make them feel that their plan is perfect. In the living room, the assassin who sneaked in almost blended into the shadows. He carefully avoided all the furniture and moved towards the door of Fang Chen's room. At the same time, the other 2 assassins in the corridor were already in position. A person set up a miniature barrier disc outside the door to isolate the sound and energy fluctuations. The other person spread out a large net with shining silver runes. It was an A-level item called the Soul Binding Net, which was specially used to capture spirits. They think they can do it without anyone noticing. Little did they know that every move they made was being seen clearly from Fang Chen's god's perspective. Chapter 29, You're about to die and still want to eat noodles? Welcome to Naiha Bridge. Mom, I'm a little hungry. Is there anything to eat in the refrigerator? Fang Chen suddenly shouted outside the door. Zhou Huimin, the mother outside the door, immediately responded, Yes, Mom will make you a bowl of noodles. The sound of footsteps came and quickly disappeared. The assassin in the living room was stunned for a moment, then sneered in his heart. What a fool! He is still thinking about eating even when he is about to die. He quickened his pace and arrived at Fang Chen's door silently. He took out a dagger that was tempered with a dark blue poison from his arms. Just then, Fang Chen's door opened from the inside with a click. Mom, don't put the noodles. Fang Chen walked out as he spoke, as if he didn't notice that there was a person hiding in the shadow of the door. A light of ecstasy suddenly burst out in the assassin's eyes. A godsend. The energy in his body exploded, and the poisoned dagger in his hand turned into a deadly cold light, piercing Fang Chen's heart. Success! The assassin had already begun to imagine the extravagant life he would lead after receiving the 10 billion bounty. However, the expected feeling of the blade entering the flesh did not come. His dagger stopped less than 3 centimeters away from Fang Chen's chest. It's not blocked. But he himself couldn't move. He was horrified to find that the scene around him had changed drastically at some point. The originally warm and bright living room disappeared. Instead, there is an ancient road paved with lust that seems to have no end. On both sides of the road, patches of enchanting blood-red flowers of the other shore are in full bloom, emitting a faint red glow under the dim sky. In the distance, the sound of a sad and desolate swana can be faintly heard, like crying and complaining. A blood-red sedan chair was quietly parked in the sea of flowers. The curtains of the sedan chair were tightly closed, as if some extremely ferocious creature was sleeping inside. He himself was standing on an ancient stone bridge with weak legs. At the head of the bridge stood a weathered stone tablet with 3 twisted characters written on it in blood that seemed to have not yet dried. Naiha Bridge. Welcome, to you. A teasing voice came from behind him. The ghost hand assassin's hair stood up instantly, and he used all his strength to turn his stiff neck. His pupils suddenly contracted. I saw Fong Chen standing behind him with a smile. There was a harmless smile on that handsome face. Behind Fong Chen, a beautiful figure wearing a phoenix crown and a bridal robe was floating in the air. She had no head, and the broken neck was as smooth as a mirror. The scarlet veil concealed everything. The phoenix embroidered with gold thread on the wedding dress seemed to come alive, with dark red light flowing slowly on it, and a pair of phoenix eyes stared at him intently. Boundless resentment and murderous aura emanated from her, overwhelming the assassin to the point of almost kneeling down on the spot. This is weird? The intelligence only said that it was very strong, but it didn't say it could be this strong. Instant field. Pull yourself into it without any resistance. This is simply not a power that a level 10 professional can possess. You, who are you? Ghost Hand's voice was hoarse and dry, full of fear. Me? Fong Chen scratched his ear, looking nonchalant. I'm your 10 billion. He looked the ghost hand up and down as if he were evaluating a commodity. B rank class, Shadow Assassin, level 20. Well, it's not bad. This B level invisibility cloak on you is pretty good. And this B grade poison tempered dagger can also be sold for some money. The assassin looked unhappy. How could he know so clearly? Don't be so surprised. Fong Chen pointed to his eyes. I was just looking at your inheritance list. Heritage list? The assassin finally understood and roared, do you think you're sure to win? I still have 2 companions outside. They carry soul-binding nets and soul-breaking arrows specifically designed to restrain spirits. With just one command. Oh, you mean them? Fong Chen snapped his fingers. The surface of the Naiha bridge under the assassin's feet suddenly became transparent. He looked down and saw the corridor of his building. His 2 companions were maintaining strange postures, motionless. One maintained the posture of spreading the big net, while the other maintained the action of setting up the magic plate. Their faces were frozen with the same fear and confusion as mine. Around them, countless thin blood-red threads bound them tightly like spider webs. The other end of the thread connects to every corner of this strange world. It seems that your priceless A-level soul binding net is not as useful as my S-level domain skill, Endless Blood Path. Fong Chen spread his hands, a look of regret on his face. If you had known this would happen, you should have saved the money you would have spent on the internet and bought yourself some insurance. It's over. It's really over this time. No, don't kill me. The assassin collapsed. He knelt down on the Naiha bridge and kowtowed frantically to Fong Chen. I don't want the 10 billion anymore. I'll give you all my wealth. Please, let me live. All my wealth? Fong Chen smiled, a smile that was extremely bright. Even after you die, they will be mine. You. The assassin was about to say something else, but he saw the ghost bride behind Fong Chen raised her hand. Under the Naiha bridge, the rushing water of the Wangchuan River suddenly rushed up into the sky, and a huge whirlpool formed under the bridge. Ding! Your strangeness, Princess Xiaohua launches a will attack on the target. Judging. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Fong Chen's voice, like the whisper of a devil, sounded in Ghost Hand's ears. My Princess Xiaohua hates it most when others disturb her wedding. Judgment failed. No! The Ghost Hand only had time to let out a desperate roar. His body was uncontrollably pulled off the bridge by a huge force and fell straight into the bottomless vortex of the soul. Not even a wave was created. Ding! Your strange kill, Bounty Hunter Red Shadow level 22. According to the additional terms of the bounty, all assets under the target's name have been automatically transferred to your account and automatically converted to cash, a total of 340,000 gold coins. Ding! Your gold coin bonus is 100 times, 34 million coins. Ding! Your strange kill, Bounty Hunter Shadowblade level 18, received a 100x gold bonus, 12 million coins. Ding! Your strange kill, Bounty Hunter Silent level 20, received a 100x gold bonus, 18 million coins. A series of system prompts sounded on Fong Chen's terminal. He looked at the numbers on his personal terminal that skyrocketed instantly. Gold coin balance, 236,958,000. 3 poor fellows, with only a few $100,000 combined. If it weren't for the 100x gold farming effect, it wouldn't even be enough for him to buy equipment. This unexpected fortune comes faster than grinding dungeons, provided they have a mine at home. Chapter 30, Brother Bai went out shopping, and killers all over the city were mobilized. Fang Qinsha waved his hand, and the strange scene around him receded like a tide. The living room is still the same living room, with warm lights, the aroma of food, everything is exactly the same as before. As if nothing had happened. Only in the corridor, the three bodies that had lost their souls and were left with only empty shells proved that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Xiaochen, the noodles are ready. Come and eat. I heard my mother's call from the kitchen. Here I come. Fang Chen responded, turned and walked towards the restaurant, with that relaxed and comfortable smile on his face again. As for the garbage in the corridor, he believed that someone would come to deal with it. After all, this hunting game worth 10 billion has just begun. As a hunter, he always has to leave some small surprises and warnings for the prey that comes later. Early morning in K City. A long cordon was set up downstairs of Yuanfuan community. Dozens of professionals wearing city guard uniforms blocked the entrance to Unit 3 with solemn expressions. Their eyes would glance into the corridor from time to time. Just last night, 3B-level assassins with an average level of over 30 from the famous dark web bounty team Red Shadow died here silently. The death was extremely strange. Their bodies were intact, and their faces still had the expressions they had in life. But the 3 souls and 7 spirits had already been completely extracted, turning them into 3 soulless empty shells. No signs of fighting were found at the scene, and no trace of energy remained. It was as if they were just walking up the stairs and were gently tapped on the shoulder by the god of death. Did you find anything? A city guard captain whispered to the forensic personnel who had just inspected the scene. The forensic officer shook his head palely, his voice trembling. Captain, we can't find anything. It's like their souls just vanished into thin air. We used the most precise soul detector to scan it, but we couldn't find even a trace of a residual soul. The captain gasped. There are only 2 possibilities to achieve this level. One type is a powerful person of such high level that he can crush the opponent and wipe out all traces. The other kind is weird. And the rules are extremely domineering, terrifying, and weird. Considering who lives in this building, the answer is self-evident. Clean up the scene and announce that it was gas poisoning. The captain lowered his voice and gave the order. Remember, anyone who dares to reveal a single word about what happened last night will be charged with treason. This is City Lord Zhao's highest order. Yes. All the city guards responded in unison. Soon, the 3 bodies were taken away quietly. Professional cleaning staff quickly cleaned up the scene and even filtered the air in the corridor with purification equipment. In less than half an hour, the cordon was removed and everything returned to normal. It seemed as if the silent killing last night was just a short nightmare. And at this time, Fang Chen was sitting at the dining table, drinking milk and looking at his personal terminal. Brother, you're trending again. My sister Fang Lingling came over with her terminal in hand, looking excited. On the screen, the headlines of K City's local news were pushed. An accident occurred in Yuanfuan community, where 3 migrant workers died from gas poisoning. Experts are reminding residents to pay attention to gas safety. The comments section below, with its small print, is a complete mess. That's hilarious. Gas poisoning? You're kidding. 3B rank bounty hunters were killed by a gas tank? The person above, don't talk nonsense, or you'll get checked. Whatever the official says is what it is. I see. This is K City's signature gas poisoning. This gas is incredibly potent. I bet 100 gold coins that this was definitely done by Brother Billion. This is a blatant warning. It's too cruel. They didn't even leave a complete body. They just sucked out the soul. Now those desperate people who want to get rich have to consider whether their lives are tough enough. Fang Chen took a quick look and showed no interest. He was more concerned with something else. There is still a long way to go to reach the target of 300 million gold coins. Those 3 guys last night were known as the Dark Web Elites. The total amount was only over 600,000, which was a shame for the bounty hunter world. How long will it take to raise 300 million by relying on these small fish and shrimps? The efficiency is too low. It seems that we need to change our thinking. Brother, what are you thinking about? Fang Lingling asked curiously. I'm thinking about how to make some money quickly, efficiently, and legally. Fang Chen answered seriously. Zhou Huiman, the mother standing by, immediately became alert upon hearing this. What do you want to do, kid? I'm telling you, don't offer any more bounties. The real thing is to take the college entrance exam peacefully and get into a war academy. Mom, don't worry. Fang Chen put down the cup of milk and showed a smile that made his mother feel at ease. I'm a law-abiding citizen. To make money, of course you have to go through formal channels. As he said this, he stood up. I'm full, so I'm going out for a walk. Zhou Huiman asked worriedly, where are you going? It's so dangerous outside now. Fang Chen walked to the entrance to change his shoes and waved his hand. It's okay, I can beat 100 of them by myself. I'm just afraid they won't come. Fang Chen walked out of the apartment building. The sun was shining brightly, making him feel warm. The neighborhood was surprisingly quiet. The commotion of last night, along with the faint smell of blood and resentment in the air, disappeared completely. But he could feel that countless pairs of eyes were staring at him in the dark. Some were city guards, looking at them with scrutiny and fear. What is more, is the greed and madness hidden in the shadows, like a group of sharks smelling blood, waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Instead of feeling annoyed, Fang Chen felt a little excited. Just like an experienced fisherman, he casts a fishing net worth tens of billions. Now, it's time to see how many fish are caught. It's too inefficient. He muttered to himself as he walked. He just sat there and waited for someone to come to him, but all the people who came were useless. The 3B level assassins combined did not earn as much as he earned from clearing a dungeon. With them, when can we collect 300 million gold coins to buy a new toy for my wife? You have to take the initiative. Fang Chen took out his personal terminal and his fingers moved quickly on the screen. He did not log into the official professional platform, but entered the dark web that only circulated in the underground world through several secret springboards. The interface here is rough and chaotic, filled with all kinds of bloody and violent information, as well as high rewards and shady transactions. Fang Chen SID the bounty worth 10 billion. It is being placed in the most conspicuous position. The title is bolded and enlarged, flashing a blood-red light, as if afraid that others will not see it. TSK, this aesthetic is so unfashionable. He ignored posts that included character assassination and death threats. The map of K City and its surrounding areas was opened directly. He needs an ideal place to spawn monsters and people. This location needs to meet several conditions, a lot of people, especially a lot of self-proclaimed bounty hunters. Finally, the monsters cannot be too weak, so you can get some gold coins and experience. Chapter 31 A piece of fake news, all the killers in the city are crazy about me. Soon, a name jumped into his sight. Instance name, Goblin's Lair. Instance type, Public Exploration Area. Level restriction, LV.29 and below. Risk rating, C+ high risk. Copy introduction, the copy is located in K City, 30 kilometers away. An abandoned mine occupied by goblins, with an intricate internal structure like a maze. Countless violent goblin miners and goblin warriors are entrenched in it, led by cunning goblin shamans and strong goblin overseers. Deep within the lair, it is said that the powerful Goblin King sleeps. Special note, this copy is a public area and is not protected by city security laws. Free PK is allowed inside. A large number of bounty hunters, scavengers, and desperados lurk here all year round. The danger comes not only from monsters, but also from your teammates. After the game comes, the copy is refreshed. Because the monster density is high and the refresh speed is fast. And rare ores will occasionally appear. The Goblin's Lair has become one of the most popular places for mid- and low-level professionals to grind for the game in K City and its surrounding areas. There are many people and many strange things. The most important thing is that there are all kinds of people there. Every day, there are bloody conflicts in dungeons due to grabbing monsters and treasures. That's it. A playful smile appeared on Fang Chen's lips. But he didn't intend to just go there. Hunters need to be patient and know how to set traps and lure prey. Instead of passively waiting for these flies to fly over one by one, I might as well build a stage myself. Let them rush to die. No, it's giving money. Fang Chen's fingers flew, and he found a low-level information dealer who specialized in selling intelligence in the black market section of the dark web. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Fang Chen directly transferred 10,000 gold coins anonymously. The other party replied immediately. Boss, what can I do for you? Fang Chen edited a message and sent it over. Spread this news. I want all the bounty hunters in K City to see it. Fang Chen, the target of a 10 billion bounty, has traveled alone to the Howling Crypt, presumably for final sprint training before the college entrance exam. The information dealer was silent for a few seconds, as if shocked by the explosiveness of the news. Boss, is this news true? You just collect the money and do the work. Clear. After receiving the money, the information dealer was extremely efficient and the process took less than 5 minutes. This is top secret information that has been exaggerated. It spread like a virus in the internal channels and chat groups of major bounty hunters. Holy crap! Is this true? Is that kid crazy? How dare he go to the goblin's lair alone? Is the source of the information reliable? Don't tell me it's a trap. Who cares if it's a trap or not? 10 billion. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, it's worth fighting for. Besides, even City Lord Xiao Wanshan can't control a place like the Goblin's Lair. Damn it, guys, grab your weapons. If you're late, you won't even have soup. Assemble. Target the Goblin's Lair. Anyone who dares to stand in our way will be punished with 10 billion. For a time, the entire underground world of K-City was in an uproar. Countless desperados hiding in every corner of the city. As if injected with chicken blood, his eyes were red and rushed in the same direction. After doing all this, Fang Chen put away the terminal contentedly and walked leisurely to the maglev station on the side of the road. He swiped his card and boarded the public bus heading towards the eastern suburbs. There were not many people in the carriage, so he found a seat by the window. He put on his headphones and listened to music leisurely, just like an ordinary high school student on a weekend trip. However, his overly famous face soon attracted the attention of other passengers. Isn't that the 10 billion? Oh my god, it's really him. How dare he take the bus alone? Stay away from him. This guy is a moving source of disaster now. The passengers around immediately became agitated. The look in his eyes was filled with complex emotions, fear, curiosity, and a hint of imperceptible greed. They all stood up and moved to the position farthest away from him without leaving any trace. Soon, a vacuum zone formed within 3 meters around Fang Chen. Fang Chen seemed oblivious to all this. He just stared out the window at the rapidly receding street scene, his fingers tapping his knees to the beat of the music. Half an hour later, the maglev bus stopped at the terminal in the eastern suburbs. Fang Chen got out of the car and walked forward. It is a desolate Gobi desert where you can see the entrance to the Goblin's Lair. At the entrance, a fairly large camp has spontaneously formed. Tents, street stalls, makeshift bars, equipment repair shops can be seen everywhere. When Fang Chen's figure appeared at the edge of the camp, the originally noisy camp instantly fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were focused on him. Hundreds of eyes, like searchlights, scanned him from head to toe. The next second, the silence was broken and whispers arose. He is really here. One person. Just him. It looks ordinary, it doesn't look like it can take out the Red Shadow team at all. Don't be fooled by appearances. This kid is very evil. Don't you see that those big guilds and top hunter teams haven't made any moves yet? They're just waiting and watching. Countless pairs of eyes flashed with wolf-like green light. Greed fermented in the air, almost solidifying into substance. Several teams that looked strong and well-equipped had already dispersed quietly. From different directions, they were quietly surrounding Fang Chen, who was alone. Fang Chen ignored all this and walked towards the entrance of the Goblin's Lair. Just when he was less than 10 meters away from the blue vortex, a burly figure with 4 teammates stood in front of him. Leading the group was a bald, burly man over 2 meters tall, wearing heavy armor. Carrying a huge alloy tower shield on his shoulders, he is obviously a tank specialized in defense. He looked down at Fang Chen condescendingly, his rough face showing an undisguised malice and ridicule. Kid, this is not a place for a high school student like you. The strong man's voice was like a muffled thunder, buzzing. Since you are young, go back to the city. Grandpa is in a good mood today, so maybe he can let you live one more day. A naked threat, but also the final test. The atmosphere around them instantly became extremely tense, and everyone held their breath, waiting for Fang Chen's reaction. Fang Chen stopped, raised his head and looked at the tin can blocking the way. He sighed helplessly, then gave a polite and innocent smile. Excuse me, are you here to kill me and collect the reward as well? The sturdy man was stunned, as if he didn't expect him to be so direct. So what? 32 All the killers in the city were dumbfounded. Do you have to draw lots to kill people? Oh. Fang Chen nodded. He took out some paper from his pocket, wrote the number on it, and handed it over. Then please get a number and queue up first. There are still a few batches ahead. I'm in a hurry, so I have to come one by one. Everyone was stunned by Fong Chen's godlike operation. The bald strong man was stunned where he stood, his brain stopped working for a full 3 seconds. Queue? Get a number? What the hell is this kid talking about? Are you fucking kidding me? The strong man was instantly furious, he felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. He crumpled the number paper in his hand into a ball and threw it to the ground. The energy in his body exploded, and the powerful aura of level 29 pressed towards Fong Chen without reservation. Brothers, come on! Kill him! The 10 billion is ours! The 4 teammates behind him responded instantly. An archer drew his longbow, and the poison arrow flashed with a faint light. A wizard began to chant a spell, and the element of frost gathered in his palm. Fong Chen looked at the person rushing towards him, with the smile on his face unchanged, and just said softly, I told you to line up, why won't you listen? In that case, then see you in the dungeon. The moment the words fell, Fong Chen's figure did not pause at all, and he stepped into the blue vortex that exuded an ominous aura. He didn't even look back at the bounty hunters who had gone crazy. Court death. The bald strong man roared, and the ally tower's shield in his hand shone with an ochre light. That was the full defensive stance of a level 29 guardian. The archer behind him had already released the bowstring, and the arrow, which was tempered with dark green poison, drew a tricky arc in the air and pointed directly at Fong Chen's back. The frost wizard spell was also completed, and a deep freeze ice cone the size of a human head whizzed out, carrying a cold air that was cold enough to instantly freeze steel. 2 directions, 3 angles, all of Fong Chen's escape routes were blocked. The hearts of the people watching outside the camp were in their throats. In their opinion, this arrogant high school student would be blown to pieces in the next second by this smooth combination of attacks. However, what happened next almost made everyone's eyes pop out. The poisonous arrow was about to touch the corner of Fong Chen's clothes. Without any warning, it started from the arrowhead and turned into the finest black powder inch by inch, and drifted away with the wind. That incredibly powerful ice cone was like summer ice encountering the scorching midday sun. It quickly melted in mid-air, leaving not even a drop of water behind, only a wisp of white water vapor. All attacks are eliminated without a trace. It was as if Fong Chen's body. Behind you, there is an invisible, absolute, forbidden zone. This what is going on? Is it an illusion? Is there something wrong with my eyes? It's not an illusion. It's a rule-based power. His weirdness, he doesn't even need to show up to distort reality. Among the crowd, there was an experienced and knowledgeable veteran professional who spoke the truth in a trembling voice. Fear spreads like a plague in everyone's heart. They didn't even see the shadow of the enemy, and their strongest attack was already ineffective. How can we fight this? The instigator, Fong Chen, had half of his body submerged in the vortex of the copy. He turned around and gave a smile as warm as spring breeze to the group of bounty hunters who had been completely petrified. I'll wait for you inside. Oh, by the way, remember to buy the tickets. After saying this, his figure completely disappeared in the vortex. Asshole. The bald strong man came back to his senses from the shock, and was replaced by boundless rage and humiliation. After being toyed with like this, if he cannot twist Fong Chen's head off today, his reputation as Iron Wall Arnold will become a laughingstock in the entire K-City. 10 billion. He only has one weirdo. There are so many of us, what are we afraid of? He must have used some expensive, disposable item. He must be at the end of his rope now. That's right. He's bluffing. Greed ultimately triumphed over fear. Under the stimulation of 10 billion gold coins, the eyes of this group of desperados turned red again. Iron Wall Arnold took the lead and rushed into the goblin's nest with his team, roaring. Following closely behind were several other teams that could no longer contain their excitement. At that moment, dozens of figures rushed into the blue vortex, fearing that they would be too late and not even be able to drink the soup. Ding! You have entered the public dungeon, Goblin's Lair. Warning, this area is not protected by city security laws and allows free PK. Warning, killing other professionals will not be punished by federal law. The cold, damp air hit me in the face, mixed with a disgusting stench and the smell of rusty minerals. The clanging sounds of mining and the sharp and piercing cries of the goblins echoed in my ears. Fong Chen stood in a narrow mine tunnel with slippery soil under his feet. Lichens and mosses emitting a faint green light grew on the rock walls on both sides, barely illuminating the road ahead. This is the Goblin Lair. A natural hunting ground where the strong prey on the weak. As soon as he stood firm, the space behind him began to distort. Iron Wall Arnold and his 4 teammates appeared in the mine tunnel with murderous intent. Boy, let's see where you can run this time. Arno smiled grimly and slammed the tower shield in his hand heavily to the ground, shaking the entire mine tunnel. The figure of a thief teammate faded instantly and disappeared into the shadows. The archer drew his longbow again, but this time. Attached to his arrows is a hunter's mark that is specifically used for marking and cannot be dispelled. The mage chants a range of effects slowing spell, Slow Swamp. They had obviously learned their lesson and planned to use control skills to restrict Fong Chen's movements first, and then focus their fire to kill him. The tactics were standard, and also, naive. Fong Chen watched them form their battle formation in a serious manner. He slowly said to the roaring burly man, "Hello, guest. I just reminded you outside to queue up. Since you chose to jump the queue and enjoy VIP service, then according to the rules, you need to pay extra." Arnold was so angry at his words that he almost had a brain hemorrhage. "Pay your mother's fee. I will send you to hell today." Oh, I can't even make sense. Fong Chen shook his head helplessly. Then he snapped his fingers. Pop. The crisp sound echoed in the mine tunnel. The next second, the world changed color. The originally dim mine tunnel was shrouded in a thick, indissoluble layer of blood. The mournful and desolate sound of the Swana rang in everyone's ears. Endless blood-red petals fell from the void, carrying the breath of death. The blood sedan chair welcomes the bride, the field unfolds. Chapter 33. Welcome, jump the queue VIP and enjoy the flash sale service. Domain. It's a domain skill. The mages in the team screamed in terror. Domain skills, that is at least level 60 or above. Only after you have a deep understanding of your own strength can you comprehend the ability. How could a low-level weird master possibly possess a domain? Don't panic, suppress him. He's low-level and won't last long. Arnold roared, adding a defensive aura to himself and his teammates. However, just as he finished speaking, something even more terrifying happened. Countless blood-red threads thinner than a hair. It seeped out from the ground, the walls, and the air, and wrapped around the 5 of them like a living thing. These threads ignored Arno's shield. It ignored the magic barrier of the mages, penetrated their skin directly, and pierced into their flesh. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. They can feel their own vitality, physical strength, and magic power being madly pulled by these strange silk threads. The road to blood is endless. Within the area, all enemies' attributes are forcibly reduced by 80%. Fong Chen and his weirdness will receive an 80% bonus to all attributes. As one grows stronger and the other shrinks, the gap is no longer a chasm, but a chasm. My power is fading. Arnold was horrified to find that his tower shield, which weighed 1,000 pounds, had become a little unstable. Ghost. There's a ghost. The thief and the team suddenly pointed behind Fong Chen and let out a heart-wrenching howl. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. Behind Fong Chen, a wedding guard appeared at some point. In the front are 2 headless palace maids holding lanterns. Next came 4 musicians playing the bone swana. Their figures were illusory, their footsteps were light, and they made no sound wherever they passed. However, the boundless negative energy and resentment caused the temperature of the entire mine tunnel to drop to the point of frost. One of the musicians was playing the swana. Turning his head, his empty eye sockets looked at the thief who had fallen into stealth mode. The thief felt as if his soul was frozen. His stealth skills were completely useless. No. He wanted to call for help, but found that he couldn't say a word. The ghost musician's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. The black shadow's hand pressed on the top of his head. The thief's body twitched violently, and then fell limply. His eyes were still wide open, filled with endless fear. But the breath of life has disappeared. Ding! Your trick! Princess Xiaowa's wedding guard has killed the bounty hunter level 28. According to the additional terms of the bounty, all assets under the target's name have been automatically transferred to your account. Ding! You received a 100x gold coin bonus, 880,000 coins. A series of prompt sounds rang out, but they were so pleasant to the ears. The remaining 3 people were scared out of their wits. What a terrifying strength! A series of prompt sounds rang out, but they were so pleasant to the ears. The remaining 3 people were completely frightened. What a terrifying strength. Just as someone can kill a level 28 B-class thief in seconds. How powerful is the true strange body? Run! Run! The archer was the first to collapse. He turned around and tried to escape towards the dungeon entrance. But he had just taken 2 steps when the ground beneath his feet suddenly became soft. Hands made of mud and blood stretched out from the ground and grabbed his ankles tightly. It was the slow swamp released by that mage. Only. At this moment, this magic has been completely assimilated by the bloody domain and turned into a death spell. What are you doing? The archer shouted back in despair. I can't control it. The wizard cried out. He found that his magic power had gone out of control and was completely out of control. Fang Chen watched the scene with interest. Look, there's an internal conflict. So, teamwork is important, but choosing the right teammates is even more important. He was like a patient and instructive teacher, commenting on the farce before him. At this moment, the ghost musicians had floated in front of the archers and mages. Accompanied by 2 short screams, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Your strange kill, bounty hunter, received a 100x gold coin bonus, 6,500,000 coins. Ding! Your strange kill, bounty hunter, received a 100x gold bonus, 7,200,000 coins. In the blink of an eye, Arnold was the only one left in the 5-man team. He was trembling all over as he looked at the ghost slowly approaching. He looked at Fang Chen, who was standing not far away with a smile on his face, and finally broke down. With a plop sound. The level 29 guardian threw away the tower shield in his hand, his knees weakened, and he knelt on the ground. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have cut in line. I'm not a human. I can't recognize a great man. While crying and shouting, he slapped himself wildly with his hands, making a slapping sound. I don't want any money. I'll give you all my wealth. Please, spare my life. Fang Chen walked up to him and looked down at him. Wouldn't it be better if we could have cooperated like this earlier? I have to do it myself. He sighed, then stretched out a finger and tapped Arnold's forehead. But it's too late now. Your behavior of cutting in line has seriously affected my hunting efficiency and has also brought a bad experience to other customers in line. So, as punishment. Fang Chen's smile turned a little cruel. In addition to your entire net worth, I will also charge an additional 100% service fee. Arnold was stunned, not understanding what he meant. The next second, the shadow of the Naiha bridge flashed by under his feet. The judgment of will is completed instantly. Judgment failed. Arnold's body suddenly stiffened, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His soul has been dragged into an endless vortex. Ding! Your strange kill, Golden Hunter Iron Wall level 29. According to the additional terms of the bounty, all assets under the target's name have been automatically transferred to your account. Ding! Your strange kill, Bounty Hunter, received a 100x gold bonus, 15,600,000 coins. Fang Chen looked at the additional income on his terminal and nodded with satisfaction. Gold coin balance, 267,138,000. Well, this VIP customer is quite rich and deserves a 5-star rating. He had just finished speaking. Then I heard a chaotic sound of footsteps and shouting coming from the entrance of the mine. Damn it, who blocked the road? Hurry up, people in front, don't block the road. Obviously, the second group of guests has arrived. Fang Chen retracted his domain and the mine tunnel returned to its original state. He turned around and looked at the bodies lying on the ground, their souls gone, thoughtfully. He walked over and dragged the bodies to the side of the mine tunnel and laid them out in a row. After doing all this, he showed a warm smile like a service industry practitioner on his face. Towards the group of people who were coming. Welcome, would you like service? Chapter 34, Lao Lu appears, and Ghostblade Feng Qi a shocking and vicious plan. At the entrance of the mine, the light was distorted. A dozen or so bounty hunters with fierce looks and various equipment squeezed out, cursing. As soon as they entered the dungeon, they were stunned by the strange scene before them. In the mine tunnel, the young man worth 10 billion was standing aside with a smile on his face. At his feet were 5 corpses. It was the Iron Wall squad that had just rushed to the front. How much time has passed since they rushed in? 1 minute? Or 2 minutes? An elite team with an average level close to level 30. Just like that, the whole team was wiped out? There's not even a trace of a fight. The body was intact, with an expression of fear and confusion still frozen on its face. This is even more horrifying than just blowing them into pieces. Gudong. Someone swallowed hard. Everyone, now that you're here, don't block the door. Fong Chen greeted everyone warmly, like a KTV host. There are plenty of seats inside, sit wherever you want. This group of desperate criminals who were just so aggressive. But at this moment, it was as if we were under a spell. You look at me and I look at you. No one dared to take another step forward. They were dazzled by the 10 billion, but they are not fools. Arnold's strength is also ranked among the best in the professional circle of K-City. He was able to eliminate their entire team so quietly in just 1 minute. The strength of the young man in front of them has far exceeded their imagination. Well, we just came in to dig some minerals, just passing by. A thin man who looked rather clever forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. As he spoke, he stepped back cautiously. Yes, mining. The others reacted immediately and agreed, wanting to return to the dungeon entrance. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The smile on Fong Chen's face remained unchanged. But the words he said made everyone feel like they were falling into an icy cave. I've already called your number. If you pass the number, it will be invalid. The moment the words fell, blood fell again. The mournful sound of the Swana, like a devil's death-calling voice, exploded in everyone's ears. Blood mist surged in from all directions, instantly blocking the entrance to the mine. Ah! It's the domain. Run! These bounty hunters were instantly furious and no longer cared about the 10 billion. They ran in all directions like crazy, trying to escape from this bloody hell. But, is it too late? Fong Chen stood there with his arms folded, admiring his masterpiece. Those headless ghosts of palace maids, holding pale lanterns, shuttled through the blood mist like the most graceful dancers. Their fingers turned into blood-red threads, gently brushing against the neck of a bounty hunter. The man's head rolled down silently, and his soul was taken away by the lantern, turning into a faint candlelight. The ghost musician playing the Swana aimed the bone Swana at a mage who was about to release a skill. What is blown out is not sound, but the resentment that solidifies the soul. The mage's body was instantly covered with a layer of frost, turning into a corpse with a face full of fear. Every time they appeared, they were accompanied by a desperate scream and a fallen body. This is no longer a goblin's lair, but Princess Xiaohua's slaughterhouse. And those so-called bounty hunters are just lambs to be slaughtered, unable to even raise a wave of resistance. Ding! Your weird attack kills bounty hunter level 29. Ding! Your weird attack kills the bounty hunter level 28. Ding! Your strange attack kills. For a moment, Fong Chen's personal terminal was popping up prompts frantically, as if it had been infected with a virus. His gold coin balance was jumping up rapidly. 160 million. 190 million. 220 million. The efficiency is still too low. Fong Chen looked at the growth rate and frowned slightly. Although there are many small fish and shrimps, their quality is really poor. The amount of gold coins contributed by each person ranges from hundreds of thousands to millions. All added together, it's not as many as Arnold alone. It seems that we still have to take the initiative. As soon as he thought about it, the blood-colored field rapidly spread and expanded towards the mine tunnel. At the same time, Goblin's Lair, second floor mining area. A man wearing black leather armor and holding two swords was leaning on a piece of ore, wiping his weapons. His name is Feng Qi, nicknamed Ghostblade, level 29, a level assassin. In the underground world of K-City, he is a legend. He is known for his ruthlessness and meticulous planning. Unlike those simple-minded desperados, he never fights an unprepared battle. After learning that Fong Chen had entered the Goblin's Lair, he did not rush in like everyone else, but instead immediately sneaked into the second floor of the dungeon and waited patiently. He was waiting for those cannon fodder to test Fong Chen's strength. Also waiting for the best time to strike. Boss, there seems to be a big commotion on the first floor. A scout teammate who was on guard came over quickly, his face pale. The dozen or so people who just entered seemed to be all dead. Feng Qi paused while wiping the dagger, raised his head, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. So soon? He stood up, walked to the passage connecting the first and second floors, and listened attentively. In the mine, even the roars of the goblins disappeared. There was only a strong smell of blood slowly seeping up from the first layer. Feng Qi's expression gradually became solemn. He realized that he had underestimated the weird master. This is no longer hunting, but slaughter. Boss, are we still going to go on? Another teammate asked fearfully. Although 10 billion is tempting, you have to be alive to spend it. Feng Qi narrowed his eyes, his brain working rapidly. A head-on confrontation is definitely a dead end. That strange realm is too overbearing. We must find a way to lure him out of the area. Or, find a way to restrain his weirdness. Spread the word. Feng Qi suddenly sneered and gave orders to the scouts. Take Fang Chen, the target with a 10 billion bounty, for example, who slaughtered dozens of bounty hunters on the first floor. I'm exhausted and resting here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Also, attach this as well. He pulled out an old parchment scroll from his bosom, on which were intricate runes drawn in blood. Spirit-breaking talisman, an A-level consumable item, can temporarily dispel the field of spirit-type units. Just say that this is a free gift from me, Ghostblade Feng Qi, to all of you fellow travelers. The scout's eyes lit up. Boss, that's great. Drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Let others be cannon fodder while we reap the benefits. Feng Qi snorted coldly. A bunch of idiots, do you really think that an A-level spell can deal with that level of weirdness? I just need them to help me create a little chaos. His real purpose was to take advantage of the moment when everyone was attracted to the first floor by the false information. He himself went to the deepest part of the nest. What he wanted to do was not to kill Feng Chen, but wake up the Goblin King. Chapter 35. The boss wakes up, the whole audience riots, and Feng Qi's mentality collapses. That's a level 30 dungeon boss. There is no team that can't be defeated without more than 20 people. Most importantly, once awakened, the entire goblin nest will fall into riot. By then, no matter how powerful the weird master was, he would be facing thousands of crazy goblins. If we add a boss, it will definitely be a mess. And that was the best time for him to take action. Action! With Feng Qi's order, he and his elite team disappeared into the mine. Soon, Feng Qi spread the false information and the extremely tempting spirit-breaking talisman. It caused a huge uproar in various channels of the dark web. Exhausted? Really? Ghostblade Feng Qi has taken action. He also took out the A-level soul-breaking talisman. This time it's safe. Damn it, the brave ones will die of overeating, and the timid ones will die of starvation. 10 billion is right in front of us, let's do it. Go! If you go too late, you won't even be able to gnaw on the bones. The larger team of bounty hunters who were originally waiting and watching went crazy. They were like sharks smelling blood, pouring into the goblin's lair. And at this moment, Feng Chen was standing at the entrance leading to the second floor, looking at the information refreshed in the dark web channel on his terminal. Breaking spirit talisman? Driving away tigers and devouring wolves? Awakening the Goblin King? The smile on his lips grew wider and wider. Interesting. Finally, someone who's not so stupid has arrived. However, you think you are the hunter, but you don't know that you have already become the fish in my net. He raised his head and glanced at the mine tunnel. Princess Zhao's territory had already silently covered the first and second floors of the entire goblin's nest. Feng Qi thought he could sneak around without anyone noticing. In his perception, it was as eye-catching as a firefly in the dark night. Since you want to play so much, I'll play bigger with you. Not only did Feng Chen not try to stop Feng Qi. Instead, he took the initiative to shrink the scope of the area that was wreaking havoc on the first layer. He removed the blood mist that blocked the entrance, making the ghost musicians hide. He wanted to create the illusion for the new guests that the enemy was truly exhausted. He wanted to make this feast even more lively. Soon, a new batch of bounty hunters rushed into the first floor. They saw corpses all over the ground. I was frightened at first. But then, when they discovered that the terrifying blood-red area had really disappeared. When the resentment in the air faded a lot, everyone fell into ecstasy. He's really dying. Quick! Find him. 10 billion is mine. Hundreds of bounty hunters, like a swarm of locusts, swarmed into the mine tunnel and began a carpet search for Feng Chen. But Feng Chen is no longer here. He was walking at a leisurely pace, following Feng Qi's team, heading towards the deepest part of the goblin's nest. As he walked, he also cleaned up the goblins he met on the road. Princess Zhao's sedan chair followed behind him. She didn't need to take action. It's just the resentment emanating from his body. It was enough to make those ferocious goblin miners and warriors tremble in fear, kneel on the ground and unable to move, allowing Feng Chen to easily harvest them. Ding! Your strange kill, Goblin Miner level 18. You receive a 100x gold bonus, 180,000 coins. Ding! Your strange kill, Goblin Warrior level 22. You receive a 100x gold bonus, 220,000 coins. Ma'am, look, doesn't this look like strolling in your own back garden? While Feng Chen was easily collecting gold coins, he also had the leisure to chat with Princess Xiaohua. Although Princess Xiaohua in the bridal sedan did not respond, the blood flowing on her phoenix coronet and bridal robe seemed to soften a little. Let's go, there's a big guy ahead. After the fight, your husband will buy you a new toy. Feng Chen's gaze penetrated through layers of rock walls and fell on the huge figure sleeping in the deepest part of the nest. And the ghost blade Feng Qi, who was secretly setting up the awakening magic circle in front of it. A wonderful show of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, is about to begin. However, it is hard to say who is the mantis and who is the oriole. Goblin Lair, Boss Room. This place is as big as several football fields. In the center is a simple throne made of countless bones and ores. On the throne, a huge monster over 5 meters tall was sleeping soundly. Its skin is dark green, its body is full of muscles, it is wearing torn black armor, and it holds a huge mace tightly in its hand. Even in its sleep, the fierce aura it exudes is enough to suffocate any professional below level 30. This is the ruler of the Goblin Lair. Violent Goblin King Dungeon Boss, level 30. At this moment, under the throne, Ghost Blade Feng Qi and his 4 elite team members were carefully setting up a complex magic circle. In the magic circle, there are inlaid mad crystals that emit violent energy. Hurry up! Those idiots can't hold on for long. Feng Qi lowered his voice and urged the team members. He sneered. Everything was in his plan. Those greedy cannon fodders attracted firepower for him, and he only needed to finish them off. He could feel that the shouts and energy fluctuations coming from the first floor were becoming more and more intense. Those hundreds of bounty hunters have already engaged in battle with the summons of the weirdo. Although they were just ghosts, they were surprisingly powerful. Coupled with the strange terrain, the fight was difficult to determine the winner for a while. But this is exactly what he wanted. Only chaos can create opportunities for him. Boss, it's done. A team member wiped the sweat from his forehead and cast the last seal. The entire awakening magic circle lit up with a dazzling red light. The violet energy rushed straight to the Goblin King on the throne. Roar! The sleeping king was rudely awakened. The Goblin King suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson pupils filled with cruelty and bloodlust. It let out a deafening roar, and the terrifying sound waves echoed in the cave, shaking the rock walls rustling. Well done. Let's retreat. A hint of pride flashed in Feng Qi's eyes, and he immediately led his men and quietly retreated into a secret branch at the edge of the cave and hid. He just needs to stay here and wait quietly. Waiting for the strange master to be held back by the furious Goblin King and the Goblin army that rushed over after hearing the news. Then, he will strike his target from the shadows with a fatal blow. The plan is flawless. However, what he waited for was not the embarrassed young man he had expected. It was a leisurely figure, as if taking a stroll. Hey, have you been waiting long? Feng Chen walked leisurely in from the entrance of the cave and waved friendly in the direction where Feng Qi was hiding. At that moment, Feng Qi's pupils suddenly contracted. How come he is here? More importantly, how did he know where I was hiding? Countless question marks appeared in his mind. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped his heart. Chapter 36. My dear, do you like this boss as a betrothal gift? Roar! The Goblin King obviously also discovered Feng Chen, the uninvited guest. In its eyes, all non-goblin creatures are enemies. It roared and stood up from the throne, its huge body bringing a huge sense of oppression. He picked up the thick mace, took big strides, and charged towards Feng Chen. The earth trembles under its feet. Feng Qi, who was hiding in the dark, felt his heart leap into his throat. Chance! As long as the weirdo is entangled by the Goblin King, it will be the best time for him to take action. However, Feng Chen didn't even look at the charging Goblin King. He simply turned sideways and said gently to the empty space behind him. My lady, it's time to call it a day. After we beat this big guy, we'll go buy your favorite new guitar. The words fell. A graceful figure appeared silently beside Feng Chen. Red makeup, phoenix crown, eyes full of blood and tears. One hand held up his magnificent head. Princess Xiaohua stood there, looking at the roaring behemoth charging towards her. The roar was enough to crack rocks. The moment she appeared, it came to an abrupt end. The charging Goblin King had a confused look in his crimson, cruel eyes. It stopped and its body was less than 10 meters away from Feng Chen. The ferocious spikes on the mace could almost scratch Feng Chen's nose. But it did not swing its weapon again. Because it sees. In its world, everything before its eyes has changed. It is no longer a dark and damp room, but a festive street decorated with lights and covered with red silk. The surroundings are no longer cold rock walls, but a wedding procession with music and joy. Wow, wow. The Goblin King growled, unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Feng Qi, who was hiding in the dark, almost popped his eyes out. What the fuck is going on? Illusion? Impossible. The level 30 boss has extremely high mental resistance, and ordinary illusions have no effect on it. That's the violent Goblin King. A boss famous for his brutality and mindless killing. Why are you just standing there like a fool? The uneasiness in his heart continued to grow. At this moment, something happened that made his scalp tingle even more. The ghostly wedding procession that had been following Feng Chen floated out. Four musicians playing bone swanas surrounded the Goblin King and played the festive yet sad tune. Two headless palace maids holding pale lanterns, one on the left and one on the right, hung the two lanterns on the Goblin King's mace. Instead of resisting, the Goblin King seemed to be bound by some rules and allowed them to do as they pleased. Then, the blood-red sedan chair floating in the air slowly fell down. Princess Xiaohua held her head and walked in front of the Goblin King. She reached out her other pale hand and gently stroked the Goblin King's rough, green cheek. There was no trace of killing intent in that action. Instead, it seemed like he was admiring a betrothal gift. Roar! The Goblin King's massive body trembled violently. The desire for brutality and killing had long since disappeared from those crimson eyes. It seemed as if it had a premonition of its own end. It wanted to flee, to roar, to brandish its weapons. But, within the rules of the wedding. As a gift, it has no power to resist. Princess Xiaohua withdrew her hand. She turned around, faced Feng Chen, held the beautiful head in front of her, bowed slightly, and saluted. It seems to be saying, "Husband, the gift has been received." Feng Chen understood what she meant and nodded with a smile, "As long as my wife likes it." Next second. The Goblin King's huge body shrank and collapsed in an instant, as if all its bones and flesh had been sucked away. Its flesh, blood, soul, and even its violent energy. At that moment, all of it was absorbed by the blood-colored sedan chair and turned into nutrients to nourish this strange object. Only a tattered black armor and the mace with two white lanterns hanging on it were left, and they fell to the ground with a clang. Ding! Your strange kill, the violent Goblin King level 30 dungeon boss. Boss kill reward calculation in progress. Ding! You get 100 times the gold coins, 100 million gold coins. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 13. Ding! You obtained the item, Goblin King's Violent Heart A grade material. Ding! You obtained the item, King's Armor B level equipment. Ding! You obtained the item, Goblin King's Mace B level weapon. A series of system prompts flashed across the screen. Unfortunately, my luck was a bit off this time, and no skill enhancement book dropped. But this A grade Heart of Rage is also a rare material. I can sell it on the trading platform for a good price later. Feng Chen's eyes fell on the gold coin column. 100 million gold coins. Good. Combined with the income from killing monsters and bounty hunting, his gold coin balance has reached more than 346 million. The goal of 300 million has already been achieved. Feng Qi hiding in the dark. The blood in my body almost froze at this moment. It's over? A level 30 dungeon boss, just like that, gone? Without even making a single move, he turned into a mummy? His previous strategy was to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. It doesn't work at all. Escape. Must escape immediately. He suppressed the fear in his heart and slowly moved back, bit by bit, trying to return to the hidden fork in the road. However, he just moved. The devil-like boy suddenly turned his head and his eyes fell on where he was hiding. There was still that gentle smile on his face that sent chills down his spine, and he even extended his hand to applaud. Snap, snap, snap. Hey, have you been waiting long? Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Mr. Feng Qi. This wonderful show you directed has just begun. As the chief director, how can you leave early? Boom. Feng Qi's mind went blank. He was exposed. Not only did the other party know that he was here, he even knew his identity and nickname. When was he discovered? From the moment he entered this copy? No, maybe even. The moment he thought he was a hunter, he was already the prey in the opponent's net. He and his elite team knew very well that in front of the enemy, they were probably no different from those cannon fodder who charged forward mindlessly. Come out, don't hide. Feng Chen's tone sounded like he was greeting an old friend. Don't you like posting on dark web forums? It's so mysterious, like there's a mastermind behind it. As a person, I like to help others achieve their goals. Feng Chen's smile became brighter. Now, I'll give you a chance. Come to the front of the stage and give your acceptance speech. Chapter 37, the field unfolds, the swana sounds thousands of times, and the whole audience is buried. There was deathly silence in the fork in the road where Feng Qi was hiding. He and his 4 teammates were almost unable to breathe. Run? Where to run? After they witnessed the Goblin King's strange death. The last glimmer of hope in my heart was shattered. In the face of that kind of rule-based power, any struggle by them, low-level professionals, would be meaningless. Why, do you want me to invite you out? There was a hint of impatience in Feng Chen's tone. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa! Feng Qi and the others felt as if their feet were empty, and the surrounding rock walls instantly became illusory and turned into endless blood red. They were forcibly dragged into the realm of blood sedan chair welcoming the bride. Ah! Feng Qi's 4 team members could no longer remain calm. They screamed in fear and subconsciously assumed a fighting stance. Only Feng Qi, after the initial shock, forced himself to calm down. He knew that the moment the field unfolded, they had already lost. There's no point in struggling now. He took a deep breath, walked out of the shadows, and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Sir Feng. Mr. Feng Chen, I think there may be some misunderstanding. He slowly raised his hands to indicate that he had no hostility. We just want to make friends with you. That a level soul-breaking talisman is our sincerity. Making friends? Feng Chen smiled, with a playful look in his eyes. You're treating dozens of people like cannon fodder, expecting them to fight me to the point of mutual destruction. Then come out and pick up the spoils yourself, and that's called making friends? Director Feng, your way of making friends is so unique that I want to applaud you. Feng Qi's face turned pale in an instant. The other party really knows everything. Every step of his plan and every idea were exposed nakedly in the eyes of the other party. This feeling is more terrifying than facing death directly. Your Excellency, I. Feng Qi's throat was dry and his brain was working fast, trying to find a glimmer of hope. I admit, I do have selfish motives. But I, Ghostblade Feng Qi, do have some connections and intelligence networks in the underground world of K-City. I can gather any intelligence you want for you. I can also help you deal with those shady troubles. Stop. Feng Chen raised his hand to interrupt him. I need you to deal with trouble for me? Feng Chen pointed in the direction of the mine entrance, and the smile on his face became brighter. Look, trouble has come to you on its own, hasn't it? Feng Qi looked in the direction of his finger, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The mine tunnel connecting the first and second floors was filled with densely packed figures. It was those hundreds of bounty hunters who were attracted by his false information and a level soul-breaking talisman. They raised their weapons high, howled with excitement, and rushed over like a tide. Found it. He's in the boss room. There's no ghost around him. His domain has also disappeared. He's truly exhausted. A level soul-breaking talisman. Get ready. Don't let him leave the area again. 10 billion is mine. The crazy crowd had completely lost their sanity due to greed. However, when they rushed into the huge boss cave and saw the scene clearly, everyone's footsteps suddenly stopped. They saw Feng Chen. He saw the shriveled corpse of the Goblin King beside Feng Chen. He also saw the pale-faced Ghostblade Feng Qi team standing opposite Feng Chen. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. Feng. Boss Feng Qi? Didn't you say he was exhausted? Someone in the crowd asked in a trembling voice. Feng Qi opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. What can he say? That this was all his plan? This young man in front of you killed a level 30 dungeon boss in seconds without even lifting a finger? That what they are seeing now is all an illusion, and that they have actually stepped into a death trap? No one will believe it. In other words, under the temptation of 10 billion gold coins, they would rather believe what they want to believe. Don't be fooled by him. Ghostblade definitely wants to take the bounty for himself. That's right. He must have made some kind of deal with that kid. Let's go together. Kill them both. We'll split the bounty. Someone shouted, and the crowd was incited again. Looking at this group of rabble, Feng Chen shook his head with a trace of pity on his face. I was thinking of playing the number calling service with you guys. Since you are so anxious to reincarnate, I have no choice but to. I've turned this place into my slaughterhouse. The moment the words fell. Woo! The shrill, high-pitched sound of the Swana exploded throughout the cave without any warning. Not one musician, not four. Instead, hundreds and thousands of Swanas sounded simultaneously from all directions and deep in everyone's eardrums. Blood mist gushed out wildly from the ground, walls, and ceiling, instantly engulfing the entire cave. And at an incredible speed, it spread to the first and second floors of the entire goblin's nest. Ah! The domain! It's the domain! How is this possible? How can his domain be so vast? Spirit-breaking talisman! Use the spirit-breaking talisman quickly! A hunter tore up the A-level talisman in his arms in fear. A flash of golden light passed by. However, the holy golden light was instantly infected the moment it came into contact with the blood mist. The light twisted and turned into a bloody character in mid-air. Then with a pop sound, it burst like a bubble. Despair instantly enveloped everyone. They found that the road under their feet had disappeared. The teammates around him disappeared. The whole world was filled with endless blood and the life-threatening sound of the Swana. Threads made of blood. They emerged from the void, not entangled, but like the most dexterous embroidery needles. They shuttled quickly over their bodies, sewing invisible shrouds for them. The wedding processions, composed of headless ghosts, shuttled through the blood mist. Every time she passed by, she would force blood-red silk flowers onto the hunters' chests. Every time a flower is worn, the person's soul will let out a wail and be pulled away from the body a little bit. This is no longer a goblin nest. Instead, it was a ghost marriage scene where the bride was married with red makeup and resentment. And all of them are sacrifices of this wedding. Feng Qi and his 4 team members were not swallowed by the blood mist. Feng Chen specially reserved a small safe zone for them, the best VIP viewing seat. They stood there, looking clearly at the hellish scene on earth before them. Looking at the dozens of hunters who were still alive just now, they fell down in groups like cut wheat. The soul was sucked out and the body turned into a mummy. Their bodies were shaking violently and their teeth were chattering madly. Fear. Their will has been destroyed. Feng Chen walked to the Goblin King's throne, brushed off the dust on it, and sat down leisurely. Not bad, this wave of leaks. No, the quality of this wave of gifts is pretty good. My dear, after receiving these betrothal gifts, I will buy you that SSS grade piano as a wedding gift. He opened his personal terminal and called up the gold coin balance interface. Gold coin balance, 346,138,000. Next second. This number began to soar upwards at a crazy speed. Ding! Your strange kill, bounty hunter level 29, received a 100-fold gold coin reward, 12,100,000 coins. Chapter 38, Movie King Feng Chen is online. I am seriously injured and dying. Come and kill me. Ding! Your strange kill, bounty hunter level 28, received a 100x gold bonus, 9,800,000 coins. Ding! You have successfully killed 350 million. 370 million. 410 million. 450 million. Looking at the rapidly jumping numbers, Feng Chen's face showed the joy of a good harvest. That's right. This is more like earning gold coins. He looked up at Feng Qi, who was already frightened silly, and gave him a kind smile. Mr. Feng Qi, do you still think I'm exhausted? Feng Qi's knees softened and he knelt on the ground. He kowtowed desperately in the direction of Feng Chen. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Your Excellency. Boss. Spare my life. His teammates followed suit, falling to their knees and crying for mercy. However, Fong Chen just smiled and returned his gaze to his terminal screen. Just now, his gold coin balance successfully broke through the 500 million mark. Gold coin balance, 505,780,000. Fong Chen stood up and stretched. Instead, he turned his attention to Ghostblade Feng Qi and his remaining 4 team members. The 5 of them were the only ones left alive. But this is worse than killing them. Every dried corpse and every distorted expression reminded them how close they were to death. Feng Qi was so frightened that he didn't dare to look up at the young man sitting on the goblin throne. Fong Chen slowly walked down from the throne. Mercy? Fong Chen walked up to Feng Qi and looked down at him. Director Feng, weren't you still planning and directing the situation in the dark just now? Why is the director kneeling down right after the show ends? Driving the tiger to devour the wolf, and then reaping the benefits, what a good plan. Feng Qi trembled all over and cried out, "It's my fault that I didn't recognize the real man. My greed has blinded my heart. I won't dare to do it again. Please just treat me like a fart." Let you go? Fong Chen smiled. It's not impossible. Feng Qi raised his head, and a light of survival flashed in his eyes. But there's no free lunch here. Fong Chen squatted down, his eyes level with Feng Qi's. If you want to live, you can be my dog. Dog? Feng Qi was stunned. Yes, a dog. Fong Chen smiled kindly, a dog that can bite, pass messages, and get things done. I need someone to help me deal with things in the underground world, and I think you are suitable. After all, you enjoy posting on the dark web, gathering intelligence, and being the mastermind behind the scenes. It's a professional match. Feng Qi's brain was working rapidly. Being a dog? After all, he is also a well-known A-level assassin in the underground world of K-City, Ghostblade Feng Qi. He has an elite team under his command, so wherever he goes, people will respectfully call him Boss Feng Qi, right? Now, going to be a dog for a teenage high school student? If this gets out, how will he survive in the future? But the fate of not being a dog. Feng Qi's eyes swept over the dozens of mummies around him. Which is more important, dignity or life? Is there any need to choose? I accept it. I accept it. Feng Qi didn't hesitate at all, and his face was instantly filled with a flattering smile. The speed at which his expression changes is faster than turning pages of a book. Master, from now on, I, Feng Qi, will be your most loyal dog. I'll bite whoever you tell me to bite. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. The 4 team members behind him also reacted and shouted in succession. So are we. We are our master's dogs too. Master, we are very useful. Fong Chen was not surprised by this result at all. This kind of person has no faith, no bottom line, and his only creed is to survive. To them, dignity is a cheap commodity that can be discarded at any time. Because of this, they are the most useful and the most obedient. He patted Feng Qi's face, not hard, but extremely insulting. Very good, you are aware. Now, I'll assign you, my new lackey, your first mission. Feng Qi immediately put his ear close by, looking as if he was listening attentively. It's very simple. Feng Chen stood up and said slowly, you and your teammates, get out of this dungeon now. After you get out, tell the flies waiting outside that you saw it with your own eyes. The Goblin King and I fought to a draw, but I managed to win by luck in the end. But he has exhausted all his strength and suffered serious injuries. Now he is hiding in the deepest part of the nest, barely surviving. Feng Qi was stunned for a moment, not understanding what this was. Do you look like you're seriously injured? Who would believe that someone could defeat the entire dungeon in one move? Feng Chen seemed to see through his thoughts and said lightly. You don't need to worry about whether they believe it or not. You just need to spread the news in the way you are best at. We need to make everyone feel that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we just work harder, we can get those 10 billion. We've done enough tricks, understand? Your expression and tone must show the fear of escaping death, as well as your greed and unwillingness for the 10 billion bounty. Feng Qi understood instantly. This is fishing. And it's about catching bigger fish. He looked at Feng Chen's young yet unfathomable face, with only one thought in his mind. This boy is a devil. He wants to treat all the bounty hunters in the world as wild monsters for him to make money. Understood, master. Feng Qi nodded heavily. I promise to do this perfectly. I will definitely not let you down. Very good. Fong Chen nodded and snapped his fingers. A barely visible blood-colored thread shot out from his fingertips and instantly sank into the eyebrows of Feng Qi and his team members. Feng Qi felt a chill in his head, as if there was something extra, but when he sensed carefully, he could not feel anything. "This is a little gift for you." Feng Chen's voice came, "Don't try to play tricks, and don't try to escape. No matter where you go, I only need one thought. Your soul will be forcibly pulled out and sent to my wife. Make it into a red lantern to guide her, forever and ever, lighting the way for her on the Naiha bridge." Feng Qi was so frightened that his soul was about to fly out of his body. "I dare not. I absolutely dare not. I am the Master's man in life and the Master's ghost in death. Okay, stop acting. Take your people and get out of here." Feng Chen waved his hand impatiently. "Remember, I need more customers. If you do it well, there will be a reward. If you mess up, you'll just be my wife's wick." "Yes. Yes." Feng Qi, as if pardoned, crawled to his feet, called out to the 4 equally frightened team members, and ran towards the mine entrance without looking back. Looking at their disappearing backs, the curve of Feng Chen's mouth deepened. An A-rank assassin's intelligence network in the underground world is much more useful than those brainless bounty hunters. Sit back and wait for something to happen to you that is too inefficient. Taking the initiative to raise fish is the right way to go. He turned around and sat back down on the Goblin King's throne. Close your eyes and wait quietly for the next group of guests to arrive. Chapter 39, Brother Billionaire is in trouble? Brothers, grab your weapons and rob the money. The camp outside the entrance to the Goblin Lair dungeon. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Almost an hour had passed since the first group of bounty hunters rushed in. More than a dozen people followed in one after another. In total, the number of people who have entered the dungeon has exceeded 100. But the strange thing is that no one came out. Not even a single piece of news came out. The entire entrance to the dungeon was like the mouth of a giant beast ready to devour its prey. It was eerily quiet. The remaining people in the camp were all weaker and more cautious. They looked at the entrance to the dungeon, and the greed in their hearts was gradually being replaced by fear of the unknown. What's going on? Why is there no movement at all? There are over 100 people. Even if there's a huge commotion inside, it should be heard a little bit, right? Could it be that the signal inside is blocked? Bullshit. The replica system is directly connected to the Federation. How could it be blocked? I think something went wrong. Just when everyone was talking and panicking. At the entrance of the dungeon, a flash of light appeared. Several figures rushed out from inside, rolling and crawling. It was Ghostblade Feng Qi and his 14 members. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on them. Feng Qi's face was pale and his left arm was drooping unnaturally. A wound so deep that the bone could be seen was still bleeding. He had just cut it himself. His clothes were torn and stained with blood, and his eyes were filled with fear of surviving a disaster. As soon as he came out, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Water, give me water." "Feng. Boss Feng Qi?" Someone recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. "It's Ghostblade Feng Qi. A rank assassin. He's in too. He's out. Quick. Ask him what's going on inside." A group of people immediately surrounded them. Feng Qi looked at the crowd that gathered around him, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. But his face still had that frightened expression. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but was unable to speak because of fear. An impatient strong man grabbed him by the collar and yelled. "Hurry up and tell me. What happened in there? Where's that kid called Feng Chen?" When Feng Qi was yelled at, his body trembled violently, and tears and snot came down instantly. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a few words, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Dead, all dead." "What?" The crowd was in an uproar. "They're all dead." Feng Qi seemed to have finally recovered. He pushed the strong man away and struggled to stand up. His eyes were filled with a mixture of fear, unwillingness, and a hint of crazy greed. "That kid is a lunatic. He died together with the Goblin King." "No." As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his head violently and roared like a madman. "No. He's not dead. He killed the Goblin King, but he's also useless. He was seriously injured. I saw it with my own eyes. He's hiding in the innermost area now and can't even stand up. We wanted to finish him off, but the ghost next to him was too powerful. Our team fought tooth and nail to escape. All our brothers were killed in there. As Feng Qi spoke, he beat his chest and stamped his feet, his performance was so heartfelt. The players behind him are all Oscar winners. Some of them cried with their heads in their hands, while others collapsed on the ground and trembled, perfectly illustrating what it meant to return in a miserable defeat. These words shocked everyone present. Seriously injured? That terrifying existence that could kill dozens of hunters in seconds is now seriously injured? 10 billion. This number once again ignited the greed in everyone's heart. A strange master who was seriously injured, dying, and unable to move. A head worth 10 billion gold coins, within easy reach. Are you serious? A man with a scar on his face stared at Feng Qi, his eyes full of suspicion. Ghostblade, you're an A-rank assassin, are you afraid of a high school student's ghost? Feng Qi seemed to have been touched in a sore spot, and roared with red eyes. You know shit, that's not just an ordinary ghost, it's a domain. It's the rules. The soul-breaking tools we prepared are completely useless. If I hadn't run fast, I would have turned into a mummy like them now. What he said was half true and half false, especially when he mentioned the word mummy. The fear that came from the heart didn't seem to be pretended at all. At this moment, most of the suspicions of the people around him disappeared immediately. Yes. That is a monster that can expand its territory. Even if its level is low, it is beyond common sense. I fought with the level 30 dungeon boss and both of us suffered heavy losses. That sounds reasonable. Then, what about the hundreds of people who went in before? Someone else asked in a trembling voice. A trace of sadness and disdain appeared on Feng Qi's face. Those idiots rushed in and just happened to run into that brat and the Goblin King fighting. When gods fight, mortals suffer. They were all fucking killed by the aftermath of the battle. Not even a hair is left. This explanation also perfectly explains why they entered without making any sound. It turns out that I was just cannon fodder. For a moment, everyone in the camp began breathing heavily. Fear? Of course. But what is stronger than fear is greed. A strange master who was seriously injured, dying, and unable to move. A head worth 10 billion gold coins. Damn it, the brave ones will die of overeating, and the timid ones will die of starvation. A little brat, no matter how powerful he is, can he still turn the world upside down if he is seriously injured? That's right. He definitely can't even open his domain now. 10 billion. If I get this money, I won't have to work for the rest of my life. Let's do it. No one can stop me. The crowd was instantly aroused, and their previous fear and hesitation were swept away. Feng Qi looked at this scene and sneered in his heart. A bunch of idiots. However, the master's mission was exceeded. He pretended to be unwilling and whispered to a man next to him who looked like the leader of a large team. Brother, listen to my advice. Even though the guy is seriously injured, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. You guys go in, and it's best to organize more people and attack from all sides. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Don't charge head on. That's what happened to us. Remember to split up and outflank him, catching him off guard. This was said as if he was sharing valuable experience. Upon hearing this, the leader looked at Feng Qi gratefully and nodded heavily. Thank you, Ghostblade Boss, for the reminder. I'll remember this favor. After saying that, he immediately turned around and began to gather his men. At the same time, he contacted the captains of several other teams to discuss the encirclement and suppression plan. Feng Qi looked at their energized backs and limped out of the camp with his team members. Boss, where are we going now? A team member asked in a low voice. Let's find a place to watch the show. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Feng Qi's mouth. By the way, spread this good news throughout K-City. Chapter 40, K-City is mobilized, and 1,000 desperados line up to be killed. The news spread to every corner of K-City in just half an hour. On the dark web forum, a red pin post was pushed to the top. Shocking revelation. Target Feng Chen, with a 10 billion bounty, is critically injured and near death. Located in the Goblin Lair boss room. The poster was none other than Ghostblade Feng Qi. In his post, he described in detail the brutal battle in the nest in an immersive tone. He portrayed Feng Chen as a powerful but arrogant man who was eventually exhausted by the dungeon boss. At the same time, he was kind enough to include a hand-drawn map. The safe route to the lair boss room is marked, as well as several excellent locations for ambush. At the end of the post, he wrote in a regretful tone, "I hate it. Just one step. We're just one step away from getting those 10 billion. His spiritual power is on the verge of exhaustion, and only a few ghostly figures are left around him, barely surviving. My brothers are all dead. I am powerless to save the situation alone. This opportunity is reserved for the heroes of K-City. Whoever gets the head, don't forget to burn incense for my dead brothers." This post is so moving and emotional that it brings tears to your eyes. Countless people are lurking in K-City. The bounty hunters, lone rangers, and desperate criminals who were originally waiting and watching could no longer sit still after seeing this post. Ghost Blade Feng Chi? He said so it must be true. The rank assassin has been confirmed. What are you waiting for? If you wait any longer, you won't even get to drink your soup. We've got the map. This is a fucking babysitter level strategy guide. Brothers, grab your weapons. Go to the goblin's lair. Steal the money. For a moment, the entire K-City was in an uproar. Countless figures gathered frantically towards the goblin's nest. Taxis, illegal taxis, and even public buses were packed with these desperate criminals. "Go to the goblin's lair, and I'll give you 10 times the fare," roars rang out across the city. They have only one goal. Goblin Lair. K-City Lord's Mansion. In the top floor office, Xiao Wanshan was holding a cup of hot tea and looking at the night view of the city outside the window. A secretary in a black uniform walked in quickly with a serious look on her face. "City Lord, something happened. Speak." Xiao Wanshan didn't even turn his head. According to intelligence, at least 70% of the professionals below level 30 in the city's underground organizations are gathering in the Goblin Lair. The number, preliminary estimates put it at over 1,000, and it's still increasing. The secretary paused and added, "It all started with a post on the dark web. The poster was the A-rank assassin Ghost Blade Feng Chi. He claimed Feng Chen was badly injured in a duel with the boss in the Goblin's Lair." Xiao Wanshan's hand holding the teacup paused in the air. He turned around, his face expressionless. "Seriously injured," he muttered softly, then smiled. That smile made the secretary a little confused. "Interesting." Xiao Wanshan put down his teacup. "This little guy is even more playful than I thought." The secretary was stunned. "City Lord, are you saying this news is fake?" It was Feng Chen himself. "Is it true or false? Does it matter?" Xiao Wanshan walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and overlooked the entire city. "The important thing is that the bait has been cast and the fish have gathered. Now it depends on whether he, the fisherman, has a net big enough to catch all these fish." The secretary was shocked. "Then, do we need to send someone to intervene? With so many people gathered in this instance, if things get out of control, the consequences will be disastrous." "Intervention?" Xiao Wanshan shook his head. "Why should I intervene?" He looked at the secretary with a deep look in his eyes. "Do you think that what I said in the meeting before was just a casual remark? The underground world of K-City hides too many rats who are not willing to see the light of day. When we try to catch them, they all hide in the gutters and are impossible to find. Now, they are lining up to go to one place. Where can we find such a good opportunity? This is both Feng Chen's hunting ground and our big cleanup. Pass on my order. The city guards will blockade a 5-kilometer radius around the Goblin's Nest. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Also, notify the intelligence department and have them record the identity information of everyone who enters the dungeon." "Yes." The secretary accepted the order, but still a little worried. "But City Lord, what if Feng Chen? What if we really can't hold on? There are over 1,000 desperados." Xiao Wanshan said lightly. "Then consider it my mistake. A weirdo who can't even handle such a situation is not worthy of me. The entire Dragon Nation has placed such a huge bet on him." The secretary said no more and bowed and left. Xiao Wanshan was the only one left in the office. He looked at the area shrouded in darkness in the distance and whispered to himself. "Feng Mingyu, Feng Mingyu, my son, please don't let me down." And at this moment, a group of 5 people got out of a luxury business car that had just arrived at the Goblin Lair camp. The leader was a burly man carrying a huge battle axe on his back. The aura he exuded was at level 29. He glanced at the crowded entrance and snorted disdainfully. "A mob." "Boss, shall we go in now?" asked a woman holding a staff next to him. "Wait a minute. Barton shook his head, a shrewd look in his eyes. Let these idiots go in first and explore the way. We want to be the last yellow bird. Goblin Lair, Boss Room. Fong Chen still sat on the throne, resting his eyes. The entire room, and even the first and second floors of the Goblin's Lair. They were all shrouded in his boundless blood-red domain. People outside can't see it, but within this area, it is a den of Asuras and ghosts. The air was filled with blood mist and the sound of Swana was heard. The wedding procession, composed of countless headless ghosts, shuttled back and forth in the maze like mine tunnels like tireless harvesters. Woo! The mournful sound of the Swana is a harbinger of death. Found it! There's light ahead. It's the boss room. A team of more than a dozen bounty hunters groped in the mine for a long time. Finally, he saw the faint red light coming from the front and shouted excitedly. They are the second wave of customers who were fooled by Feng Chi's post. Everyone be careful. Boss Ghostblade said there's a ghost around that kid. The captain reminded loudly and took out a golden talisman from his backpack. A great evil breaking talisman, specifically designed to restrain spirits. Don't be afraid, just follow me. The group of people gave themselves courage and rushed towards the red light with shouts. However, they had only taken a few steps. The blood mist in front suddenly surged, and a complete wedding procession appeared. It floated out of the fog silently, just blocking their way. 4 ghost musicians playing bone-shaped swanas, 8 bearers carrying a blood-red sedan chair, and 2 headless palace maids holding pale lanterns. The scene was extremely weird. What? It's a ghost. Quick! Use the evil-breaking talisman. The captain was startled and threw the B-level talisman in his hand without thinking. The golden talisman exploded in the air with a bang, turning into a blazing flame that instantly engulfed the 2 ghost musicians in front. It works! The captain was overjoyed when he saw this. But before his smile could fully bloom, it froze on his face. In the flames, the 2 ghost musicians were not harmed at all. They didn't stop playing the Swana. The golden flame seemed to be just an illusion and could not cause any harm to them. Instead, it turned into blood-colored marks. It was imprinted on the ghost musician's bone Swana, making the Swana sound even louder. Chapter 41. Is this the Weird Master? How terrifying! How could this happen? The captain was dumbfounded. A B-level evil-breaking talisman can kill even a level 29 vengeful spirit. How come it's useless against these ghosts? Instead, it's like adding a buff to them? Just as he was stunned. The wedding procession maintained a constant speed, blowing the life-threatening tune, and passed through the small team. It's like 2 trains in different dimensions passing each other. The dozen or so bounty hunters were still charging forward, their faces still showing expressions of shock and confusion. But their bodies were left after the wedding procession passed through. It is no longer simply shriveled, but presents various strange forms of death. Some people had black sand flowing out of all their orifices, as if their bodies had been completely hollowed out. Some people had their mouths and eyes sewn shut with red thread, their bodies twisted into the shape of the Chinese character. Some people even turned directly into a wisp of green smoke and were sucked into the white bone Swana in the hands of the ghost musician, without even leaving their bodies. Life, soul, everything was taken away. In the end, only a dozen mummies in various postures were left, falling helplessly to the ground. Such scenes are constantly being played out in every corner of the Goblin's Lair. Batch after batch of bounty hunters, with the dream of getting rich, rushed into this bloody fog. Then, they turned into cold mummies and became the nutrients that nourished this area. Their assets were continuously transferred into Feng Chen's account through the rules of the Federal Notary Office. On the throne, Feng Chen's personal terminal was flooded with messages so much that it was almost smoking. Ding! You have successfully killed Bounty Hunter Crazy Blade level 29. Received 100x gold coins, 15,300,000 coins. Ding! You have successfully killed Bounty Hunter Phantom level 26. Received 100x gold coins, 21 million coins. Ding! You have successfully killed. Gold coin balance, 875,460,000. Gold coin balance, 1,103,250,000. Gold coin balance, 1,522,980,000. Look at the rapidly jumping numbers. From 9 digits to 10 digits, and then continue to grow. Feng Chen's heart was calm. I even felt like yawning. This money comes too easily. He now finally understood why those top-level experts were so wealthy that they could rival a country. When your strength reaches a certain level, money is really just a number. Now, he doesn't have to do anything. He just sits here, listening to the system prompts and watching the gold coins enter his account. This feeling is better than those idle web games. The only downside is that it's a bit boring. Alas, there are still so many poor people. Fong Chen sighed boredly. He discovered that although the bounty hunters who came in later were numerous, their quality was obviously poor. Many people's total assets only amount to a few 100,000 gold coins, so the hundredfold return provided to him is only a few million. Compared with the tens of millions of dollars earned by the first few teams, it is far behind. It seems that the real big fish is still watching outside. Fong Chen talked to himself, not in a hurry at all. Anyway, he has plenty of time. This copy is his exclusive ATM today. Goblin Lair, a camp outside the dungeon. The atmosphere has gradually become depressing from the initial enthusiasm. Finally, it turned into deathly silence. God, it's almost dark. For full hours had passed since Feng Qi came out. During these 4 hours, at least 1,500 professionals rushed into the dungeon. Among them, there are many masters who have been famous in the underground world of K-City for a long time. There are also several level 30 elite teams. But, just like the first few hundred people, disappeared from the face of the earth. No one came out. Not a single piece of news came out. If at the beginning people would comfort themselves by saying the battle is fierce and we don't have time. Now, everyone who remained in the camp had only one thought in their minds. Something big happened. One that can accommodate more than 1,500 professionals. The copy disappeared silently in just a few hours. Those who were blinded by greed before. At this moment, he finally calmed down, and layers of cold sweat seeped out of his back. They looked at the entrance to the dungeon, as if they could see piles of corpses inside and hear the wailing of countless wronged souls. Gudong. A timid professional swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Do you still want to go in?" No one answered him. Everyone was silent, and the expressions on their faces were all filled with the same fear. A bounty of 10 billion is indeed tempting. But the prerequisite is that you have to be alive to get it and alive to spend it. Now it seems that this is not a seriously injured and dying piece of fat meat, but a carefully laid death trap. Ghost Blade Feng Qi. That bastard cheated us. Someone reacted and shouted angrily. Damn it, there must be something wrong with him, he is that kid's accomplice. Where is he? Find him and kill him. The crowd began to commotion, but they soon discovered that Feng Qi and his team had disappeared long ago. Just then, a burst of orderly footsteps came from a distance. When everyone looked back, they saw teams of fully armed city guards, lined up in neat rows, surrounding them from all directions. They set up a long cordon, blocking the entire goblin nest within a 5-kilometer radius. The leading officer, holding a loudspeaker, shouted grimly. This is the K-City Guard. The Goblin's Lair instance is temporarily closed. Everyone, leave the security area immediately. I repeat, everyone, leave immediately. When they saw the appearance of the city guards, instead of being afraid, they felt like they had seen a savior. Commander! Something happened. Something big happened in the dungeon. Over 1,000 people. All of them were killed in there. That weirdo named Fong Chen did it. He killed everyone. The crowd shouted in confusion, trying to explain the situation to the city guards. The officer's frown deepened as he listened to the disjointed information. Of course he knew something was wrong. An hour ago, the highest order from the city lord's mansion came down. Block this place, no one is allowed to enter but not leave. Now it seems that the 3 words "not allowed to be released" are somewhat redundant. A chill also came over him. What kind of existence could quietly devour more than 1,500 professionals in such a short period of time? He didn't dare to think about it. But what I read in the history class at the War Academy involuntarily came to my mind. Description of that taboo profession. The domain expands, all living things disappear, and he uses all living things as fuel to ignite his own divine fire. Could it be that the legendary natural disaster has reappeared in K-City? When he thought of this, he took out his communicator and connected to the dedicated line of the city lord's mansion. Report to the city lord, the scene has been controlled. But the situation is more serious than expected. According to the on-site personnel, the thousands of professionals who entered the dungeon may have been annihilated. He paused and added, there were no signs of fighting at the scene, no energy residue. This is highly consistent with the style of the strange master recorded in historical materials. Completely annihilated? Chapter 42. The city lord was furious, he killed people, it was legal. Who dares to touch him? City lord's mansion. In the conference room, Xiao Wanshan's voice came through the loudspeaker and echoed in the ears of every participant. Sitting in the conference room were the top leaders of various departments in K-City, including the military, government, and professional associations. Each of them is a big shot who can make K-City tremble with just a stomp of his feet. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of these important figures were extremely solemn. The huge holographic screen was showing the entrance to the goblin's lair in real time. The fully armed city guards and the professionals on the periphery who were terrified and unwilling to leave. Everything seemed so weird. Yes, City Lord. The voice of the on-site commander came again. According to our incomplete statistics, from this morning till now, a total of 1,742 registered professionals have entered this instance. Currently, there are no survivors. Hiss. There was a sound of people gasping in shock in the conference room. 1,742 people. This is almost the total number of all the notable desperados in the underground world of K-City. Just like that, gone? An old man in military uniform with a general star on his shoulder slammed the table and stood up. Nonsense, this is just nonsense. Song Hongyuan is the highest commander of the K-City garrison and is famous for his hot temper. How could a level 10 weird master, no matter how powerful he was, possibly kill over 1,700 people? There are several level 30 elite teams in there. This doesn't make sense at all. The president of the Professionals Association, a gentle-looking middle-aged man, pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, General Song, you can't say that. The profession of a weirdo cannot be judged by common sense. According to historical records, there have been several SSS-level weird masters in history. Each of them, at a low level, once they were able to contract a strange power, were able to perform terrifying feats far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Their strength lies not in themselves, but in the strangeness of the contract they have made. The young man named Fong Chen, the one he contracted, is very likely a creature beyond our knowledge, with extremely terrifying rules. Song Hongyuan said angrily, so what? No matter how terrible the rules are, they can't be a reason for him to wantonly slaughter his own kind. Over 1,700 lives lost. This is no longer just a bounty-based killing. This is a massacre, an act against humanity. His words resonated with many people. That's right, the profession of a weirdo is too dangerous and completely uncontrollable. Aren't the disasters caused by the weird masters losing control in history tragic enough? A high school student with an uncertain mind possesses such terrifying power. Who can guarantee that he won't become the second or third world-destroying natural disaster in the future? I suggest that this person be taken into custody immediately and placed under the strictest scrutiny and supervision. He and the strangeness of his contract must be placed under the absolute control of the Federation. An official in charge of the city's security department proposed this drastically. This proposal was immediately approved by most people. In their view, an uncontrolled powerful individual is itself the biggest threat to the existing order. It is necessary to take precautions before problems arise. The president of the Professionals Association opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but looking at the angry crowd, he finally chose to remain silent. Although he felt that psychics should not be discriminated against, the impact of more than 1,700 lives was too great. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room was becoming increasingly heated and they were almost reaching a consensus to arrest Fong Chen immediately, Xiao Wanshan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He didn't say anything, just tapped the table lightly. Boom, boom, boom. 3 soft sounds instantly quieted the originally noisy meeting room. Everyone's eyes were focused on the city lord. Xiao Wanshan raised his eyelids and glanced at everyone. His eyes were calm, but those who were seen by him straightened their backs subconsciously. Supervision? Detention? Xiao Wanshan asked in return, excuse me, in what name? The security official who made the suggestion immediately said, in the name of endangering public safety. Endangering public safety? Xiao Wanshan laughed. Did he do it in the safe zone, or indiscriminately attack civilians in the city? The official was speechless for a moment. He simply killed the bounty hunter who wanted to kill him in a dungeon that allowed free PK. That 10 billion reward is registered with the Federal Notary Office and is legal. If the assassination attempt fails and the person is killed in return, the assets will be automatically transferred. This is also stated in the additional terms and conditions, so it is legal. A group of people went out to kill a person who was allowed to be hunted by federal regulations for money, but they didn't learn the skills well enough and were killed instead. Now, you are going to hold this prey accountable? Xiao Wanshan looked at the official with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Don't you think this is ridiculous? The official's face turned red when he was asked this question, and he couldn't refute a word. Song Hongyuan couldn't help but say, City Lord. But those are more than 1,700 lives, the nature is different. What's the difference in nature? Xiao Wanshan asked back. Killing one is a counter-kill. Killing 1,000 people is not a counterattack, it's a massacre? What kind of logic is this? The logic of a robber? Because we are more in number, we are righteous if we rob you, and you are evil if you resist? General Song, I hope you can understand something. Xiao Wanshan's voice turned cold. Federal law protects every citizen who abides by the rules, not a group of desperados who trample on them. From beginning to end, everything Fong Chen did was within the scope permitted by the rules. We have no reason to detain a legal citizen. These words caused the entire conference room to fall silent. All those who advocated detention and supervision were speechless. Yes, legally speaking, they do not have a basis to stand on. But, City Lord. The power of that weird master is too terrifying. We can't help but be on guard. Someone still said unwillingly. Terrible? Xiao Wanshan leaned back in his chair and crossed his hands on the table. I think that's good. Everyone was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. A low-level professional who can single-handedly, within the rules, eliminate over 70% of the city's underground rats. You think he's scary, but I think he's a genius and the hope for the future of Dragon Country. Xiao Wanshan looked at the screen, his eyes flashing with a strange light. We shouldn't suppress or restrict such talents, but rather protect and guide them. As for the problem of loss of control that you are worried about. Xiao Wanshan paused, as if thinking about something. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth and dropped a bombshell. Do you know who Fong Chen's father is? Fong Chen's father? Everyone in the conference room was stunned. They checked Fong Chen's information and it was clearly written in the citizen file. His father's name is Fong Mingyu, a first-level professional in the military who was stationed in the border war zone all year round. A first-level professional might seem remarkable in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of the big guys here, they are no different from ordinary soldiers. Such a family background couldn't be more ordinary. Why did the city lord suddenly mention him? Chapter 43 Red Seedling Project. His father is Fong Mingyu. Song Hongyuan frowned and asked doubtfully, Fong Mingyu? I seem to have some impression of him. He's a veteran. I've been in the army for almost 20 years, and I haven't made any achievements. City Lord, is there any problem with this? Xiao Wanshan looked at the bewildered expressions of the crowd and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked. Do you know that our Dragon Country military has a special talent training program that is not open to the public? What is it called? Everyone looked at each other. Only the heads of a few important departments had a slightly changed expression, as if they had thought of something. Red Seedling Project. The president of the Professionals Association uttered these 4 words softly. That's right. Xiao Wanshan nodded and glanced at the whole audience. Red Seedling Project. This program is designed to select those with absolutely clean backgrounds. The descendants of military families who are absolutely loyal to the Dragon Kingdom and have made meritorious contributions within 3 generations will be trained from a young age. They will be the future generals of the Dragon Nation. And the families selected into the Red Seedling program, we call them Red Seedling families. Xiao Wanshan stopped here and looked out the window. The conference room was already in an uproar. Hong Miao family? Fong Chen's family is Hong Miao? How is this possible? Fong Mingyu is just an ordinary professional. Isn't his merit reflected in his rank? Song Hongyuan suddenly remembered something, his face changed, and he said in a lost voice. I remember the battle against the insect swarm more than 10 years ago. As soon as the name came out, the conference room fell silent. It was a nightmare engraved in the history of Dragon Country. At that time, a catastrophic abyssal worm queen tore through the defense line, and 3 guardian gods died on the spot. As the entire war zone was about to become a living hell, a makeshift death squad charged towards the abyssal worm queen with their flesh and blood. They detonated the Federation's only SSS-level forbidden spell bomb, the Scourge. A black sun rose in front of the defense line. I perished together with that demon god, and saved the entire eastern war zone. Only one person from that team survived, but because he was too close to the center of the explosion, he suffered irreversible damage and will never be able to advance. When he said this, his voice was trembling. The person who survived is called Fong Mingyu. Boom! This news is even more shocking than the previous 1,700 deaths. Everyone present stood up, their faces filled with unconcealable shock and awe. Battle of the Black Insect Tide. That was the most brutal national defense war in the history of Longwa. In that battle, the Dragon Kingdom lost 3 guardian gods above level 90, and countless heroes were buried on the battlefield. And his heroic deeds of using a mortal body to fight against the catastrophic demon insect and successfully killing it have been recorded in the highest hall of military history. It turns out, Fong Chen's father is the legendary hero. No wonder he is just a first-level professional, but City Lord Xiao Wanshan values him so much. No wonder the Fong family was listed as a red seedling. For a moment, all those who had previously advocated for the detention and supervision of Fong Chen felt a sense of fear. The descendants of the heroes? Are they crazy? If this gets out, the public's saliva alone will drown them. Now, do you still think it is necessary to supervise the son of a hero? Xiao Wanshan's voice came slowly. No. No need. Absolutely not. We are blind and short-sighted. The daughter of a hero deserves the best protection. The wind direction in the conference room suddenly changed 180 degrees. Song Hongyuan's face flushed, he straightened his uniform, bowed deeply towards the main seat, and said shamefacedly, "City Lord, I was confused. I apologize to Comrade Fong Mingyu and his son. Such achievements should be passed down to future generations, as they should be." Xiao Wanshan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to do so. Ignorance is not a crime. He stood up, walked to the holographic screen, and looked at the static photo of Fong Chen on it. The boy in the photo is handsome and clean, with a calm look in his eyes. Now, what we should discuss is not how to restrict him, but how to protect him. Xiao Wanshan's voice became serious. A 10 billion bounty is like a piece of fat meat, attracting more than just these jackals from K-City. Soon, sharks from all over the world will smell the scent and come here. Those dark organizations outside the country, those notorious killers, and even those pagans lurking in the shadows. They don't care about rules or laws. For money, they'll do anything. Fong Chen is now like a walking nuclear bomb. His own safety has risen to the level of the safety of the entire K-City and even the entire Dragon Federation. I order, Xiao Wanshan's voice suddenly rose, K-City enters the highest alert state. Customs, airports, and all entry and exit ports must conduct the strictest inspections on all incoming personnel. Especially those high-level professionals whose origins are unknown. Intelligence Department, monitor the global dark web movements 24 hours a day. Any unusual activity related to Fong Chen's bounty must be reported immediately. City guards, increase patrols throughout the city, especially around Yuanfuan community. I want to ensure not even a fly can get in. Yes. In the conference room, there was a uniform response. After confirming Fong Chen's identity as a Hong Miao, everyone unreservedly treated him as the highest level of protected person. As for Fong Chen himself, Xiao Wanshan pondered for a moment. Don't disturb him for now. Let him finish dealing with the dungeon himself. I believe that a man who can manipulate more than 1,700 desperados at his fingertips knows what he is doing. What we have to do now is to help him clean up the outside world. The meeting is over. The big guys left in a hurry with shock and fear in their hearts. In the huge conference room, Xiao Wanshan was the only one left. He walked to the window, looked at the distant skyline, took out an old-looking encrypted communicator, and dialed a number. After the communicator was connected, an electronic synthesized voice that had been processed and could not be distinguished as male or female was heard. Explain. The fish have been caught in the net, and the number is more than expected. Xiao Wanshan reported concisely. Yeah. The other party just responded simply. Also, I have already announced his identity if the Supreme meeting is planned. Xiao Wanshan continued, the effect is very good. Now the entire K city's top management regards him as a key protected person. Very good. The electronic synthesized voice sounded again, this is the first step. Next, he will face the hostility from the whole world. That's the real test for him. I understand. Xiao Wanshan nodded, I'll keep a close eye on it. Remember your mission. The voice on the other end turned serious. Observe and guide, but never intervene unless it's a life or death situation. He needs to fight his way out of this feast of blood and fire. Only in this way will he be qualified to face the real enemies of the future. Don't worry. Xiao Wanshan responded in a deep voice. The communication was disconnected. Xiao Wanshan put away the communicator and looked into the distance again with a complicated expression. Boy, the road has been paved for you. How far you can go depends on yourself. Chapter 44, This painting is wrong. The devil who destroyed the city alone is actually waiting for the bus. Goblin's lair, on the throne. Fong Chen slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the time on his personal terminal. More than 10 hours had passed since he entered the dungeon. God, it should be dark already. Knock off. He said softly. The blood-red area that permeated the entire copy was silently withdrawn and merged back into the blood-red sedan chair that was quietly floating beside him. The life-threatening Swana sound finally stopped. The entire goblin nest returned to its original dark and damp appearance. However, there was a lingering smell of blood in the air, and thousands of mummies were scattered across every inch of the mine. Fong Chen stood up and took a last look at his gold coin balance. Gold coin balance, 213,574,8000. 2,135,748,000. A number that is enough to drive any top powerhouse crazy. Fong Chen just nodded calmly in response. Good. These two words. If those professionals outside who are willing to fight for tens of thousands of gold coins heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. But for Fong Chen, this is really just okay. Because, the really good stuff in his system mall is worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of gold coins. Although these 2 billion yuan seem like a lot, they can actually only buy a few top quality products. We need to continue to send out these global VIP invitations. While thinking about this, Fong Chen put his wife into the contract space. He straightened his school uniform like a student going home after visiting the park. Walked towards the copy exit. Along the way, he passed by countless crime scenes. The mummies fell to the ground in grotesque shapes, their faces still frozen with the fear, greed, and confusion they felt before death. Their weapons and equipment were scattered all over the ground. There are many B-level and even A-level high-quality products among them. Any professional would be ecstatic to see the trophies all over the ground. But Fong Chen was too lazy to even take a look. How could these scraps of metal be as good as the stuff in his system mall? After picking them up, you have to find a place to sell them, which is troublesome. He just kept walking along like this. Soon, we arrived at the copy exit. Fong Chen took a step forward. The next second, he was completely stunned. Outside the entrance of the dungeon, there were 3 layers of people surrounding it. Not a bounty hunter. It's the city guards. Rows of fully armed soldiers surrounded the place tightly. Outside the city guards, there were even more professionals watching the fun, each craning their necks to look inside. And at the front of the cordon, a familiar figure was pacing back and forth anxiously. Ghost Blade Feng Qi. Fong Chen's appearance made everyone's attention focused on him. The boy in school uniform, with a calm expression, as if he had just walked out of the library. He came out? It's Fong Chen. He's still alive. How is that possible? He looks like nothing happened to him? Even his clothes aren't messed up. Didn't he say he was seriously injured and dying? There were bursts of incredible exclamations from the crowd. The eyes of those professionals who were stopped outside by the city guards were almost popping out of their heads. Some of the timid ones even made a clanging sound. He was so scared that the weapons in his hands fell to the ground, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. They imagined countless possibilities. Maybe Fong Chen died together with those more than 1,000 people. Maybe Fong Chen won a miserable victory and came out half dead. But they never thought it would be like this. He looked like he had gone in for an outing, and was unharmed, even in better spirits than before he went in. What about the more than 1,700 people who entered before? They could guess the ending even with their toes. Fear. Boundless fear instantly gripped everyone's heart. They looked at Feng Chen as if they were looking at a devil walking out of hell. The soldiers of the city guards also looked nervous and subconsciously clenched their weapons. Although the order was to protect, they were faced with an existence that could slaughter thousands of people silently. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. At the scene, the only one who remained relatively calm was Feng Qi. The moment he saw Feng Chen coming out, his body stiffened at first, but then he reacted immediately, with a flattering smile on his face, and he trotted towards him. Master, ahem, classmate Feng Chen. You're finally out. I was so worried. He ran to Feng Chen, nodding and bowing, his posture like a pug meeting its master. This scene once again made the people around them drop their eyes in amazement. Ghost Blade Feng Qi. A level assassin. A ruthless person from the underground world. Now, he actually treats a high school student like this? Feng Chen glanced at him, said nothing, and just gave him a look that said, "You did a good job." Feng Qi understood what he meant and said loudly to the city guards. What are you looking at? Everything is fine. Student Feng Chen is inside, assisting the city guards in conducting a bandit suppression exercise. Those who went in were all extremely vicious wanted criminals. Now, they have all been caught in one fell swoop. No one would believe this explanation. But now, no one dares to refute. The leading city guard officer stepped forward. Mr. Feng Chen, I am the captain of the 3rd Battalion of the K City Guard. I am here to protect your safety on the orders of the city lord. Please follow us. We have prepared a special vehicle for you. Feng Chen glanced at him, then looked at the frightened eyes around him, and roughly guessed what was going on. It was the city lord's mansion that took action. That's good, it saved him a lot of trouble. No need. Feng Chen waved his hand and said lightly, I can just take the bus back. After saying that, he didn't even look at those people and walked towards the bus stop outside the camp, leaving behind a group of people, disheveled in the wind. Take the bus? A demon king who had just massacred over 1,700 people. Want to squeeze into the bus? What kind of painting style is this? Everyone feels that their brains are not enough. Feng Chen doesn't care what they think. He walked to the bus stop and looked at the sign. Well, bus number 8 goes directly to the entrance of his community. Very convenient. In the distance, in a black SUV with a civilian license plate, a soldier whispered, Captain. Captain, what should we do now? Follow, keep your distance. If he wants to take the bus, we will escort the bus. The captain gritted his teeth and gave the order, feeling that today was the biggest challenge he had ever faced in his career. Soon, a number 8 bus came wobbling over. Feng Chen attached the terminal to the payment machine. I got on the bus and found a seat by the window. Not long after the car started, an old lady carrying a basket of vegetables came over tremblingly. Seeing this, Feng Chen stood up naturally. Grandma, please sit here. Oh, thank you, young man, you are such a good boy. The old lady sat down with a smile. The whole process was smooth and natural. In the car, several passengers looked at the handsome boy in school uniform with curiosity. They didn't know. Just now, this young man personally caused a massacre that shocked the entire K city. Outside the car window, the city scene was rapidly receding. Feng Chen looked out the window, thinking in his mind. 21 billion, it cost 300 million to buy that piano, so there's still 1,800 million left. Zhao Hua already has her phoenix coronet and bridal robe. What she still needs is a pair of shoes, a set of jewelry, and it's time to upgrade her sedan chair. It would be better to add a few more powerful ghost generals. Well, the money is still not enough. If others knew what he was thinking at the moment, they would probably faint on the spot. 21 billion, is that not enough? What misunderstanding does he have about poverty? Chapter 45, 21 billion betrothal gift, just to make my wife smile. The bus arrives at the station. Feng Chen got off the car, walked slowly into the community, and returned to his doorstep. Take out the key and open the door. I'm back. In the living room, my mother Vivian Chow and my younger brothers and sisters were all there. Seeing him come back, Joey Wang immediately came up to him with worry written all over her face. Xiaochen, where have you been? You didn't even answer my calls. The news said there was a big incident in a dungeon and a lot of people died. You didn't go there, did you? Mom, I'm fine. Fong Chen smiled and changed into slippers. I went to a classmate's house to do homework. My phone was on silent so I didn't hear it. A perfect excuse. Joey Wong was skeptical, but she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her son was indeed safe and sound. It's okay, it's okay. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Okay. Fong Chen walked into his room and closed the door. The relief on his face disappeared in an instant. He drew the curtains, and the light in the room suddenly dimmed. With a thought, open them all. Directly set the filter criteria to musical instruments and lock the level to SSS level. Swish! The dazzling list of goods suddenly became empty, leaving only a single item floating at the top of the list. It was a guqin that was completely black. The body of the zither is simple, but at the end of the zither, there is an imprint of a blood-red phoenix with its wings spread out, ready to fly. SSS Level 9 Nether Phoenix Harp. Type: Musical Instrument Field Amplification Rule Weapon. Price: 3 billion gold coins, 300 million gold coins after discount. Buy. Ding. You have spent 300 million gold coins and successfully purchased the SSS level weapon, the 9 Nether Phoenix Harp. Gold coin balance, 18,3574 8,000. As the system prompt sounded, the pitch-black guqin turned into a stream of light, flew out from the mall interface, and quietly hovered in front of Fong Chen. A cold, resentful, yet noble aura instantly filled the entire room. Fong Chen reached out and stroked the body of the piano. The strings were neither gold nor jade, but a dark blood color, as if they were made from the tendons of some powerful creature. Nice piano. Fong Chen praised sincerely. Just by holding it in his hand, he seemed to be able to hear it. Inside the piano, there is a noble yet sad soul, hissing softly. My wife will definitely like this betrothal gift. Thinking of this, Fong Chen's mind moved and he put the Joyo Fengming Qin into the system space. Just having a piano was not enough. His gaze returned to the mall interface. If you want to match it with the whole set. Fong Chen began to browse frantically in the accessories and shoes categories of the mall. There is only one filter condition. It must match the style of the phoenix crown and bridal robe. SS level blood phoenix tears earrings, made from the bloody tears of the phoenix, they can greatly enhance the effects of mental charm skills. Price: 150 million gold coins. I bought it. A princess's appearance should be adorned with luxurious jewelry. SS level netherworld cloud walking shoes, woven with petals of the lotus flowers from hell, it allows one to walk in the air. Lotus blooms at every step, making you immune to all ground control skills below S level. Price: 200 million gold coins. She shouldn't have stepped on the dirty pool of blood, but walked on the lotus. Bought it. S rank concentric jade pendant, this token of love was forged by ancient monks using their own heart blood. It can connect the life breaths of both wearers. If one party is injured, the other party can share the damage. Price: 80 million gold coins. This is good, I bought it. A level red Luan golden hairpin. A level silk wrapped phoenix bracelet. Fong Chen is like a rich young man who is frantically preparing a dowry for his soon-to-be married wife. As long as it looks beautiful and has good properties, he will place an order without blinking an eye. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of millions of gold coins were spent. His gold coin balance also dropped from 1.8 billion to 1.3 billion. Almost. Fong Chen looked at the pile of jewelry and shoes emitting various precious lights in the system space and nodded with satisfaction. Next, it's the big head. He switched the mall's category to a special category. Weird enhancement. The products under this category are not equipment. Instead, they are some strange objects that can directly act on the weirdness itself and enhance its essence. Fong Chen's eyes quickly locked onto the two items. The first thing was a beating ball of blood red light that looked like a heart. 10,000 Ghosts Heartlock SSS level. Type: Weird reinforcement material. Price: 5 billion gold coins. Effect: can be strangely integrated with sedan chairs. After fusion, the sedan can evolve from a vehicle into a mobile ghost. Greatly increases the domain range and strength, and gives it the ability to devour and evolve. Note: this was created by the ancient Ghost Emperor by refining the hearts of 100,000 evil ghosts for 49 days. It is the most coveted treasure of all ghost sedans. 50 billion, after discount it's 500 million. Fong Chen's eyes lit up when he looked at the 10,000 Ghosts lock. Welcoming the bride in a blood sedan chair is Princess Xiaohua's most core skill. And that blood-colored sedan chair is the core of this skill. As long as the bridal sedan is strengthened, it is equivalent to strengthening Princess Xiaohua's foundation. I bought it. Ding! You have spent 500 million gold coins and successfully purchased the SSS level reinforcement material, the 10,000 Ghosts concentric lock. Gold coin balance, 8,1574 8,000. There are more than 800 million left. Fong Chen's gaze fell on the second item. It was a roll of ordinary-looking blood-red silk, embroidered with an intricate and strange phoenix pattern using golden threads. Blood Phoenix Heaven Sacrifice Wedding Dress Atlas SSS level. Type: Weird Equipment Upgrade Chart. Price: 3 billion gold coins. Effect: you can fuse and upgrade the SS level armor, the Blood Phoenix Sacrifice Bridal Cape, with the S level headdress, the 9 Netherworld Fire Phoenix Crown. There is a 100% chance to evolve it into an SSS level suit. Bride of the Underworld, Phoenix Robe. Note, this is the final design of the wedding dress that the last Ghost Dynasty used all its national strength to create for Princess Xiaohua's wedding. Unfortunately, the day the map was completed was the day the dynasty collapsed. SSS level suit. Fong Chen's breathing couldn't help but quicken. The Phoenix crown and bridal robe that the lady is wearing now have triggered the effect of the red makeup set. But after all, there is a difference in quality, one is S and the other is SS, which is not perfect. If they could be combined into a complete set of SSS grade Hades Bride Phoenix robes, that improvement is absolutely earth-shaking. The only drawback is that it is expensive. 3 billion, even after the discount it still costs 300 million. Purchase. This amount of money is nothing to Fong Chen. Ding! You have spent 300 million gold coins and successfully purchased the SSS level Blood Phoenix Heavenly Sacrifice Wedding Dress Atlas. Gold coin balance, 5,1574 8,000. There are more than 500 million left. Fong Chen thought about it. My wife's honor guard is lacking in pomp and pageantry. It would be best if we added a vanguard general to lead the way. Then, he found an SSS level Ghost General summoning order in the mall. This is also a consumable item, and the price is also 3 billion gold coins. The effect is simple. After use, you can randomly summon a powerful SSS level Ghost General from the underworld. Let the lady sign a master servant contract, and let Gui Jiang become a member of the wedding guard. Previously, after my wife's blood sedan wedding welcoming skill was upgraded to level 4, there was an extremely low chance of summoning an SS level Ghost General to assist in the battle. But that probability depends too much on luck. It's far better to just buy one. A permanent SSS level Ghost General will definitely increase the combat effectiveness of her honor guard to a higher level. I bought it. Ding! You have spent 300 million gold coins and successfully purchased the SSS level consumable item, Ghost General Summoning Order. Gold coin balance, 2,1574 8,000. After a shopping spree, only a little over 200 million of the 2.1 billion gold coins were left. Fong Chen looked at the little balance he had left, and instead of feeling distressed, he felt a sense of exhilaration. Money is meant to be spent. When you spend money and turn it into strength, that is what money is. The most important thing is to make her happy. Chapter 46, The Wife Was Moved to Tears. This is how the rich man pampers his wife. Okay, everything is ready. Fong Chen took a deep breath and an expectant smile appeared on his face. He thought about it and put it into the system space. All the betrothal gifts that had just been purchased were taken out. For a moment, the whole room was filled with precious light and energy. The pitch-black 9 Nether Phoenix harp, the beating 10,000 Ghosts heart core, and the blood-colored wedding dress map. There are also various sparkling bracelets, earrings, jade pendants. Any one of these things, if taken out, would be enough to cause a bloody storm in the outside world. And now, they will all belong to the same person. No, a ghost. My wife. Fong Chen called softly. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly. A graceful figure in a blood-red wedding dress appeared silently in front of him. Red makeup, phoenix crown, eyes full of blood and tears. One hand held up his magnificent head. Princess Xiaohua has appeared. She seemed a little confused and didn't understand her husband. Why are there suddenly so many shiny things in the room? Her eyes, filled with blood and tears, looked at all this curiously. When her eyes fell on the dark Guqin, there was a slight fluctuation in the empty eyes. Princess Xiaohua's gaze was fixed on the 9 Nether Phoenix harp. His eyes revealed emotions other than sadness and resentment. That is, recollection, nostalgia, and a hint of indescribable excitement. Of course, she recognized the piano. This was a gift given to her by her mother on her 10th birthday. She once used this zither to play the world-famous "The Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix." She also used this piano to play a song that belonged only to the man she loved deeply. Later, this zither was one of her most important burial objects. Along with her, he was buried in the cold imperial tomb. She thought she would never see it again. Unexpectedly. "Ma'am, do you like it?" Fang Chen's gentle voice brought her back from her distant memories. He picked up the 9-nether phoenix harp, walked forward, and handed it to Princess Xiaohua personally. "This is the new betrothal gift I prepared for you." Princess Xiaohua did not go to answer it immediately. The eyes in her head moved away from the piano and fell on Fang Chen's face. Those eyes filled with blood and tears seemed to be asking, "Why? Why are you so nice to her? She is just a ghost trapped in the obsession of the wedding. And he is her contractor and her groom. From the moment the contract is established, their relationship is just one of exploitation and being exploited. He gave her a bride price and asked her to complete the wedding ceremony. She killed for him, making him stronger. It's a fair trade. But he's doing it now. It has far exceeded the scope of transaction." Fang Chen saw her desire for the piano. He fulfilled her wish. This is not a deal. This is pampering. Princess Xiaohua's heart, the heart formed by endless resentment, trembled. Since her death, hundreds of years, no one would look at her with such gentle eyes anymore. Give her the thing she loves most. She stretched out her pale and cold hand, trembling, and took the 9-nether phoenix harp. The moment her fingertips touched the body of the piano, buzz! The whole guqin emits a clear and melodious sound of a phoenix. A blood-red phoenix shadow rose into the sky from the body of the zither. It circled around the room and finally let out a soft moan of attachment. Finally, it turned into red light and merged into Princess Xiaohua's body. Ding! Your strange red makeup and regretful bride Princess Xiaohua is equipped with the SSS-level weapon 9-nether phoenix harp. Ding! Detected equipment compatibility with weirdness is as high as 99.9%. Weapon special effects have been perfectly activated. Ding! Your strangeness, Princess Xiaohua's favorability towards you increased by 40. Ding! Current favorability, 90 life and death together. Ding! She sees you as her only destination, and the ghost marriage contract is secure. Ding! Princess Xiaohua's obsession has shifted significantly, and completing the wedding is no longer the only goal. The weight of protecting your husband has been increased to 100. A series of system prompts flashed across Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen could feel that the ghost marriage contract between him and Princess Xiaohua had become stronger than ever before. That contract was like a taut string that he needed to maintain carefully. And now, that string became an indestructible bridge. It tightly connected him and her. He could even feel the cold resentment in Princess Xiaohua's heart. It seems, there is a little more warmth. Princess Xiaohua held the zither, and the blood and tears on her head seemed to flow even more violently. But this time, it was no longer out of sadness and resentment. She turned around, faced Fang Chen, hugged the zither, and slowly knelt down. She gently placed that magnificent head on Fang Chen's knees. This action has gone beyond any etiquette. This is surrender, this is dependence. It is a wife's trust in her husband. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then laughed. He reached out and gently stroked her soft black hair. "Get up, idiot. I have something else for you." Princess Xiaohua stood up obediently. But her eyes still looked at him with longing. Fang Chen smiled and picked up the beating 10,000 ghosts heartlock. "Madam, let out your sedan chair." Princess Xiaohua did as she was told. There was a flash of blood, and the blood-red sedan chair emitting an ominous aura appeared in the room. Fang Chen took the 10,000 ghosts lock, walked forward, and pressed it directly on the sedan chair. Boom! The 10,000 ghosts heartlock seemed to have found its home and instantly merged into the bridal sedan. The entire sedan chair began to shake violently. Countless faces wailing in pain appeared on the sedan. The blood-red light became so bright that it almost engulfed the entire room. Ding! Your strange, red makeup bride of the wrathful Princess Xiaohua's blood sedan is being integrated with the SSS grade material, the 10,000 Ghosts concentric lock. Fusion success rate 100%. Fusion in progress 10%, 50%, 90%. Ding. Fusion successful. Your eerie blood sedan has evolved into an SSS class dragon carriage carried by 10,000 ghosts. The range of the field is expanded by 500%, and the strength of the field is increased by 200%. New feature, Devouring Evolution. The dragon carriage of 10,000 ghosts can continuously strengthen and upgrade itself by devouring souls. Looking at the brand new blood-colored dragon carriage, Feng Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then he took out the scroll again, the Blood Phoenix Sacrifice to Heaven Wedding Dress Atlas. My lady, this requires your phoenix crown and bridal robe. Chapter 47, Taking it off makes too much noise. Neighbor, is your house going to be demolished? Princess Xiaohua did not hesitate at all and made a decision. The S-level phoenix crown on her head and the SS-level bridal robe on her body turned into two streams of light and flew into Feng Chen's hands. Feng Chen unfolded the atlas, and then placed the phoenix crown and bridal veil on top of it. Next second, the map shone with golden light, wrapping the phoenix crown and the bridal robe inside, forming a huge cocoon of light. Ding. Equipment fusion upgrade begins. Ding. Fusion successful. You have obtained the SSS level suit, the Dark Bride, Phoenix Robe. The cocoon of light dissipated. A gorgeous robe flowing with dark golden brilliance and embroidered with a pattern of a phoenix rising from the ashes was quietly suspended in the air. It is no longer a simple phoenix crown and bridal robe, but a one-piece, complete imperial robe from head to toe. That aura was more than 10 times more terrifying than the phoenix coronet and bridal robe combined. Princess Xiaohua looked at the imperial robe with unconcealable love in her eyes. Feng Chen smiled and handed her the imperial robe. Then he stuffed a bunch of SS grade and S grade jewelry and shoes at her. Put these on too. Princess Xiaohua accepted the large amount of bride price. Looking at Feng Chen, the corners of the head's mouth slightly rose. Although it was just a very slight arc, it made Feng Chen's heart skip a beat. She smiled? Just then, Princess Xiaohua put on the brand new phoenix robe for her ghost marriage and a complete set of top-grade jewelry. Boom! An aura of terror that could not be described in words burst out from her. This aura is 100 times more powerful than the SSS level alarm that was previously triggered in the trading center. The light bulb in the room exploded with a pop sound, and spider web-like cracks appeared on the wall. Feng Chen's expression changed. It's too much. He forgot that this is a residential building. He quickly tried to get Princess Xiaohua to calm down. But it was too late. The whole building, even the entire Yuan community, was shrouded in this terrifying pressure. Countless sleeping residents were awakened in an instant, their hearts pounding, as if the end of the world had come. Next second, the door of his house was knocked wildly with great force. Bang! 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 Open the door quickly, the building is going to collapse. Are monsters attacking? A neighbor's terrified roar came from outside the door. Xiaochen, what's going on? Is there an earthquake? In the living room, there was the panicked voice of her mother, Vivian Chao, and the frightened cries of her younger brothers and sisters. Feng Chen shuddered and reacted instantly. Ma'am, put it away quickly. He quickly spoke to Princess Xiaohua. Princess Xiaohua also realized that she had caused trouble. With a thought, the terrifying aura on his body disappeared without a trace in an instant. Along with the gorgeous phoenix robe and all the equipment, they disappeared, returning to the original appearance of the simple blood-red wedding dress. She held the zither and bowed apologetically to Feng Chen. Then it turned into a red light and disappeared. In the room, calmness was restored in an instant, as if the devastating scene just now had never happened. Only in the air, there is still a faint fragrance. Bang! 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 The knocking continued, becoming more and more rapid. Feng Chen, are you okay? Come out quickly. The mother's voice was already filled with tears. Here it comes. Feng Chen quickly ran out of the room and opened the door. At the door stood the mother with an anxious look on her face, and the younger brother and sister whose faces were pale with fear. In the corridor, the neighbors also stuck their heads out and started talking. That noise just now, was it your family who made it? I was so scared. I thought the building was going to collapse. Fong Chen scratched his head and said innocently. Excuse me, uncle and aunt, I was just doing an experiment in the room. I accidentally knocked over an alchemy potion. It made a bit of a noise, but it's okay. This excuse is full of loopholes. But when the neighbors saw that he was indeed fine, they did not pursue the matter any further. They just complained a few words and then went back to their rooms. After comforting his frightened family, Fong Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that if I want to change my wife's equipment in the future, I still have to go to a professional training room. The night passed with this little twist. The next morning, the Fong family, as usual, had breakfast in a warm atmosphere. Last night's little earthquake has been forgotten. Zhou Huiman was holding an egg for Fong Chen while muttering, Xiaochen, the college entrance examination is coming soon, you have to hurry up and review. Stop running around all day and stop doing those dangerous experiments. I know, Mom. Fong Chen responded vaguely with his mouth full. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who is it, so early in the morning? Vivian Chow wiped her hands, stood up and opened the door. Fong Yi and Fong Linglingling looked around curiously. Fong Chen continued to eat, not paying much attention. The door opens. At the door stood a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with shiny hair. His face was filled with a humble yet enthusiastic smile. In her hands, she was carrying large and small gift boxes. It is covered with logos of various luxury brands. Zhou Huiman was stunned for a moment and felt that the man looked a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. Hello, who are you looking for? She asked politely. Oh. You are Fong Chen's mother, right? Hello, hello. As soon as the middle-aged man saw Vivian Chow, his smile seemed to bloom. As he spoke, he was about to squeeze into the house. At the same time, he stuffed the gift in his hand into Vivian Chow's arms. It's just a small token of my appreciation, not a sign of respect. Just a small token of my appreciation. Zhou Huiman was confused by his sudden enthusiasm and stepped back repeatedly. Sir, you got the wrong person, didn't you? We don't know you. That's right. Absolutely right. The middle-aged man pointed at Fong Chen, who was eating at the table, and said excitedly, I'm looking for Fong Chen. I'm his principal, Wang Zhenghua. Wang Zhenghua, the president of Tianjin No. 1 University. Zhou Huiman remembered it instantly. It's this man. Some time ago, he informed them in a condescending manner that Fong Chen's admission quota had been cancelled. When she thought of this, Vivian Chow's face instantly turned cold. She pushed the gifts back, blocked the door, and said coldly, Principal Wang? Our Xiaochen is no longer a student of your school. What brings you here? The smile on Wang Zhenghua's face froze, but soon recovered. He rubbed his hands and smiled awkwardly. Hey, Fong Chen's mother, look at what you said. Of course Fong Chen is a student of our school, and he is the most outstanding and proud student of our school. The previous admission quota thing was a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. As he spoke, he walked around Vivian Chow and came to the dining table in a few steps. He looked at Fong Chen with eyes as if he was looking at his precious son. Classmate Fong Chen. Long time no see, how are you doing recently? Fong Chen finally raised his head, still chewing half a bun in his mouth. He looked at the man in front of him, who was nodding and fawning with a flattering look on his face. After looking at the valuable gifts in his hands, I roughly understood what was going on. I guess it's because I've made too much noise recently. The snobbish principal could no longer sit still. He swallowed the bun in his mouth, drank some soy milk, and then spoke slowly. Sorry, who are you? The smile on Wang Zhenghua's face froze instantly. Zhou Huiman, who was standing behind him, almost couldn't help laughing out loud after hearing what her son said. Well done, son. Chapter 48. The principal came to visit, and my mother started scolding him, making him question his life. Wang Zhenghua's face turned pale and blue, and he was extremely embarrassed. He never thought that he was the principal of a key high school. Lower your posture and visit in person with valuable gifts. The result was a who are you? This is like putting his face on the ground and stepping on it back and forth. But he didn't dare to get angry. The young man in front of him was no longer the poor student who allowed himself to be manipulated by him. A single-player SSS-level dungeon cleared, instantly killing the Son of Thunder, and counter-killing thousands of bounty hunters. Any one of these things, any one of them, is enough to make him look up to them. He adjusted his mood and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Student Fang Chen, you really know how to joke. I'm the principal, Wang Xinghua. We spoke on the phone before. Oh, I remember now. Fang Chen nodded in sudden realization. That's the one I told get lost to. Puff. Next to her, her younger sister Fang Lingling couldn't help but spit out the soy milk she had just drunk. Wang Xinghua felt his blood pressure was skyrocketing. He resisted the urge to flip the table right then and there. He took out a gold-embossed document from his pocket. Classmate Fang Chen, everything that happened in the past was my fault. I was blind and short-sighted. This is the special admission document for the War Academy. I've reapplied for you. As long as you sign, you will be a prospective college student at the War Academy. He handed the document to Fang Chen respectfully. In his opinion, this was the greatest sincerity he could show. War School. One of the highest institutions of learning in Dragon Country. How many people are trying their best to get in? Now, just sign. He just didn't believe that Fang Chen could resist such temptation. However, Fang Chen only glanced at the document. Hey, isn't this the thing that Li Hao tore off back then? Why, the principal is so poor that he wants to recycle waste paper. He's really frugal. Raise your head and look at him. Do you think I still need this now? The expression on Wang Xinghua's face froze. He looked at Fang Chen's eyes, which were calm without a trace of ripples, and his heart sank suddenly. Yes. Does he still need it? Someone who can easily offer a reward of billions of gold coins to himself. A genius who could even make the city lord's mansion come out to protect him. A demon hailed as the hope of the future. Just a place in a war academy. What does it matter to him? I'm afraid that as long as he is willing, the doors of all the top universities in Longwu will be open to him and he can choose. Your own sincerity. At this moment, it seems so cheap. Fine beads of cold sweat oozed out of Wang Xinghua's forehead. He found that he had been wrong from the beginning to the end. He thought he was here to give alms and to make amends. But he didn't realize that in the other party's eyes, he was not even qualified to carry shoes. Aye. At this moment, Vivian Chao, who had been standing by and watching coldly, spoke. There was no politeness in her voice. Principal Wang, you should take this document back. Wang Xinghua looked at her subconsciously. He saw that this woman, who was originally just an ordinary housewife in his impression. At this moment, his eyes were full of pride and disdain. I remember that some time ago, you used a document like this to call my son to your office. Then, in front of another student, he was severely humiliated and told that he was unworthy. Every word Zhou Huiman said was like a slap in the face to Wang Xinghua. Do you remember how my son begged you at that time? Do you remember how you answered him? You said that an SSS-level weirdo is just a waste and has no future. You said that Li Hao is an S-level thunder mage with a promising future. The school's resources will only be allocated to worthy individuals. Now, you come to my house with this thing that you threw away like garbage. What do you want to do? Vivian Chao took a step forward and stared at Wang Xinghua. Are you trying to tell me that my son, whom you regarded as a waste, is now valuable again? Or do you want to tell me how well you, President Wang, know how to judge the situation and how well you adapt to the situation? Wang Xinghua's face turned pale after hearing her words. He stepped back repeatedly and almost fell down. He never expected this gentle-looking woman. When he spoke, every word was so hurtful. No, Fang Chen's mother, please listen to my explanation. He waved his hands in panic. No need to explain. Vivian Chao interrupted him directly, her voice filled with the strongest confidence and pride of a mother. My son doesn't need your recommendation. He told me that he would use his own abilities to get into any university he wanted as K City's top student. So, Principal Wang, Zhou Huiman said, pointing to the door, please, take your things and leave my house. You are not welcome here. Wang Xinghua only felt a buzzing in his head and the world was spinning. It's over. It's over. He knew that today, he not only failed to save the relationship. Instead, it offended the other party even more. Looking at the woman in front of me who was full of aura, he finally realized how wrong he was. The one who missed out was not a talented student. But it was a giant dragon that could have made him rise to the top. A feeling of regret welled up in my heart. He picked up the gift that had fallen on the ground in a daze, turned around in embarrassment, and walked towards the door. His back was hunched and desolate, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Just as he was about to walk out the door, Fang Chen's voice came from behind him. Principal Wang. Wang Jingguo's body stiffened and he stopped, but he didn't dare to look back. There's something I forgot to tell you. Fang Chen's voice was still calm, but it carried a creepy teasing tone. I've glued the admission document that Li Hao tore up for you. In the goblin's lair, buried with the more than 1,700 corpses. If you want, you can dig it out yourself. Wang Jingguo's body trembled violently. He couldn't hold on any longer and his legs gave way. Quickly fled the scene. After Wang Jingguo left, the atmosphere in the Fang family was quiet for a moment. Afterwards, Fang Lingling and Fang Yi burst into earth-shaking cheers. Wow! Mommy is so handsome. Brother is so handsome. He made the principal speechless. The two little guys danced with excitement. Joey Wang looked at the two children and a relieved smile appeared on her face. But his eye sockets were slightly red. During that period, my son suffered a lot of injustice. As a mother, she saw it all and felt the pain in her heart. Today, I finally got back what I had lost with interest. She turned her head and looked at Fang Chen, her eyes full of pride and satisfaction. Xiaochen, was Mom a little too impulsive just now? Chapter 49. Facing the camera, I kill people, but I am a law-abiding citizen. Fang Chen smiled and shook his head, walked forward and gently hugged his mother. Don't be impulsive. Mom, you looked so handsome just now. You're the most handsome mom in the world. Joey Wang was amused by him and patted him on the back. The family looked at each other and smiled. The haze that was previously caused by the admission quota. At this moment, it is dispelled by the morning sun. They know. From today on, no one will dare to look down on their Fang family. Because, there was a dragon in their family. Just when the family atmosphere was warm and harmonious, Fang Chen's personal terminal suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was an encrypted message from the city lord's mansion. The content of the message is very simple, just one sentence. The case of Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing will be heard at 9 a.m. today at the Supreme Military Court, with a public trial broadcast live throughout the city. Fang Chen looked at the information above and raised his eyebrows. Xiaochen, who sent this message? Zhou Huiman asked while cleaning up the dishes. City Lord's mansion. Fang Chen did not hide it and directly showed the information on the terminal to his mother. After the information was decrypted, a string of time and address was revealed. The Supreme Military Court of K City. Martial Court? Zhou Huiman's heart suddenly began to rise again. Is it about the matter of those two people from the Li family? Yeah. Fang Chen nodded and finished the last sip of soy milk. Mom, I have to go over there. Ah? You want to go too? Joey Wang suddenly became nervous. Xiaochen, that kind of place is too dangerous. What if they have accomplices? In her opinion, although her son is very capable, he is still just a child after all. The other party is the deeply rooted god of war family. Mom, don't worry. Fang Chen smiled and comforted her. This is in K City, on City Lord Zhao's territory. Besides, this is a public trial. They dare not act recklessly. Besides, I'm the person involved. I have to go and see the result. Otherwise, wouldn't all this anger be in vain? After hearing her son say this, Joey Wang felt a little relieved. She recalled the scene of herself scolding the principal yesterday, and a sense of heroism surged in her heart. Then you better be careful. Brother, I'll go with you. Fang Lingling raised her little hand, her face full of excitement. I'm going too. I want to go and cheer for my brother. Fang Yi also joined in the fun. Where are you two going? Zhou Huiman knocked one of them on the head. One of you has to go to school, and the other has to go to the training hall, so both of you should behave yourself. Fang Chen smiled and rubbed his brother and sister's heads. Listen to Mom and be good at home. I'll bring you some delicious food when I come back. After comforting his family, Fang Chen changed into clean clothes and went out. He did not accept the special car arranged by the city lord's mansion, and still chose the most familiar way, taking the bus. There seemed to be an unusually large number of people waiting for the bus at the bus stop in front of Yuanfuan community today. When Fang Chen walked over slowly, the crowd that was originally chattering suddenly quieted down. Dozens of pairs of eyes fell on him. There was curiosity and awe in those eyes, but more than that, there was fear. In the Battle of the Goblin Lair, more than 1,700 desperados were slaughtered. This matter. With Feng Chi's publicity and the tacit approval of the city lord's mansion, it had already spread throughout the streets and alleys of K-City. Today, Feng Chen is no longer a genius in the eyes of ordinary people in K-City. He is a living devil who cannot be provoked. The crowd seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand, automatically making way for him. Feng Chen was already used to this and walked to the front of the platform without changing his expression. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. "Look, it's Feng Chen, it's really him." A young man dressed in fancy clothes, holding a personal terminal and broadcasting live. He rushed over excitedly as if he had discovered a new world. "My friends, my family, who do I see? The most popular man in K-City right now, the walking billion-dollar bounty hunter, Goblin Slayer Feng Chen. Family, fire up the rockets. I'll take you up close and personal with the living devil." As he shouted, he kept the camera focused on Feng Chen's face. "Hello, Mr. Feng Chen. I'm your loyal fan, my name is Battlefield Tornado. Can I ask you a few questions?" When the people around saw this scene, they were so scared that they stepped back, fearing that they would be implicated. "Is this guy crazy? How dare you get so close to that demon king? Are you trying to live?" Feng Chen glanced at him and looked at the barrage of comments and gifs scrolling rapidly on his terminal screen, and he roughly understood. An anchor who was crazy about becoming famous. "Ask," Feng Chen said lightly. He was in a good mood today and didn't mind playing with the clown. "Wow," the boss agreed. "Family, give me some gifts." The host blushed with excitement and asked quickly. "People say you killed over 1,700 bounty hunters in the Goblin's lair by yourself. Is this true?" As soon as this question came out, everyone pricked up their ears. Although rumors are flying around, this is the first time someone has verified it with the real person in person. Feng Chen thought about it and answered seriously, "Fake." "Ah." The anchor was stunned. "Fake?" The people around were also stunned. Could the rumor be wrong? "Yeah." Feng Chen nodded. "It's not over 1,700. The exact number is 1,742. I have a good memory." The host's smile froze on his face. The people around gasped. "Oh my God." Not only did he admit it, he also remembered the number so clearly. How brutal. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Holy crap. The murderous devil is confirmed. He killed 1,742 people, and he can still talk about it so nonchalantly. What a mental state. This is terrifying. Is this really a high school student? Little Tornado, run. I'm afraid you'll be the 1,743rd one. The host Battlefield Tornado obviously also saw the barrage, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But he suppressed his fear and continued to ask for the sake of heat. Then Shin, you killed so many people, don't you feel a little guilt? Guilt? Feng Chen seemed to have heard something funny. They are armed and are here to kill me for the 10 billion bounty. I killed them in return, why should I feel guilty? He paused, looked at the anchor's camera, and said, I just cleaned up some people who wanted to kill me within the scope allowed by the rules. They are legal. Me too. As he finished speaking, the bus arrived at the station. Feng Chen ignored the dumbstruck anchor and got into the car. Before getting in the car, he glanced back at the anchor and added lightly. Next time you want to interview me, remember to make an appointment in advance. I'm very busy. Also, your hands are shaking. The whole picture is shaky. You should practice your stamina. With a snap, the host's hand went limp. The personal terminal fell directly to the ground and the live broadcast was interrupted. When the passengers on the bus saw him getting on, they all crowded into the back half of the car. A huge vacuum zone was formed around him. The driver's hands started to tremble and he didn't even dare to collect the fare. Feng Chen shook his head helplessly and found a seat by the window. He just wanted to attend the trial quietly, why was it so difficult? Chapter 50, Judgment Day, the former god of war becomes a prisoner. An hour later, the Supreme Military Court of K-City. The building is made of black stones, it is solemn and majestic, exuding an inviolable majesty. The entrance was already crowded with reporters from major media outlets and citizens who had rushed in after hearing the news. The city guards set up a long cordon and barely managed to maintain order. When Feng Chen got off the bus and walked towards the court door, the scene instantly exploded. It's Fong Chen. He's really here. Oh my god, he actually came here by bus? Look at his expression, isn't he too calm? Those are over 1,700 lives at stake. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Do you want him to hear you? Countless flashes of light came on and countless microphones were extended towards him, but they were all rudely blocked by the city guards. Fong Chen ignored all the noise around him and walked into the courtroom. Inside the courtroom is a huge circular venue that can accommodate thousands of people. Above the dome, a huge federal emblem is suspended. At this moment, the gallery was already full of people. There are senior officers in military uniforms with general stars on their shoulders. There are business tycoons dressed in suits and ties with extraordinary demeanor. There were also many ordinary citizens like Fong Chen who received the notice. This is a trial open to the entire Federation. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Chen as he appeared. There was a lot of discussion. Fong Chen found a seat near the back and was about to sit down when a familiar voice suddenly called him. Fong Chen. Fong Chen looked back and was a little surprised. Liang Jiawen? Why are you here too? The one who called him was Liang Jiawen, one of his few classmates. He is also one of the few in the class. When Fong Chen was isolated by the whole school and his admission quota was taken away, he was still willing to come over, pat him on the shoulder and say, "I believe in you." Liang Jiawen walked over quickly and gave Fong Chen a bear hug, his face full of worry and excitement. Damn, you finally showed up. I sent you messages these past few days but you didn't reply. I thought something happened to you. He looked Fong Chen up and down, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was okay. I've heard everything you said before. Awesome, really awesome. But, brother, I'm telling you, if anything happens in the future, don't handle it alone. Although I can't help much, I will definitely not back down. Looking at his friend's sincere eyes, Fong Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you. This is classmate Fong Chen, right? Hello, I am Jiawen's father, Liang Dishi. A gentle voice sounded. Fong Chen looked to Liang Jiawen's side. A gentle-looking middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was smiling and extending his hand to him. Hello, Uncle Liang. Fong Chen shook hands with him politely. I've heard Jarvan mention you before. Seeing you today, it's true that heroes emerge young. Liang Dishi's enthusiasm is just right, neither appearing flattering nor making people feel comfortable. Fong Chen noticed that he was wearing a badge on his chest representing a 4th-level professional. In this world, the levels of professionals are clearly divided. Level 1, corresponding to levels 10 to 19. The second level is from level 20 to level 29. And so on. A 4th-level professional, that is, a master above level 40, is already considered a big shot in K-City. I didn't expect that my good friend who usually keeps a low profile actually has a pretty good family background. Liang Jiawen scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Dad, don't say that. Fong Chen is much better than me. Liang Dishi smiled and patted his son's shoulder, his eyes full of shrewdness. He brought his son here today specifically to make friends with Fong Chen, a young man with unlimited potential. Student Fong Chen, I'm afraid this pond in K-City can't hold a true dragon like you. Liang Dishi said meaningfully. My Liang family still has some small businesses and connections in the main city. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Don't be polite to your uncle. A young man with an unfathomable background who could even get the city lord's mansion to come forward to protect him was definitely worthy of the Liang family's investment. As several people were chatting, a solemn bell suddenly rang in the courtroom. Bang! The whole audience fell silent instantly. The trial is about to begin. Everyone's eyes were cast towards the judge seat in front. Immediately following, under the escort of 2 teams of fully armed bailiffs, 2 figures wearing magic-suppressing shackles were brought up. It was Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing. The former Thunder God and Ice Queen no longer have the same majesty as before. They were dressed in prison garb, their wrists and ankles shackled with heavy, rune-lit shackles. That is a demon-suppressing shackle specially designed to suppress the magic power in the bodies of high-level professionals. It is said that the weight alone is over 1 ton. Li Xingyan's hair was messy and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked much more haggard, but his unyielding pride was still there. Lu Shuqing was a completely different person. Her face was pale, her eyes were dull, and her hair was dry and matted. Due to the tragic death of her son, her husband and herself became prisoners. This series of blows destroyed the spirit of this proud woman. When they were taken to the dock, the entire courtroom erupted in suppressed exclamations. Oh my God! Is that really the thunder god of war? How did it become like this? The Ice Queen looks like a mad woman. Shoo, keep your voice down. Although they are down and out, they are still war god level warriors after all. In the gallery, discussions surged like a tide. Many people, especially those in the military, looked at the miserable state of Li Xingyan and his wife with complicated expressions. They were once heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, guardians of the border, and idols worshipped by countless soldiers. But now, he has become a criminal of the Federation, standing here to be judged. This huge contrast made everyone sigh. Liang Zhaowen was also stunned. He poked Fang Chen's arm and whispered, "Damn it, Fang Chen, are these the two guys who caused you trouble? This is too pitiful." Fang Chen's expression was calm. He just looked at the two men quietly, with no sympathy in his eyes. There was no pleasure at all, it was like watching two strangers who had nothing to do with me. Just then, Li Xingyan, who was sitting in the dock, seemed to sense something. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes like knives, and instantly locked onto Fang Chen. When he saw Fang Chen and Liang Zhaowen and his son chatting and laughing beside Fang Chen, his bloodshot eyes instantly ignited with rage and resentment. It's this kid. It's this ant. Ruined everything for him. Ruined his son, ruined his family, ruined his reputation. Lu Shuqing also followed her husband's gaze. When she saw Fang Chen's pretty and clean face, her originally dead eyes instantly became crazy. Ah! It's you! It's you, you little bastard! She was like a mad lioness, rushing towards Fang Chen regardless of the consequences. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Bang! The demon-suppressing shackles on her body suddenly tightened, and a dazzling burst of lightning burst out, shocking her to the ground. Chapter 51. The verdict was handed down, and the whole city was shocked. Your son's death was not unjust. Quiet. On the bench, an old man with a stern face and wearing a judge's robe slammed the gavel heavily. An invisible majesty instantly enveloped the entire courtroom, making everyone feel heavy in their hearts. Lu Shuqing twitched a few times on the ground and was forcibly lifted up by the bailiff, still cursing. Li Xingyan stared at Fang Chen intently, his teeth chattering. However, facing their almost murderous gazes, Fang Chen made a move that no one expected. He smiled, raised his hand, and waved gently at Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing. It's like greeting an old friend. That relaxed and comfortable look formed a sharp contrast with the tense and solemn atmosphere at the scene. Puff. Liang Zhaowen almost couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy is too mean. This is like pouring salt on the other party's wounds. No, a whole can of chili powder. Li Xingyan's chest heaved violently, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. What a shame and humiliation. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. Quiet. The judge struck the gavel again, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. Court is now in session. Bring the defendants, Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire courtroom became completely solemn and dignified. The trial officially begins. The defendant is Li Xingyan, military number 0371, formerly commander of the Thunder Legion in the Northern War Zone. Military rank, General, level 68, occupation, Thunder God of War. Is this identity information true? Li Xingyan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and squeezed out a word from between his teeth, yes. The defendant, Lu Shuqing, military number 0422, formerly commander of the Blue Sun Corps in the Northern War Zone. Rank Lieutenant General, level 75, occupation Frozen Queen. Is this identity information true? Lu Shuqing did not answer, but just stared at Fang Chen with resentful eyes. The judge frowned and repeated it. Li Xingyan touched his wife's arm and whispered, "Answer." Lu Shuqing seemed to come back to his senses from his own world and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes." The judge nodded, picked up a document and began to read. A joint investigation by the K-City Lord's Mansion and the Dragon Federation Supreme Military Tribunal. Defendants Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing, on July 15, 2222 of the Wanqing calendar. Without a warrant from the Supreme Theater Command, you left the Northern Defense Zone and returned to the K-City Safe Zone. This is, Crime 1, desertion without leave. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of several officers in the front row of the audience who also had general stars on their shoulders turned pale. He unconsciously clenched his fists, his eyes filled with shame and anger. A soldier's duty is to guard. Li Xingyan's behavior has tarnished their common glory. After returning to K-City, the two of you openly unleashed your imposing power over Tianyue restaurant, abusing your authority as high-level professionals. Creating mass panic within the security zone is a serious violation of Article 17 of the Dragon Federation Security Zone Management Act. This is the second crime, abuse of private power. The defendant, Lu Shuqing, lost control of his emotions due to personal grudges and intended to attack Fang Chen, a legal citizen of Longhua. The attack range covered the civilian area below, which was deemed an indiscriminate attack and a serious threat to public safety. This is the third charge, intent to murder lawful citizens and endanger public safety. Defendant Li Xingyan knew that the duel between his son Li Hao and citizen Fang Chen was a legal duel notarized by the Federal Notary Public. Even though he was taking his own life into his own hands, he still forcefully challenged citizen Fang Chen to a duel, threatening him and interfering with the fairness of federal law. This is count 4, contempt of federal law. Every time the judge read out a charge, Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing's faces became uglier. When all 4 charges were read out, the entire courtroom fell into silence. Everyone was stunned by these 4 charges. Each one of them is a serious crime. Especially the first one, leaving one's post without permission. In wartime, this is almost the same as defection. Defendants Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing. The judge put down the documents and looked at them with sharp eyes. Regarding the above 4 charges, do you admit or deny them? Lu Shuqing's emotions became agitated again. My son is dead, my only son is dead. He killed my son, what's wrong with me seeking revenge on him? I'm not wrong, he's the one who's wrong, he's the one who deserves to die. She pointed at Fang Chen and screamed hysterically. Li Xingyan's face was also extremely gloomy. He said in a deep voice, Your Honor, the hatred for killing my son is irreconcilable. I admit we have our moments of impulse, but all of this is because of this little beast. It's all because of Fang Chen, who killed our son. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have come back at all. And we wouldn't have violated these laws. He tried to put all the blame on Fang Chen. However, the judge just looked at him coldly. You mean, because your son is dead, you can ignore military law and desert your post? Because your son is dead, you can act recklessly in the safe zone and threaten the lives of tens of thousands of civilians? Li Xingyan, you are also a veteran who has led troops in battle for decades. The judge's voice suddenly rose. Have you forgotten what this military uniform you're wearing represents? It represents protection. It represents responsibility. It is the peace that the countless soldiers behind you paid for with their lives. It is you who protects the order on which every citizen of this land depends for survival. It's not a tool for you to use for revenge. These words. It was so loud, like a heavy hammer, hitting Li Xingyan's heart hard. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. Yeah, he forgot. The moment he learned of his son's death, all he could think about was revenge. He threw all military law and responsibility behind his head. As for your son Li Hao. The judge's gaze turned to Fang Chen. Citizen Fang Chen, please produce the notarized documents of your duel with Li Hao. Fang Chen stood up. Under the gazes of countless people, he calmly opened his personal terminal. An electronic document was projected onto the virtual screen in the center of the courtroom. On it, written in black and white, were the names, time, and place of the duel. And the most important one. This duel is a life or death duel. All consequences will be borne by both parties. Below is Li Hao's autograph in a flamboyant style. The evidence is irrefutable. After seeing this document, Lu Shuqing could no longer hold back. No. Impossible. How could he sign something like this? Chapter 52, Glory turns to humiliation, from general to private, the god of war turns gray overnight. Li Xingyan was also stunned. He stared at the document intently, his eyes full of disbelief. He always thought that Fang Chen had used some conspiracy to kill his son. But he never expected that this life and death duel was actually initiated by his impulsive and brainless son. His beloved son is not only weak in strength, but also has a fool's brain. He could even imagine Li Hao's self-righteous and stupid face when he signed the document. This irrefutable evidence not only proved Fang Chen's innocence, but also felt like a resounding slap in the face. He slapped Li Xingyan in the face and mocked him for his poor parenting skills. The judge's cold voice sounded again. Now, there are witnesses and evidence. Defendants Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing, do you have anything else to say? Li Xingyan closed his eyes, his face full of dejection. From the moment Fong Chen took out the dual notarization, they no longer had any chance of turning the tables. After a long time, he opened his eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. I plead guilty. When Li Xingyan squeezed out the 3 words "I plead guilty" from between his teeth, there was a low murmur throughout the courtroom. A generation of war god just bowed his head. Lu Shuqing was struck by lightning and looked at her husband in disbelief. What did you say? You plead guilty? No. We are not wrong. We are not wrong. That's enough. Li Xingyan turned his head suddenly and growled at her, isn't this embarrassing enough? With this roar, he used the last bit of the might of the thunder god to instantly calm down the crazy Lu Shuqing. She stared at her husband blankly, tears silently streaming down her face. Li Xingyan looked at his wife's pale face, and a trace of pain and fatigue flashed in his eyes. He turned back, looked at the judge's seat, and repeated in a hoarse voice, "We plead guilty." The judge nodded expressionlessly. His eyes swept across the entire room, pausing for a second especially on the military commanders in the front row, and his voice rang out like a bell. Before pronouncing the verdict, this court must reiterate. The word God of War doesn't represent the power to act recklessly, but the responsibility to protect the Federation and the people. Your glory comes from the lights of the thousands of families behind you, not from your personal joys and sorrows. No matter how great his achievements or status, anyone can be. Once you use this honor to trample on federal laws and threaten the safety of citizens, you are no longer a hero, but a sinner of the Federation. These words made the soldiers in the audience look solemn, and they looked at their former colleagues in the dock with complicated eyes. Since the defendant has pleaded guilty, let's now proceed to the final judgment. He picked up the gavel and prepared to bring it down. At this moment, the entire courtroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final judgment that would determine the fate of the 2 war god-level warriors. In the audience, Liang Dishi leaned close to his son's ear and said in a very low voice, "It's over. The Li family is doomed this time. Abandoning one's post without permission is the most serious crime in the military. If you don't die, you will be severely punished." Liang Zhaowen watched nervously and asked, "Dad, will they be sentenced to death?" "It's not the death penalty." Liang Dishi shook his head and analyzed. The Li and Lu families have deep roots in the military, and their students and friends are spread all over the country. The Federation can't really kill them for this matter. That would cause unrest in the military. But the punishment will definitely not be light. This is more like a show of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. He glanced at Fong Chen not far away. This chicken is Li Xingyan and his wife. And the monkey, to be warned. Everyone in the world is coveting Fong Chen. And those who covet the interests represented by Fong Chen. City Lord's Mansion. Higher levels of the Federation. This trial is a declaration to everyone. Fong Chen is the person they want to protect. Whoever moves will die. After realizing this, Liang Dishi's eyes turned even more passionately when he looked at Fong Chen. At this moment, the judge's majestic voice resounded throughout the courtroom. The Dragon Federation Supreme Military Tribunal has ruled that the defendants Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing are guilty of all 4 charges. Bang! The gavel falls heavily. The verdict is as follows. First, order the defendants Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing to pay compensation for their actions. The total economic losses caused to K-City's public facilities and citizens amount to 780 million federal credits. Execute immediately. Wow! As soon as this number came out, the whole audience was shocked. Nearly 800 million. The judge ignored the crowd's shock and continued reading. Second, strip the defendants, Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing, of all their military medals and honorary titles. Their military ranks will be reduced from general to lieutenant general to private. Once these words were spoken, the impact was even greater than the 800 million yuan fine just now. In the front row of the gallery, several elderly men in military uniforms closed their eyes in pain, their faces filled with grief and shame. If the first judgment was a heavy economic blow, then the second point is a ruthless crushing of their spirit and dignity. From a general high in the clouds, he was knocked down to a private soldier in the dust. This is worse than killing them. Li Xingyan's body shook violently and he almost couldn't stand. All his glory and pride in his military career came from the star on his shoulder. Now, it's all gone. Third. The judge's voice became colder. The defendants, Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing, are sentenced to not set foot within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Federation for 50 years. Anyone who steps even halfway into a safe zone city above level A will be exiled to the northernmost mining area and serve for 50 years. 50 years. Sent to the frontier. This is basically equivalent to lifelong exile. Let them live out their lives alone in the most difficult and desolate places. These three judgments are each more severe and ruthless than the last. Everyone in the audience was shocked by this thundering move. Too heavy. This sentence is too harsh. This is not killing the chicken to scare the monkey. This is clearly plucking all the chicken's feathers one by one and then chopping off its claws and wings. Then throw them into the wilderness to die. Even Liang Dishi took a breath and murmured. What a cruel method. They are going to torture the Li and Lu families to death. Dad, is this considered heavy? Liang Zhaowen was a little confused. I heard from the officer next to me that deserting one's post was a capital offense in the past. This is a different time. Liang Dishi explained in a low voice. It's peacetime now, and they are gods of war after all. More importantly, standing behind them are two large and complex families. This verdict may seem to have spared their lives, but in reality, it's killing their hearts. Just think about it, a god of war who is used to being high and mighty, admired by everyone, suddenly becomes a private soldier with nothing. Being exiled to a remote place to mine for 50 years. How many people can endure this kind of fall from heaven to hell? Moreover, they were isolated from the outside world for 50 years. By the time they came out, the world had already changed. Their former connections and power will all vanish into thin air. This is much cleaner and more efficient than just killing them. After listening to his father's analysis, Liang Zhaowen felt a chill on his back. He looked at Fong Chen again, his eyes full of awe. All of this happened simply because Li Hao offended this seemingly harmless classmate. And this classmate of his not only defeated Li Hao in seconds, but also brought his war god parents down from the altar. This method is too terrible. Just as the entire audience was immersed in the shock of the verdict, Fong Chen's reaction seemed a little indifferent. He just listened quietly, without a trace of emotion on his face. All this was within his expectations. For him, this result is neither good nor bad. Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing, being alive is more valuable than being dead. As long as they are alive, they can constantly remind those who are hiding in the dark and hostile to him. This is what happens when you mess with me. More importantly, for him now, time is money, with a trial. This deal solves the biggest problem once and for all and deters the villains at the same time. It is very cost-effective. As for whether the Li family will retaliate, he was looking forward to their arrival so that he could upgrade his wife's equipment. Chapter 53, Openly robbing the execution ground, my Li family shed blood for the Federation. Just as the judge announced that the verdict would take effect immediately and was about to leave the court, a sudden change occurs. Wait! An old voice, yet full of supreme majesty, exploded above the courtroom like thunder. Along with this voice, two terrifying and suffocating pressures descended from the sky. Boom! Under this pressure, the dome of the entire military court was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Inside the court, all professionals below level 60 were suffocated in an instant. Those who were slightly weaker vomited blood from their mouths and fainted. Even the judge on the bench, whose strength was over level 70, turned pale and took several steps back. Who is it? What a terrifying aura. This is a power beyond the 7th level. In the field, the strong men who were still able to stand all looked up at the sky in horror. A huge hole appeared silently in the dome of the courtroom. Two figures, bathed in sunlight, slowly descended. She was an old woman wearing a purple brocade robe and with a haggard face. And an old man wearing golden armor and with standing hair and beard. There was no magical fluctuation on them. But just standing there made the space distort. It seems that they are the embodiment of the rules of this world. When he saw the man's face clearly, a white-haired old general in the military camp in the audience cried out in surprise. It's the old lady of the Lu family and the old war god of the Li family. How could they get out? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell into silence. Everyone's face was filled with fear and despair. The old lady of the Lu family. The old war god of the Li family. He is an old monster from the same era as City Lord Shawanshan. He is the one who truly stands at the top of the Dragon Federation pyramid, a peak powerhouse at level 79. They actually came in person. It's over. I'm afraid this matter today will not end peacefully. The old man in golden armor swept his eyes across the entire audience. Finally, it fell on Li Xingyan, who was handcuffed with the demon-suppressing shackles, and a trace of disappointment in his eyes flashed at his lack of resistance. The old woman in purple robe walked up to Lu Shuqing, who was lying limp on the ground. She stretched out her dry hand, gently stroked Lu Shuqing's hair, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Xinger, who turned you into this?" Lu Shuqing suddenly hugged the old woman's legs and burst into tears. Mom, you have to make the decision for me. It's that little bastard. He's the one who destroyed everything for us." She stretched out her finger and pointed tremblingly at Fang Chen in the crowd. The old woman slowly raised her head, and her cloudy eyes, devoid of any emotion, passed through the crowd and fell on Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen felt a bone-chilling murderous intent that completely locked onto him. That murderous intent. It's like a god high above, looking down at an ant that can be crushed to death with ease. In the old woman's eyes, Fang Chen's life or death is not important at all. What is more important is that he brought shame to her Lu family and caused her daughter to suffer injustice. So, he deserves to die. Liang Jiawen and Liang Dishi, father and son, were so frightened by this terrifying murderous intent that their faces turned pale. They retreated repeatedly and almost collapsed to the ground. The entire courtroom fell into dead silence. Everyone was so frightened by this sudden change that they dared not move. Two peak powerhouses at level 79. What is the concept? This means that the two of them, working together, are enough to easily wipe the entire Case City off the map. In the face of absolute power, the so-called laws and rules seem so pale and powerless. On the bench, the judge's face turned ashen. He withstood the immense pressure and shouted sternly, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Supreme Military Court? Do you want to commit murder in public?" However, the old woman in purple robe didn't even bother to look at him. Her eyes were always fixed on Fang Chen, with a hint of surprise in them, as if she was wondering why her murderous intent had no effect on a junior. Instead, the old war god of the Li family, who was wearing golden armor, snorted coldly. "Ha, a military court? What a grand gesture." He took a step forward. Bang! The entire courtroom shook violently. His voice, like a huge bell, resounded throughout the entire venue. "I, Li Xiaotian, have guarded the border for the Federation for 300 years and killed over 100 alien kings. The old lady of my Lu family froze an army of millions of monsters with her own strength. The blood our two families have shed for the Dragon Nation is more than the combined weight of all of you here. Now, you are going to judge our descendants for a young boy? And exile them for another 50 years? His voice was filled with undisguised arrogance and disdain. "I'm telling you. Today, we two old guys are here. No one can touch a hair on their head. No one, don't even think about letting them leave K-City." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the demon-suppressing shackles on Li Xingyan's body in mid-air. Crack! The shackles, which were powerful enough to trap a 7th-level warrior, were made of a special alloy and engraved with magic forbidden runes. Surprisingly, it scattered all over the ground in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the old woman in purple robe also waved her hand. The shackles on Lu Shuqing also broke with a sound. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. They actually dared. In front of everyone, in front of the live broadcast of the entire Federation, he openly robbed the execution ground. What is this doing? This is a provocation. It's a blatant provocation to the entire judicial system of the Dragon Federation. Crazy. These two old monsters are crazy. Presumptuous. The judge trembled with rage and roared. "Li Xiaotian. Lu Ziyue. Are you planning a rebellion? Rebel?" Li Xiaotian laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha. Just based on you are not qualified to say that we are rebelling?" He suddenly stopped laughing and his eyes became extremely grim. "I just want to ask you one thing, about today's verdict. Are you going to take it back or not?" The terrifying pressure, like a landslide and tsunami, pressed towards the judgment seat. The judge groaned, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Federal law is sacrosanct. The verdict has been made and cannot be changed." Good. What a sacred and inviolable one. Murderous intent surged in Li Xiaotian's eyes. Then today, I will first kill you, you ignorant fool, and then see who is the one who is inviolable. As he said this, he was about to raise his hand. At this critical moment, an old yet calm voice came from the back of the courtroom. Brotherly, Sister Lu, it's been hundreds of years since we last met, and your tempers are still as hot as ever. The moment this voice sounded, the terrifying pressure from Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue, which was enough to collapse a mountain range, quietly dissipated. The suffocating pressure in the entire courtroom was instantly swept away. Everyone was breathing heavily as if they had been pardoned. Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue's expressions changed at the same time. They turned and looked in the direction of the sound. Just see. In the last row of the gallery sat an old man wearing a plain gray robe and leaning on an ordinary wooden cane. He looked like an old man doing morning exercises in the neighborhood park. Nothing special. However, when Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue saw him, their pupils suddenly shrank. Xiao Wanshan. Li Xiaotian almost squeezed out the name from between his teeth. That's right. The person who came was none other than the mayor of K City, Xiao Wanshan. He has been here the whole time. Moreover, he just sat in the gallery and watched the entire trial like an ordinary person. City Lord. When the judge saw Xiao Wanshan, he felt as if he had seen his backbone and quickly saluted respectfully. In the gallery, all the officials and military officers in K City also stood up in unison, looking excited. Meet the City Lord. Xiao Wanshan waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to be so polite. He walked out of the crowd, leaning on a wooden stick. Finally, he walked in front of Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue and stopped. The three old men who stood at the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Federation were confronting each other. The entire courtroom fell into deathly silence again. Everyone knows. What follows is a real fight between gods. Chapter 54, The City Lord is calling for help online. What is the background of the senior sister and junior brother? Xiao Wanshan, you want to get involved in this mess too? Li Xiaotian said with a gloomy face. He and Xiao Wanshan are of the same generation and had fought side by side when they were young. But the relationship between them is more of a competition. Brotherly, what you said is true. As the mayor of K City, this is my territory. Xiao Wanshan smiled, and his calm face showed no emotion. You two came to my territory, smashed my court, and killed my people. His voice remained calm. Tell me, should I care? Humph. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Ziyue, the old lady of the Lu family, spoke coldly. Xiao Wanshan, we are here today just to take our child away. If you know what's good for you, just turn a blind eye. Our two families will be grateful for this favor. If you don't know what's best for you. She didn't say anything else, but the threat in her words was self-evident. Oh? A hint of amusement flashed in Xiao Wanshan's turbid eyes. Then I want to hear it. If I don't know what's best for me, what can you do? How? Li Xiaotian took a step forward and confronted Xiao Wanshan head-on. The golden armor on his body moved without wind. Xiao Wanshan, although your level is higher than ours, there are only 4 of us here. Do you really think you can stop us by yourself? His words were full of strong confidence. Yes, one is a level 88 word master. The other 2 are the level 79 god of war and the emperor of magic. As well as the couple Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing. Although there is only a difference of a few levels, at their level, the difference of 1 level is a world of difference. What's more, they are 4 to 1. No matter how you look at it, Xiao Wanshan has no chance of winning. However, facing Li Xiaotian's threat, Xiao Wanshan smiled. 4 people? He repeated Li Xiaotian's words, and the amusement in his cloudy eyes became stronger. Brotherly, have you been in seclusion for too long? Your mind is all foggy. You. Li Xiaotian was furious, and lightning began to flicker again on his golden armor. Where is this place? Xiao Wanshan ignored his anger and tapped the ground lightly with his wooden stick. This is the Dragon Federation Supreme Military Court. It's where war criminals are tried and marshals are judged. It is the most majestic symbol of federal law. Do you really think that there are no 9th level guardians in a place like this? 9th level? Oh my god, the city lord is saying that there are 9th level experts here? That's impossible. A 9th order expert, isn't that a legendary existence? In the entire Dragon Federation, the number of 9th rank experts can be counted on one hand. And they are all the pillars of the nation, guarding the borders and fighting against foreign gods and demons. How could they come to K City to guard a court? In the gallery, everyone went crazy, whispering and talking. Even Liang Dishi, the knowledgeable 4th level strongman. At this moment, his face was also dull. He tried hard to digest the information in Xiao Wanshan's words. 9th level. What does that mean? That is the true meaning, one person is one country. It is a humanoid weapon that can single-handedly change the outcome of a national war. How could an old monster of this level? Impossible. Li Xiaotian was the first to react and pointed at Xiao Wanshan and laughed wildly. Xiao Wanshan, stop bluffing here. How noble is a 9th rank expert? How could he possibly condescend to guard your door? Lu Ziyue beside him also sneered and said hoarsely. Xiao Wanshan, if you call out a 9th level cultivator now, I, Lu Ziyue, will kneel down and kowtow to you today to admit my mistake. If you can't scream, today, we will not only take the child away, but also demolish your city lord's mansion. The two of them simply didn't believe it. They are all people standing at the top of the federal pyramid, and they all have some understanding of the whereabouts of the 9th level strongmen. They can be sure that there is no 9th level strongman who resides in K City permanently. Xiao Wanshan looked at their determined expressions, and the smile on his face finally showed a hint of pity. Alas, ignorance is pathetic. He shook his head. He raised his head, looked at the dome that had been blown open, and said, Big sister, little brother. There are 2 mad dogs running wild on my property. And they're going to tear down my house. Do you guys care? His voice was calm and even, as if he was chatting with a neighbor. However, these few words plunged the entire courtroom into deathly silence. Senior sister? Junior brother? Everyone was stunned, their brains unable to process anything for a moment. Lord City Lord, who are you talking to? Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue were also stunned. Then, even more disdainful sneers appeared on their faces. Playing tricks. They have used their mental power to scan the entire courtroom inside and out countless times. Except for them and Xiao Wanshan. There is no 4th person here who can threaten their existence. However, just when they were about to start mocking, 2 voices, one after the other, came from outside the hole. A voice, as cold as ice. Humph, you piece of trash. You can't even look after your own place. The other voice was rough and heroic, full of explosive power. Which blind bastard dares to touch my senior brother's territory? Are you tired of living? Accompanied by these 2 voices, 2 figures appeared in the air above the courtroom without any warning. The person on the left is wearing a tight black nightgown, which perfectly outlines her exquisite figure. She wore a silver butterfly mask on her face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes that were devoid of any emotion. In her hand, she held a pitch-black sword that was taller than her. The person on the right is a burly man who was over 2 meters and 5 meters tall. His upper body was naked, and his bronze skin was covered with hideous scars and mysterious totems. He was carrying a giant warhammer that was thicker than a bucket and gleamed with dark golden light. He just stood there and gave people a full sense of security. The moment these 2 people appeared, the sneers on Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue's faces froze in an instant. They were shocked to find out. With their perception, they were completely unable to see through the depth of these 2 people. They were like 2 bottomless black holes, destroying any mental power that tried to explore them. It will be swallowed up in an instant and disappear without a trace. This situation only illustrates one problem. The level of these 2 people far exceeds theirs. You are. Li Xiaotian's voice was trembling. The sturdy man carrying the huge hammer grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and his voice was like thunder. Your grandfather is Yao Haotian from the Temple of War. The masked woman in black glanced at Lu Ziyue with a cold gaze and slightly opened her red lips. Shadow Pavilion, Lin Shuang. These 2 names were like 2 nuclear bombs, exploding in the minds of everyone in the court. Temple of War God. Shadow Pavilion. That's not. Aren't those the 2 most mysterious and powerful violent organizations in the Dragon Federation? The Temple of War God is responsible for external affairs, suppressing all races, and conquering other worlds. All the members are kings of battle who have fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The Shadow Pavilion is responsible for internal affairs, eliminating rebellion, and monitoring the world. The assassins in the pavilion are all judges of death walking in the shadows. Yao Haotian and Lin Shuang are the top leaders of these two organizations. He is a true 9th level expert. Plop. In the audience, someone was the first one who couldn't bear the huge impact. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Immediately following, one after another, large groups of people collapsed. Their faces were filled with fear and fanaticism. 9th level. They actually saw with their own eyes a living 9th level expert. And, two at a time. Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue's expressions at this moment were so ugly that they could no longer be described. They never dreamed that Xiao Wanshan, the old man who looked amiable on weekdays, his senior sister turned out to be the leader of Shadow Pavilion. His junior fellow apprentice turned out to be the master of the Temple of War God. What kind of divine background is this? Chapter 55, A Disciple of the Dragon Kingdom Guardian? If you mess with K-City, have you asked my master? Xiao Wanshan looked at their expressions as if they had seen a ghost and said slowly, I forgot to introduce you too. I, Xiao Wanshan, am not only the mayor of K-City, still, the chief word master of the Federal Council. We are from the same school. Master, he is the guardian of the Dragon Nation from the previous generation. So, Xiao Wanshan paused, his eyes, which had always been calm, looked up. Finally, a hint of the domineering aura of an 8th level strong man was revealed. Now, do you still think that the four of you are good enough? The entire courtroom was in deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked by Xiao Wanshan's casual words that they almost lost their souls. The chief word master of the federal parliament? The disciple of the previous generation of Dragon Kingdom Guardian? The leader of Shadow Pavilion is his senior sister? The lord of the Temple of War God is his junior fellow apprentice? Each of these identities, taken individually, is enough to make the entire Dragon Federation tremble. Now, all these identities are concentrated in one person. No wonder. No wonder he dares to be so tough. No wonder he dared to judge two War God level warriors in front of the entire Federation. It turns out that his background is so powerful that it reaches this point. In the audience, Liang Dishi was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the ordinary-looking old man who was leaning on a wooden stick, and felt that his brain was a mess. He always thought that Xiao Wanshan was just the mayor of K-City, a powerful 8th level warrior. But now it seems that he was extremely wrong. This is not just a local lord, he is clearly one of the real bosses behind the scenes of the entire Dragon Federation. He looked at his son again, and then at Feng Chen not far away. Suddenly, an extremely absurd, yet extremely real thought popped up in my mind. It's over. It seemed as if the Liang family's small broken boat had been tied to an aircraft carrier without them realizing it. No, this is a fucking interstellar battleship. Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue were heartbroken at this moment. They regret it so much. If they had known earlier that Xiao Wanshan had this kind of background, not to mention robbing the execution ground, they didn't even dare to think about returning to K-City. This isn't just hitting a brick wall, it's directly hitting the South Heaven Gate. Xiao, brother Xiao. Li Xiaotian's voice was extremely dry. There was no longer any arrogance or domineering attitude as before. This is a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? In mid-air, Yao Haotian, the burly man carrying a huge hammer, spoke in a muffled voice. You brought some people and blew off the roof of the courtroom, and you call this a misunderstanding? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Didn't you say you were going to tear down my senior brother's house? Come on, can you show me another one? As Yao Haotian spoke, he slammed the huge warhammer to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire military court, including the ground within a radius of several kilometers, shook violently. Cracks spread out in all directions with the warhammer as the center. Li Xiaotian just felt that he couldn't even move a finger. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. It's just the oppression of momentum. A level 79 peak war god was crushed to the point of vomiting blood without even touching a hair of the opponent. Is this the power of a 9th order strongman? Junior brother, be gentle, don't kill him. Lin Shuang, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Her eyes glanced at Feng Chen vaguely, as if to confirm that he was not affected in any way. These two old guys, and the families behind them, are still somewhat useful to the Federation. Killing him directly would be such a waste. Why not destroy their ranks, break their limbs, and hang them at the gate of K-City? Let everyone see, this is the consequence of defying federal law. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone in the courtroom gasped. This is too cruel. Abolish the rank and hang at the city gate for public display? This is 100 times more cruel than killing them directly. Everyone has no doubt that this masked woman can definitely do what she says. Because she is the leader of Shadow Pavilion. It is the nightmare of the Dragon Federation and all dark forces. He is the shadowless king who holds the power of life and death and is feared by everyone. Lu Ziyue was so scared that she was shaking all over. She looked at the woman in black who was walking down from mid-air step by step, and felt like she was about to stop breathing. Senior sister, your suggestion is good. Xiao Wanshan nodded, as if he was really considering it seriously. No. Don't. Lu Ziyue finally broke down, fell to her knees, and called out desperately to Xiao Wanshan. Lord City Lord, we were wrong. We were really wrong. Please, for the sake of our two families, who have shed blood and performed meritorious services for the Federation, please spare us this time. We will never dare to do it again. Never again. She kowtowed and cried loudly. There was no trace of the arrogant old lady she had before. The other side. Li Xiaotian, who was oppressed by Yao Haotian's momentum, also tried his best to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. We plead guilty. The old god of war bowed his head. That humble look formed an extremely ironic contrast with the domineering attitude before. The entire courtroom was silent. Everyone was stunned speechless by the dramatic scene before their eyes. A second ago, they were two old monsters who dominated the whole place and disregarded federal laws. The next second, they became two pitiful creatures kneeling on the ground begging for mercy and wagging their tails for compassion. This reversal is too fast. And the instigator of all this? Xiao Wanshan just looked at them calmly. There was neither pride nor sarcasm on his face. There is only indifference. It seemed as if all this was within his expectations. Feng Chen also watched quietly. In his eyes, Xiao Wanshan's actions. It's tantamount to a top-level PK. I caused trouble here, and the other party called in a level 79 character. As a result, Xiao Wanshan made a phone call and directly called two GM friends and relatives who were over level 90, and instantly banned the opponent's account. He has a deeper understanding of power. It turns out that when your background and strength are strong enough, the so-called rules and laws are really just tools to serve you. Today, if Xiao Wanshan hadn't come forward, if there weren't two 9th-level strongmen standing behind him, then, the one kneeling here at this moment might be myself. It might be yourself who was demoted. This world, after all. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Other people's background is their master or family. My background is the system and unlimited gold coins. He could feel that the gazes of the two 9th-level masters had lingered on him for a moment. The domineering man was curious. And that cold female assassin had a hint of scrutiny? Since you've pleaded guilty, it'll be easy. Xiao Wanshan walked to the judge's seat, leaning on a wooden stick. He glanced at the man. From beginning to end, the judge, who had been under tremendous pressure and had not retreated a single step, had a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Judge Sun, thank you for your hard work. Your Excellency the City Lord, you are too kind. This is my duty. The judge bowed hurriedly, his face full of excitement and respect. Yeah. Xiao Wanshan nodded, then said, go on. Complete all necessary procedures. The laws of the Federation cannot be shaken in the slightest because of anyone. Chapter 56, How Swift is the Federation's Sword? One strike will destroy your century-old foundation. Yes. Judge Sun nodded heavily. He sat back on the judge's seat and took a look at Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue who were still kneeling on the ground. There was no longer any fear in his eyes. He picked up the gavel and slammed it hard. Bang! Quiet. Now, continue the trial. His voice, through the loudspeaker, was carried throughout the courtroom. It also reached the ears of all federal citizens who were watching the live broadcast. Everyone knows. This huge storm was caused by the two war god families. Finally, the curtain is coming down. Li Xiaotian, Lu Ziyue. You too, as citizens of the Federation, have disregarded federal law and openly attacked the Supreme Military Tribunal. Threatened the trial officers with force with the intention of abducting the convicted prisoner. This behavior has seriously violated Article 372 of the Dragon Federation Public Security Management Law, constituting the crimes of violent resistance to the law and prison break. Do you admit your guilt? Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue were like defeated roosters at this moment, kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered, not saying a word. Know your guilt? Of course they knew their sin. But they refused to accept. They are heroes who have guarded the borders of the Federation and shed blood. He is the strongest person at level 79, standing at the pinnacle of this world. Now, they have to kneel here like two dogs and be judged by a judge who was not even at the 7th level. This is a great shame and humiliation. But what can I do if I don't accept it? In the air, the two great gods were still watching with eager eyes. Especially the muscular man carrying a hammer. That look was as if he was looking at two pieces of pork belly ready to be put into the pot. They have no doubt as long as they dare to say no. Next second. The hammer, which is thicker than a bucket, will hit them on the head. I ask you, do you know your sin? Seeing that they didn't say anything, Judge Sun slammed the gavel and shouted sternly. With three big guys backing him up, he is now very confident. This angry shout scared Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue so much that they trembled all over. In the end, it was Li Xiaotian who gritted his teeth and squeezed out two words. Acknowledge your guilt. Very good. Judge Sun nodded with satisfaction. He picked up a document that had been prepared long ago and began to read it. Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue violently resisted the law and openly broke into the prison. The circumstances are serious and the impact is detrimental. As decided by the temporary panel of the Supreme Military Tribunal of the Federation. The verdict is as follows. Everyone held their breath and pricked up their ears. They knew that the highlight was coming next. What kind of punishment will the Federation impose on these two old monsters? First. Fine. Judge Sun's voice suddenly rose. Physical damage caused to the Supreme Military Tribunal by his violent behavior. And the huge negative impact on public order in K City and the credibility of the federal judiciary. Order both to jointly compensate the federal government for emotional distress and facility repair costs, totaling. He paused, then spit out a number that made everyone's scalp tingle. 10 billion federal credit points. Immediate execution. If there is any default, it will be forcibly deducted from his family's assets. Wow. When this number came out, the whole audience was shocked. 10 billion. Oh my god. This is fucking money grabbing. The previous ruling that Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing should pay compensation of 780 million was already scary enough. Now, it has increased more than 10 times. 10 billion, what does this mean? This is enough to buy several commercial districts in K City. Even the Li family and the Lu family, two large families with deep roots, want to take out so much cash at one time. It will definitely cause serious damage to your bones and vitality. Fang Chen stood in the crowd, listening calmly, but thinking quickly in his mind. 10 billion? That sounds impressive. It's a pity that it was compensated to the Federation. If it were compensated to me. If I give you a 90% discount, wouldn't I be able to buy my wife several more SSS level equipment? In his opinion, this huge fine was more like a gesture. For him, the money. It's just a matter of spending a little more time to withdraw money from a few high-level copies. Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue kneeling on the ground. When I heard this number, my body shook violently and I almost fainted from anger. 10 billion. This is asking for their dearest ones. However, this is just the beginning. Judge Sun ignored the crowd's shock and continued reading. Second. Relinquish power. From now on, the Li and Lu families will be expropriated. All privileged hereditary positions in the federal military and major administrative agencies. All current officials, direct descendants of the Li and Lu families, will be demoted 3 ranks and placed on probation. All collateral descendants will be demoted 1 rank and will not be allowed to be promoted within 3 years. The first judgment was a devastating economic blow. The second one is political, which is to cut off the fuel supply. What is the reason why a big family can prosper forever? It depends on generation after generation. The connections and power accumulated in both the military and political circles. Now, an order came down from the Federation. Just put the two families together for hundreds of years. The ladder that I had finally climbed up was broken by a kick. Demoted 3 levels. In other words, a major general directly becomes a colonel. A mayor directly becomes a district chief. This is not just a change in position, but a devastating blow to their entire family and political influence. From now on, the Lee family and the Liu family's voice in the federal high-level positions will be infinitely weakened. They will completely become a second-rate family. Puff. This time, Liu Ziyue couldn't bear it anymore, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the ground in front of her red. Her eyes were red as she stared at Judge Sun in the courtroom. That look in his eyes seemed to want to eat him alive. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing his parents. And this is directly cutting off the roots of their entire family. Third. Judge Sun's voice became increasingly cold and emotionless. Serve your sentence. Sentence the defendants Li Xiaotian and Liu Ziyue to be immediately taken to the front lines of the 10,000 races battlefield to kill the enemy and make amends for their crimes until 100 years later. 100 years. When these three words came out of Judge Sun's mouth, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Everyone was shocked by the sentence. The battlefield of all races. Where is that place? That was the place where the battle between the Federation and all races was the most brutal. Not to mention the 7th level, even the 8th level warriors have perished, they're innumerable. Let them go there and kill the enemy to atone for their sins for 100 years? What is the difference between this and directly sentencing to death? No, this is more cruel than the death penalty. This is to take down these two peak level 79 powerhouses. Treat them as top-level cannon fodder and squeeze out every last bit of value from them. 3 judgments, each one more severe and more ruthless than the last. A fine of 10 billion will seriously damage their vitality. Remove their power and cut off their roots. Exile to the battlefield and squeeze out the value. This means that these two old monsters who were once powerful and influential, as well as the families behind them, will be taken away. Together, we will fall into the abyss of no return. 100 years? That's too cheap for them. Fong Chen murmured to himself, for me, this is the best way to deal with it. Pull out their souls, make 2 soul lamps, and hang them on my wife's dragon sedan chair carried by thousands of ghosts. Howling day and night, that's the scariest place. Chapter 57, these words are heartbreaking. He threatens my family, I will make sure he is utterly terrified. I don't accept it. Liu Ziyue raised her head and let out a shrill scream. Why? Just because of that little bastard, you're going to destroy the centuries-old foundation of our two families? I don't accept it. She looked like a madman and was struggling to stand up. However, she just made a move. In mid-air, the black-clad woman Lin Shuang, who had been silent all this time, moved. No one could see how she moved. All I saw was a black afterimage that flashed by. Next second, Lin Shuang has appeared in front of Liu Ziyue. She stretched out a finger as white as jade and touched Liu Ziyue's brow. Noisy. In an instant, all of Liu Ziyue's struggles and screams came to an abrupt end. Her whole body was frozen in place, as if the pause button had been pressed, unable to move. The body is covered with a thin layer of black frost. She could feel that her life and soul were in the other person's control. As long as the other party is willing. At any time, I can make her lose her soul. One move. Just one move. A peak level 79 Mage Emperor was subdued like this. There is no room for resistance. This is the absolute suppression of a 9th order strongman. I saw Liu Ziyue being subdued in an instant. Li Xiaotian, who was standing next to him, had his thoughts of resistance extinguished in an instant. He lowered his head dejectedly and accepted his fate. In the face of absolute strength, any resentment and anger seemed so pale and powerless. Take him away. Xiao Wanshan spoke lightly. Immediately, 2 teams of fully armed city guards rushed up. They took the demon-suppressing shackles made of special materials, which were specially used to imprison high-level professionals, and put them back on Li Xiaotian and Liu Ziyue. This time, no one dared to resist. Afterwards, they also took Li Xingyan and Lu Shuqing, who had already collapsed in the dock, into custody. Fong Chen. Just when Li Xingyan, being escorted by the bailiff, passed by Fong Chen, he suddenly stopped and stared at Fong Chen with his bloodshot eyes. His voice was hoarse and resentful. Don't be so complacent. Today, our Li family is in trouble. But do you think you have one? I'm telling you, this isn't over yet. As long as there is still someone in our Li family, we will never let you go. Not just you, but your family as well. Your mother, your brothers and sisters. We will make them pay the heaviest price for what you did today. We will make them suffer a fate worse than death. Everyone felt their scalp tingle when they heard this. This is a death threat. Moreover, it is a threat against family members. This has already touched everyone's bottom line. Presumptuous. Judge Sun was furious and slammed the table. You're facing death, and you still dare to threaten others. Someone, slap him in the face. Yes. A bailiff nearby immediately stepped forward and slapped Li Xingyan in the face. The bailiff raised his hand high, creating a gust of wind. Li Xingyan was pressed to the ground, his bloodshot eyes still staring at Fang Chen. The corners of his mouth widened, revealing his sharp white teeth. Just wait, your whole family will die. Bang! The crisp sound of slaps echoed throughout the courtroom. Li Xingyan's face was hit to one side and half of it swelled up quickly, but he laughed nervously. Fang Chen stood there, his eyes turning cold. Threaten him and he can treat it as a joke. Threaten his family? This matter cannot be overcome. The dragon has a reverse scale, and anyone who touches it will die. Family is Fang Chen's only weakness. He tilted his head slightly, and the fingers hidden in his sleeves moved slightly. An invisible, strange aura, which only he could sense, began to emanate from him. The temperature of the air dropped several degrees in that instant. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish. Just when Fang Chen was about to directly use Princess Xiaohua's power, an old but strong hand pressed on his shoulder. Fang Chen, don't be impulsive. Xiao Wanshan had walked to his side without him knowing when. The sound entered Fang Chen's mind through mental power. The power Fang Chen was about to unleash was paused. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Wanshan, the coldness in his eyes not melting at all. City Lord, he threatened my family. I know. Xiao Wanshan nodded and pressed his hand on his shoulder, applying a little force. I want him to shut up right now more than you do. But you have to remember, this is the Supreme Military Tribunal of the Federation, and it's being broadcast live to the entire Federation. He's already a convicted prisoner. If you kill him here in front of everyone, the nature of the matter will change completely. By then, even if it's reasonable, it will become unreasonable. Those who wish us to make mistakes will use the charges of lynching and contempt of law to make you follow in their footsteps. It's not worth it for such a waste. Xiao Wanshan's words calmed the raging anger in Fang Chen's heart a lot. He is not someone who refuses to listen to advice. But, I was really angry. After taking a deep breath, the murderous intent in Fang Chen's eyes slowly subsided. He understood what Xiao Wanshan meant. Killing Li Xingyan is very easy. But how and where to kill is very particular. In public, a prisoner who was about to be detained was killed using extrajudicial means. This is indeed a foolish act that gives others an advantage. I understand. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Seeing Fang Chen calm down, Xiao Wanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his opinion of this young man became even higher. Extremely talented and decisive in killing. The most rare thing is that even when he is furious, he can still listen to advice and remain rational. This boy has a bright future. Don't worry. Xiao Wanshan patted his shoulder and transmitted his message with his mental power. His threats will always be just threats. In K City, no one can touch a hair on your family. As for him, a barely perceptible cold light flashed in Xiao Wanshan's eyes. He won't live long. On the battlefield of all races, people die every day. One more of him won't make much difference, and one less of him won't make much difference either. Accidents can happen at any time. Fang Chen understood the implication. This was because their two families had done something shady in the past, forcing the authorities to take this opportunity to take action against them. That's good, it saves me the trouble. After figuring this out, Fang Chen calmed down. However, this matter cannot be left at that. I will make sure these two families' souls are shattered to pieces. And at this time, the bailiffs finally shut Li Xingyan's mouth as he was still shouting wildly. Along with Lu Shuqing, who had already paralyzed with fear, and Li Xiaotian and Lu Ziyue, who looked as pale as death, they were taken away together. A trial that shocked the entire city and even the entire Federation finally came to an end. The atmosphere in the courtroom also became relaxed from the previous tense atmosphere. Chapter 58, A Word Awakens the Dreamer, the cruel reality behind the 10 billion reward. In mid-air, Yao Haotian, the sturdy man carrying the huge hammer, came down, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly. He walked up to Fang Chen and patted his shoulders hard with his big hands. Bang! Fang Chen felt half of his body was numb. Wow, is the physical strength of a 9th level expert so exaggerated? Fang Chen thought to himself that the Wangui Tongyuan talent doubles all attributes. His own physique was far superior to that of an average person, but it was still far behind this monster that specialized in the flesh. However, his fighting style has never relied on muscles. Good boy, not bad, very brave. Much better than those idiots in our war god temple who only know how to show off their muscles. Yao Haotian grinned and laughed. If anyone dares to provoke you in the future, tell them my name, Yao Haotian. I'll smash his head into his chest with this hammer. Fang Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking that your slap almost knocked me into the ground. The other side. Lin Shuang, the woman in black who had always given off an aura of keeping strangers away, also landed gracefully. Her cold eyes under the butterfly mask stayed on Fang Chen for 2 seconds. You have a good foundation and a decent character. Don't die. After she finished speaking, she turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared from the spot. Come suddenly and leave decisively. Ha, my senior sister is like this, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Xiao Wanshan explained with a smile. When she said that, it means she thinks highly of you. Yao Haotian also picked up the hammer and waved at Xiao Wanshan. Brother, I'll go back first if I'm alright. There are still a lot of messes waiting for me to deal with at the War God Temple. After saying this, he took a step forward and disappeared. With the departure of the 2 9th rank warriors, the invisible and huge pressure in the courtroom finally dissipated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everything that happened today was too much of a shock to them. First, the god of war robbed the execution ground, then the city lord displayed his divine power, and finally even the legendary lord of the temple of the god of war and the lord of the shadow pavilion came in person. I have never seen so many grand scenes in my life. The crowd began to disperse slowly. Everyone's face was filled with relief and uncontrollable excitement at having survived the disaster, and they were whispering to each other about what had just happened. Fang Chen. You are so awesome. A familiar voice sounded. Liang Zhaowen's face flushed, and he rushed over excitedly. Following behind him was his foolish father, Liang Dishi. Liang Zhaowen rushed to Fang Chen, so excited that he was a little incoherent. Damn it, Fang Chen, you really scared me to death just now. He gestured with his hands, when those 2 old guys fell from the ceiling. That momentum made me feel like my legs went weak and I almost peed myself. I thought you were going to be in big trouble today. What's the result? The city lord is your backer. The lord of the war god temple is your backer junior brother. The lord of the shadow pavilion is your backer senior sister. Oh my goodness, your backstage is really outrageous. He looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of admiration. What kind of monster is this friend of mine? Liang Dishi, who was following behind him, felt even more complicated at this moment. Before, he just thought Fang Chen was gifted. The future is promising, and having my son have a good relationship with him is a kind of advance investment. But after watching today's trial, he realized how wrong he was. Where is the future to look forward to? This has clearly soared into the sky. The mayor of K-City personally stepped forward to protect him, and the highest authorities of the 2 major federal violent agencies stood up for him. How many people in the entire Dragon Federation can enjoy this kind of treatment, let alone in K-City? Compared to his powerful background, my own thoughts are like a child playing house. He now finally understood why Xiao Wanshan would offend 2 war god families for Fang Chen. I finally understand why Fang Chen dared to declare war on bounty hunters all over the world alone. Because they really have the confidence. Liang Dishi calmed himself down and walked forward. Fang Chen, it is a blessing for my son to be your classmate, and it is also an honor for our Liang family. Fang Chen glanced at him and nodded lightly. He has never had a good impression of such people who curry favor with the powerful. But for Liang Zhaowen's sake, he didn't act too cold. Uncle Liang, you're welcome. Liang Zhaowen didn't think too much about it. He was still excited and put his arm around Fang Chen's shoulders. Fang Chen, you are now a celebrity in our K-City, no, in our entire federation. The trial was broadcast live just now. I guess everyone knows you by now. That's right. He seemed to remember something and his eyes lit up. To celebrate your survival, oh no, your victory. Let's go out for a meal today, it's my treat. How about we go and do another dungeon? I recently reached level 5 and got a new set of equipment, but I'm worried that no one would like to try it out with me. We haven't been in touch since I changed my job. We can go to the dungeon together after we finish the dungeon. Liang Jiawen suggested enthusiastically. In his simple mind, it was over. If your friend is out of danger, you should celebrate. Fang Chen heard his words and just shook his head. Eating is fine, but forget about the dungeon. Ah? Why? Liang Jiawen was stunned, looking puzzled. You don't like low-level dungeons? Then we can go to B-level dungeons. Although I might be a bit of a drag, I can still be a support. Looking at Liang Jiawen's innocent and expectant eyes, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. But it was immediately covered by absolute rationality. Once you embark on some roads, you can never turn back. Fang Chen looked at his friend and asked a question. You want to team up with me? Yes. Liang Jiawen nodded as a matter of course. Fang Chen sighed and looked at him as if he were a fool. Do you know how much I'm worth on the dark web right now? How much? Liang Jiawen asked subconsciously. Then he seemed to remember something, and his expression suddenly changed. Damn. 10 billion. He forgot about this. When Li Xingyan offered a reward of 1 billion, it caused an uproar in the city. Later, Fang Chen increased his bet to 10 billion, which directly detonated the global underground world. That's 10 billion. A number that is enough to drive anyone crazy. Fang Chen looked at his face, which turned pale in an instant, and continued to speak slowly. 10 billion. A walking checking account. You are walking with me now. Believe it or not, we have just stepped out of the city gate. Will countless professionals want to assassinate us in the near future? Those desperados will do anything for money. They don't care if you're my friend or not. In their eyes, everyone standing next to me is an obstacle that needs to be removed. Are you sure you still want to go into the dungeon with me? Liang Jiawen was so shocked that he was speechless. Only then did he realize that Fang Chen's current level was completely different from his. What he faced were no longer monsters in the dungeon. But it comes from the most greedy and crazy enemy in the world. As a mere level 5 professional, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be cannon fodder in a battle of that level. Liang Jiawen couldn't help but shudder at the thought that he might be assassinated. Chapter 59. This trial was actually a murder plot that had been planned by the top leaders for a long time. Fang Chen, I suddenly remembered that my mother asked me to go home early for dinner. He scratched his head in embarrassment. The expression on his face was uglier than crying. Fang Chen smiled and didn't care. The meaning of friendship lies in the exchange of values, not unilateral burden. In his opinion, it would be better to have less contact with Liang Jiawen before he has absolute strength. He doesn't want to implicate others because of himself. Liang Dishi, who was standing by, was also frightened and felt a chill on his back. He was just feeling lucky that his son and Fang Chen had a good relationship. Now it seems that this is not an honor at all. Do you think your life is too long to be on good terms with a walking target with a bounty of 10 billion yuan? Just when the situation was becoming extremely awkward, Xiao Wanshan finished handling the follow-up matters in the court and walked over. He glanced at the pale-faced Liang father and son and roughly guessed what had happened. Fang Chen, come with me. There are some things we need to talk about. Fang Chen nodded and followed Xiao Wanshan out of the court. Only Liang Jiawen and Liang Dishi, father and son, were left standing there, looking at each other with mixed feelings. They knew that from today on, they and Fang Chen were people from two different worlds. City Lord's Mansion, study. There are no magnificent decorations here, only rows of bookshelves reaching the ceiling, and the air is filled with the faint scent of ink and tea. Xiao Wanshan personally brewed a cup of tea for Fang Chen, and the aroma of tea filled the air. Try this. My 50-year-old Yunding Snowbud has a calming effect on the mind. Fang Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. It tastes slightly bitter at first, but then turned sweet. A warm current flowed down his throat into his stomach, calming his irritable mood a lot. Good tea. He praised sincerely. Xiao Wanshan smiled, then sat down on the chair opposite Fang Chen with the help of his wooden cane, his expression becoming serious. Fang Chen, I know you're angry because of Li Xingyan's threats. He got straight to the point. But I hope you understand why I stopped you in court. Not to protect him, but to protect you. Within the confines of K City, I can assure you that your family is absolutely safe. I have arranged for the elite of the Shadow Pavilion to be stationed around your community 24 hours a day. Not even a suspicious fly can fly in. After hearing this, Fang Chen put aside the last bit of worry in his heart. The Shadow Pavilion is the Federation's top intelligence and assassination agency. With them around, the safety of my mother and siblings is truly guaranteed. Thank you, City Lord. Feng Chen said sincerely. He was silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked directly at the ruler of K City. City Lord, please forgive me for being so presumptuous. Why are you helping me like this? He is not a 3-year-old child, and nothing good will happen to him for no reason. From the secret protection at the beginning to the open support in court. Now that he has used the power of the Shadow Pavilion, Xiao Wanshan's investment in him has far exceeded the scope of a city lord who loves talents. Is it just because of my SSS level talent? Xiao Wanshan looked at him approvingly, seeming very satisfied with his sharpness. Talent is only part of the reason. The Dragon Federation may seem powerful, but on the battlefield of all races, our high-end combat power has always been stretched to the limit. Every 9th rank warrior is a pillar of the nation, but they will also die in battle and grow old. In the past 100 years, we have lost far more 9th level experts than those who have been promoted. The front line is already under pressure. His voice became low and solemn. Every SSS level talent has the potential to reach the 9th level, or even surpass it. You are the hope for the future of mankind. We cannot afford to gamble, nor can we afford to lose. More importantly, your profession, a weirdo. This profession has appeared 3 times in the history of the Federation. The first time a user attempted to enslave the strange, they were ultimately devoured by the strange and turned into a world-destroying natural disaster. The second time, the user devoted the entire nation's resources to support it, and it eventually went out of control and devoured an entire city. This profession is considered taboo and seen as the source of disaster. Because it's uncontrollable and destructive. Xiao Wanshan changed the subject and looked at Feng Chen seriously. But I see something different in you. I have observed you in combat. Your strangeness is that she is not a tool to be enslaved, nor is she a greedy demon to be fed. There is a connection between you two that I cannot understand, but it is incredibly strong. You seem to have truly found the right way to harness this power, rather than being consumed by it. He looked at Feng Chen and said slowly, Kid, you may not know what this means. This means that you might be able to break the spell of the weird master, which is bound to bring destruction. Transform this forbidden power into a true protective force for humanity. This is the fundamental reason why I want to protect you at all costs. Xiao Wanshan's tone darkened as he continued, of course, these are the reasons laid out on the surface. There are some deeper reasons why you shouldn't be exposed so early. But since you are already at the center of the vortex, you have the right to know the truth. He looked into Feng Chen's eyes and said, the Li and Lu families have guarded the northern border for 100 years and have made outstanding contributions. But because of this, they became arrogant and domineering, and it was difficult to get rid of them. In recent years, we have secretly investigated and found that some senior executives of both families. It has unclear connections with several dark organizations within the Federation. It even involves human trafficking and taboo experiments. Feng Chen's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect that there was such a shocking inside story behind this. But, Xiao Wanshan sighed, they did it very cleanly, and all the clues were interrupted at the critical moment. Coupled with their enormous influence in the military, we haven't found the right opportunity. An excuse to kill them instantly without causing unrest in the military. And the conflict between you and Li Hao, and their subsequent series of actions, just gave us the excuse we'd been dreaming of. You bring out the ugliest and most lawless side of them. Tearing it apart under the live broadcast of the entire Federation gives us the most complete public opinion and legal basis. So, do you understand? This trial is not just for you, it's something we've been planning for a long time. I'm taking advantage of your support to perform surgery on a cancer within the Federation. After hearing this, Feng Chen finally understood. It turned out that I had inadvertently become a knife in the high-level game. Borrowing a knife to kill someone? That sounds so nice. Feng Chen picked up the teacup and hid the playful expression on his face. It's clearly me setting the stage and you guys performing. I provided the perfect opportunity to start a team fight, and you went out to harvest the kills, and by the way, helped me solve the subsequent troubles. Well, it's a win-win cooperation. It's worth it. He doesn't mind being used. As long as the benefits are there, he will be used as a knife or a cannonball. If we can use the official power to eradicate the enemy, why not do it? But, Feng Chen, you have to know that things are not as simple as they seem. The Li and Lu families are not Li Xingyan and Li Xiaotian, 2 idiots. They are 2 great families that have stood in the Federation for hundreds of years. Their power is so complex and intertwined that it is far beyond your imagination. Chapter 60. The city owner is frightened. This guy turned the 10 billion reward into a sting operation. Xiao Wanshan looked at Fong Chen and continued, they have been guarding the northern border for hundreds of years, and their students and friends are spread throughout the federal military. Today in court, we were able to crush them to death. First, they were in the wrong first, and second, my senior sister and junior brother were there in person, taking advantage of the right time, place, and people. But this only crushed them, it didn't kill them completely. Their influence is still there. Countless generals in the military were promoted by them. In the political world, there are countless officials who owe them favors. These people form a huge invisible network. Today we have caused them such great disgrace and cut off their foundation, so they dare not retaliate openly. Because no one wants to be the next Li Xiaotian to be hung at the city gate. However, the hidden means will definitely continue to emerge. For example, will your father's supplies to the border war zone be accidentally delayed by a few days? Is it possible that some hooligans happen to mess up your mother's shop every day? Will your younger siblings be on their way to school and an out-of-control car just plow into them? With every word Xiao Wanshan spoke, Fong Chen's expression became more serious. He had indeed thought things were too simple before. I thought that as long as I was strong enough, I could crush everything. But now it seems that this kind of conspiracy from the secular level is equally deadly. Fong Chen's mind instantly flashed with the image of his mother busy at work, and the images of his younger siblings Fong Yi and Fong Lingling laughing and playing on their way home from school. If there really is a car out of control. Fong Chen's fist hidden in his sleeve clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turned white, and a cold murderous intent rose from the bottom of his heart. It is impossible for him to stay with his family 24 hours a day. There is always a loophole in a perfect plan. If an accident happens, it may cause irreversible consequences. Looking at Fong Chen's furrowed brow, Xiao Wanshan knew that he had heard it. So, what you need to do most right now is not to get angry with those rats hiding in the dark corners, but to grow up as quickly as possible. Grow until no one can ignore you, grow until your name is enough to suppress all villains. You've grown to the point where any scheme or trickery pales in comparison to your absolute strength. When you can shatter a star with one punch. Do you think anyone would dare to use a car accident as a means to deal with your family? Fong Chen suddenly understood. That's right. Ultimately, it's because I'm not strong enough. If he were a 9th rank expert now, even if the Li and Lu families had the courage to do so, they would only dare to kneel on the ground and sing conquer. All the conspiracies and tricks, all the networks of favors, are nothing but chickens and dogs in the face of absolute power. As long as you become strong enough, all problems will no longer be problems. After figuring this out, the confusion in Fong Chen's eyes disappeared, replaced by unprecedented determination. He needs strength. More powerful power. And strength comes from level, from equipment, and from gold coins. He raised his head, looked at Xiao Wanshan, and asked a question that the latter was somewhat unexpected. City Lord, is there any dungeon near K City that's under level 30, has a large number of monsters, refreshes quickly, and is usually deserted? Xiao Wanshan was stunned for a moment. He thought Fong Chen would ask him for advice on cultivation, or how to guard against revenge from the Li family. As a result, he asked for a copy? And the requirements are so specific? What do you want this copy for? Xiao Wanshan looked at Fong Chen with some confusion. With your current strength, even if you want to level up, you should choose a higher level dungeon. For you, dungeons below level 30 are easy to clear. He had witnessed with his own eyes the strangeness of Fong Chen's contract. That aura is definitely that of an SSS level existence. A weirdo with SSS level weirdness goes to brush low level dungeons below level 30. ISNT, this just like college students running back to kindergarten to do arithmetic problems? It's a complete waste of time. However, Fong Chen's answer made the city lord, who had lived for hundreds of years, almost choke on his own saliva. Swipe the money. Fong Chen's answer was simple, direct, and confident. Swipe money? Xiao Wanshan wondered if he had heard it wrong. You are being secretly watched by the top brass of the Federation and are viewed differently by two powerful 9th level warriors. A promising young man with a bright future, you tell me you want to make money? Are you short of money? Do you look like you're short of money? Li Xingyan offered a reward of 1 billion before, and you immediately increased it to 10 billion without blinking an eye. Although the 10 billion is a blank check, it is enough to illustrate your attitude towards money. Now, you actually tell me. Are you going to a low-level dungeon to make money? Fang Chen looked at Xiao Wanshan's expression as if he had seen a ghost and explained calmly. City Lord, as you know, my profession is quite special. It's expensive. Very, very expensive. Fang Chen stretched out 2 fingers and gestured. The gold I earned in the goblin's lair seems like a lot. But in reality, I only managed to buy my wife some entry-level equipment, and then I spent most of it. Puff. Xiao Wanshan spat out the yunding snowbud tea he had just taken. He widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Entry-level equipment? His voice was a little out of tune. What a joke! He knew that Fang Chen's weird behavior had caused such a big commotion in the community before. I didn't expect it was because I changed to new equipment. That terrifying aura frightened even him, an 8th-level expert. Judging from the energy fluctuation feedback, those pieces of equipment are at least SSS level. In your mouth, several pieces of SSS level equipment become entry-level equipment? You call that getting started? So what is graduation attire? A divine weapon? Xiao Wanshan always thought that he was knowledgeable and experienced. But today, he found that he was still too young. Compared to this kid in front of me, I am just a bumpkin who has never seen the world. Fang Chen ignored Xiao Wanshan's disheveled expression and continued. So, I need more gold coins to improve my strength. Besides, I have a 10 billion bounty on my head, so I'm a sitting duck wherever I go. If I go to those high-level dungeons, who knows where a 7th or 8th level lunatic will show up and fight me for money. Although I'm not afraid, it's still a hassle. However, dungeons below level 29 are different. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Fang Chen's mouth. These low-level copies all have strict level restrictions. Only professionals below level 29 can enter. Those masters who want to collect the bounty will not be able to enter. And those who can get in. Fang Chen paused, and the smile on his face turned a little sour. Not enough for me to fight. So, I'm going to go to a low-level dungeon, safely farm some gold, and catch some fish while I'm at it. We can't just let that 10 billion bounty hang on the dark web for nothing, right? After hearing Fang Chen's overall plan, Xiao Wanshan was stunned. He stared blankly at the young man in front of him who had a look on his face that said, "This is what I planned." There was only one thought in his mind. This kid is a devil, right? He's not seeking refuge. He treated the low-level dungeons as his own exclusive hunting grounds. He's not avoiding bounty hunters, he's actively screening them. Use rules to keep out all masters who pose a threat to him. Then let in those self-righteous elites. Close the door, slaughter them one by one, and turn them into your own gold coins. This is clearly a walking super ATM in human skin. However, the withdrawal password is the life of those bounty hunters. After thinking it through, Xiao Wanshan understood. What's wrong with this kid's brain? How did he come up with this wicked and smoky way of playing? Chapter 61, Actively Leaking Your Whereabouts, Welcome to My Hunting Ground. A long time passed. Xiao Wanshan finally came back to his senses from his shock. Then he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, okay. Good boy, brave and resourceful, I like it. He pointed at Fang Chen and laughed so hard that tears almost came out. You're really messing with the Federation's rules. Okay, since you have this plan, as the city lord, I naturally have to support you. Xiao Wanshan put away his smile, picked up an electronic map from the desk, and clicked on it a few times. A red mark appeared on the map. 30 kilometers south of the city, there's a B-rank dungeon called the Dark Insect Nest. The maximum entry level is 28. It's full of all kinds of mutated poisonous insects, acid bugs, and explosive bugs. The environment is disgusting, and the monsters are disgusting. Plus, the drop rate is extremely low, and there's not much profit, so usually no professionals are willing to go there. That's right, it meets all your requirements. Fang Chen took a look at the map and noted the location. Thank you, City Lord. He stood up and prepared to leave. When I reached the door of the study, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and gave Xiao Wanshan a bright smile. Oh right, City Lord. I'm planning to go to the insect nest alone. Please, help me not to leak it out accidentally. Especially the Lu and Li families. Looking at the young man's harmless smile, Xiao Wanshan shuddered inexplicably. Helplessly, he smiled and nodded. Okay, don't worry, I'll take care of it. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Fang Chen walked on the bustling streets of K-City. There were people coming and going around, it was very lively, and the sun was shining on my body, making me feel warm. If he hadn't just experienced a thrilling court showdown. He looked like an ordinary high school student who had just finished school and was about to go home. He raised his wrist, clicked the terminal and dialed a number skillfully. It only rang once and then the call was connected. "Sir. What do you want?" From the other end of the terminal came Feng Chi's flattering and excited voice. Ever since he witnessed Feng Chen's devil-like killing in the goblin's lair, Feng Chi's awe of Feng Chen has penetrated deep into his bones. He is now Feng Chen's most loyal dog in the underground world. "It's me," Feng Chen said lightly. "You said that I would rather die than retreat, even if it means going through fire and water." Feng Chi immediately expressed his loyalty. "It's not that serious." Feng Chen was amused by his exaggerated tone. "I'm going to the dark insect nest in the south of the city." "Dark hive?" Feng Chi was stunned for a moment, his mind working rapidly. "Isn't that one of the worst B-level copies near K City? The monsters are disgusting, the environment is bad, and the benefits are low. Who normal person would go there? How could a big shot like the boss suddenly become interested in that kind of place? Could it be?" Feng Chi's breathing suddenly became rapid, and a bold guess emerged in his mind. "Boss, are you going fishing?" he asked tentatively. "You are quite smart." Feng Chen's mouth corners rose slightly. "Talking to smart people saves effort." I understand everything." After receiving a positive answer, Feng Chi's voice instantly became excited. "Fishing. The boss is going fishing again. Last time in the goblin's lair, the boss caught more than 1,700 fish. This time, going fishing again with a bounty of 10 billion, what a big scene would that be?" When he thought of this, Feng Chi felt his blood was burning. "It is my honor to serve such a master." "Don't worry, I'll do it now," Feng Chi promised, patting his chest. The dark web, major bounty hunter guilds, underground forums, black market taverns. I promise that within half an hour, every desperate man in the world who wants to get rich will know that you are going to the dark insect nest on vacation alone. Well, go ahead and do it. Feng Chen hung up the call with satisfaction. Insect. Although it sounds a bit disgusting, the advantage is that there are enough of them and they are endless. It's just right, I can try out the ambush effect of Princess Xiaohua's 9 Nether Phoenix Harp. See how cool the AoE effect of indiscriminate attacks is. Besides, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Who would complain about having too many gold coins? At the same time, in a dark and damp underground tavern in K City. This is a gathering place for bounty hunters and various underground professionals. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol and blood. A big man was pouring a glass of strong liquor down his throat. Suddenly, the terminal on his wrist vibrated. He glanced down and his pupils shrank suddenly. "Fuck!" he exclaimed, attracting the attention of people around him. "What are you yelling about? My mother is dead?" A fat man with a face full of flesh cursed impatiently. The big man ignored him and stared at the latest dark web intelligence that had just popped up on the communicator and was pinned to the top in red. Urgent information. Target Feng Chen reward 10 billion has been confirmed to be in half an hour. Alone, I entered the B-level dungeon in the southern suburbs of K City, the dark insect nest. Intelligence reliability, S-level cross-verified by multiple sources. Gudong. The big man swallowed hard, feeling his heart beating wildly. 10 billion. The walking 10 billion has new movements. Hey, what the hell did you see? You look like you saw a ghost. The fat man came over. The big man raised his head and looked at him. He looked at the bounty hunters around him who were looking at him with curiosity, and said in a trembling voice. 10 billion, going to the dark hive." The entire tavern fell silent in an instant. An old bounty hunter with a broken arm shuddered and muttered. "The blood in the goblin's lair hasn't dried yet. This guy is a devil. He can't go there." But his weak voice was instantly drowned out by the wave of fanaticism. A few seconds later, the whole pub became lively. What? Is this true? Is the information reliable? Nearly 2,000 people just died in the goblin lair. How dare he come out and move around? Dark worm nest? Isn't that a rubbish dungeon? What is he doing there? Who cares? The point is, the highest level you can enter the Dark Hive is 29. For those of us stuck at level 29, now's our chance. An assassin shouted excitedly. His words instantly woke everyone up. Yes. A low-level weird master, no matter how powerful his weirdness is. Facing the siege of dozens or even hundreds of level 29 elite professionals, can he still turn the tide? 10 billion. As long as I can kill him, I won't have to worry about the rest of my life, let alone the next 10 lives. The huge greed, like wildfire, instantly burned away the last trace of rationality and fear in everyone's heart. Damn it, fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. I'm going all out for this vote. Dark Hive. Set off now. Team up. Do you have a level 29 tank and healer? Let's form an elite team. The originally noisy pub became empty in just 1 minute. All that was left were bottles of wine scattered on the floor and the bartender with a shocked face. The same scene is constantly being played out in underground worlds around the world. Countless bounty hunters, their eyes red with excitement at the 10 billion bounty, flocked to K-City as before. They have only one goal. Fong Chen. Chapter 62, The Lady appears, and thousands of ghosts carry the dragon carriage. And at this moment, Fong Chen was standing leisurely at the bus stop, waiting for the bus. When the citizens around saw him, they retreated in fear as if they had seen the god of plague, automatically leaving a large vacuum area. Fong Chen didn't care about it at all and just kept scrolling through his phone. A bus slowly approached. The moment Fong Chen stepped onto the bus, the entire car, all the passengers, whether they were chatting, listening to music, or dozing off, all turned their eyes to the door. When they saw that the person coming was Fong Chen, everyone's face showed an expression of fear as if they had seen a ghost. It's him! The Demon King who killed over 1,700 people. Why would he take the bus? Several passengers near the door almost crawled back to the back of the car, as if Fong Chen was carrying some deadly plague. A wide passage was cleared in the originally crowded carriage, leading directly to the empty seats in the last row. The driver's hands were shaking slightly as he gripped the steering wheel. He glanced cautiously in the rearview mirror at the young man who calmly walked to the back seat and sat down, and a cold sweat broke out instantly. Now he just wanted to get this gentleman to his destination safely. Then hurry home from get off work and burn some incense. Fong Chen has long been accustomed to all this. He found a seat by the window, put on his headphones, and listened to music by himself, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. The vehicle started slowly. No conversation along the way. Half an hour later, the bus stopped at a deserted station in the south of the city. We've arrived at the dark insect nest. Passengers, please get off. Before the driver could finish his words, Fong Chen had already stood up and got out of the car. After he got off the bus, all the passengers breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had been saved. Fong Chen got out of the car and saw a barren Gobi desert in front of him. In the distance, a cave emitting dark green miasma, like a huge anthill, appeared before our eyes. There was no grass around the cave entrance, and the air was filled with a disgusting sour and rotten smell. There is the entrance to the B-level copy, the dark insect nest. At this moment, the entrance to the dungeon was empty and seemed unusually deserted. But Fong Chen knew that this was just an appearance. His mental power, which far exceeded that of ordinary people, could sense behind the inconspicuous rocks around him. Beneath the sand dunes, there are at least hundreds of murderous auras lurking. These are all fish attracted by the 10 billion bounty. They were all waiting for themselves, the bait, to jump into the fishing net. A sneer appeared on Fong Chen's lips. Who is the fish? It is still unclear who the fisherman is. He walked towards the cave entrance that exuded an ominous aura. The moment he stepped into the light gate of the copy, the bounty hunters hiding in the dark around them suddenly became agitated. He went in. He really went in alone. Great. This kid is so arrogant. Don't be impulsive. Let him go in first and explore the way. The bugs in the dark insect nest are not vegetarians. Let them fight the monsters until both are injured. Then we can go in and reap the benefits. A man who looked like the team leader lowered his voice and analyzed calmly. His proposal was approved by the majority. Although 10 billion is very tempting, none of the desperados who have made it to where they are today are fools. The lesson of the goblin's lair with more than 1,700 corpses piled up was still fresh in his mind. You have entered the B-level copy, Dark Insect Nest. Instance type, public exploration area. Recommended level, LV.29 or below. Danger rating, B+ high risk. As the system prompt sounded, the scene in front of Fang Chen changed. He came to a damp, slimy tunnel. The walls of the tunnel were covered with dense insect eggs, some of which were still wriggling slightly, looking extremely disgusting. The sour smell in the air became stronger, mixed with a pungent fishy stench. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A friction sound came from deep in the tunnel. Immediately following, more than a dozen swift acid worms, as big as wild wolves and covered with dark green shells, rushed out from the darkness. They are the most common monsters in Dark Hive. The level is around 25, the speed is fast, and the attacks have a corrosive effect, making it quite difficult for ordinary teams to deal with. But for Fang Chen, "My lady, come out and stretch your legs," Fang Chen called softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around him twisted and formed a deep vortex. The air was filled with mournful suona and mournful ancient music. This time, the first to emerge from the vortex were several palace maids holding white lanterns, for ghost musicians, and 8 sedan chair bearers. These headless ghosts now only lead the way at the front of the team. Behind them, slowly driving out, is a... No, it should be said that it is a huge carriage. This carriage is made of blood-colored crystal, and the surface of the crystal is not smooth. Instead, it is covered with countless reliefs of painful and distorted human faces, upon closer inspection. Those faces seem to be wailing silently. At the 4 corners of the carriage hung ghostly blue soul fire lanterns, with flickering flames. But there is not a trace of warmth, instead it emits a chill that penetrates deep into the bone marrow. On the top of the entire carriage, there is a carving of a blood-red phoenix with its wings spread out, ready to fly. The phoenix's eyes are 2 burning gems. It is so lifelike, as if it will break free from the top of the carriage and burn the world to ashes at any time. And it was no longer those headless ghosts that pulled this terrifying carriage. It is 8 black dragons with hideous appearances, formed by the condensation of resentment and soul power. They have no physical form, and on their translucent dragon bodies, dark golden rune chains flicker. They are the 10,000 ghosts' concentric lock. The 8-headed black dragon roared silently towards the sky, and the momentum alone made the entire tunnel tremble. SSS class vehicle, dragon carriage carried by 10,000 ghosts. Fang Chen looked at the brand new car and nodded with satisfaction. That's right. This is worthy of his wife's status and pomp. The little shabby sedan we had before was okay. But compared with what we have now, it's the difference between a tractor and a starship. The money was not wasted. The pearl curtain of the carriage was gently drawn aside by a delicate hand. Princess Xiao Hua, wearing the phoenix robe of the ghost bride, sat quietly in the middle. The gorgeous imperial robe, with its dark golden glow, slowly flowed in the dim light of the tunnel. Every texture of the phoenix rising from the ashes embroidered on the robe is clearly visible. The phoenix crown on her head has become even more gorgeous, and the hanging pearl curtain covers her peerless face. But you can still vaguely see those deep and empty eyes. On her ears, the pair of blood phoenix tear earrings were like 2 drops of solidified blood and tears, emitting an enchanting red glow. Under his feet, a pair of netherworld cloud stepping shoes were faintly visible. At this moment, Princess Xiao Hua had less of the viciousness of a ghost and more of the majesty of an empress dominating the world. Fang Chen even felt that with just a thought, she could cause the entire B-level copy to collapse instantly. Hiss. The dozen or so acid worms that rushed up were also frightened by this sudden and terrifying scene. He stopped, rubbed his limbs anxiously, and dared not take another step forward. Chapter 63 My wife's new toy, an SSS level ghost general, sweeps the insect nest. Fang Chen looked at them as if he was looking at a pile of walking gold coins. He did not rush his wife to take action, but took out a black token from the system backpack. The token was the size of a palm and felt cold to the touch. A ferocious ghost head was engraved on the front, and a blood-red wordling was written on the back. SSS level consumables, Ghost General Summoning Order. This was something he had bought in the system mall before. It was very valuable and was a disposable consumable item. My lady, try this new toy. Fang Chen handed over the token. Princess Xiao Hua, sitting upright in the dragon carriage, stretched out her other hand. Her fingers were pale and slender, with blood like nail polish painted on her nails. The moment her fingertips touched the token. Crack! The token shattered and turned into a thick black mist. The black fog rolled and condensed in the air, and a heart-pounding and terrifying aura burst out from it. In the tunnel, the bounty hunters were ready to watch the show. Almost at the same time, they felt a pressure that made their souls tremble. What's going on? What a terrifying aura! Is it the aura of that weird master? No, this aura is completely different from before. It's more violent and ancient. The face of the leader of a team turned pale in an instant. He is a professional in the perception department and can feel the horror of that aura more clearly than others. That is simply not a power that a low-level professional can possess. That power was like an ancient demon that crawled out from the nine nether hell. Just the slightest breath that leaked out was enough to make him lose all thought of resisting. Retreat, retreat quickly! He roared out orders. Boss, what's wrong? 10 billion is right in front of us, a team member asked unwillingly. Retreat! If we don't leave now, we will all die here. The leader didn't explain anymore and turned and ran away. He had a strong premonition that if he stayed any longer, he would definitely die. However, it was too late. Just as he turned around. In the tunnel, a deafening roar, accompanied by a violent energy shockwave, swept out. Boom! In the thick black fog, a burly figure, 5 meters tall and wearing tattered black heavy armor, slowly appeared. In his hand he held a huge saber that was whiter than a door panel. The blade was covered with dark red bloodstains and countless cuts, as if it had killed thousands of enemies. His helmet covered most of his face. Only a pair of eyes burning with scarlet flames were revealed, filled with endless cruelty and desire for killing. Ghost General of Prison. Level, affected by the summoner's mental power. Quality, SSS level summoned creature. Skills, Purgatory Sweep, Soul Locking Slash, Ghost King's Wrath. As soon as this ghost general appeared, he knelt on one knee in front of the dragon carriage carried by thousands of ghosts. He lowered his proud head, as if he was worshipping his king. Inside the dragon carriage, Princess Xiaohua nodded slightly behind the pearl curtain, and the sad swana sounds around her became a little louder. At this moment, Fang Chen's professional talent, Wangui Tongyuan, was triggered. The system prompt sounds rang in my mind one after another. Ding! Because of your strange Princess Xiaohua, commanding an SSS-level Ghost General, you have successfully contracted a second strange temporary. Ding! Professional talent, 10,000 devils from the same origin is triggered, the host's initial attributes are increased by 300. Constitution, 160-210. Agility, 160-210. Spirit, 540-740. Princess Xiaohua did not issue any orders, but the Ghost General in charge of prison seemed to have received an order. He stood up, his scarlet eyes fixed on the dozen or so shivering acid bugs in front of him. Roar! Despite his huge body, he displayed an agility that was completely inconsistent with his size. Like a heavy tank out of control, it rushed straight towards the swarm of insects. Puff! The acid bug standing in the front didn't have time to spray acid. The huge saber in his hand split it into two halves along with its hard shell. Green juice and broken internal organs burst all over the ground. Ding! Your strange summon, the hell-suppressing Ghost General, killed a level 25 acid bug. You get a 100-fold gold bonus, 12,500 gold coins. The first system prompt popped up in front of Fang Chen. Before he could see clearly, the hell-suppressing Ghost General had already charged into the insect swarm. The saber in his hand turned into a black whirlwind of death. Purgatory Sweep. With a roar, the giant blade in the Ghost General's hand drew a crescent-shaped black blade light. Wherever the knife flashed, those acid bugs were instantly torn and cut off. Puff, puff, puff. A series of explosions sounded, and with just one skill, more than a dozen acid bugs were cleared out in an instant. Ding! Your strange hell-suppressing ghost will kill the LV.25 acid bug. You get a 100-fold gold bonus, 12,500 gold coins. Ding! Your strange hell-suppressing ghost will kill the LV.26 acid bug. You get a 100-fold gold coin bonus, 13,000 gold coins. A series of system prompts flashed across Fang Chen's screen like a golden waterfall, soaring wildly in front of his eyes. Fang Chen looked at the scene that was like chopping melons and vegetables, and had only one thought in his mind. Cool. So cool. This Ghost General is really powerful. This is not about killing monsters, this is about mowing the grass. And this is just the appetizer. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Fang Chen's mouth. He could feel that with the death of these monsters, streams of pure energy were pouring into his body. Experience points are increasing rapidly. Ding! Congratulations on reaching LV.14. A warm current surged through his body, and Fang Chen felt that his strength had become even stronger. Come on, let's go in. Fang Chen whispered to Long Yu. The 8 black dragons roared silently and pulled the huge dragon carriage steadily towards the depths of the tunnel. The hell-suppressing ghost general was like a most loyal guard, holding a giant blade, walking in front and clearing the way for them. The tunnels of the Dark Hive are interconnected, like a huge maze. Along the way, all kinds of mutated poisonous insects kept pouring in from all directions. There are explosive bugs that can self-destruct, and web-binding spiders that can spray powerful spider webs. There are also swarms of ironclad beetles that can eat steel. For an ordinary level 2019, each of these monsters is enough to make them panic and even wipe out the entire team. But now, they are facing an SSS-level hell-suppressing ghost general. Roar! Facing a swarm of ironclad beetles swooping down from the ceiling. At this time, the Hell Ghost was too lazy to even use his knife. He simply opened his big mouth and spewed out a black flame mixed with the smell of hell's sulfur. Wherever the flames passed, the beetles were instantly burned to charcoal and fell down with crackling sounds. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of gold coins flashed across the screen. Fang Chen sat leisurely next to Long Yu, watching his gold coins and experience bar rise rapidly, which was more comfortable than lying at home. This is not a dungeon run, it's clearly the Emperor going on tour and cleaning up the garbage on the roadside. Ding! Congratulations on reaching LV.15. Upgraded again. Fang Chen felt happy as he felt the power surge in his body again. This upgrade speed is even faster than riding a rocket. If I continue at this pace, after finishing this dungeon, I might be able to reach level 20 directly. Chapter 64, The Lady Plays the Piano, and the Bounty Hunters Die Suddenly. At this moment, Fang Chen's mental strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. Suddenly, I sensed that a large amount of new energy was pouring in from the entrance of the copy. There are hundreds of them. Moreover, the aura of each person was filled with undisguised greed and murderous intent. Oh, dinner is finally here. A vicious smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. These bugs are just the appetizer. Those bounty hunters who came for the 10 billion bounty are his real feast today. He stood up and walked to a fork in the tunnel. He said to the hell-suppressing ghost general who was killing people in front of him, "Everyone, take a break first." Upon hearing this, the hell-suppressing ghost general stopped the slaughter, turned around and stood silently aside, like a silent sculpture. Fang Chen calmly adjusted his clothes. He gave a brilliant smile to Princess Xiaohua in the dragon carriage. "My lady, it's time for you to stretch your muscles. Hurry! Follow me. That guy is right up ahead. I heard a fight." A bounty team consisting of more than 20 professionals was running excitedly in the tunnel of the insect nest. Leading the group was a burly shield warrior holding a huge shield. As he ran, he turned around and shouted to his teammates behind him. "Everyone, cheer up. The scouting team ahead said that guy is fighting hard with the bugs. When he's almost exhausted, it's time for us to take action. Ha, boss is wise." A thief in the team licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. 10 billion. As long as we get it, our team can be directly promoted to a B-rank bounty hunter group. Don't be too happy too soon. At the back of the team, a female priest in a wizard robe reminded calmly. Don't forget the lesson from the goblin's lair. That kid is very evil. We'd better be careful. What are you afraid of? The shield warrior waved his hand nonchalantly. The Goblin Lair is SC+ dungeon, but this is different, it's a B-rank dungeon. Our team is composed of all level 29 elites. We've worked together for so many years. How could we be afraid of a low-level weird master like him? That's right. No matter how strong or weird he is, his mental strength will eventually run out. With so many of us, we can wear him down even if we just fight him in rotation. That's right. 10 billion, I'll take it. Everyone was talking at once, and greed in their hearts overwhelmed their caution. They turned a corner and the view ahead opened up. I saw a spacious cave filled with torn insect corpses and green juice flowing everywhere. And in the center of the cave, a young man, with his back to them, was standing next to an incredibly gorgeous black and red dragon carriage. There! He is indeed here, the thief shouted excitedly. Looking at his appearance, he must have consumed a lot of energy and is resting to recover his mana. There's no weirdness around him. That big guy's gone too. What a great opportunity. The shield warrior's eyes flashed, and he made a decisive move, raising his giant shield and roaring loudly. Now! Everyone charge! Kill him instantly! Kill! More than 20 level 29 elite professionals, like tigers released from a cage, surrounded Fang Chen with violent murderous intent. The warrior raised his butcher knife, the mage chanted a spell, and the archer's arrow flashed with cold light. They seemed to have already seen the beautiful scene of Fang Chen being blasted into pieces by them and receiving the 10 billion bounty. However, faced with this thundering blow that was enough to instantly kill any strong man of the same level, Fang Chen, who had his back to them, just turned around slowly. There was no trace of panic on his face, but instead a hint of a playful smile. He still had some free time, so he whispered to the lady in the dragon carriage. "My lady, look, here comes another group of people eager to reincarnate." Court death. Seeing Fang Chen's contemptuous attitude, everyone in the team became even more furious. Come and die. The shield warrior took the lead and activated the charge skill. The whole person turned into a shadow, and the huge shield in his hand rushed towards Fang Chen. At this critical moment, Princess Xiaohua, who was sitting in the dragon carriage, finally took action. She used her mental power to control and picked up an ancient 7-string lyre from beside her. It was the SSS-level weapon, the 9 Nether Phoenix Harp. She placed Qin Hengji on her knees and held her head with one hand. The other pale and slender jade hand rested on the strings. He plucked one of the strings. Zhun. A clear and melodious sound of a piano echoed leisurely in the cave. When you first hear the sound of the piano, it sounds like a clear mountain spring, pleasant and melodious. But the moment it reached everyone's ears, it turned into the most terrifying demonic sound. Ah! The shield warrior who was rushing in the front let out a shrill scream. He felt like his head was being hit repeatedly. The whole soul is shaking violently. His charging skill came to an abrupt end. He held his head in his hands and knelt on the ground in pain, with bright red blood flowing from all his orifices. This sudden scene frightened all the teammates following behind and made them stop in their tracks. Boss? What's going on? It's a mental attack. Such a powerful mental attack. The female priest in the team screamed in horror, and she held up her mental shield. With the sound of the piano, it shattered in an instant. They looked at the figure sitting in the dragon carriage in horror. Just a sound of piano made a level 29 shield warrior lose his combat effectiveness instantly. What level of weirdness is this? Just when they were in doubt, Fang Chen's voice, calm but with a hint of teasing, sounded slowly. Welcome. This is my ATM. The withdrawal password is your life. The words fell. Princess Xiaohua's jade fingers lightly stroked the strings of the zither. Zhun. Another sound of piano. This time, it is no longer a single note, but a short and graceful melody. Requiem. Invisible sound waves spread in all directions like a tide. This time, screams came one after another. Everyone in the Mad Wolf Squad, no matter how far away they are, no matter their profession. They all fell to the ground like cut wheat. They held their heads, screamed in pain, rolled over, and banged their heads against the ground. It was as if he was enduring the most cruel torture in the world. Their bodies were intact, but their souls were being pulled madly by the terrifying piano music. A trap. This is a trap from the beginning. The shield warrior finally understood in endless pain, his eyes filled with regret. We are the prey. Fang Chen watched the scene indifferently and gave the final order to Princess Xiaohua. Leave no one behind. Yes, husband. Upon hearing this, Princess Xiaohua began to play the strings of the zither gracefully with her slender jade fingers. The melody of the requiem suddenly changed, becoming high-pitched and solemn, and a movement of death from the underworld officially began. Ding! Your cunning kills a level 29 bounty hunter. You receive a 100x gold bonus, 20,500,000 gold coins. Ding! You killed a level 29 bounty hunter. You received a 100x gold bonus, 20,450,000 gold coins. Ding! You killed. Fang Chen's eyes were once again flooded with densely packed system prompts. In just a dozen seconds, the Mad Wolf Squad, which had been so aggressive just now, all turned into cold corpses. Fear and pain were frozen on everyone's face. Over 20 level 29 players, each earning an average of 2.9 million gold coins. This wave, that's over 60 million gold coins. Fang Chen looked at his gold coin balance with satisfaction as it increased significantly again. Well, this piano is worth buying. And just at this moment, in the tunnel, there were again the sounds of dense footsteps and noisy shouts. A team has gone in first. Let's catch up. Ha ha, let them explore the way, and we'll reap the benefits. 10 billion. Here I come. Another wave of fish, full of hope, swam into the big net of death. Chapter 65, One Thought to Heaven, One Thought to Hell, Top Assassin vs Krypton Gold Devil. The second wave of bounty hunters that poured into the cave were larger than the previous team, with as many as 40 or 50 people. As soon as they rushed in, they saw the bodies of the Mad Wolf Squad members rolling on the ground with blood gushing out of their 7 orifices. Everyone's footsteps suddenly stopped. What's going on? All of Mad Wolf's men are dead? How is this possible? It's only been a few seconds? A careful wizard stared at the gorgeous dragon carriage in the center of the cave and the red-clothed figure playing the piano in front of him. His voice trembled violently with fear. It's that female ghost, it's the sound of the piano, it's a mental attack. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Princess Xiaohua. They finally realized that they were facing an ordinary weirdo who could not be killed by sheer numbers. This is a monster that they can't understand at all. Run! Run! I don't know who shouted it out first. The instinct for survival instantly overwhelmed greed. Everyone turned around and wanted to run back. However, will Feng Chen give them this opportunity? Since you are here, just stay. Feng Chen looked at the group of panicked gold coins, and the smile on his face became brighter. He said to Princess Xiaohua, "My lady, please don't play the whole song. It's so monotonous. Let them see what pomp and circumstance are and what art is." Princess Xiaohua understood what he meant. The hand holding the head paused slightly, and her eyes penetrated the bead curtain and met Feng Chen's gaze for a moment. The sad Swana sounds around quietly turned into a gentle melody, and then the sound of the piano suddenly changed. It is no longer the soul-crushing requiem. Instead, it became high-pitched and passionate, filled with the solemn and murderous aura of iron horses and swords. At the same time, she madly injected Feng Chen's vast spiritual power into the Jiuyou Fengmingqin. Ambush from all sides. Buzz. The entire huge cave shook violently. Immediately following, amidst the horrified gazes of all the bounty hunters, an incredible scene took place. The walls of the cave, the rocks above, the ground beneath my feet. Everywhere began to twist and wriggle violently, as if coming alive. One after another, blood-red phoenix phantoms burning with the 9 netherworld fire emerged from the shadows, screaming. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. In just a few breaths, the entire cave was filled with thousands of phoenix illusions. They circled and flew, blocking all exits. Each phoenix illusion exudes terrifying energy fluctuations that are enough to easily tear apart a level 29 professional. The whole cave. At this moment, it turned into a cage of despair. A true ambush made up of death phoenixes. Fuck. A bounty hunter looked at the overwhelming phoenix illusion. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. What kind of skill is this? Summoning? This is summoning a whole legion. It's over. We're finished. A feeling of despair spread in the hearts of all bounty hunters. The enemy they faced was no longer one they could defeat. But it is a natural disaster that cannot be resisted. Feng Chen looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. This is what an SSS-level weapon should look like. What is AoE? This is called AoE. What is an indiscriminate attack? This is called an indiscriminate attack. What he wanted was this kind of shocking effect that would clear the entire venue in an instant. Let's begin, Symphony of Death. Feng Chen snapped his fingers lightly. Xie. The thousands of phoenix phantoms circling in the sky seemed to have received an order and simultaneously let out a sharp phoenix cry. Next second, they turned into blood-red streams of light, like the most brilliant meteor shower. Dive towards the group of stunned bounty hunters below. No, holy light protects. A paladin roared in despair, raised his A-level shield worth 1,000,000 gold coins, and put up the strongest defense. However, a blood-red phoenix swooped down with just one claw. The shield and the paladin behind it turned into ashes. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosion instantly resounded throughout the cave. The violent flow of energy tore everything into pieces. Ding! Your cunning kills a level 29 bounty hunter. You receive a 100x gold bonus, 20,800,000 gold coins. Byte. Fong Chen's system prompts have gone crazy. The number of gold coins is skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. 500 million. 1 billion. 1.5 billion. There are more than 1,700 people in the Goblin's Nest, although they are numerous. But most of them were poor people, and their total contribution to Fong Chen was only more than 2 billion. Although the number of people coming today is small, they are obviously elites with wealthy fortunes. In just half a day, the gold coins in his account exceeded 4 billion. This speed of making money is many times faster than robbing a bank. When the last Phoenix illusion took care of the last bounty hunter, the entire cave finally returned to peace. On the ground, except for the few relatively intact bodies of the team members, there was not even a trace of the rest of the people left. Only some glimmering equipment proved that they once existed. Fong Chen looked at the clean scene and nodded with satisfaction. There is no need to even clean up the battlefield. He looked towards the tunnel entrance again. Outside, more and more fish are coming in continuously. They keep going forward, not knowing whether they live or die. The smile on Fong Chen's face became colder. Come on, the more the better. My ATM is always open to you. The sound of the piano rang out again. The symphony of death composed of countless Phoenix illusions will continue to play in this dark insect nest, until no fish dared to swim into the sea of death. K City, City Lord's mansion. The atmosphere in Xiao Wanshan's study was terribly depressing. His expression at this moment was terribly gloomy. In front of his desk, an intelligence officer wearing a Shadow Pavilion uniform was kneeling on one knee, sweating profusely. What did you say? Say it again. Xiao Wanshan's voice was cold and emotionless. Yes. The intelligence officer shuddered, but still gritted his teeth and repeated as quickly as he could. Report to the City Lord, Shadow Pavilion has just intercepted a top-level secret report. The overseas S-rank dark organization Amaterasu has dispatched a top assassination team consisting of 6 S-rank ninjas. Codename Shadow 1, their target is Fong Chen. According to our latest intelligence analysis, Shadow Team 1 has already infiltrated the Dark Hive. Bang! The desk in front of Xiao Wanshan was smashed to pieces by his palm. Sawdust flying. Amaterasu. Xiao Wanshan gritted his teeth and pronounced the name, with terrifying murderous intent flashing in his eyes. These bastards from Sakura country are really overreaching. Do they really think there's no one in my dragon country? He stood up suddenly and paced back and forth in the study. Kaga's squad. As I recall, that was one of Amaterasu's second-tier aces, Captain Kajimaru. He's a level 29 peak assassin who once had a record of assassinating a level 3 warrior. Why are they suddenly targeting Fong Chen? The intelligence officer lowered his head and replied respectfully, based on our speculation, there are 2 possibilities. First, the forces of the Li and Lu family secretly contacted Amaterasu, promising huge profits and using a borrowed knife to kill someone. Secondly, it's the Amaterasu organization, which also saw the potential of Fong Chen's SSS level talent. They want to strangle him in the cradle before he grows into the next pillar of our dragon nation, so as to eliminate the future troubles for our dragon nation. No matter which one it is, damn it. A cold light flashed in Xiao Wanshan's eyes. He is really anxious and angry now. Who is Fong Chen? That's no ordinary SSS level genius. That was his personal observation and recognition, and he believed that there was a possibility of breaking the curse of the Weird Master and becoming the future pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. It is the seed of the Red Seedling Project. He is just an ordinary college entrance examination candidate. Although he was able to inexplicably kill more than 3,000 level 29 bounty hunters. But that is completely different from facing a whole team of well-coordinated and experienced S-class assassination team. S-level means that every member's professional level is at least S-level or above. No matter how powerful Fong Chen's weirdness is, can it be stronger than a level 29 peak assassin plus 5 level 29 S-class elites? Xiao Wanshan doesn't dare to gamble. I can't afford to gamble. The Dragon Kingdom cannot afford this loss. Chapter 66 Husband, they are looking at us. Xiao Wanshan made a prompt decision, mobilize the city guard's most elite Longxiang troops. Right now. Seal off the dark insect nest. Tell them that even if they have to dig that B-level replica out of the ground, they must ensure Fong Chen's absolute safety. If Fong Chen loses a hair, I'll hold him responsible. Yes. The intelligence officer received the order and immediately stood up, ready to convey the order. Just as he reached the door, another subordinate who was in charge of monitoring the data ran in a panic. City Lord! Something bad has happened. Something serious has happened. Xiao Wanshan frowned. What happened again? The subordinate swallowed and said in a trembling voice, City Lord, according to the latest statistics from our dark web monitoring department. In the past 3 hours, over 3,400 bounty hunters below level 29 have entered the dark hive. Then what? Xiao Wanshan's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. And then, no one came out. The subordinate's voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz. According to the vague remote sensing of vital signs by our technical department, they are probably all dead. What? Even though Xiao Wanshan was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp when he heard the exact news. More than 3,400 people. All dead? He stared at his men blankly, with only one thought in his mind. What kind of monster is that kid? He was silent for a long time before slowly waving his hand, his voice filled with fatigue and helplessness. I know about this. Then, City Lord, do we need to intervene or issue an announcement? With such heavy casualties, I'm afraid. The subordinate asked tentatively. Need not. Xiao Wanshan walked to the window and looked at the prosperous scene outside the City Lord's mansion. A group of desperate criminals who tried to make a fortune by killing innocent people and trampling on the rules within the territory of our dragon country are dead, and that's it. This world doesn't need so much garbage. Since they dared to set their sights on an SSS-level genius, they should have been prepared to be killed in return. This is the path they chose themselves, so no one else can be blamed. He paused, a hint of pride in his tone that he himself was not aware of. Also, they should also remember what the 3 words SSS grade actually mean. That means something outside the rules, absolutely unreasonable. Inside the mother nest. Facing the elite insect swarms madly rushing in from all directions, Fong Chen's expression remained calm. He looked at the queen insect hanging from the ceiling of the cave. He's really ugly. Fong Chen shook his head and complained silently in his heart. The ghost general who was guarding the prison beside him could no longer hold back and let out a bloodthirsty roar. He was ready to rush forward with a knife and chop all these provocative bugs into meat paste. But Fong Chen raised his hand and stopped it. Big guy, don't be impatient. He turned his head and looked at the magnificent dragon carriage carried by thousands of ghosts beside him. From the time he entered the dungeon until now, he has been making money and upgrading, enjoying the pleasure brought by the rapid increase in strength. But it seems that he has ignored the greatest contributor around him. He always called her wife and bought her the best equipment. But he never really tried to understand her or communicate with her like a normal person. Subconsciously, he still regarded her as a powerful monster that needed to satisfy his obsession to be driven. Rather than a wife with whom he had signed a ghost marriage contract and would be with him through life and death. Thinking of this, Fong Chen felt a sense of guilt inexplicably welling up in his heart. He walked to the front of the dragon carriage and looked at the blurry and beautiful figure through the pearl curtain. In an unprecedentedly gentle tone, he whispered, "My wife. After the fight is over, we'll go home and eat. My mom's braised pork is delicious, fatty but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. You're sure to like it." He spoke seriously, like an ordinary husband inviting his wife to dinner. No orders, no tasks, just pure sharing. The figure inside the dragon carriage seemed to freeze for a moment. The pair of empty eyes behind the bead curtain seemed to have a ripple. She raised the hand holding her head slightly, and the beautiful head tilted slightly. This action is no longer as strange as that of an evil spirit. Instead, there was a hint of girlish innocence and confusion. As if thinking about the meaning of Fong Chen's words. The atmosphere in the cave became somewhat strange at this moment. On one side, there was a swarm of terrifying insects roaring and charging, emitting a fishy smell. On the other side, there was a young man chatting about family matters with his ghost bride. This picture is very discordant, yet surprisingly harmonious. Fong Chen looked at her reaction and suddenly felt a little expectant. Just when he was about to say something else, a cold and ethereal voice sounded in his mind. "Husband." Fong Chen was stunned for a moment. His heart began to beat wildly. Excited to respond. But before he could make a sound, that voice sounded in his mind again. This time, there was a hint of cold vigilance in his voice. "They're watching us." Fong Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. "Them? There are only myself, my wife, the ghost general, and these bugs here." And others? His mental power was activated in an instant, like an invisible radar, sweeping madly towards every corner of the entire nest. Soon, he discovered something unusual at the top of the cave. There were 6 auras that almost merged with the darkness. They would have restrained themselves very well if it weren't for Princess Xiaohua's reminder. With Fang Chen's current mental strength, it is almost impossible to find them in such a chaotic battlefield environment. And there are 6. Fang Chen's heart sank instantly. He finally understood why he had felt a sense of unease since entering this nest. Just as Fang Chen discovered them, the 6 auras also suddenly erupted. They knew they had been exposed. Top of the nest. 6 ninjas wearing black tight combat uniforms and masks of different styles on their faces, lurking silently like a gecko. They are the Amaterasu organization's ace assassination team, Shadow 1. The leading captain, codenamed Ingwan, was locking onto Fang Chen below through a special monocular telescope. Data streams kept flashing across the telescope's lens. Target, Fang Chen. Level, LV.15. Energy fluctuation, unable to measure. Warning. Warning. A super high level, strange energy source exists near the target. The energy level has exceeded the upper limit of instrument detection. A series of glaring red warnings caused Ingwan's pupils to contract. Chapter 67 Perfect Assassination? Sorry, my wife's clothes are SSS grade. Captain, something is wrong. A female ninja codenamed Xianye was standing next to him. The voice said solemnly through the mental link, the information provided by those useless people in the intelligence department is extremely wrong. This isn't an ordinary SSS level weirdo at all. Those 3000 plus bounty hunters just now definitely either died in accidents or were wiped out by him alone. Another ninja codenamed Kenji looked at the ghost general of hell below who was holding a saber and exuding a terrifying aura. He swallowed hard, that big guy. I feel like it can chop me up with one blow. And that female ghost sitting in the sedan chair. I couldn't even look at her directly. The atmosphere in the team became extremely heavy. The confidence and ease I had before coming here are long gone. They felt they were not here to assassinate a genius. They are here to challenge a demon king. Fine beads of cold sweat also appeared on Ingwan's forehead. As a level 29 top assassin, he has experienced countless life and death assassinations. But there has never been a time when he felt such tremendous pressure as today. The target's level is only 15. But the threat he brought was even more terrifying than the 3rd level strongman he had assassinated before. You can't back down. Ingwan forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart and gave the order in a cold voice. We have no way out. This mission was a death order issued by that lord himself. Failure means death. Hearing that adult's words, all the ninjas' bodies trembled subconsciously. They knew that the consequences of mission failure would be 1,000 times more miserable than dying here. Follow my orders. Ingwan's eyes became fierce. The target's defense mainly relies on the ghost general and the female ghost. The ghost general is a melee tank, the female ghost is a ranged magic output, and the target himself is their core. We only have one chance. Shen Yi used the void illusion to create chaos and attract the attention of that ghost general. Mountain Ghost used the stone binding technique to trap that ghost general, even for just a second. The rest of you, attack that female ghost with all your strength to create an opportunity for me. I will use Tenmuyan, Shadowless. The moment their attention is distracted, I will kill them with one strike and remove their heads. This plan was a classic tactic they had practiced countless times against powerful summoners and tricksters. As long as the connection between the core and the summon creature can be cut off in an instant, no matter how powerful the summoned creature is, it will collapse on its own. Clear. Everyone entered combat mode, and the energy in their bodies began to surge wildly. They waited, waiting for the best opportunity to make a move. Just then, they saw that Fang Chen below was actually talking to that female ghost. What is he doing? Chatting? Good chance. He's distracted. Now is the time. However, just as Yingmaru was about to give the order to attack, in the dragon carriage, the female ghost in red who had been keeping her head down suddenly, slowly raised her head. But Ingwan felt that he was being stared at by a pair of the coldest and most terrifying eyes. Oh no! We've been discovered. Ingwan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't have time to think about it, and used all his strength to let out a roar. Get started! In an instant, 6 black shadows shot out from the top of the cave and pounced on Fang Chen. The assassination of the Amaterasu organization is as fast as thunder. The female ninja Qianya formed seals with her hands, and countless distorted illusions instantly appeared around the prison ghost general, trying to confuse its perception. The ninja codenamed Mountain Ghost stomped heavily on the ground, and immediately countless thick rock spikes sprang out from the ground, wrapping around the legs of the prison ghost general like a cage. The other 3 ninjas simultaneously threw out shurikens filled with poison and curses. It transformed into 3 black streaks of death and went straight for Princess Xiaohua in the dragon carriage. As for the captain, Yingmaru, his figure instantly disappeared in mid-air and merged into the shadows. Tian Muyun Shadowless. It is his most powerful assassination secret technique. The next second, he appeared silently behind Fang Chen. The short sword Morasame in his hand flashed with an enchanting purple light and stabbed towards Fang Chen's defenseless back. The whole coordination is seamless. This was a textbook, perfect S-level team assassination. They believed that with such a fatal blow, not to mention a level 15 teenager, even an unsuspecting level 3 warrior would definitely be severely injured or even killed instantly. However, Fang Chen didn't even turn his head. There was a faint, mocking smile on his face. Just as the poisoned dagger was about to touch him, something strange happened. Xie! A loud and clear phoenix cry resounded throughout heaven and earth. The extremely gorgeous phoenix robe on Princess Xiaohua's body suddenly burst out with blood-red light. A huge blood-red phoenix phantom formed by pure resentment and flames. It rushed out from the robe, spread its huge wings, and protected Fang Chen and the entire dragon carriage. SSS level suit passive skill. Blood Phoenix Guardian. Clang. Ingwan's fatal blow, which was powerful enough to penetrate a tank, pierced the wings of the blood-red phoenix, but made a loud sound of metal clashing. An unimaginably violent recoil force came from the blade. Puff. Ingwan was struck by lightning and was thrown out, spitting out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. He looked down and saw that his right arm holding the knife was actually ignited by the bloody flames. A piercing burning pain rushed into the depths of his soul. This is resentment. How is that possible? Ingwan fell to the ground, looking at his arm burned by the soul flame, his face full of disbelief and horror. My Shadowless can ignore all physical defenses and energy shields. Why were we blocked? An even more terrifying thought came to his mind. That's not a shield. That piece of clothing, itself, is a living god-level guardian spirit. We risked everything on this fatal strike, but it couldn't even penetrate a piece of clothing? And the other side. The attacks of other ninjas also suffered devastating blows. The Ghost General of Hell ignored the illusions completely and crushed the rock cage on the ground with one kick. The 3 poisoned shuriken shot at Princess Xiaohua were unable to get within 3 meters of Longyu. The resentment spewed out by the 8 black dragons directly corroded it into molten iron in mid-air, which dripped to the ground with a sizzling sound. Chapter 68, The Last Meal and the Wedding Banquet in the Underworld begin. It was only then that Fang Chen slowly turned around, looking at him with a look as if he was looking at garbage. He glanced at Ingwan, who was lying on the ground with a look of fear on his face. His tone was full of disdain. Is that all you can do? You can't even tear my wife's clothes, and you're worthy of calling it assassination? These words were like the most vicious humiliation, and Ingwan was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. What a shame and humiliation. This is definitely the greatest humiliation he has ever suffered since his debut. Fang Chen didn't look at him again, and said to Princess Xiaohua in the dragon carriage in a complaining tone. Ma'am, there are flies. It's annoying. These words ignited Princess Xiaohua's anger. Someone is trying to hurt her husband. Unforgivable. Buzz. An unprecedented aura of terror burst out from Princess Xiaohua. The entire nest. No, it was the entire dark insect nest copy that was shaking and wailing violently under this breath. It's like the end of the world. The eyes of the 8 black dragons in the magnificent dragon carriage carried by thousands of ghosts suddenly turned as red as blood. They felt the anger from their master, and also felt longing for the soul. Princess Xiaohua slowly raised her hand. The blood sedan chair wedding area unfolds instantly. But this time, the field is no longer simply blood red. With the help of the 9 nether phoenix harp, it was triggered. The ultimate realm, the wedding banquet in Hades. In an instant, the scene of the entire mother nest changed drastically. This is no longer a disgusting insect nest. Instead, it became a gloomy, magnificent, yet strangely festive. Huge palace. Inside the palace, there were thousands of banquet tables. The banquet was filled with evil spirits, zombies, and demons of various shapes, with green faces and fangs. They were originally toasting each other. Now. But they all stopped at the same time. Thousands, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes filled with cruelty, greed, and hunger. He looked at the 6 trembling, uninvited guests in the field. What is this place? It's a domain. We've been pulled into her domain. Help, help. The ninjas of the Amaterasu organization collapsed. They mumbled and screamed in their native language. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and realized that they were not speaking Long Woyu. I clicked on the personal terminal on my wrist and turned on the real-time translation function. The Sakura language logo immediately popped up on the electronic screen. Oh. So you are our friend from Sakura country. Fang Chen's smile became more playful, but he felt a little strange in his heart. People from Sakura country came all the way to the Dragon Country dungeon to die? Is this 10 billion bounty really that attractive? Doesn't it mean these dwarfs are also eyeing my SSS level talent? Ha, no matter what, you dare to extend your claws to the Dragon Kingdom. You have to be prepared to be chopped off. You came just in time. Fang Chen looked at this spectacular scene and smiled devilishly. He walked up to the group of ninjas and opened his arms like a welcoming host. Welcome everyone, you have come all the way here. This is my wife, specially prepared for you, the final meal. Fang Chen scared the 6 Amaterasu ninjas so much that their hearts almost stopped. They looked at the strange and magnificent palace before them. There were also tables full of green-faced, fang-toothed evil spirits at the banquet, and my mind was completely blank. What the hell is this place? Field. It's the domain of that female ghost. They were pulled in. Yingmaru struggled to get up from the ground. His arm, burned by the resentful fire, was still emitting black smoke, and the severe pain from his soul almost made him faint. But he didn't dare to fall down. Instead, he stared at Fang Chen and asked in horror. You, who are you? A college entrance examination candidate who has just changed his career is accompanied by a terrifying female ghost who can kill more than 3,000 people in one move. Now an unprecedented ultimate realm is unfolding. Is this really a college entrance examination candidate? I would believe you if you said he was a level 98 devil. Fang Chen spread his hands as if he had heard something funny. I'm just an ordinary high school student who wants to safely get into college. The expression on his face was as innocent as it could be. But in the eyes of the Amaterasu ninjas, this expression was more terrifying than any ferocious evil spirit. Ordinary high school student? Would your average high school student offer a bounty of tens of billions to lure an S-rank assassination team as an appetizer? Don't kill us. The female ninja codenamed Xianye could no longer bear it. Kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, we were wrong, we won't do it again. Please, give us a way to live. We are willing to pay any price, gold coins, equipment, intelligence. As long as you ask, we will give you anything. Several other ninjas also reacted and knelt down to beg for mercy. What a bullshit Bushido spirit, what a life worse than death if the mission fails. In the face of real death, it's all bullshit. They just want to survive now. Fang Chen looked at them and thought seriously. Your attitude is quite sincere. As soon as he said this, a glimmer of hope instantly ignited in the eyes of the 6 ninjas. There's hope. He seems to be moved. Ingwan quickly said, yes, we are very sincere. As long as you let us go, Amaterasu is willing to compensate you for all your losses. And I promise to never set foot in Dragon Country. Oh? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. Sounds good. But? He changed the subject and the smile on his face turned cold. I remember that you, the Sakura Nation, are very particular about the spirit of Bushido, and that if you fail a mission, you should commit suicide by seppuku, right? Why do you kneel down and beg for mercy when you come to me? When you came to kill me, you didn't seem to think of leaving me a way to live, right? Now that you can't win, you want to beg for mercy? How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? The 6 ninjas felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, and the fire of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished by a basin of ice water. Fang Chen ignored them. Instead, he clapped his hands and spoke loudly to the thousands of ghostly guests at the tables in the hall. Everyone, be quiet. His voice echoed in the hall. The thousands of evil spirits that were originally whispering to each other and gnashing their teeth and sucking blood suddenly became quiet. Tens of thousands of eyes filled with cruelty, greed, and hunger focused on Fang Chen. That scene was enough to scare anyone brave enough to pee their pants. But Fang Chen was as calm and composed as if he was standing on the stage of his own company's annual meeting. He pointed at the 6 ninjas kneeling on the ground and announced with a smile. "Thank you all for coming to my wife and I's wedding banquet. I don't have anything special to offer, so I'll just invite everyone to have a feast. These 6 are fresh ingredients sent to us by our friends from Sakura country. Please don't be shy. Let's eat." Following Fang Chen's order. Roar. Ouch. At the nearest table, an evil ghost with 3 heads and 6 arms stood up. The bloody mouth of its middle head opened, and its long tongue licked its lips. The greed in the 3 pairs of eyes almost overflowed, and they let out frightening laughs. Chapter 69. Don't mess with my wife, or I'll treat your whole village to a feast. He he he. It's been a while since I've tasted a living person, especially an S-rank professional. What a tonic. It didn't finish its words. A headless knight at the table next to him was already holding his own head. He rushed over riding a bone horse burning with netherworld flames. "Get out of here, this is mine. Don't rush, everyone who sees it gets one. Fresh soul, I want that woman." For a moment, the entire wedding banquet in the underworld was in chaos. Hundreds of evil spirits, zombies, and demons jumped up from their seats like crazy. They rushed towards the 6 frightened ninjas. That scene was worse than hell. "No!" Kajamaru roared in despair. He wanted to resist and break through, but in this area, their power is blocked. And each of these evil spirits exudes a terrifying aura that is at least as terrifying as they were in their heyday. What's more, there are thousands of them. A temptress with 8 spider legs. She first pounced in front of Chenya, with sharp barbs extending from her mouth, and stabbed Chenya's neck with a grim smile. Ah! A shrill scream was heard, but it soon stopped. Blood stained the palace floor red. A bloody feast officially begins. The remaining 5 ninjas. He watched helplessly as his companions were eaten, leaving not even a bone behind. They wanted to run, but everywhere, in the sky and on the ground, there were ferocious faces and outstretched claws. Puff! Jin Air was split into 2 halves by a bull-headed ghost holding a huge axe. Ah! The mountain ghost was dragged into the underground abyss by countless arms that emerged from the ground. The screams came one after another and then quickly disappeared. The whole process lasted less than 30 seconds. After the last ninja was torn to pieces by a group of hungry ghosts, the entire palace returned to silence again. Only the evil spirits who had eaten and drunk their fill burped with satisfaction. They licked the blood on their claws and looked at Fang Chen with an unsatisfied look, as if they were looking forward to the next dish. Fang Chen looked at this clean and neat scene with satisfaction. He liked this feeling and didn't even bother cleaning up the battlefield. Ding! Your cunning skill killed the level 29 S-class assassin Kajamaru, and you received a 100x gold bonus, 580 million gold coins. Ding! Your weird ability has killed the 29th level S-rank ninja Chen Yi. You receive a 100-fold gold bonus, 450 million gold coins. Ding! Your cunning attack killed the 29th level S-rank ninja Sword 2. You received a 100-fold gold bonus, 410 million gold coins. As expected, he is an S-class elite. It's just fat. Fang Chen felt secretly happy. These 6 people, in total, directly contributed more than 2.5 billion gold coins to him. That was more than the total number of bounty hunters he had killed through his hard work before, more than 3,000. Fang Chen glanced at his account balance. Gold coins, 6,538,000,000. 6.5 billion. This speed of making money is outrageous. Fang Chen felt very happy and bowed to the guests in the hall. Thank you all for your presence. Enjoy your meal and drinks. Next time there's something new, I'll treat everyone again. The evil ghosts understood, and they all grinned and laughed unpleasantly. Along with Fang Chen's mind moved, and the magnificent palace became illusory, and the surrounding scenery receded like the tide. The area of the Hades wedding banquet slowly dissipated. He returned to the mother nest tunnel that was full of insect eggs and smelled terrible. It seemed as if everything that just happened was just a bizarre dream. But the pools of red blood on the ground and the skyrocketing 6 billion gold coins in his account were reminding him. Everything that just happened was real. The bodies of the 6 Amaterasu ninjas, along with their equipment. They were all eaten up by the evil spirits at the wedding banquet in the underworld just now, leaving nothing behind. Fong Chen didn't care about it. The biggest benefit anyway. The gold coins are already in hand. 6.5 billion. Looking at the long string of numbers on the system panel, Fong Chen felt extremely relieved. This copy is worth it. Not only did his rank soar like a rocket, but his wallet was also about to explode. This feeling. Just one word, awesome. Hiss. While Fong Chen was still immersed in the joy of becoming rich, a sharp and piercing scream brought him back to reality. He raised his head and looked towards the top of the cave. That huge, ugly queen insect. It was staring at him with its hundreds of densely packed compound eyes. Although the Hades wedding banquet area just now was powerful, its target was only those 6 ninjas. It doesn't have much effect on these insects that have no souls and are driven only by instinct. Now, the queen insect was obviously angered by Fong Chen's series of actions. At the same time, it also felt a huge threat. With its command, the entire nest shook. A black swarm of insects swarmed out of the tunnel. Acid bugs, heavy armored beetles, self-destructing flying bugs. Thousands of elite insect monsters rushed towards Fong Chen's location frantically. That scene was much more terrifying than all the monsters encountered before combined. If any top-level team at level 29 faced a swarm of insects of this scale, their only option would be to turn around and run. But Fong Chen didn't care at all. He just curled his lips impatiently. It's so noisy. He turned his head and glanced at the ghost general who was standing beside him like a demon. This guy has been holding back his energy since just now, and the saber in his hand is almost sparking. Big guy, stop standing there. Fong Chen yawned lazily. These minions are in your hands. Make quick decisions. Roar. The hell-suppressing ghost general seemed to have been waiting for these words for half a century. It let out an earth-shaking roar, and its huge body turned into a black whirlwind and rushed directly into the swarm of insects. Puff. 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 The huge saber was like a straw in its hand. Every time it is swung, it brings about a bloody storm. Those elite insect monsters that are nightmares in the eyes of ordinary professionals are no match for the hell-suppressing ghost general. One cut and 7 or 8 of them were killed. There is nothing better than chopping melons and vegetables. Fong Chen sat leisurely on the dragon's soul carried by thousands of ghosts, crossing his legs. He said to Princess Xiaohua inside through the beaded curtain. Ma'am, look, this new security guard I hired is okay, isn't he? He works very hard. Inside the dragon carriage, the beautiful figure seemed to move. The eyes behind the bead curtain glanced at the ghost general of hell who was killing everyone in the swarm of insects. Then it fell back onto Fong Chen again. A strong sense of exclusivity entered Fong Chen's mind. Having me by my husband's side is enough. It seemed that in her eyes, nothing in this world was as important as the husband in front of her. As for that SSS-level ghost general, he is just a insignificant servant. Chapter 70, the lady plays the piano, and the insect swarm evaporates instantly. Fong Chen watched the slaughter show of the hell-suppressing ghost general, and system prompts began to flood the screen. Ding! Your weirdness killed a level 26 acid bug. You received a 100x gold bonus, 52,000 gold coins. Ding! Your weirdness killed a level 27 heavy armor beetle. You receive a 100x gold bonus, 55,000 gold coins. Although the gold coins for a single monster are not much, there are more of them. A little bit of money adds up to a lot, and it's also a considerable income. More importantly, experience points are also increasing rapidly. At this moment, a golden light shone from Fong Chen's body, and he reached LV.16. Fong Chen looked at his experience bar and moved forward quickly. He looked at the queen insect that was still frantically laying eggs on the top of the cave and commanding the insect swarm, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. My dear, I will treat you well after I have dealt with these miscellaneous soldiers. The queen insect felt his unfriendly gaze and let out an even more angry roar. Its huge abdomen began to wriggle. More than a dozen smaller but equally powerful corrupted worms actually split directly from his body. The level of each of these insects has reached level 28. They roared and joined the battle, instantly causing considerable trouble to the prison ghost general. Fong Chen frowned. And you're bringing someone to shake? That's unsportsmanlike. He glanced at the system prompt that was still flashing on the screen frantically, and the total amount of gold coins had exceeded 6.6 billion. Almost. He stood up and whispered to Princess Xiaohua in the dragon carriage. "Madam, it's our turn to take action. Send these disgusting bugs, along with their even more disgusting mother, to their deaths." Inside the dragon carriage, an aura that was even colder and more terrifying than the one at the wedding banquet in the underworld just now spread. Princess Xiaohua is going to take action personally. The queen insect hanging on the top of the cave suddenly felt fear. A breath of death that is enough to wipe it out from this world. When Princess Xiaohua wanted to take action herself. The outcome of this battle is already determined. Zheng. A clear and melodious sound of a piano rang out leisurely. An invisible blood-red ripple spread out from the Joyo Fengming Qin. In the ripples, there are countless weeping ghosts and withered blood-red petals, which are strangely beautiful and heart-wrenchingly beautiful. Next second. Those elite insect swarms that are still frantically besieging the prison ghost general. Including the dozen or so insects, all of them froze in their tracks. Their waving claws stopped. Immediately following. Puff. 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 A series of dense, light sounds. There were thousands of insect monsters, and anyone touched by the blood-colored ripples was like a popped balloon. Their bodies collapsed from the inside, turning into pools of foul-smelling green pus that spilled all over the ground. Flash sale. Really, a total kill. Requiem. Ignore physical defense and directly attack the soul level with double crushing. These insects have no intelligence, only killing instinct. In front of Princess Xiaohua's piano music, he couldn't even last a second. The queen insect twisted its huge body frantically, trying to escape from this place. But it's too late. Feng Chen's cold voice sounded. "Want to run away? Have you got my permission? My lady, don't let it die. I still need experience." Zheng. The piano music rang out again. This time, the sound waves did not spread, but locked onto the queen insect. Hiss. The queen insect let out a shrill scream. Countless fine cracks appeared on the outer shell of the body, as if it would shatter at any time. Its soul is being crushed inch by the sound of the piano. But Feng Chen had specifically instructed her to do so, so Princess Xiaohua controlled her strength and did not kill it instantly. Instead, it is being tortured slowly in the most cruel way, slowly wearing away its health points bit by bit. The Hell Ghost General looked at this scene and scratched his head in a very human way. It felt that as a security guard, it seemed a bit redundant. Once the boss lady took action, it was no longer a problem. Feng Chen looked at the queen insect struggling on the brink of death with a look of satisfaction. At the same time, his experience bar was soaring wildly. The queen's health bar was dropping at a steady and rapid rate. 90%. 70%. 50%. When the queen's health dropped to 10%, it knew it was going to die and suddenly went crazy. Hiss. It let out a final roar. The abdomen contracted, and like a cannonball, a green ball of flesh that was still wriggling was ejected. This ball of flesh is the condensation of its life's essence, and it is also its last resort to die together with its enemies. The meatball shot towards Feng Chen at a rapid speed, emitting terrifying corrosive energy that was enough to melt everything. "Still want to self-destruct?" Feng Chen said disdainfully. "Shiu!" A loud phoenix cry. The phoenix robe on Princess Xiaohua's body shone brightly, and a huge blood-red phoenix shadow rushed out. It spread its wings and protected Feng Chen and Long Yu steadily. Blood Phoenix Guardian. Boom! The green meatball hit the wings of the blood-red phoenix, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying energy flow and corrosive liquid swept through the entire cave. The cave walls melted and a huge deep pit was eroded into the ground. The power of the explosion is enough to evaporate a full strength level 29 team. However, when the smoke cleared, the shadow of the blood-red phoenix was still floating in the air intact. And Feng Chen, who was under its protection, didn't even have a hair out of place. That's it? Feng Chen looked bored. The queen insect looked at this desperate scene, and the light in hundreds of compound eyes dimmed. It has exhausted all its means. But he couldn't even break the opponent's defense. How can we fight this? Then, the last sound of the piano. The huge body of the corrupted queen stopped twisting and then became a puddle of mud. He fell from the top of the cave, hit the ground, and was no longer able to make any sound. Ding! Your cunning has killed the level 30 B-class dungeon boss queen. Ding! You receive a 100x gold coin bonus, 100 million gold coins. Congratulations on receiving Skill Upgrade Book X1, Random Treasure Chest Level BX1. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has been increased to LV.17. Name, Fong Chen. Level, LV.17. Occupation, SSS Level Weird Master. Constitution, 210-220. Agility, 210-220. Spirit, 740-800. Strange Contract, Red Bride of Resentment, Princess Xiaohua, and the Hell-Suppressing Ghost General. This attribute is completely unlike that of a professional below level 20. Just 800 points of mental power is enough to rival some 4th level magic masters. In addition to the pleasure of upgrading, the drops from the boss made Fong Chen's eyes light up. Giving 100 million gold coins directly is secondary. The key is. Another skill upgrade book popped up. Fong Chen glanced at the copy exit leading to the outside world. Done, call it a day. He took Princess Xiaohua back, hummed a little tune, and walked towards the exit. However, he didn't know. What is the situation outside the copy at this moment? Chapter 71 City Lord, he came out. Outside the entrance to the Dark Nest dungeon. The atmosphere is very depressing. Thousands of soldiers wearing heavy black armor and holding energy rifles surrounded the entire area. They are the most elite troops of K-City's City Guard. Longxiang Army. Every soldier is above level 35 and is a true elite soldier who has experienced many battles. At the front of the team, Xiao Wanshan stood with his hands behind his back, his face terribly gloomy. Beside him, an intelligence officer from the Shadow Pavilion was reporting the latest situation in a trembling voice. City Lord, according to the internal intelligence we just received from the Amaterasu organization in Sakura Country. The soul lamps of the 6 members of the S-rank assassination team they sent to kill Fong Chen were all extinguished 10 minutes ago. All destroyed? Xiao Wanshan's body swayed and he almost lost his balance. He had long anticipated that Fong Chen was no ordinary person. But this result was far beyond his imagination. That S1 of Amaterasu's trump cards. Captain Ingwan is a top assassin with a record of assassinating 3rd-level strongmen. Just like that, gone? Yes, City Lord. The intelligence officer swallowed hard. And, based on our vague perception of the energy fluctuations within the replica. Just now, a terrifying energy that cannot be described in words erupted from the dungeon. The intensity of that energy briefly affected our K-City's energy shield. Xiao Wanshan took a breath of cold air. He recalled the Shadow Pavilion's previous report about the more than 3,400 bounty hunters who had entered the dungeon and then disappeared. A terrible thought emerged in his mind. That kid. Could it be that he cleared out all the people inside, including the S-rank assassination team, by himself? As soon as this thought came out, even Xiao Wanshan himself found it extremely absurd. But all the signs before us seemed to point to this unique and most incredible answer. He was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. Prepare an S-level contingency plan. If what comes out of there is a monster that we can't control. Then, at all costs, kill him, on the spot. Yes. All the soldiers of the Longxiang army clenched their weapons tightly, with determined looks on their faces. The air was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere as if a storm was about to come. Just then, the entrance to the copy ripples like water. Suddenly, there was a ripple. Everyone's heart was lifted. Here we come. The breathing of thousands of Longxiang army soldiers present stopped at this moment. Everyone's fingers were on the trigger of the energy rifle, and the muzzles were pointed at the fluctuating vortex. Xiao Wanshan's heart also sank to the bottom. He had prepared for the worst. If the person who came out was a monster that had been eroded by strange power and lost its mind, then he would order to fire without hesitation. Even if this decision would make him bear the crime of destroying the future of Longhua, he had to do it. This is his duty as the guardian of a city. The fluctuations of the light curtain became more and more violent. A blurry figure slowly emerged from the light curtain. See that figure. Everyone's nerves were tense and sweat broke out on their hands. Finally, the figure stepped out from the light curtain with one foot. It was a very ordinary sneaker with some mud on it. Next, the second foot. Then, the whole body. A young man wearing casual clothes, looking handsome and clean. He just walked out of the copy leisurely. There was a relaxed smile on his face and he was humming a tuneless little tune. Looking around, he looked like a student who had just finished an outing and was about to go home. Thousands of Longxiong army soldiers in the entire venue just held their guns and stared at the young man in amazement. They had prepared all kinds of fierce battle scenes in their minds. There were no evil ghosts with green faces and fangs, or monsters covered with tentacles. None of them appeared. Just an ordinary boy? Xiao Wanshan was also stunned. He stared at Feng Chen, looking at his harmless face. Looking at his clean clothes without any bloodstains. My mind is blank. What is going on? Where is the S-class assassination team? Where are the more than 3,000 desperados you promised? Where is the terrifying energy explosion that was promised to affect the city's shield? Why did he come out alone? Still acting like nothing happened? This script is wrong. Feng Chen obviously didn't expect that there would be such a big scene outside. As soon as he came out, he was frightened by the black mass in front of him and the gun muzzles flashing with cold metallic light. Oh my god. He subconsciously took a step back. What's going on? Are they filming a movie? Such a big scene? He blinked and saw clearly the old man in the lead. Ha! City Lord Xiao? Feng Chen recognized Xiao Wanshan and felt a little relieved. It seems they are not here to arrest me. He scratched his head and walked over with a confused look on his face. He waved at the thousands of soldiers who were still pointing their guns at him. Hey, guys, don't be so polite. I'm just going in to do some dungeon work. There's no need for such a grand welcome ceremony. The soldiers of the Longxiang army. They looked at each other, and the expressions on their faces were as wonderful as they could be. Welcome ceremony? Brother, we are going to blow you into pieces. The corner of Xiao Wanshan's mouth twitched, and he felt that his brain was not enough. He waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to put down their guns. He walked quickly to Feng Chen and looked him up and down carefully several times. Are you okay? What can happen to me? Feng Chen said as if it was a matter of course. It's just a B-rank dungeon, like strolling through a park, relaxing and enjoyable. Xiao Wanshan. Visiting the park? That B-level high-risk copy that terrifies countless professionals and even the second-level military team has to be cautious when entering it. In your words, it's like going to the park? He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and asked the most crucial question. Where are the others inside? Others? Feng Chen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Oh, you mean those bounty hunters who came to bother me? He thought about it, then began counting on his fingers. At the beginning, there were about 100 people who came in, but I took care of them all. Later, dozens more came and were also dealt with. Later, a large group of them suddenly came in, probably several thousand, and we cleared them out as well. Oh, by the way, we also encountered 6 ninjas who claimed to be Amaterasu. They were quite powerful, but I still took care of them. He said it lightly, as if he was talking about what he had for lunch today. But to Xiao Wanshan, these words were no less disturbing than hearing that his granddaughter had secretly found a boyfriend. He felt dizzy and his head was buzzing after hearing this. Just cleared it? Dealt with it? That's more than 3,400 professionals below level 29. And those professionals from Sakura country are the top S-level assassination team. You alone wiped them all out. Xiao Wanshan stared at Feng Chen blankly, unable to utter a word. He always thought that he had overestimated Feng Chen. An SSS-level talent, the future pillar of the nation, the hope of breaking the curse of the weird master. But he didn't find out until today. How could he have overestimated it? He is mistaking Mount Everest for a small hill of earth. This kid is a complete human disaster. City Lord? City Lord? Are you okay? Feng Chen looked at Xiao Wanshan, who had a dazed look on his face, as if his soul had left his body, and waved his hand in front of his eyes. What's wrong? Are you scared by my record? Xiao Wanshan quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Feng Chen's face with a hint of playful smile, and his throat became dry. How did you do that? Want to know? Feng Chen smiled mysteriously. Xiao Wanshan nodded subconsciously. The secret is. Feng Chen leaned close to his ear and whispered in a very low voice, charge money. Xiao Wanshan? Before he could ask in detail, Fang Chen had already straightened up and stretched. "Oh, I'm so tired. I've been busy all day and I'm hungry. City Lord, if there's nothing else, I'll go home and eat. My mom probably made braised pork today." Having said that, he was about to turn around and leave. "Stop." Xiao Wanshan grabbed him. "What a joke. After causing such a big trouble, you just want to pat your butt and go home to eat braised pork? Follow me back to the City Lord's mansion. This matter won't end so easily." Chapter 72. Amaterasu was furious, S-level wanted order. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the land of cherry blossoms, in an ancient castle hidden deep in the mountains. This is the headquarters of the dark organization Amaterasu. An emergency meeting of the highest level is being held in a brightly lit secret room. In the center of the secret room is a huge black round table. Sitting around the round table were a dozen figures dressed in various clothes, their aura so powerful that it was suffocating. They are the top leaders of the Amaterasu organization, the 1212 readings. Each of them is a terrifying existence that can make the entire underground world tremble with just a stomp of their feet. But at this moment, these bigwigs who usually act high and mighty were all silent as a cicada, not even daring to breathe. Because, at the main seat of the round table, a figure shrouded in endless shadows was emitting terrifying anger. He is the supreme leader of the Amaterasu organization. Tsukiyamizu-sama is respected as the Sir by all members. On the floor of the secret room, a middle-aged man in an intelligence uniform was kneeling, his body shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. "Explain." A cold, emotionless voice came from the shadows. Just one word made the intelligence officer tremble all over and almost faint on the spot. "Yes, yes." He suppressed the fear coming from his body and reported at the fastest speed with a trembling voice. "Report to the Lord. Just 15 minutes ago. Team Shadow, all the soul lamps are extinguished." Bang! As soon as the words fell, a layer of frost instantly appeared on the floor in front of him, and then it shattered with a loud bang. An invisible and terrifying pressure swept through the entire secret room like a tsunami. Among the December readers here, except for a few of the most powerful ones, everyone else turned pale, groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of their mouth. "All wiped out?" Yu Jianzuan's voice remained calm. But everyone could hear the overwhelming rage beneath that calmness. "Shadow Team." That was one of the aces he cultivated personally. Captain Ingwan, a top assassin at level 29, possesses the S-level secret skill Aim no Murakumo, Shadowless, and has successfully assassinated a third-level strongman. The other 5 team members are all level 29 S-class elites with good coordination and rich experience. With a team like this, let alone assassinating a level 17 Dragon Country boy. Even if it is used to assassinate an ordinary major from the Dragon Kingdom, it is more than enough. But now, they were completely wiped out? Not even one escaped? How is this possible? Who is the target? Yu Jianzuan's voice caused the temperature in the secret room to drop several degrees again. He is a college entrance examination candidate from K City in Longhua, named Fang Chen. The intelligence officer answered tremblingly. Fang Chen? This name made all the December readers present frown. Their minds raced, searching for all the information about the name. Soon, a Tsukuyami codenamed Onimian spoke. "I remember now. It's the SSS level weird master who caused a stir in the Dragon Federation some time ago and had a bounty of 10 billion. That's right." Another female Tsukuyami with a charming figure, codenamed Yaohu, licked her red lips. "I heard that those 2 idiots from the Li and Lu families fell into his hands." A weird master? There was a hint of doubt in Yu Jianzuan's tone. How can a mere low-level weird master wipe out one of the shadows? "Sir, the intelligence is wrong." The intelligence officer kneeling on the ground was crying. "Our previous assessment of him was seriously biased. We seriously underestimated the strength of the monster he contracted. According to the latest intelligence we just bought from the Dragon Country dark web for a large sum of money. Just a few hours ago, over 3,000 bounty hunters below level 29 poured into the B-level dungeon where Fang Chen was." "And then?" Ghostface asked coldly. "And then, no one came out." The intelligence officer's voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz. "What?" This time, even the December readers present couldn't sit still. More than 3,000 people. Although they are all small fry that are not presentable. But this number is too exaggerated. One person cleared out all the bounty hunters in AB level copy? In other words, Ingji and his men entered the battlefield after the enemy had already eliminated more than 3,000 people? The fox demon's eyes became serious. Yes. The intelligence officer's sweat dropped. Also, according to the intelligence, Fang Chen himself is unharmed. Hiss. In the secret room, there was a sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air. This is not as simple as the intelligence being wrong. This is like treating a prehistoric giant beast as a kitten. Are these good-for-nothings in the intelligence department pigs? Waste. Yu Jianzuan finally got angry. He just snorted coldly. The intelligence officer kneeling on the ground didn't even have time to scream. His body instantly turned into an ice sculpture and shattered into ice chips all over the sky. The entire secret room was silent. Everyone felt the wrath from the supreme leader, which was enough to destroy everything. SSS level weird master. Yi Jianzuan slowly knocked on the round table, making a soft knock sound. Dragon Country. Another incredible monster has appeared. Sir, what should we do now? Ghostface asked respectfully. This failure has dealt a heavy blow to Amaterasu's reputation. If we don't respond, I'm afraid. Respond? Of course I should respond. Yu Jianzuan sneered. My people, Amaterasu, are not so easy to kill. Increase Fang Chen's bounty level from A to S. The reward is not limited to money, equipment, or secret treasures. As long as you can kill him, Amaterasu's treasure trove is yours to choose from. Immediately activate the heavenly punishment plan and send the 7 deadly sins to infiltrate Dragon Country at all costs. Make sure to bring this boy's head back to me. What? The 7 deadly sins? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of all the 12 readers present changed drastically. 7 deadly sins. That is the Amaterasu organization, the true, top assassination force. Every member is a terrifying existence above level 3, having crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In order to deal with a level 17 teenager, the 7 deadly sins had to be mobilized? Isn't this a bit over the top? Sir, please think twice. Tsukuyami, a mature and steady man, quickly advised. The arrogance of the 7 deadly sins. Last time, just because a Duke of the Western Alliance didn't bow to him, he slaughtered the entire Night Order in one night. Let them deal with a young man. If they cause too much trouble in Dragon Country, they might attract those old immortals. Is it worth exposing our combat capabilities for a genius who hasn't even grown up yet? Worth it? Yi Jianzuan's voice became cold and deep. You simply don't understand what it means to be an uncontrolled SSS-level weirdo who has found the right way to grow. Have you forgotten those 2 disasters in history? This time, he has the entire Dragon Federation standing beside him. If he can grow for another 10 or 20 years, then that's the time. He alone can destroy our entire Amaterasu, and even the entire Sakura country. We must strangle him in the cradle. At any cost. Yi Jianzuan stood up, and the endless shadows behind him seemed to come alive and transformed into countless roaring demons. Go ahead. Let those old guys from Dragon Country see how sharp my Amaterasu's fangs are. Let that kid named Fang Chen die in despair. Yes. Everyone in December stood up and accepted the order respectfully. At this time, Fang Chen knew nothing about this. He was sitting in Xiao Wanshan's luxurious hovercraft, being taken to the city lord's mansion with an unhappy look on his face. My lord city lord, I already said I was going home to eat, why did you insist on dragging me along? What's the matter? Can't we talk about it tomorrow? Besides, I just came out of a dungeon, I'm exhausted both physically and mentally, and I'm in urgent need of replenishing my energy. Did you know? My mom's braised pork is getting cold. I specially asked her to stew it for me, and the cooking time is crucial. Fang Chen began to count on his fingers and explained to Xiao Wanshan in a serious manner. For good pork belly, you need to blanch it first to remove the fishy smell, then simmer it over low heat for an hour and a half. 1 more hour will make it tough, and 1 less hour will make it greasy. Especially the skin. It has to be stewed until you can pierce it with a chopstick, and it melts in your mouth, full of gelatin. That's perfection. If we delay any longer, the meat will become tough and the skin will lose its tenderness. This is a serious matter. Xiao Wanshan's temples throbbed when he heard this. He had just finished dealing with the report from the Longshan army. All he could think about was the annihilation of 3,400 people, the disappearance of the S-class assassination team, and the wrath of foreign forces. These are issues that are enough to trigger a diplomatic storm. I resisted the urge to throw him out of the car. Looking at the young man in front of me who was heartbroken for a bite of food, I felt like my heart was about to collapse. The corners of Xiao Wanshan's mouth twitched violently, and he finally chose to close his eyes and lean back in his chair, believing that out of sight, out of mind. He felt so tired. Chapter 73: Xiao Wanshan's Shock and Fear. City Lord's Mansion, Study. Xiao Wanshan personally brewed a cup of Ishan Da Hongpo for Fang Chen. He had treasured that tea for 20 years, and he usually didn't even want to drink it. But Fang Chen just picked it up and smelled it, then put it down with a look of disgust. What does it taste like? It tastes like Chinese medicine, not even as good as my iced black tea. The corner of Xiao Wanshan's eyes twitched violently. This is a magical tea that money can't buy. One tael is worth millions of gold coins. It can nourish the spirit and cleanse the soul. This kid actually said it's not as good as the iced black tea that costs $1 a bottle? What a waste. What a waste of resources. Xiao Wanshan resisted the urge to slap this ignorant boy to death. He sat opposite Fang Chen, staring at him, as if trying to see a flower bloom on his face. He didn't say a word on the way back from the dungeon entrance. It's not that I don't want to say it, but I don't know what to say. His mind, until now, is still a mess. More than 3,400 bounty hunters. An S-class assassination team with tacit cooperation. Just like that, he was taken care of by this seemingly harmless boy in front of him. Give it to one person, and in just a few hours, they are all wiped out. If you tell this to anyone, I guess no one in the Federation will believe you. It's too fantasy. This is outrageous. Boy, tell me the truth. Xiao Wanshan was silent for a long time, and finally spoke, his voice with a hint of fatigue. How did you do that? Didn't I tell you? Fang Chen spread his hands, looking innocent. They all died while fighting. Speak human language. Xiao Wanshan slammed the table, shaking the teacup so much that it jumped up. He was in no mood to chat with Fang Chen. The nature of this matter is too serious. This is no longer a simple revenge killing. This involves diplomatic issues and the revenge of the International Dark Organization. He must figure out Fang Chen's trump card before he can make the next response. Okay, why are you so excited? Fang Chen picked up the cup of tea, took a sip reluctantly, and then spoke. Those bounty hunters contributed a lot of gold to me in the last dungeon. What a coincidence! I was just having trouble spending my money when a mysterious businessman in a black robe suddenly appeared. He insisted on pulling me over, saying I was the one in a million destined person, and he cried and begged to sell me his treasured treasure. When I saw what he was selling, wow, they were all top-notch. There's a zither and a robe, which looks especially suitable for my wife. I used the gold I earned from those bounty hunters to buy them all. Later, I came to another dungeon to spawn monsters. At the beginning, a group of people came and I asked my mother to play a song, and they all fell down. Then another group came, so I asked her to change the song, and they fell down too. The last 6 ninjas are quite powerful. They can become invisible and perform sneak attacks. But my wife's clothes are quite powerful. They automatically protected the master and bounced them away. I got so angry that I asked my wife to start a big fire and drag them to a place full of ghosts. Give those ghosts a meal, and then they're gone. Fang Chen finished speaking. Xiao Wanshan looked at him blankly. The expression on his face changed from serious, to confused, to shocked, and then to dull. Finally, I became numb. Play a song, and the person falls down? Change the song, the person fell down again? The clothes automatically protected the owner, and knocked the S-level top assassin away? Opening a big, inviting ghosts to dinner? What the hell is this talking about? He could understand every word, but when put together, why was it that it was harder to understand than the Book of Heaven? What skill is that song you're talking about? Xiao Wanshan felt his throat a little dry. Fang Chen replied, oh, it's called ambush from all sides. The skill of the SSS level weapon, the 9-nether Phoenix Harp, summons a large number of Phoenix Phantoms to carry out indiscriminate bombardment. Xiao Wanshan's grip on the teacup suddenly tightened. SSS level weapons? And that dress? Oh, an SSS level suit. It comes with a passive skill called Blood Phoenix Guardian, which can block one fatal attack. Xiao Wanshan. SSS level suit? Then, which one is bigger? Xiao Wanshan's voice began to tremble. Oh, it's called the Underworld Wedding Banquet. It's the ultimate form of the blood sedan wedding field. It has a binding effect with the zither and the cloves, and can be triggered. The effect is to drag people to a place full of ghosts, and then let those ghosts eat them. Xiao Wanshan. The ultimate realm? After listening to Feng Chen's simple explanation, Xiao Wanshan felt like he was about to suffocate. He leaned back in his chair, breathing heavily. An evil god in the guise of a teenager, holding sway over death and fear. SSS level weapons. SSS level suit. The ultimate realm that can still evolve. My old swan. Who is this kid? Did his family's money come from the wind? Even if he is the richest man in the Federation, he can't be so extravagant, right? I'm a weird person from head to toe with SSS level divine equipment, right down to the hair? Xiao Wanshan now finally understood what Feng Chen meant by charging money. I finally understood. Why did those 3,000 people, that S-class team, die so easily? My goodness, he used those bounty hunters to buy equipment? You. Xiao Wanshan wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. What else can he say? Advise him to keep a low profile? How do you ask him to keep a low profile? Are you going to run naked in a set of divine clothes? Warn him of the danger? Are you kidding? Who is more dangerous now? He now seriously doubted that even he, a level 88 word master, would really fight with Feng Chen. If you are not careful, you might be killed in seconds by that unreasonable combination of punches. Alright, Lord City Lord, please stop looking at me like that. I'm scared. Feng Chen waved his hands with a look of disgust on his face. Can I go home for dinner now? Go home for dinner? Xiao Wanshan smiled bitterly. He rubbed his swollen temples and recovered from the shock. Boy, do you think this is the end of it? He stood up, walked to the window, looked at the lights of thousands of houses outside the city lord's mansion, and his expression became extremely solemn. You killed Amaterasu's ace team. This is no longer an ordinary revenge killing. This is declaring war on a massive, dark organization entrenched abroad. Amaterasu will never give up. According to our Shadow Pavilion's analysis, their next revenge will be devastating, regardless of the cost. The one who comes will no longer be a level 29 assassin. But he has entered the third level of professionalism. It's even possible, it's level 4 or above. Xiao Wanshan's tone was extremely heavy. He wanted to use the seriousness of the matter to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Let him know. This world is far more dangerous than he imagined. However, Feng Chen's panicked expression, as he had expected, did not appear at all. When he turned around, he saw Feng Chen looking at him with shining eyes. There was even a hint of excitement and anticipation on his face. Level 3? Level 4? Feng Chen licked his lips and asked excitedly. They are very rich, right? Chapter 74. Welcome to send them off. I'm short of money. They should be very valuable, right? Xiao Wanshan stared at Feng Chen in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. I talked to him about national security, the international situation, and the threats posed by top powers. But what this guy was thinking about was, are they rich? Is there something wrong with this brain circuit? A normal person would be shocked to hear that a 3rd or 4th level warrior was coming to kill him. Shouldn't he be scared out of his wits and seek shelter immediately? Why is he getting excited like a cat that smells fish? Boy, wake up. Xiao Wanshan couldn't help but raise his voice. That's not a level 29 trash, it's level 3. Each one of them has the terrifying power to fight against 1,000 enemies at once. Although your equipment is powerful, it's still unknown how much it will be effective against someone who is several levels higher than you. Besides, do you think they would be stupid enough to send people into the low-level dungeon for you to kill? They will do it directly in the real world, in K City, on the streets. On your way home, we won't be able to defend ourselves. Xiao Wanshan was really anxious. He knew too well the destructive power of those professionals. I know. Feng Chen's answer was still so calm. He picked up the teacup and drank the $1 million tea in it. It's still not as good as iced tea. Xiao Wanshan. He felt his blood pressure was soaring, and he was about to have a myocardial infarction because of this kid. Do you understand the seriousness of the matter? I understand. Fang Chen put down the teacup, looked at Xiao Wanshan, and said seriously. You mean, there will be many powerful and wealthy enemies next? You're lining up to get me heads, right? Xiao Wanshan was unable to catch his breath and almost suffocated. What a head you are sending! They are here to take your head. This is a good thing for me. Fang Chen spread his hands and said righteously. Good thing? Xiao Wanshan laughed angrily. You call this a good thing? Of course it's a good thing. Fang Chen counted on his fingers and began to calculate for him. I'm short of money recently. Look, I'm spending money like water to upgrade my wife's equipment. Look, the god of wealth has come to our door. Besides, those guys are from a dark organization outside of China, and they came to our dragon country to cause trouble. As a citizen of the Dragon Federation with a good family background and a future pillar of society, executing them on the spot and ridding the country of this evil, isn't that a great achievement? Look, I've made money and brought honor to my country. I've gained both financial and personal benefits. Isn't this a great thing? Fang Chen spoke clearly and righteously. Xiao Wanshan was stunned when he heard this. He found that he was actually unable to refute. It seems that's the truth? Wrong. That's the truth. But the question is, can you beat them? Why do you think you can defeat a third-level professional? Xiao Wanshan grasped the core of the problem. If you can't beat him, just run away. Fang Chen shrugged. Besides, who said I want to confront them head-on? He came closer and showed a malicious smile on his face that Xiao Wanshan felt somewhat familiar with. It's this smile. The last time he showed this smile, more than 3,000 bounty hunters disappeared. Lord City Lord. Fang Chen lowered his voice and persuaded like a little devil. You just said that they wouldn't be stupid enough to enter low-level dungeons again, right? Xiao Wanshan nodded subconsciously. Then, what if they think that I would think so too? Fang Chen's smile became brighter. What if we deliberately spread the news that I was frightened by the assassination attempt? Prepare to hide for a while and avoid the limelight. And what if I accidentally reveal the location of an intermediate dungeon where I'm hiding? Do you think those guys who are eager to succeed and take credit for something might be thinking, what if I'm actually in there? Maybe I'm seriously injured. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you thinking of falling into another trap? Xiao Wanshan's eyelids twitched wildly as he listened to Fang Chen's plan. This is too mean. Still coming? You are treating me like a fool. Impossible. Xiao Wanshan flatly denied, having suffered a loss once, they will definitely not be fooled again. Amaterasu's people are not idiots. No. Fang Chen shook his finger. Whether they'll fall for it doesn't depend on how smart they are, but rather on whether the bait is big enough. As long as they feel that the benefits of killing me far outweigh the risks, they'll come charging at us again. Greed will overcome reason. This is human nature, and it never changes. Fang Chen's tone was full of confidence. He knew the mentality of these desperate criminals too well. Besides, let's change the way we play this time. There was a sinister glint in Fang Chen's eyes. We're not playing defensive counterattacks anymore, we're playing proactive attacks. Help me find a dungeon between level 30 and 40. The stronger the monsters, the better, and the more complex the terrain, the better. Then, spread the news that I entered the dungeon alone in order to quickly improve my strength and deal with Amaterasu's pursuit. This time, it's not just the level 29 trash that's coming. Those peak level 3rd order masters who are in their 30s or even close to 40 will also take action upon hearing the news. They'll think their level is high enough to crush me. This isn't a gamble anymore, it's a sure win. Xiao Wanshan's heart began to beat fast when he heard this. You're crazy. That's a peak level 3rd level professional. How can you? That's it. Fang Chen interrupted him. He made an action that Xiao Wanshan would never forget. He snapped his fingers. Buzz. An indescribable terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire study. Xiao Wanshan only felt that his soul was trembling, as if he was being stared at by an ancient god or demon. He saw it with horror. Behind Fang Chen, the space was distorting violently. One was more gorgeous and larger than the one seen in the previous duel. An even more terrifying blood-colored dragon carriage squeezed out from the void. 8 ferocious black dragons, with scarlet flames burning in their eyes. The gorgeous sedan is carved with reliefs of thousands of ghosts paying homage, and every ghost seems to be alive, roaring silently. What made Xiao Wanshan's scalp tingle even more was he could feel it. This dragon carriage, and the phoenix robe and guqin in the hands of the female ghost inside it. Every one. They all exuded a terrifying aura that made him feel palpitating, harmonious and self-consistent, as if it had merged with the rules of heaven and earth. He had only felt this kind of feeling from the Federation's national treasures. Chapter 75, Strengthen Your Equipment by plus 999 in one go. Fang Chen was full of confidence and said, "Do you think I have the ability to trap and kill them?" Xiao Wanshan stared at the blood-colored dragon carriage. 8 black dragons pulled the carriage, with dragon scales and red flames surrounding it. The reliefs of thousands of ghosts on the sedan chair are ferocious and terrifying, as if they are ready to devour someone. What frightened him even more was the fluctuations emitted by the dragon carriage. The bond of the SSS level suit is so terrifying. Xiao Wanshan's throat was dry. Fang Chen looked at Xiao Wanshan's dazed expression and snapped his fingers. Buzz. The dragon carriage disappeared in an instant, and the study returned to peace. The terrifying pressure disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Xiao Wanshan calmed down and said, How many cards do you have left?" "Not much." Fang Chen shrugged. "Just enough to bankrupt Amaterasu." Xiao Wanshan was silent. He knew that he couldn't stop it. "Okay." Xiao Wanshan walked to the desk, opened a top-secret drawer, and took out a map. "What do you want to do?" Fang Chen leaned over and pointed his finger at a red dot on the map. "I want a bowl big enough, and deep enough to keep them from coming back." Xiao Wanshan glanced at the red dot and said, "Red Flame Bird's Nest? That's a 39A level dungeon. It's full of fire-type flying monsters, and the environment is harsh. Even a third-level professional would be exhausted if they went in." "That's it." Fang Chen smiled. "The more dangerous it is, the more excited they are." "Are you sure?" "The Lord inside is a level 39 monster." "Lord City Lord, you only need to be responsible for leaking the news that I went to the Red Flame Bird's Nest dungeon alone to kill monsters and level up in order to take the college entrance exam. Leave the rest to me." Xiao Wanshan gave him a deep look and said, "Remember, if you die, Dragon Country will lose a future. If they die, Amaterasu will go crazy. If they don't die, I will die. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Headquarters." One of the 7 deadly sins, the furious Kato Toru, crushed the secret report in his hand. "The Red Flame Bird's Nest? Is that kid crazy?" He laughed wildly, and his voice made the secret room tremble. "He thinks that just by killing those losers like Shadow 1, he can challenge the level 39 dungeon? He's overestimating himself. Beside." Greedy Watanabe sharpened his dagger, his eyes sinister. "Don't be careless, Ingwan and the others died too cleanly. Intelligence shows that the boy has a field that can instantly kill people on a large scale. The Red Flame Bird's Nest has open terrain, and high-altitude combat is just the right countermeasure for this type of domain ability displayed on the ground. The bounty on that kid has increased again. Who cares?" Katoing stood up, and the terrifying third-level peak aura burst out, shattering the information on the table into pieces. "If he can kill a level 29 piece of trash in seconds, can he kill us in seconds? Whoever captures him will be the rising star of Amaterasu's future. Let's go to K-City. I want to twist his head off with my own hands." Greed licked his lips. "And lust and pride, they're also very interested in this job. Call everyone. This time, I'm going to let Longwa know what despair is." On the way home, Fang Chen sat on the bus with his eyes closed, his mind completely immersed in the system mall. Just skip the dazzling array of equipment and props. This time, his goal was very clear. Strengthen. He quickly found what he wanted in the special props category of the mall. Weapon Strengthening Stone. Effect: can strengthen weapons and improve their attributes. Price: 100,000 gold coins. 10% off price: 10,000 gold coins. Armor Strengthening Stone. Effect: can strengthen armor and improve its attributes. Price: 100,000 gold coins. 10% off price: 10,000 gold coins. Lucky Stone. Effect: increases the success rate of strengthening and crafting equipment and weapons by 10%. Can be used in layers. Price: 1 million gold coins. 10% off price: 100,000 gold coins. There are also accessory enhancement stones, vehicle enhancement stones, etc. The price is the same, 10,000 gold coins per piece after a 10% discount. In this world, strengthening equipment is a high investment, high return thing. The success rate will drop sharply as the level increases. Although the equipment will not be downgraded or broken due to the failure of strengthening. However, each failure in strengthening will double the materials consumed for the next strengthening. Ordinary professionals can be enhanced up to +20 at most. Because the success rate above +21 will be greatly reduced, they dare not gamble. Of course, they can also use lucky stones to increase their success rate, but the cost is too high and not worth it. The strengthening rules are as follows. 1. Enhancement level +1 to +10, each cost 1 to 10 corresponding enhancement stones and 1,000 to 5,000 gold coins, success rate 90%. 2. Enhancement level +11 to +20, each cost 2 to 20 corresponding enhancement stones and 5,000 to 10,000 gold coins, success rate 80%. 3. Enhancement level +21 to +30, each cost is 3 corresponding enhancement stones and 10,000 to 50,000 gold coins, success rate is 70%. And so on. The higher the enhancement level, the more materials and gold coins are required, and the lower the success rate. Feng Chen looked at his huge sum of money and started shopping in the mall. System, give me 100,000 weapon, armor, and vehicle enhancement stones. Ding. Purchase successful. 3 billion gold coins deducted. Another 10,000 lucky stones. Ding. Purchase successful, 1 billion gold coins deducted. In one go, 4 billion gold coins were spent. Gold coins, 2,689,000,000. Feng Chen didn't even blink. The backpack instantly piled up with reinforcement stones and lucky stones. Ammunition, plenty. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Strengthen the 9 Nether Phoenix Harp. Feng Chen's first target was Princess Zhao Yu's output weapon. He opened the weapon interface and clicked on the enhancement option. Ding. Please select the enhancement level. Just max it out +999. Feng Chen chose the highest level. Ding. Lucky strengthening stone detected. It will be automatically consumed during the strengthening process to increase the success rate. Strengthening +999 requires a large amount of strengthening stones, lucky strengthening stones and gold coins. And there is still a risk of failure, are you sure? Then, Feng Chen clicked to confirm. A virtual enhancement interface seemed to appear before his eyes. The ancient 9 Nether Phoenix Harp was suspended in the center, with icons of strengthening stones and gold coins below. Next second. Ding 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 ding. A series of dense sound effects rang out crazily. The moving bus suddenly shook, and the window glass made a buzzing sound, as if it was under some invisible pressure. The ant sitting next to Feng Chen glanced out the window curiously and muttered, "What's wrong with this road?" The enhancement level of the Joyo Fengming Qin soared upwards like crazy. +1. +2. +10. +50. With each successful enhancement, the body of the piano emitted a soft sound, and mysterious runes lit up and disappeared. The light is flowing and the divinity becomes more restrained and amazing. The number of gold coins, strengthening stones and lucky stones is also rapidly consumed at a terrifying rate. Feng Chen's heart was pounding along with the beating numbers. So exciting! Is this the happiness of the super rich? With the blessing of lucky stone. The strengthening process progresses rapidly until level +90. The speed finally slowed down a little. The success rate has dropped to a daunting level. Even with a lucky stone, there is no guarantee of 100% success. Ding. Enhancement +93 failed. Ding. Strengthening +94 successfully. Ding. Strengthening +95 successfully. Ding. Enhancement +97 failed. Failure prompts began to appear occasionally. But Feng Chen was not panicked at all. Failed? It doesn't matter. He has plenty of money. There are plenty of stones. Chapter 76, Phoenix Robe +999, the divine equipment is completed. The gold coins in Feng Chen's account poured out like a flood. 1 million. 10 million. 100 million. When the gold coins consumed exceed 1 billion. An unprecedented system prompt. It rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. The 9 Nether Phoenix Harp has been successfully upgraded to plus 999. A brilliant 9-colored divine light burst out from the virtual Guqin, instantly illuminating Feng Chen's entire spiritual sea of consciousness. He seemed to see, in that endless light, a 9 netherworld phoenix that had been reborn from the ashes, spreading its gorgeous wings and letting out a phoenix cry that resounded through heaven and earth. The form of the Guqin has undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally simple and rustic body of the piano has now been transformed into star-shaped colored glaze. A lifelike phoenix totem is carved on the body of the zither, and each string is flowing with a tangible 9-colored halo. An indescribable terrifying aura containing the power of supreme rules emanated from the piano. Just by looking at it, Feng Chen felt that his soul was being purified and sublimated. He couldn't wait to open the enhanced attribute panel. 9 Nether Phoenix Harp plus 999. Quality, SSS grade. Type, musical instrument field amplification rule weapon. Spiritual power, plus 99,999. Special effect 1, Requiem Max, consumes mental energy to play and releases regular sound waves at the same time. Ignoring all defenses and immunities, it deals soul damage to the designated target equal to 1000% of the host's mental power. The music continues, and the pain continues. Special effect 2, Ambush from all sides max, consumes mental energy to summon the 9 Nether Divine Phoenix Phantom to attack indiscriminately in the designated area. There is no upper limit to the strength and number of summoned units, and they inherit 100% of all the host's attributes. Special effect 3, Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix Max, it has a special bond with the Bride of the Underworld, Phoenix Robe Set. Forcefully evolve the Blood Sedan wedding area into the ultimate area, the Kingdom of God and Hades wedding banquet. New special effect, Divine Sound plus 999 activation, play this zither and your words will be followed by the law. Wherever the zither's sound reaches, it will be the divine realm. Oh shit. Holy crap. Holy crap. Feng Chen looked at this abnormal attribute, and only these 2 words remained in his mind. Is this still a weapon? This is a magical weapon based on rules that only professionals above level 9 possess. The mental strength directly increased by 5 nines. The damage of Requiem has changed from being linked to mental power to being 10 times the mental power. Still ignoring all defenses and immunities. The illusion summoned by 10 sides of ambush changed from a phoenix illusion to a divine phoenix illusion, and inherited all the attributes. The most outrageous thing is that Feng Qiuhuang directly increased the probability of triggering the ultimate realm from 30% to 100% forced evolution. And the last magical sound effect that only activates after plus 999. What you say is what you do. Wherever the sound of the piano reaches, it is the divine realm. These 8 words made Feng Chen's scalp tingle. This is no longer a question of strength. This is cheating. It's cheating. Feng Chen was trembling with excitement, as if he had already seen it. In the near future, Princess Xiaohua sat on the dragon carriage, gently moving her slender fingers. Where the piano sounds, everything becomes silent, even gods and demons are frightened away. When the song ends, the sky and the earth change color, and the world changes dramatically. Just thinking about that scene made his blood boil. Not enough, not enough? At this moment, Feng Chen's ambition has expanded to an incredible level. He looked at the remaining armor, vehicle enhancement stones and lucky stones in his backpack, his eyes flashing with madness. How can one artifact be enough? What I want is the whole set. From head to toe, arm to the hair, a full set of plus 999 divine equipment. Continue. Strengthen, Hell's Bride, Phoenix Robe. Strengthen, 10,000 ghosts carry the dragon carriage. He wants to create something unprecedented and unparalleled. Full body equipment plus 999. By then, it will blind everyone. He wants to create a miracle that has never been seen before and will never be repeated. When Princess Xiaohua descended with her full body of plus 999 divine attire, the scene was so stunning that even the gods would be shocked. Continue. Feng Chen's thoughts roared in the system space, and he locked his target on another core equipment of Princess Xiaohua. Strengthen, Hell's Bride, Phoenix Robe. Bite. Please select the enhancement level. Need I ask? Just max it out. Plus 999. Ding. Lucky strengthening stone detected. It will be automatically consumed during the strengthening process to increase the success rate. Strengthening plus 999 requires a large amount of strengthening stones, lucky strengthening stones and gold coins. And there is still a risk of failure, are you sure? Confirm. Fong Chen didn't hesitate at all. The virtual enhanced interface reappeared, and floating in the center was the gorgeous imperial robe embroidered with a phoenix rising from the ashes, emitting a dark golden glow. Next second, a ding-ding sound, even crazier than the one when he strengthened the 9 nether phoenix harp before, rang in his mind. The amount of gold coins and materials poured down like a waterfall. Plus 10. Plus 30. Plus 80. The phoenix embroidery on the phoenix robe seemed to come alive, spreading its wings and ready to fly in the dazzling light. Every successful strengthening makes its wings more solid and its brilliance more restrained. With the experience from last time, Fong Chen's mentality became much calmer. He even had the leisure to observe the strengthening process while calculating his remaining belongings. 4 billion gold coins were used to buy the stones needed to strengthen the harp and robes, and almost 10 billion was spent to strengthen the harp. Strengthening this robe would probably cost around 10 billion. There is more than 1.6 billion left in the account now. I want to use the remaining money to buy the 10,000 ghosts carrying the dragon carriage and the 2 SS level accessories and shoes, but I'm afraid it's not enough. The further you strengthen this thing, the greater the cost of failure will be. Although the equipment will not break, the material consumption will double, and that is no joke. Tisk, you're still poor. Fong Chen smacked his lips. If any professional in K City heard this, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood on the spot. You have billions of gold coins, and you use SSS level equipment as firewood to strengthen it, but you still think you are poor? Is there any justice in this world? When the enhancement level breaks through the plus 90 mark, failure prompt sounds begin to appear frequently. Ding! Enhancement plus 92 failed. The materials required for the next enhancement will be doubled. Ding! Enhancement plus 94 failed. The materials required for the next enhancement will be doubled. Ding! Strengthening plus 96 successful. Ding! Enhancement plus 98 failed. The materials required for the next enhancement will be doubled. Fong Chen didn't even frown. Double? Small problem. I don't have anything else but a lot of money and a lot of stones. Smash it for me. He was like a gambler with red eyes, pushing piles of chips onto the table. The speed at which gold coins are consumed has changed from pouring to evaporating. When the gold coin balance in the account is about to fall below 1 billion. Buzz. A distant and sacred humming sound resounded throughout Fong Chen's spiritual consciousness. Ding! Congratulations! The Phoenix robe of the Underworld Bride has been successfully enhanced to plus 999. Chapter 77 The Ultimate Realm, the Kingdom of God is coming. The 9-colored divine light, more dazzling than before, exploded. The previous 9 nether phoenix harp plus 999 gave birth to a 9 nether phoenix. At this moment, the plus 999 of this phoenix robe has created a divine realm where the phoenix lives. The originally gorgeous robe has been completely transformed into one woven from materialized 9-colored divine light. The embroidery of a phoenix rising from the flames on the robe came alive. It is no longer a totem, but a real soul of a divine phoenix, hovering on the robe, and when its eyes open and close, it seems as if stars are born and die. Fong Chen could even feel a warm and powerful protective force transmitted through the system interface to the depths of his soul. He took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and clicked on the enhanced attribute panel. Underworld Bright Phoenix Robe plus 999. Quality, SSS grade. Type, Armor Field Amplification Rule Set. Constitution, plus 99,999. Attribute Amplification, Fire and Shadow Skill Damage plus 6,000%. Special Effect 1, Blood Phoenix Guardian Max, when attacked in any form. It will automatically summon the Immortal Phoenix to provide absolute protection and be immune to all attacks from professionals whose levels are 30 levels higher than the wearer. No consumption, no cooldown time. Special Effect 2, Burning with Resentment Max, when attacking, the Divine Punishment Fire effect will be added. Causes irreversible, non-immune double burning damage to the target's soul and body until the target is annihilated. Set Effect Red Makeup Max, increases the effect of the Blood Sedan wedding area by 5,000%. Within the realm, Princess Xiaohua will receive the blessing of the Divine Phoenix's true form physical entity, increasing the power of all her skills by 3,000%. New special effect, Divine Realm plus 999 activation, wearing this robe grants invulnerability to all attacks. Wherever the wearer stands, they become part of the Divine Realm. Hiss. Even though Fong Chen was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but gasp when he saw the final attributes of the robe. This is called armor? This is clearly a mobile, absolutely defensive fortress. Physical fitness increased by 5 nines. The damage of fire and shadow directly soared from plus 600% to plus 6000%. A full 10 times. The most perverted thing is those special effects. The Blood Phoenix Guardian has changed from a cooldown-based, resentment-consuming, barrier to a fatal attack to an absolute guard with no consumption and no cooldown. What does this mean? This means that as long as Princess Xiaohua wears this robe, she is theoretically invincible when facing enemies of similar levels. Most attacks will be blocked by the immortal Phoenix. There is also the burning of resentment, which has changed from a high probability to a 100% chance, and from a burning of the soul to a double burning of the soul and body. And it cannot be dispelled or exempted until death. This is the most vicious curse. The enhancement of the red makeup set effect is simply added with a 0 at the end. And the last Divine Domain special effect that shares the same name as the 9 Nether Phoenix Harp. Immortal to all laws, wherever I stand is the Divine Domain. Fong Chen muttered to himself, his heart pounding. A piece of zither, words follow the law. A robe that is invulnerable to all attacks. When these two pieces of plus 999 equipment are combined, it is no longer as simple as 1 plus 1 equals 2. This is a qualitative change. A qualitative change that crushes the rules. Fong Chen even doubted that the current Princess Xiaohua could not even think of fighting against any 3rd or 4th level professionals. Even if a 5th level profession comes, I'm afraid he will have to consider whether he can break this equipment. Call. Fong Chen let out a long breath and forced himself to calm down. He glanced at his gold coin balance. Gold, 689 million. With the remaining money, it would be a pipe dream to buy an SSS-level dragon carriage with 10,000 ghosts. No rush, no rush. Fong Chen comforted himself. With Princess Xiaohua's current strength, trying to kill the people from the Amaterasu organization would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After turning them into your own gold coins, it's not too late to come back and continue strengthening them. Thinking of this, Fong Chen's mood became cheerful again. He turned his attention away from his equipment and looked at the other loot in his backpack. The skill upgrade book that exploded from the Queen Insect. Just right. Fong Chen's gaze fell on Princess Xiaohua's skill list. Domain skills. Blood Sedan Chair for the Wedding LV.4. Ding. The skill Blood Sedan Wedding level has been upgraded. Current level, LV.5 max. As the system prompt sounded, Fong Chen felt the ghost marriage contract between him and Princess Xiaohua tremble suddenly. He seemed to see an endless blood-red world. The sky is scarlet, the earth is dark red, and an endless road to the underworld runs through heaven and earth. At the end of the road, a blood-red dragon carriage, more magnificent than a mountain, was quietly suspended. In the eyes of the 8 inky dragons burned scarlet flames that could burn everything. And on the dragon carriage sat an unrivaled beauty wearing a 9-colored phoenix robe and holding a star-lit glazed guqin. She is the only ruler of this world. Husband. A voice that was ethereal and pleasant, yet contained supreme majesty, sounded in his heart. From now on, even gods and demons will find it difficult to cross into our country. Fong Chen immediately opened the skill panel to check the changes after reaching the maximum level. Blood Sedan Chair for the Wedding max. Type, Field. Effect 1 Kingdom of God max, consume mental power to expand your own domain, forcibly transforming the designated area into the Kingdom of God Underworld Wedding Banquet. The stronger the mental power, the longer it lasts. In the Kingdom of God, all your and your weird attributes are increased by 200%. All enemy attributes are forcibly reduced by 99%. The Kingdom of God can force any unit with lower strength than itself to join it. Effect 2, Endless Blood Road max, the Yellow Springs Road appears within the Kingdom of God. Anyone who sets foot on the Yellow Springs Road will continuously receive 200% of the contractor's mental strength as true damage. And be subjected to multiple negative effects such as eternal imprisonment, soul stripping, and absolute deceleration. Effect 3, Naiha Bridge appears max, you can consume mental energy to summon the true projection of Naiha Bridge at any location in the Kingdom of God. Force the target's will to be judged. If the judgment fails, the soul will be instantly extracted, and the true spirit will be exiled to the endless void and completely obliterated. Effect 4, Night Parade of 100 Demons max, the summoned wedding procession will be transformed into the gods of the underworld. The number and strength of the god generals are 100% synchronized with the contractors, and there is a very high chance of summoning an SSS level Ghost King as their leader. New special effect, Hades Decree activated at LV.5. As the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, you can consume your mental energy to set an absolute rule within your domain. For example, flying is prohibited in the Divine Realm, and fire is ineffective in the Divine Realm. This rule applies to all units in the kingdom including yourself and cannot be violated or exempted. The number and duration of absolute rules are linked to mental power, and the higher the enemy level, the more mental power is consumed. Fang Chen looked at this long and gorgeous skill description and was speechless for a long time. Can this be called a blood sedan chair wedding? This is clearly the coming of the kingdom of God. The original domain effect directly turned into forced transformation. The attribute increase soared from 80% to 200%. The weakening of the enemy is an outrageous 99%. This basically turns a person into a helpless mortal. The bloody road is endless and turns into real damage, and comes with a lot of disgusting negative effects. Naiha Bridge changed from an illusion to a real projection, from an instant kill to a more thorough annihilation. During the night parade of 100 demons, the summoned creatures are completely upgraded from ghosts to generals of the underworld, with 100% synchronized attributes, and can even summon SSS level Ghost Kings. What if those more than 3,000 bounty hunters were brought in again? Princess Xiaohua probably doesn't even need to play the piano, because the spit of these gods alone can drown them. What made Fang Chen's scalp tingle the most was the new special effect that was only activated at the maximum level. The Hades Decree. Establish an absolute rule in your own field. This is the ability possessed by Ninth Order professionals. Countless sinister ideas instantly popped up in Fang Chen's mind. For example, drag the enemy into the kingdom of God and then issue a decree: no one is allowed to breathe in the kingdom of God. Wouldn't the enemy be suffocated to death? For example, to deal with those professionals who play with fire, just say, in the kingdom of God, fire has no effect. Then the opponent will be completely useless? This is simply a rogue among rogues and a bug among bugs. Cool. Fang Chen clenched his fist excitedly. Weapon plus 999, your words will be followed by your words. Armor plus 999, invulnerable to all attacks. Field max, custom rules. After this set of combined punches, only professionals above level 5 can pose a threat to him. Invincible below level 4. Chapter 78. Brother, you're on TV. Fang Chen looked out the window and muttered to himself, I hope you guys will be more sensible and bring more money. Next stop is Yuan Community. Passengers getting off, please get ready. The announcement on the bus brought Fang Chen back to reality from his excitement. He glanced at the familiar street scene outside the window, collected his thoughts, and stood up from his seat. The car door opened and a cool night breeze blew in, which sobered up his head, which had been a little hot from excessive excitement. No matter what kind of bloody storm is about to break out outside, home will always be the harbor where he can feel peaceful. Fang Chen looked up at the lighted window of his house and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Quicken your pace and walk towards the warm light. Fang Chen opened the door and was greeted by the aroma of food. I'm back, he shouted as he changed his shoes. However, the living room was surprisingly quiet and no one responded to him. This is very unusual. At this time in the past, Fang Lingling and Fang Yi would have rushed over long ago. One of them rushed to help him carry his school bag, and the other was shouting about what good things he had won in the game today. Fang Chen raised his head in confusion and looked towards the living room. I saw my mother, Fang Lingling, and Fang Yi. The three of them looked like wood carvings and clay sculptures. Sitting motionless on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the TV on the wall. The atmosphere in the living room was a bit solemn. The evening news from K-City was being broadcast on TV. A serious-looking female reporter was reporting outside an area blocked by layers of energy shields and military forces. Dear audience members, I am currently at the entrance to the B-rank dungeon, the Dark Insect Nest, located in the west of the city. Just this afternoon, a horrific incident occurred here. According to the limited information released by the military, a few hours ago, there were more than 3,000 bounty hunters from all over the world. And an S-rank assassination team affiliated with an illegal foreign organization has lost all contact here. At the same time, the City Monitoring Center detected a terrifying energy fluctuation originating from within the dungeon, which was enough to threaten the safety of the city. The female reporter spoke in a trembling voice. The scene switches to a drone aerial camera. The entire Dark Hive dungeon area has been designated as the highest level restricted area. Thousands of Longshan army soldiers armed with live ammunition surrounded the place. The solemn atmosphere makes people feel suffocated even through the screen. In the studio, the host's voice also became heavy. There are many different opinions about this incident. Some experts speculate that an unknown, horrific mutation may have occurred within the instance, giving rise to some super-sized monster. Some also believe that it might be a top-level expert passing by who used lightning-fast methods to eliminate all the professionals who entered the country illegally. Currently, the federal military has taken over the matter. The spokesperson stated that the specific circumstances are still under investigation. But please rest assured, citizens, the situation is under complete control. City K is absolutely safe. Joey Wong nervously clutched the corner of her clothes, frowning. Fong Lingling and Fong Yi also looked nervous and worried. They all knew that Fong Chen was going to clear the dungeon this afternoon. Although Fong Chen didn't specify which copy it was, the dark insect nest was not far from their home. More than 3,000 bounty hunters. S-class assassination team. Energy fluctuations that are enough to threaten the safety of the city. This made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Just then, Fong Chen's voice broke the silence in the living room. Mom, I'm back. What are you looking at? Why are you so engrossed? Ah. The three of them were startled and turned around at the same time, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. The three of them were stunned when they saw Fong Chen standing at the entrance, looking relaxed, his body clean without even a trace of blood. The next second, Fong Lingling and Fong Yi exclaimed. They jumped up from the sofa at the same time and rushed forward like two kittens. Brother! You're finally back. You scared me to death. Are you okay? The two of them hugged Fong Chen's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and started chattering. Vivian Chow also walked over quickly and grabbed Fong Chen's shoulders. He looked him over carefully from top to bottom, as if checking if he was missing any flesh. Where have you been, kid? You didn't even answer the phone. Did you see the news? It's so scary. I thought you. As Vivian Chow spoke, her eyes turned red. Fong Chen felt warm in his heart and patted his mother's hand with a smile. Mom, I'm fine. My phone has no signal in the dungeon. I'm back safe and sound. Brother, you didn't go to that dark insect nest mentioned in the news, did you? Fong Yi raised his head and asked with a look of fear on his face. On TV, the news is coming to an end and the host is making his closing statement. No matter what the truth of this incident is, it shows us the cruel side of the professional world. At the same time, it also demonstrates the determination of our Dragon Federation to defend its sovereignty and the safety of its people. We hereby pay our highest respects to that mysterious and powerful man. A K-City military spokesperson stated that the identity of this expert has been classified as top secret and is protected by federal law. Hearing this, Fong Yi seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the four big words top secret on TV, and then looked at his brother who looked calm. An absurd, yet seemingly reasonable idea popped up in his mind. He stretched out his finger and pointed tremblingly at the TV, then at Fong Chen. Elder brother. His voice changed in pitch. That mysterious and powerful person mentioned in the news. No. It's you, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the living room fell into silence. Fong Lingling and Zhou Huimin were both stunned and looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. Fong Chen looked at his family's shocked expressions, touched his nose, and gave an embarrassed smile. It seems, maybe, probably, yes. What? Zhou Huimin and Fong Lingling exclaimed at the same time. Although Fong Yi was the one who asked the question, he received a positive answer. It was as if he was struck by lightning, his mouth opened wide and couldn't close for a long time. More than 3,000 vicious bounty hunters. An S-class assassination team. Was he completely wiped out by his own brother's son, who just turned 18 and was still worrying about the admission quota yesterday? This. Xiaochen, you, don't joke with your mother. Zhou Huimin's voice was trembling. She grabbed Fong Chen's arm with surprising strength. This is no joke. The news says thousands of people died. Mom, I'm not kidding. Fong Chen said with a wry smile. Those people were out to kill me, and if I didn't fight back, I would be the one to die. This is called self-defense. I'm here to kill you? Zhou Huimin became even more anxious. Why? Who have you offended? It's a long story, but it's just a bunch of money-hungry desperados, plus a few reckless foreigners. Fang Chen said lightly, it's all resolved. It won't happen again in the future. Looking at Fang Chenyun's calm look, his family didn't know what to say for a moment. All sorts of complicated emotions intertwined together, leaving their minds blank. Fang Yi was the first to react. He looked at Fang Chen with admiration, his eyes full of stars. Brother, you're awesome. You're my real brother, and you're from an S-rank assassination squad. You can destroy it just like that. Are you more powerful than Dad now? Fan Lingling's face flushed with excitement. Brother, you're so handsome. That mysterious and powerful man turned out to be you. Who dares to bully us in the future? Vivian Chao looked at the two excited children, and then at her son who looked helpless. The worries in my heart were finally put to rest. He let go of his hand and carefully helped Fang Chen straighten his collar. My son has become as successful as him, a man of great stature. Chapter 79, 1 billion pocket money, spend it as you like. Fang Chen looked at his family's excitement, smiled and shook his head. In order to divert their attention and reassure them, he decided to use a big move. All right, calm down. Oh, Mom, I transferred some money to your account. Don't be so frugal in the future. Buy whatever you want, and give Lingling and Yi more pocket money. Transfer money? How much? Joey Wong asked subconsciously, thinking that the child had just changed jobs and it would probably be just a few tens of thousands of yuan to make her happy. Not much, just some pocket money. Fang Chen said, opened his terminal and operated a few times. Joey Wong opened her terminal doubtfully and clicked on her bank account. The next second, her breathing stopped. She rubbed her eyes hard, thinking she had seen it wrong. The long string of numbers in the account balance column made her dizzy. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion. She counted with trembling hands, her heart pounding with every digit. When she counted to the end, she was dumbfounded. This, 1 followed by 9 zeros? 10, 1 billion? Xiaochen, where did you get so much money? Did you rob a bank? Fang Lingling and Fang Yi also came over, and when they saw that astronomical figure, their eyes almost popped out. 1 billion. Money that their family could never earn in their entire lifetime. My brother actually said, this is just some pocket money? Mom, what are you thinking? Robbing a bank is not as easy as making money this fast. Fang Chen said confidently, this was all sponsored by the bounty hunters. They came to kill me, but I killed them in return. According to federal law, their property was automatically transferred to my name. This is called legal income. Zhou Huiman suddenly found herself speechless. She stared at her son blankly, her mind in a mess. It turns out that killing someone, oh no, it's self-defense, and it can make so much money? Brother, 10 billion. Our family has become billionaires. Fang Yi danced excitedly, his saliva almost dripping. I'm going to buy the latest gaming helmet tomorrow. And that limited edition action figure. I'm going to make all my classmates envious to death. I want to buy lots of beautiful dresses and cosmetics endorsed by that celebrity. I don't have to wait for discounts anymore. Fang Lingling also began to imagine a bright future. Looking at his two younger siblings who were in ecstasy and his mother who was still in a daze, Fang Chen smiled. Use money to give your family the best life possible. This feeling is really good. Zhou Huiman finally recovered from her shock and looked at Fang Chen with extremely complicated eyes. The son has embarked on the same path as his father. All she could do was support him, take good care of the family, and not let them have any worries. Okay. Mom will listen to you. The food is getting cold. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat. The warm family atmosphere once again filled the entire living room. At the dinner table, Fang Lingling stuffed her mouth with braised pork and asked vaguely, Brother, how did you do that? Fighting thousands of people by yourself, that's too much, right? Yes. Fang Yi was also full of curiosity. That weirdness of yours must be really powerful, right? What does she look like? Is she like the ghosts on TV, with green faces and fangs, very scary? As soon as this question was asked, the whole family's attention was focused on Fang Chen. Fang Chen put down his chopsticks and looked at his family with curiosity and a hint of nervousness. I know this is an unavoidable topic. He thought about it and decided not to hide it. In this world, his family is the people he trusts most. Moreover, he also hoped that they could truly understand Zhao Hua. Accept her instead of treating her as a simple, cold fighting tool. She's not scary. Fang Chen's tone was gentle, as if he was talking about a close friend. She's beautiful, more beautiful than any star you've ever seen on TV. Wow! Fang Lingling and Fang Yi exclaimed a little. Her name is Zhao Hua. Fang Chen paused and began to tell the long-forgotten story. When she was alive, she was a princess, the most beloved legitimate princess of the last dynasty. Princess? The brother and sister's eyes lit up even brighter, and they even forgot to chew the food in their mouths. Fang Chen ignored their exclamations and continued talking to himself. His voice was low and magnetic, as if bringing everyone back to that precarious ancient dynasty. Her talent and beauty are unrivaled in the world, and she is the pride of the entire dynasty. But in order to save the precarious country, she was forced to accept a political marriage and marry the ambitious king of Jinbei, who wields a large army. It was a grand wedding celebrated by the whole country, with red wedding ceremonies stretching for miles. Princess Xiaohua thought she was marrying for love, marrying someone who could protect her and her country. But she didn't know that it was a carefully planned conspiracy. At this point, Fang Chen's voice turned cold. When the wedding procession reached a stone bridge called Naiha Bridge, rebels arose everywhere. And the one who led the rebellion was the very person she was so happy to entrust her life to. The king of Jinbei. What? Joey Wang couldn't help but scream out, her face full of anger and pity. Fang Lingling and Fang Yi also clenched their fists after hearing this. The bride's procession was completely slaughtered, and the road leading to the wedding was dyed red with blood. And Princess Xiaohua, she wore the most gorgeous phoenix crown and bridal robe. Sitting in that festive sedan chair, she was beheaded by the man she once loved deeply. Ah! Fang Lingling covered her mouth in fear, tears streaming down her face instantly. Fang Yi's face flushed with anger, and he slammed his fist on the table. That bastard is so evil. The princess loves him so much, how could he have the heart to kill her? Joey Wang was so heartbroken that she couldn't speak, tears kept falling down and she covered her chest with her hands. A woman was killed by her own groom on her wedding day. What a betrayal! What resentment! Fang Chen felt a little warm in his heart as he looked at his family's reactions. Her blood soaked the wedding gown. Endless love, resentment of betrayal, and grief over the loss of a nation were all intertwined with the ritual of that grand wedding. It transformed her into one of the most powerful weirdos in the world. The story is over. There was silence at the dinner table, with only the soft sobs of the mother and daughter and Fang Yi's angry breathing. All their previous curiosity, nervousness and fear disappeared after hearing this tragic story. All of it turned into sympathy for Princess Xiaohua and gnashing hatred for the king of Jinbei. In their hearts, Xiaohua was no longer a scary monster, but a poor girl with a miserable life and who had suffered great injustice. She is so pitiful. Fang Lingling burst into tears. What happened to the king of Jinbei later? Fang Yi asked through gritted teeth. It has turned into ashes long ago. Fang Chen said lightly. But for Zhao Hua, it doesn't matter whether the enemy is dead or alive. She was trapped on her wedding day forever, repeating the unfinished wedding over and over again, enduring endless pain. Joey Wang wiped her tears and looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of pity. This child has truly suffered a great injustice. She looked at Fang Chen and said in an extremely serious tone, Xiao Chen, she is your weirdo now, and you are her only support. You must treat her well in the future and not bully her, understand? Fang Chen nodded heavily. Don't worry, Mom. I understand. Seeing that his family has completely accepted Zhou Hua's background, Fang Chen knew it was time to take the next step. He took a deep breath, a mysterious smile appeared on his face, and dropped a bombshell. So, do you want to see her in person? Chapter 80 Husband, do you have braised pork? Meet her? Fang Chen's words made the atmosphere in the living room tense again. Fang Lingling and Fang Yi's faces showed both anticipation and a hint of nervousness that could not be concealed. After all, hearing stories is one thing, but seeing a real, or the ghost of a beheaded princess, that's another matter entirely. Zhou Huiman's reaction was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. She didn't hesitate at all, her eyes were extremely determined. See you. Of course I will. I want to take a good look at this poor child and tell her face to face that no one will dare bully her anymore as long as we are here. Fang Chen looked at his mother's resolute eyes. For the kind mother, compassion completely overwhelmed fear. Good. Fong Chen nodded and closed his eyes. In his mind, he communicated with Princess Xiaohua through the ghost marriage contract. Ma'am, are you there? A cold and ethereal thought immediately responded in his mind. Husband. My family, after hearing your story, they feel sorry for you. They want to meet you. Fong Chen's thoughts were filled with a hint of cautious inquiry. Princess Xiaohua was silent. Fong Chen could feel a slight fluctuation in her thoughts. Is that nervous and uneasy? An SSS-level monster that can slaughter thousands of professionals without blinking an eye would actually be nervous about meeting the parents? This contrast made Fong Chen feel a little funny and a little distressed. He decided to add fuel to the fire. My mom made a lot of braised pork today. It's fresh out of the pot, so fragrant. Silence. Just when Fong Chen thought the temptation was not big enough, Princess Xiaohua's cold thoughts sounded again. Husband, are they really not afraid of me? Fong Chen could imagine that she must have been feeling both expectant and nervous when she said this. He immediately responded to her with the most affirmative intention. No. They all treat you as their own family and they can't wait to feel sorry for you. My mom even said she wants to protect you. An even stronger wave came from Princess Xiaohua's mind. After a long time, a thought with a hint of shyness came. Braised pork, any more? Puff. Fong Chen almost laughed out loud. His foodie nature is fully exposed. Yes, plenty, a big plate. Fong Chen quickly assured. When you come out, remember to put away the sedan chair and those ghost servants. Don't give off that scary aura of yours, just think of it as going home for dinner, okay? Good. Princess Xiaohua's thoughts were filled with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Fong Chen opened his eyes and saw that his family members were looking at him intently with bated breath. He cleared his throat and said to them. She agreed and will be out soon. Everyone, relax, don't be nervous, just treat her as. Well, just think of her as the girlfriend I bring home. As soon as the word girlfriend came out, Fong Lingling and Fong Yi immediately let out sounds of cheering. Even Joey Wong showed a teasing smile on her face, and the solemn atmosphere suddenly became a lot more relaxed. Fong Chen's words had just fallen. The air in the center of the living room was filled with faint ripples. A faint chill quietly spread. It's not the kind of eerie, biting cold, but rather like the instant coolness you feel when you open the refrigerator door on a summer night. Wisps of light red mist appeared out of thin air, slowly swirling and interweaving in the air. Zhou Huimin, Fong Lingling, and Fong Yi stood up from their seats unconsciously. They held each other's hands nervously, staring at the increasingly thick red fog without blinking. Their hearts were beating uncontrollably. Although Fong Chen had laid so much groundwork, and although their hearts were already full of sympathy. But when a strange thing that only exists in stories and legends is about to appear before you, the fear that comes from biological instinct cannot be completely suppressed. Fong Chen looked at the nervous expressions of his family members and felt a little nervous. He was not afraid that Zhao Hua would hurt them, but he was afraid that his family would be scared. He had already repeated this to Zhao Hua in his mind. Tell her to, absolutely, control herself and put away all those scary scenes. What he wanted was for his family to accept Zhao Hua, not for them to faint from fear on the spot. Brother, she is coming out? Fong Yi's voice was a little dry, and he subconsciously shrank behind Zhou Huimin. But his eyes were still fixed on the red mist, curiosity overwhelmed fear. Fong Lingling held Zhou Huimin's arm tightly, her eyes also flashing with unconcealable curiosity and expectation. Joey Wong took a deep breath, held the two children's hands with her backhand, and gave them a sense of security. To her, what was about to appear was not a scary monster, but a poor child who had suffered a great injustice and needed love. The red mist gradually solidified and was no longer an ethereal gas. Instead, it seemed to have substance and began to outline a tall and slender outline. The first thing that appeared was the hem of the skirt. It was a gorgeous robe woven from 9-colored divine light, shining brightly and looking sacred and extraordinary. On the hem of the skirt, an intricate and gorgeous phoenix totem is embroidered with dark golden silk thread. Every feather on the phoenix was shining and lifelike, as if it was about to take off in the next second. As the figure gradually became clearer, the gorgeous robe was fully displayed in front of everyone. Wow! Fong Lingling and Fong Yi let out a low exclamation at the same time. They are so grown up, don't even talk about reality. Even in TV and movies, I have never seen such gorgeous and shocking clothes. This dress itself is like a work of art. Fang Chen looked at his brother and sister-in-law's naive look and felt a little funny and a little proud. This is just the beginning. He spent over 1 billion gold coins to upgrade this phoenix robe, a super divine outfit from 0 to plus 999. How could it not look good? At this moment, the figure finally appeared completely. Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment. Fang Lingling and Fang Yi's mouths gradually opened wider, their eyes became round, and they even forgot to breathe. Joey Wong also stood there, her eyes filled with unspeakable shock. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. It was a peerless beauty that transcended the mundane and could not be described in any words. Her skin is whiter than snow, her eyebrows are as dark as distant ink, and her eyes are like stars. Her facial features were exquisite, like a perfect masterpiece carved by the most skilled craftsman in the world, spending his entire life carving it out. Her temperament is like that of the otherworldly Guanghan fairy, with a sense of alienation that keeps people at a distance. But deep in those eyes, there seemed to be a hint of sadness, which made people feel pity at a glance. She just stood there quietly, without making any movement, but she had an aura of overwhelming beauty that made everything around her pale in comparison. Oh my god! Fang Lingling muttered to herself. She felt like she was looking at those stars and school beauties who were praised to the sky when she saw them on the internet before. Compared with the person in front of me, I'm not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Chapter 81. Welcome new members, the beheaded sister-in-law and the protective mother. Is this a ghost? Brother, you're not lying to me, are you? Even fairies descending to Earth wouldn't look this good. Fang Yi's worldview was severely impacted. Isn't the weirdness he imagined the kind with a long tongue? How could it be like this? Fang Chen felt relieved when he saw his family's astonished expressions. He said with a bit of boasting, I told you she's beautiful. Do you believe it now? He walked over to Princess Xiaohua, naturally took her cold and soft hand, and introduced her to her still somewhat bewildered family. Mom, Lingling, let me formally introduce you to each other. Her name is Xiaohua, and she will be a member of our family from now on. Having said that, he winked at Fang Lingling and Fang Yi and added in a joking tone. In other words, from today on, she is your sister-in-law. Be polite to me from now on. Do you understand? Sister-in-law, sister-in-law? Fang Yi and Fang Lingling were shocked back to their senses by these two words. Their faces turned red instantly, and they looked at Fang Chen and Xiaohua with their eyes full of gossip. Princess Xiaohua didn't seem to expect Fang Chen to introduce her like this. A blush appeared on that beautiful face, and the air around her seemed to warm up a little. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at Vivian Chao and the others, appearing a little shy and awkward. There wasn't even a hint of SSS-level weirdness or horror in this look. She was clearly a young wife who was meeting her parents for the first time and was nervous and shy. This strong contrast made Fang Lingling and Fang Yi relax instantly, and the tension in their hearts disappeared without a trace. Hello, sister-in-law. Fang Yi was a smart boy with the fastest reaction. He immediately bowed 90 degrees and shouted in a loud voice. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Fang Lingling also called out sweetly. A pair of big eyes looked at Princess Xiaohua curiously, full of kindness. Zhou Huiman looked at the scene in front of her and finally a smile from the heart appeared on her face. She looked at the incredibly beautiful girl who was too shy to look up because of Fang Chen's words, and the worry in her heart disappeared. She took the two children and walked towards Princess Xiaohua. Good boy, raise your head quickly and let mom take a good look. Joey Wang's tone was so gentle that water could drip out of it. She had completely regarded Xiaohua as her own daughter-in-law. However, just as she approached and wanted to hold Xiaohua's other hand, the smile on her face froze. Her gaze fell on Xiaohua's other hand. There was something in that hand. A head, with an unparalleled beauty. They held each other's hands and stared at the increasingly thick red mist without blinking. Their hearts were beating uncontrollably. Finally, a beautiful figure slowly emerged in the red mist. Vivian Chao stared at the head that Princess Xiaohua was holding in her hand. On the face of that head, there was still a trace of a girl's innocence and longing for the future, which was completely different from her cold and sad temperament at the moment. The smooth cut on the neck looked like a scar that would never heal, silently recounting the cruelest betrayal she had ever experienced. This is. Joey Wang's voice was trembling. She stretched out her hand, wanting to touch it, but stopped in mid-air, as if afraid of disturbing something. The atmosphere in the living room, which had just relaxed, dropped several degrees again in an instant. Fan Lingling and Fan Yi followed their mother's gaze and also discovered the scene that made their scalps tingle. Ah! Fan Lingling let out a low cry of fright and subconsciously covered her mouth, her eyes instantly filled with tears. She was just marveling at her sister-in-law's beauty. But the next second, this sad and beautiful scene dealt her the heaviest blow. Such a beautiful woman, her head was actually held in her own hands. Brother, what's going on? My sister-in-law's head. Fan Yi was also frightened. He pointed at Zhao Hua and couldn't even speak complete sentences. He finally understood the story his brother had told him before. She was beheaded by the man she once deeply loved, himself. These words, like the sharpest knife, pierced their hearts again. Fang Chen looked at his family's reactions and sighed inwardly. He knew that this was a hurdle he had to overcome. He walked to his mother, gently supported her trembling shoulders, and whispered, "Mom, don't be afraid. This is the last thing she looked like before she died." His voice was soft, but it carried a reassuring power. Princess Zhaohua also noticed the change in atmosphere. She was a little at a loss and subconsciously wanted to hide the hand holding the head behind her back. But this action seemed more like covering up a wound that could not be covered, and it looked so pitiful. There was a hint of panic and sadness in her cold eyes. She was scared. Afraid of scaring them. She was afraid that this home, which had just made her feel a little warmth, would reject her and hate her because of her current appearance. Vivian Chao noticed her small movement and saw the panic in her eyes. At that moment, the fear in the mother's heart was overwhelmed by a more powerful emotion. Instead of stepping back, she took another step forward. He no longer looked at the heart-wrenching head, but stared directly into Princess Zhaohua's sad eyes. She stretched out her hand tremblingly, not to touch the head, but to gently stroke Princess Zhaohua's cheek. It was icy cold to the touch, without a trace of the warmth of a living person. But Vivian Chao seemed not to feel it. Her movements were very gentle, as if she was caring for a newborn baby. Silly child. Joey Wang's voice choked and tears fell uncontrollably. It hurts, a lot, doesn't it? She didn't ask why or how this happened. I just asked, does it hurt? These 4 simple words were like a warm current that instantly struck Princess Zhaohua's heart, which had been frozen for hundreds of years. Does it hurt? She no longer remembers. The resentment of being betrayed by a loved one and the sorrow of losing one's country have long overshadowed the physical pain. For hundreds of years, everyone who saw her. Either fear, greed, or awe. No one has ever looked at her with such a distressed look and asked her if it hurts, like this ordinary woman in front of her. Princess Zhaohua's body began to tremble slightly. Her ethereal eyes were covered with a layer of mist. A cold teardrop filled with endless resentment slid down from the corner of her eye. But when the teardrop touched Vivian Chao's warm fingers, it seemed to be purified, turning into a wisp of green smoke and dissipating into the air. Mom! Fang Chen felt a little sad when he saw this scene. He knew that his mother was healing Princess Zhaohua's broken heart with her most sincere feelings. Joey Wang did not stop and stretched out her other hand. Carefully, he took the head from Zhaohua's hand, held it to Zhaohua's neck, and tried to put it back. Why can't you put your head back on? Zhou Huiman looked at Zhaohua and asked with tears in her eyes, her voice full of incomprehensible pain. Why do you have to keep bringing this up? It must be so uncomfortable. In her opinion, when a person dies, his body should always be intact. This child has suffered so much, we cannot let her head and body be separated again. Chapter 82 We will protect you from now on. Seeing Zhaohua's head and body separated, Zhou Huiman was heartbroken as a mother. Yes, sister-in-law, can and go back? Fang Lingling asked crying. She had recovered from her initial shock and was left with only sympathy for Zhaohua. Fang Yi was so angry that he clenched his fists. He wanted to dig out the king of Jinbei from the grave hundreds of years ago and beat him up. Faced with her family's questions, Princess Zhaohua remained silent. She didn't seem to know how to explain it. Seeing this, Fang Chen took the initiative to answer for her. Mom, it's not that she doesn't want to, it's that she can't. Fang Chen's voice became a little heavy. For the weird, their form of existence is often closely tied to their obsession before death and the rules they were formed under. Zhaohua, she was beheaded on her wedding day. So, being beheaded became part of her existence, an unchangeable rule. Unless. Fang Chen paused, looked at the puzzled looks from his family, and continued. Unless there is a force powerful enough to temporarily break or reverse this rule. Rules? What rules? Joey Wong didn't understand these complicated things. She only knew that the girl in front of her was suffering. You can understand it this way, Mom. Fong Chen thought of a more popular way of saying it. It's like the character settings in a game. These settings are hard-coded into the system and cannot be changed by ordinary players. Zhao current situation is similar to this setting. Then, how can we change it? Zhou Huimin asked anxiously. She grasped the key point of Fong Chen's words. You just said, unless there is a strong enough force? Fong Chen nodded and looked at Princess Xiaohua. He knew that the next words would carry more weight if spoken by her herself. It will also help the family better understand what kind of interdependent relationship exists between him and her. Receiving Fong Chen's encouraging look, a ripple appeared in Princess Xiaohua's cold eyes. Looking at Zhou Huimin, whose face was full of worry and heartache, he looked at Fong Lingling, who was crying bitterly, and Fong Yi, who was looking indignant. For the first time in hundreds of years, she felt the urge to talk. A cold and ethereal thought, like a clear mountain spring, slowly flowed into the minds of everyone present. Because, this is the constraint of the rules. Princess Xiaohua's voice rang in their minds, carrying a hint of resentment and sadness. I died on my wedding day, betrayed, and beheaded. These three elements constitute the root of my existence. Resentment and grief are the source of my strength, and being beheaded is the form this strength must take, a curse I cannot escape. Her explanation was more intuitive and cruel than Fong Chen's game settings. After hearing this, Vivian Chao, Fong Lingling and Fong Yi felt even more upset. It turns out that this miserable appearance is actually part of her strength and proof of her existence. To want to get rid of it is to deny your own existence. What a contradiction, what a painful shackle. But Princess Xiaohua's change of mind cheered up everyone who was worried. Rules are not absolute. Her gaze turned to Fong Chen beside her, and for the first time, a gleam appeared in her cold eyes. My husband, he is very special. The ghost marriage between us goes beyond ordinary strange contracts. As my husband's power grows, the constraints on me will also weaken. When my husband's professional rank reaches the second level, his power will be enough to temporarily shake the rules that constitute me. By then, I will be able to consume my own strength and, in a short period of time, transform myself back to my pre-life form. The words fell. Fong Chen's family members all looked at Fong Chen with surprised eyes. As students in the era of universal job transfer, Fong Yi and Fong Lingling certainly know what the second level means. Brother, I remember the teacher at school said that the advancement task from level 1 to level 2 is extremely difficult and has a high mortality rate. Fong Yi asked nervously. Yes, Xiaochen, what level are you now? Is that mission dangerous? Joey Wong also looked at her son worriedly. Fong Chen touched his nose and explained, that's right. When a professional reaches the peak of level 19, he will receive a special advancement quest. Only by completing the mission can you break through to level 20 and successfully advance to the second stage. Every time you advance in rank, it's a leap in your life level, and your strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. And I'm currently level 17. Level 17. There are still 2 levels to go before you can take on advanced tasks. Then, how long will it take to reach level 19 and then complete the mission? Fong Lingling asked in a low voice. This question is really hard for Fong Chen to answer. For ordinary professionals, they want to reach level 20. Even if you are a genius, you can't even think about it without 3 to 5 months. But he is different. He has a 10% discount gold farming system. For him, the speed of leveling up depends only on the speed at which he can make money by killing monsters. But he couldn't say this out loud, it was too shocking. He thought about it and decided to give his family a reassuring answer. It will be soon. It won't be long. For our Xiaohua, I will fight to the death. His half-joking, half-serious words successfully eased the atmosphere a lot. When Princess Xiaohua heard him say, for our Xiaohua, she lowered her head slightly. The hand holding the head tightened a little, and no one knew what it was thinking. Vivian Chao looked at the 2 children in front of her, one trying to become stronger for the other. One places all his hopes on the other. This feeling of mutual dependence and sharing weal and woe moved her deeply. The fear and alienation in her heart. At this moment, everything disappeared. She opened her arms and took a step forward without hesitation. He held the beheaded girl tightly in his arms. Good boy, I'm sorry for your hardship. Joey Wong gently patted Xiaohua's thin back, as if comforting her wrong child. From now on, don't be afraid. From now on, this will be your home. I am your mother, Lingling and Yi are your biological sisters and brothers. From now on, with us here, no one will dare to bully you. We will protect you. This hug came suddenly. Princess Xiaohua froze. She has been around for hundreds of years, slaughtered countless lives, and is feared by the world like a god or demon. Not to mention a hug, anyone who dared to get within 3 feet of her would be frozen into an ice sculpture by the biting resentment and coldness she exudes. But now, an ordinary woman was holding her like this. She could feel the warm maternal love coming from the other person. The warmth, through physical contact, flowed into her cold body, impacting her heart that had long been filled with resentment. She stood there stiffly, motionless, her hands holding the head hanging limply at her sides. Those ethereal eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. What does it feel like? Why is it so warm? Ding! Your strange red makeup, the resentful bride, Princess Xiaohua, is experiencing an unknown emotional shock, and the core rules are slightly shaken. Ding! Her concept of home is being reshaped. Ding! Your Princess Xiaohua's favorability towards you has increased by +10. Current favorability, 100 blood connection. Ding! She has considered your family her own. Protecting your family has become as important as protecting you. A series of system prompt sounds rang frantically in Feng Chen's mind. Feng Chen was completely stunned. Favorability, directly soared to 100? Blood connection? What is this concept? Good boy. I finally understand. I spent billions of gold coins on pianos and robes, and my favorability rating only increased to 90. And all my mom did was give me a hug and say, "We'll protect you," and I just reached the maximum level? So, a mother's love is the most powerful god-level Krypton gold item in the world. He suddenly felt the ghost marriage contract between him and Zhao Hua. At this moment, it became more stable than ever before, and even produced a kind of. It's like a wonderful resonance of blood ties. He looked at his mother and Zhao Hua hugging each other tightly, and then looked at his sister and brother who were wiping their tears and nodding vigorously. For a long time, Princess Xiaohua's stiff body finally seemed to have a reaction. She slowly and tentatively raised the hand that was not holding her head. It landed gently on Vivian Chao's back. A silent response. An embrace that transcends life and death, race and centuries. Feng Chen smiled, walked forward, stretched out his arms, and gently hugged his mother and the new family member. "Welcome home, Zhao Hua," he whispered in their ears. Chapter 83 Sister-in-law, do you want to eat braised pork? This hug lasted for a long time. It was not until Joey Wong felt the child in her arms and her emotions calmed down that she reluctantly let go of the child's hand. She took Zhaohua's hand and carefully helped her adjust the collar of the gorgeous imperial robe, her eyes full of love. Okay, don't cry anymore, it's all over. Zhou Huimin comforted softly. Although she knew Guyi might not cry, she just couldn't help but say it. Let's stop thinking about those sad things and live happily. She turned her head and glared at Feng Chen, who was still standing there in a daze. Xiaochen, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take Zhaohua to wash their hands and get ready for dinner. Oh, okay. Feng Chen was brought back to his senses by his mother's voice and nodded quickly. Wash your hands and eat with weirdness? Why does this sound so awkward? However, seeing the expression on his mother's face that said, just try to say no, Feng Chen decisively chose to follow his heart. He walked up to Zhao Hua and whispered, "Wife, my mother asked you to go, eat." Zhao Hua blinked, and there was an obvious confusion in his cold eyes. Have a meal? She hadn't had this concept for hundreds of years. The energy that sustains her existence usually comes from resentment, moonlight, and devouring souls. Human food means nothing to her. Feng Chen looked at her silly and cute look and felt amused. He explained to her with his mind. It's a family ritual where everyone sits together to show closeness. You don't have to actually eat it, just sit there. Of course, if you want to try it. Before he could finish his words, he felt a slight fluctuation in Zhao Hua's thoughts. Braised pork. A word with a hint of expectation popped into his mind. Feng Chen. Okay, forget about it. This master was tricked out by me using braised pork. Yes, enough. Feng Chen quickly responded with his mind, fearing that she would go back on her word. Brother, sister-in-law, this way. Fan Lingling had already run to the bathroom, put on some hot water, and brought out 2 brand new towels. Fan Yi also moved a chair and carefully placed it next to Fang Chen's seat, and wiped the table again and again with napkins. These two little guys have been conquered by this fairy sister-in-law. Looking at his younger sibling's attentiveness, Fang Chen felt that his family status was seriously challenged. He led Zhao Hua, who was still a little embarrassed, to the dining table. A very realistic problem is before us. Princess Zhao Hua, her head was held in her hands. How do I sit here? How to eat? You can't put your head on the table, right? The scene was so beautiful that he dared not think about it. The family looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Zhou Huimin was the quickest to react. She thought for a moment, then walked over to Zhao Hua and said softly, "Good boy, if it's inconvenient for you, just let your brother hold that for you first." When Fang Chen heard this, his face turned green. "Let me hold it? I hold my wife's hand with one hand and hold her head with the other? What is this? Buy one get one free?" He was just trying to find an excuse to reject this outrageous proposal when Princess Zhao Hua took action. I saw her hand holding the head shaking gently. That beautiful head turned into a red light and floated above her empty neck. The light dissipated, and although the head and body were not completely connected, they were covered by a faint red light. Finally, she no longer looked so miserable with her head and body separated. Although it is still some distance from the neck. But at least, my head is back in place for the time being. She even moved her neck tentatively, seeming to be a little uncomfortable. He nodded slightly to his surprised family members. Is this okay? Her thoughts echoed in everyone's minds again. Okay. That's great. Fang Yi was the first to applaud. Although the head was floating on the neck, it was much better than having the head and body separated. Princess Zhao Hua is now a little paler and has a colder temperament. She looks no different from a real and extraordinary beauty. Fang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. But what I felt more was shock. This is no trick. This is a loosening of the rules. It's a sign that her obsession has been shaken. Being beheaded is the foundation and curse of her existence. Now, just because of the acceptance of my family and a warm hug from my mother, this iron rule can be flexible. It turns out that the 100 points of favorability connected by blood bring not only loyalty, but also healing. It seems that the hug just now brought about greater changes than he imagined. Come and sit down. Joey Wang happily pulled Zhao Hua to sit down. He pushed the largest bowl of rice and the plate of braised pork piled like a mountain directly in front of Zhao Hua. Come, Zhao Hua, try Auntie's cooking. This braised pork is your brother's favorite. I don't know if it suits your taste. For a moment, everyone's eyes at the dinner table were focused on Zhao Hua and the plate of braised pork. Would a weird creature really eat mortal food? Zhao Hua looked at the plate of bright red and fragrant braised pork in front of him and was silent for a moment. Under everyone's expectant gaze, she stretched out her hand. Her fingers were slender and white, like the finest mutton fat jade. The movement of picking up the chopsticks was innately graceful, as if she had practiced it 1,000 times. She picked up a trembling piece of braised pork but did not put it into her mouth. Instead, in the astonished eyes of everyone, it was directly handed to Fang Chen's mouth. Husband, eat first. Fang Chen was stunned. The other 3 people at the table were also stunned. Fang Lingling and Fang Yi looked at this scene, and pink bubbles instantly appeared in their eyes. The 2 of them covered their mouths exaggeratedly, suppressing their screams and making a wow sound. Joey Wang smiled from ear to ear, looking at her son, her eyes full of satisfaction that your son is blessed. Fang Chen's face turned red. Being fed by my own weirdness in public, this feeling. Well, that feels great. Pretty good. He opened his mouth and ate the piece of braised pork. It is fat but not greasy, melts in your mouth, and has the familiar taste. How is it? Is it delicious, sister-in-law? Fang Yi asked as if he was afraid that the world would be in chaos. It's delicious. Fang Chen answered vaguely, but he was complaining wildly in his heart. Nonsense, how could the braised pork made by my mother not be delicious? What does it have to do with whether your sister-in-law is involved or not? Well, it matters a lot. The taste feels elevated. Seeing Fang Chen eating, Princess Zhao Hua was very satisfied. She then picked up another piece and slowly brought it to her mouth under the gaze of everyone. Everyone held their breath. The moment the piece of braised pork was about to touch her cherry lips, it turned into a wisp of energy with the aroma of food and was inhaled into her mouth. She closed her eyes, as if savoring it. A moment later, she opened her eyes, and a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in her cold eyes. Tasty. These two simple words made Vivian Chow so happy that she almost jumped up. As long as it tastes good, eat more. There's more in the pot. As Vivian Chow spoke, she put a few more pieces into Zhao Hua's bowl. A strange yet heartwarming family dinner began just like that. At the dinner table, Fong Lingling and Fong Yi turned into curious babies, surrounding Zhao Hua and asking him questions. Sister-in-law, when you were a princess, did you also wear such beautiful clothes? The clothes in the palace have many rules, and they are not as comfortable as this one. Sister-in-law, can you play the piano, paint, and write poetry? I have a basic understanding of this. Wow, then you can teach me someday. I hate Chinese class the most. Fong Chen rolled his eyes as he listened. Do you hate Chinese class? You are just plain lazy. Fong Yi is interested in cooler things. Sister-in-law, can your 100 Demons Night Parade really summon so many ghosts? Is there a ghost king as powerful as the one on TV? Zhao Hua glanced at him and responded indifferently. It's a little more impressive than on TV. Wow. Fong Yi's eyes were full of stars. Then next time there's a chance, can you let me take a look? Just one glance. Fong Yi. Zhou Huimin glared at her son. What nonsense are you talking about? Those are for fighting. What are you looking at? Fong Yi shrank his neck in grievance. Fong Chen smiled and said, there will be a chance. Next time I'll take you to the dungeon to see for yourself. The meal was held in such a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Zhao Hua didn't say much, and basically answered through her thoughts, but she didn't show any impatience. On the contrary, Fong Chen could feel that she was more relaxed and happy than ever before. She even took the initiative to pick up dishes several times and put them into the bowls of Joey Wong, Fong Lingling, and Fong Yi respectively. This small gesture made the whole family flattered, and their favorability towards the new member soared. After the meal, Vivian Chow rushed to clean up the dishes and refused to let Zhao Hua do anything. Fong Lingling pulled Zhao Hua and returned to her room mysteriously. She said she wanted to share lots of beautiful dresses and cosmetics with her sister-in-law. Fong Yi pestered Fong Chen to tell him about his heroic deeds in the dungeon. The living room was filled with laughter. Fong Chen leaned on the sofa, watching all this, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. Once upon a time, he was still worried about the admission quota being snatched away and worried about his family's livelihood. Now, he not only has the capital to fight against the world, but also has his family accepting his most important partner. This feeling is more satisfying than earning tens of billions of gold coins. At this moment, his terminal suddenly rang. The shrill ringing of the bell broke the warmth in the room. It was an encrypted communication from the city Lord Xiao Wanshan. Chapter 84. The fish has been hooked. Seeing that it was Xiao Wanshan's communication request, the smile on Fong Chen's face faded a little. He knew that the city lord, who was busy with many things, would not contact him for no reason. Most likely it's about the Amaterasu organization. There are new developments. He spoke to Fong Yi, who was still chattering, walked to the balcony and connected the call. A light screen popped up, and Xiao Wanshan's serious face appeared on the screen. His background was no longer the quaint study, but more like a high-tech command center. There were shadowy figures around, and various data streams flashed across the screen at a rapid speed. Fong Chen. Xiao Wanshan's voice was as steady as ever, but Fong Chen could still hear a solemn tone in it. Lord City Lord, good evening. Fong Chen nodded. Judging from your posture, are the fish moving? There's more than just movement. Xiao Wanshan smiled bitterly. You've really stirred up a huge hornet's nest this time. He swiped his finger across the light screen in front of him, and an encrypted file was transmitted over. See for yourself. This is the highest level secret order we just intercepted from the top military brass of Sakura country. Fong Chen clicked on the file and browsed through it quickly. The content of the file is very concise, but the amount of information is very large. Target, Dragon Country K City, Fong Chen. Operation Codename, Divine Punishment. Action Level, S+ National Threat. Dispatched Unit, Amaterasu, Level 37 Deadly Sins, Wrath, Greed, Envy, and Sloth. Team Leader, Fury, a peak level 3rd tier Berserker. Greed, a high level 3rd tier Space Mage. Auxiliary Unit, under the jurisdiction of the Sakura Country Embassy in Dragon Country, there is a group of 3 shadow level agents responsible for intelligence support and logistics. Action objective: eliminate the target at all costs and recover their strange contracted item. If recovery is impossible, completely destroy it. Note, this operation has been authorized by the highest military authority, allowing the use of forbidden weapons when necessary. After reading it, Fong Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wow, this is quite a big deal. 4 of the 7 deadly sins came directly, and they were led by 2 third-level strongmen. One is at the peak of level 3, one is at the high level of level 3, and one also has the space system. What is even more exaggerated is that even forbidden weapons were authorized to be used. This is no longer an assassination attempt, but an attempt to launch a local war in K City. Did you see it? Xiao Wanshan's voice sounded again. Amaterasu has invested heavily this time. For members of the 7 deadly sins, 2 of whom are third level. This force is enough to easily destroy a B-class city without a high-level expert in charge. Are they crazy? Fong Chen was a little confused. Is it necessary to go to such great lengths to kill a first-level rookie like me? If this gets out, will Amaterasu still have any face left? Face? In the face of interests, face is worthless. Xiao Wanshan shook his head and said seriously. You slaughtered an S-rank assassination team in the Dark Hive before, which has already created a mortal feud. More importantly, you and your weirdness have shown potential beyond imagination. A stable SSS-level weirdo is an invaluable strategic resource for any country. They must either obtain it, or they must destroy you before you fully grow up. So, they would rather risk going to war with the Dragon Nation than strangle you in the cradle. Fong Chen understood. To put it bluntly, I acted too evil and scared the other person. When will they arrive? Fong Chen asked, without any nervousness in his tone, but with a hint of excitement. The more the better, the stronger the better. It just so happened that he had just strengthened his equipment and his hands were itching to do something else. Moreover, these 7 deadly sins are all mobile super vaults. 2 third-level warriors must have a net worth of at least tens or hundreds of billions, right? He is now worried that he does not have enough money to upgrade other equipment. Isn't this just like someone giving you a pillow when you're sleepy? Xiao Wanshan seemed to see through his thoughts and said unhappily. Boy, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few top-notch equipment. Those are 2 third-level ones, and one is a space-type one. It's hard to say whether your domain can trap him. Not to mention that forbidden weapon. If that thing were to explode in K City, the consequences would be disastrous. Don't worry, Lord City Lord, I know what I'm doing. Fong Chen smiled confidently. Since they dare to come, I am sure they will never return. As for that forbidden weapon, do they dare to use it? Fong Chen's tone was full of disdain. Detonate this weapon in the heartland city of Dragon Country? Unless Sakura Country wants to be wiped off the world map tomorrow. At most, they use it as a trump card to deter others. Even if they are given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to use it. Xiao Wanshan was silent for a moment, as if evaluating the source of Fong Chen's self-confidence. He knew that Fong Chen was not a man who boasted. Since he dares to say so, he must have his reasons. According to intelligence, they will disguise themselves as a business delegation. Take a civilian flight and arrive at K City International Airport at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Xiao Wanshan finally chose to believe Fong Chen. Business delegation? Fong Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. These guys are quite good at disguising themselves. This is the safest way to sneak in. After all, it's impossible for us to conduct a thorough review of every foreign businessman entering the country. Xiao Wanshan explained, once they arrive, they will immediately head for the trap we prepared for them, the Scarlet Flame Bird's Nest. Fong Chen nodded, the script is already written, we are just waiting for the protagonist to appear. Fong Chen, let me confirm with you again. Xiao Wanshan's tone became extremely serious. Are you really sure? The enemy this time is completely different from the previous bounty hunters. If you fail, not only will your life be in danger, but the entire K City may be dragged into the war. Lord City Lord. Fong Chen put away the smile on his face and said seriously. Please believe me. Please also believe that the geniuses of Dragon Country are no worse than anyone else. Not only will I make sure they never return, I will also make it clear to everyone in the world who covets the Dragon Nation. If you dare to put your claws into our house, be prepared to have them chopped off. Xiao Wanshan looked at the bright-eyed young man in the light curtain and remained speechless for a long time. After a long time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, a relieved smile on his face. Great! What a genius from Dragon Country. Since you've made up your mind, I'll go crazy with you again. Tomorrow, the entire K-City defense system will be open to you with the highest authority. The military, city guards, and all high-level combat forces will be on standby outside the dungeon. We are always available to support you whenever you need us. But I hope I won't have to use them. It won't be necessary. Fong Chen laughed. My lord city lord, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I am enough to deal with these small fry by myself. What you should be thinking about is not providing support, but how to ask for compensation for mental damages from Sakura country. Hang up the call. Fong Chen stood on the balcony, the evening breeze ruffling his hair, calming his mind, which was a little excited about the upcoming battle. He glanced back at the living room. From Fong Lingling's room, bursts of laughter could be heard from Zhao Hua. Fong Yi had fallen asleep leaning on the sofa, mumbling in his sleep about how great his sister-in-law was. Mother Vivian Chow was in the kitchen, humming a little tune and preparing breakfast for tomorrow. A warm and peaceful atmosphere. Fong Chen's eyes became extremely gentle. It is precisely to protect this warmth that he has to become stronger and more decisive. Any enemy who wants to destroy this tranquility must be crushed without mercy. Amaterasu? 7 deadly sins? I hope you brought enough money. Don't let me down. Chapter 85 Zhao Hua, sleep with me tonight. Fong Chen stood on the balcony for a while, sorted out his thoughts, and then turned back to the living room. As soon as he entered, he saw Fong Lingling's door open. Fong Lingling poked her head out, saw Fong Chen, and immediately waved at him excitedly. Brother, come quickly. My sister-in-law and I found something interesting. Fong Chen walked over in confusion. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Princess Zhao Hua sitting in front of Fong Lingling's desk. In front of her was a tablet computer that Fong Lingling usually used to draw. What is displayed on the screen is one of the most popular dress-up games at the moment. Fong Lingling has dressed the little character in the game in one gorgeous princess dress after another. It is also paired with various sparkling jewelry. Princess Zhao Hua is playing a dress-up game? Fong Chen felt that his brain was a little confused. Isn't this style of painting a bit too outrageous? An SSS-level weirdo who has lived for who knows how many years and has taken at least thousands of lives. You're actually staring at a dress-up game with a Q-version character? Brother, look. Fong Lingling held the tablet computer in front of Fong Chen as if presenting a treasure. I noticed my sister-in-law seemed to like these beautiful dresses very much. I showed her a lot of styles from my collection, and she said they all looked great. Fong Chen glanced at Zhao Hua. Her cold eyes were staring at the little person in the puffy skirt on the screen without blinking. There actually was a hint of longing in his eyes? Fong Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He remembered. During her lifetime, Zhao Hua was the legitimate princess of the last dynasty. She lived her whole life within rules and constraints. Even the wedding that determined her tragic fate. What she wore was a phoenix robe that symbolized national destiny and responsibility, not a beautiful wedding dress that belonged to her. She never wore a dress just to look good. Thinking of this, Fong Chen suddenly felt a little blocked in his heart. He walked forward, took the tablet from Fong Lingling, swiped it a few times, and then handed it to Zhao Hua. Madam, do you like these? On the screen, there are no longer virtual costumes in the game. But in the real world, it is the latest haute couture dresses of the season from major luxury brands. Each piece is beautifully designed and comes at a hefty price. Zhao Hua's gaze fell on one of the starry blue strapless long dresses and did not move away for a long time. The skirt was dotted with countless tiny diamonds. Under the lights, it looks like a real galaxy, dazzling and brilliant. It's beautiful. Her thoughts carried a hint of barely perceptible desire. Like? Fong Chen smiled, with a hint of doting in his smile. He directly clicked on the purchase page of the dress, took a look at the long string of zeros, and clicked the payment button without blinking. Then buy it. Ding. Your account has been debited 1888 credit points. Fong Chen swiped a few more times and added all the dresses on the page that Zhao Hua had taken a closer look at to the shopping cart. He didn't even look at the price, he only looked at Zhao Hua's eyes, as long as her gaze stayed on a piece of clothing for more than a second. That piece of clothing had only one fate to be bought. This one, and this one. I bought them all. Brother! Fong Lingling was stunned watching from the side, and she snatched the tablet away. Looking at the series of successful payment messages, I felt like my heart was about to stop, and I couldn't help but pull at the corner of his clothes. Brother, are you crazy? This isn't a game. This is real money. One piece costs more than 10 million. If my brother just casually takes it, more than 100 million will be gone, right? This is too wasteful. It's okay. Fong Chen touched his sister's head and smiled indifferently. Money is meant to be spent. As long as your sister-in-law likes it, you can even buy the entire mall. He was not joking when he said this. He still has hundreds of millions of gold coins in his account. Converted into credit points, that would be more than 4 billion. Buy some clothes and sprinkle some water. Princess Xiaohua was also surprised by Fong Chen's heroic behavior. She watched the payment success notifications pop up on the screen. Those cold eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was surprise, there was touchingness, and a little bit of bewilderment. Husband, there's no need to spend so much money. It was the first time in hundreds of years since she was born that she received a gift from someone else. And it's such a valuable gift. What do you mean by wasting money? Fong Chen said righteously. It's only natural for me to buy some beautiful clothes for my wife. He leaned close to Zhao Hua's ear, and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Aren't you going to meet some annoying guys tomorrow? We have to dress nicely so they can die with peace of mind, right? His warm breath touched Zhao Hua's cold earlobe, causing her whole body to tremble slightly. Annoying guy? Zhao Hua caught the key words. Well, a few flies from the Sakura country want to steal your things. Fong Chen said lightly. Zhao Hua's eyes turned cold instantly. The strange and terrifying aura of SSS level was unconsciously emitted, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop several degrees. Fong Lingling shuddered with fear and subconsciously hugged Fong Chen's arm. His teeth were chattering. Brother, sister-in-law, turned on the air conditioner again. Hey, lady, calm down. Fong Chen quickly patted Zhao Hua on the back and said soothingly, we're at home, don't turn on the air conditioner. Tomorrow there will be plenty of opportunities for you to show off your power. Zhao Hua took a deep breath and restrained the aura, but his eyes remained cold. They want to steal your husband's things? It's not mine, it's yours. Fong Chen corrected, they want to steal you, the clothes on your body, and the piano in your hand. Zhao Hua's eyes became more dangerous. Court death. The two cold words made Fong Chen shiver. He knew that Amaterasu and the others had been unilaterally sentenced to death by Zhao Hua. And the kind where one's bones are reduced to dust and ashes or scattered, with no hope of reincarnation. Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Fong Chen rubbed Fong Lingling's head and pushed her inside. It's getting late. Go to bed. You have school tomorrow. Oh. Fong Lingling walked away, looking back every few steps, and did not forget to wave to Zhao Hua before leaving. Good night, sister-in-law. Fong Chen and Zhao Hua were the only ones left in the living room. The atmosphere was a little subtle for a moment. Fong Chen looked at him sitting there. Zhao Hua, who had a cool temperament but seemed a little overwhelmed by the gift he received, suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. He asked tentatively. Wife. The bed in my room is quite big. How about, you sleep with me tonight? As soon as he said this, Fong Chen felt his heart beating a little faster. This is SSS level weirdness. Although she is his wife now, she is essentially still a terrifying existence that can destroy the world. Invite her to sleep with you. What's the difference between this and sleeping with a nuclear bomb? When Zhao Hua heard his words, she raised her head and looked at him with her beautiful starry eyes without blinking. There was no emotion on her face. But Fong Chen could feel that the air around him seemed to be getting colder again. It's over. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. Did you get out of control? Would she think that I was greedy for her body and wanted to treat me as a heartless man like the king of Jinbei and kill me directly? Just when Fong Chen's mind was already playing out 100 small dramas of unexpected deaths. Zhao Hua's cold thoughts slowly echoed in his mind. Good. Chapter 86, the bathroom door opens, and my wife in my pajamas is so beautiful that it's breathtaking. Fong Chen thought Zhao Hua would refuse. But what did he hear? Zhao Hua agreed? Fong Chen was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the beautiful ghost bride in front of him and didn't react for a long time. He just said it casually on impulse, his mouth was faster than his brain. He was prepared to be rejected, or even slapped away. But he never expected that Zhao Hua would agree so readily. Looking at Fang Chen's silly expression, the corners of Zhao Hua's mouth lifted slightly. Slowly walked in front of Fang Chen. A faint, cold fragrance, like that of plum blossoms after snow, lingered at Fang Chen's nose. She stretched out a cold finger and gently touched Fang Chen's forehead. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" There was a hint of playfulness in her thoughts. "Nothing, nothing." Fang Chen came back to his senses, his face flushed, and he felt that his little thoughts just now must have been seen through by her. He scratched his head awkwardly. I just feel that Lingling's room is too small. I'm worried you won't be able to get used to it. My room is big. Even he himself felt that this explanation was pale and powerless. Zhao Hua didn't expose him, but just looked at him quietly. There seemed to be an entire starry sky in his eyes, so deep that it made people intoxicated. Fang Chen's heart beat faster when she looked at him like that. He felt his cheeks getting a little hot. It's so embarrassing, really embarrassing. I am a grown man, but I was actually attracted by my own weirdness. Then, let's go? In order to hide his embarrassment, Fang Chen took Zhao Hua's hand and almost fled back to his bedroom. Fang Chen closed the door with a bang, leaned against it, and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's exciting, so exciting. He took a look at his room. It was not big, but it was very clean. A 1.8-meter bed, a wardrobe and a desk are all the furniture. At this moment, there was an unparalleled beauty in the room. Zhao Hua looked curiously at this private space that belonged entirely to Fang Chen. Everything here is stained with his breath. On the desk are piles of thick review materials and mock test papers. The closet door was half open, with a few clean school uniforms and some ordinary t-shirts hanging inside. There are a few yellowed posters of basketball stars on the wall. Everything is filled with the lively atmosphere of an ordinary high school boy. This feeling made her feel very novel and also at ease. Is this my husband's room? Well, yes. Fang Chen felt a little embarrassed. It's a little messy, don't mind. Zhao Hua shook his head, walked to the bed and sat down gently. The mattress sagged slightly due to her weight. Fang Chen looked at this scene and felt his throat a little dry. What to do next? You can't just sit there and do nothing, right? Sleep? It's only a little after 9 o'clock. Can you sleep? Besides, lying in the same bed with an SSS-level weirdo. Is he sure he can fall asleep? I'm afraid I'll have to keep my eyes open until dawn. Do you want to take a shower first? Fang Chen racked his brains, trying to find something to do to ease the delicate atmosphere. As soon as he said that, he wanted to slap himself again. Let a ghost take a shower? Is my brain failing? However, Zhao Hua thought about it seriously and then nodded. Good. Fang Chen. He had given up thinking. He mechanically took out a new set of pajamas from the closet that he had never worn before. It was the most common pure cotton plaid style, similar to what he usually wore. He handed Zhao Hua the pajamas and led her to the door of the private bathroom. He felt that his face was so hot that he could fry an egg on it. That is it here. He pointed to the shower room inside and explained to Zhao Hua how to use the modern equipment. This is called a shower head. If you flip the switch upwards, water will come out from above. He demonstrated and pointed to the knob on the wall. The red on the left is hot water, and the blue on the right is cold water. You better be careful, don't get burned. And this, he picked up 2 bottles of shower gel and shampoo from the shelf and explained patiently like a salesman. The pink bottle is for hair, and the transparent one is for body. Halfway through his speech, he looked at Zhao Hua's inquiring eyes and suddenly felt like a fool. Well. Anyway, use it as you wish. Fang Chen stuffed the thing into her hands, then retreated almost as if escaping. I'm outside. Is there anything wrong? Never mind. You should be fine. Zhao Hua took the pajamas. The soft cotton fabric formed a sharp contrast with the glittering phoenix robe she was wearing. She took her pajamas and went into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water came from inside. Fang Chen sat alone on the edge of the bed, listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, feeling his heart beating like a drum. What is going on? He originally just wanted his family to accept Zhao Hua. How did it develop to the point where they were sharing a room and even sleeping together? Isn't this progress a bit too fast? He felt like an innocent little boy who had just fallen in love, brought his girlfriend home for the first time, and was then urged by his parents to live with her. The problem is, his girlfriend is no ordinary person. Fang Chen was lost in thought for a long time when the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. He immediately sat up straight, like a primary school student waiting for his teacher to check his homework. The bathroom door was gently pushed open. A warm breeze carrying moist water vapor, mixed with the fragrance of shower gel, blew towards me. Fang Chen raised his head subconsciously. Then, his breathing, at this moment, stopped. Zhao Hua came out of the bathroom wearing his loose plaid pajamas. The wet long black hair was casually draped over the shoulders, with water still dripping from the ends, and it was immersed in the wide collar, which was very suggestive. Without the gorgeous and majestic phoenix robe. At this moment, she was less aloof and reserved, and more homely and gentle. The loose pajamas looked a little empty on her. The sleeves were much longer and loose, revealing her wrists as white as jade. Because she had just taken a hot bath, a healthy blush appeared on her originally pale face. Those eyes, under the water vapor, seemed particularly bright, as if they were obsidian covered with a layer of mist. The last moment, she was wearing a phoenix robe and was a goddess who was high above and could not be desecrated. At this moment, she, wearing his pajamas, looked like an elf that had washed away all the makeup and fallen into the mortal world. Pure, naive, yet with a hint of fatal temptation. Fang Chen felt his brain go blank in an instant. He only knew that the scene before him was more shocking than any special effects or magical equipment he had ever seen. Gudong. He heard himself swallowing. It's over. I'm clearly a player who has spent money to develop his skills, but why do I feel like I've become an NPC that's being conquered? Fang Chen was complaining in his heart, how about? I sleep on the sofa? No. I am a master of weirdness, can I still let my weirdness be driven out of the bedroom? If this gets out, I'm going to be finished. The scene before me was so shocking. Just when he was torn between his conscience and hesitating whether to flee, Zhao Hua spoke. He raised his hand in confusion and touched the ends of his wet hair. Husband, I can't find a fan. I want to use it to dry my hair. Chapter 87. Tonight, I will sleep in the same bed with my wife. Fan? Fang Chen was stunned for a few seconds before realizing that this was a way of blowing hair in ancient times. Ahem, don't panic, ma'am. He quickly took out a hairdryer from the drawer of the bedside table. This is called a hairdryer. It can dry your hair quickly. He walked up to Zhao Hua, plugged in the hairdryer and turned on the switch. Buzz. The hairdryer roared, blowing out hot air. Zhao Hua was startled by the sudden sound and hot wind, and subconsciously took a step back, his eyes full of vigilance. The look on her face, like a frightened kitten, was so adorable that it melted Fang Chen's heart. For a princess who lived hundreds of years ago, a modern appliance like a hairdryer was obviously beyond her comprehension. Don't be afraid, this thing doesn't bite. Fang Chen comforted with a smile. He turned off the switch and spoke softly. Come, sit down, I'll blow you. Zhao Hua hesitated for a moment, but still sat down obediently beside the bed. Fang Chen stood behind her, turned on the hairdryer again and adjusted it to the softest setting. He held the hairdryer in one hand and gently played with her long black hair that fell like a waterfall with the other. The hair was cool and smooth, with a faint fragrance sliding through his fingers, and the touch was incredibly good. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He tried to concentrate and helped her blow dry her hair carefully and gently. The only sound in the room was the buzzing of the hairdryer. The atmosphere is quiet and warm. Zhao Hua closed his eyes slightly, feeling the warm air coming from above his head and the big hand with his body temperature moving through his hair. This feeling is strange, but very comfortable. Her heart, which had been frozen for hundreds of years, was melting bit by bit. After a long time, my hair was finally dry. Fang Chen turned off the hairdryer, looked at Zhao Hua's soft and shiny hair, and nodded with satisfaction. All right. Zhao Hua opened his eyes, turned around and looked up at him. His figure was reflected in those clear eyes. Their eyes met. Fang Chen's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably again. He felt that if he continued to look her in the eye, he might do something worse than an animal. He quickly looked away, cleared his throat, pointed to the other side of the bed, and said, Well, it's getting late, let's go to sleep. After he said that, he climbed onto the bed with stiff hands and feet, leaned against the edge of the bed tightly, wishing he could curl himself up into a ball. Zhao Hua looked at his nervous and embarrassed expression, and the smile in his eyes deepened. She stopped teasing him and slowly lay down, a fist's distance away from him. The mattress sagged again. Fang Chen could smell the pleasant scent coming from her, a mixture of the fragrance of shower gel and her own body fragrance. He lay there stiffly, not daring to move. My mind went blank. He could feel that Zhao Hua beside him seemed a little nervous. Her body was also tense. Two people just lying side by side. They each occupied one side of the bed, with an invisible river between them seeming to separate them. The night is quiet. There was only the chirping of insects outside the window and the sound of two equally restless heartbeats in the room. I don't know how long it took, but Fang Chen felt that his body was almost stiff as stone. He secretly glanced at Zhao Hua beside him out of the corner of his eye. She seemed to have fallen asleep. She lay there quietly, breathing steadily, her long eyelashes casting a light shadow under her eyelids. As she fell asleep, all her coldness and majesty faded away. Just like an ordinary beautiful girl, quiet and beautiful. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Fang Chen's wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. A feeling of sleepiness came over me like a tide. Today, I have to strengthen my equipment, compete with the city lord in wits and courage, and go home to face a large-scale family recognition scene. My mind has been extremely tense, and now that I have relaxed, I feel tired. He yawned and his eyelids grew heavier. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he felt a cold, soft little hand carefully reaching out and gently holding his hand. Fang Chen's body stiffened. But the little hand did not take any further action, it just remained clasped there quietly. Then, a thought of dominance and possession sounded in his mind. My husband is mine, I will never let him go. A cool, yet reassuring touch came from the palm of my hand. Fang Chen's last bit of nervousness also dissipated. He curled his lips silently. My wife's possessiveness is so extreme, but that's just how I like it. Then he turned around and gently held the little hand. Then, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Fang Chen woke up to the aroma of food. He opened his eyes, still a little confused, and subconsciously touched his side. Empty. Zhao Hua is no longer here. He sat up suddenly and found that he was covered with a thin quilt. Fang Chen remembered that he didn't seem to cover himself with a blanket last night? He glanced at the head of the bed and saw his pajamas neatly folded there. There was still a trace of Zhao Hua's cool fragrance in the air. Brother, get up and eat. If you don't get up soon, I'll eat all the fried eggs Mom made. Fang Lingling's shouting was heard outside the door. Fang Chen rubbed his eyes, threw back the quilt and got out of bed. This sleep was the most peaceful and sweetest sleep he had had in a while. He stretched and felt full of strength. I feel better than ever. Brother, if you don't come out, I'm really going to eat it all. Fang Lingling's urging voice came from outside the door. Here it comes. Fang Chen responded, quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw a scene that surprised him a little. At the dinner table, Vivian Chao, Fang Lingling, and Fang Yi were already seated. And Princess Zhao Hua was also sitting there. She was not wearing the gorgeous phoenix robe today, nor was she wearing Fang Chen's ill-fitting plaid pajamas. Instead, she was wearing a light blue dress. The style is very simple, just the most ordinary girl next door outfit. But even such a simple dress, when worn by her, gives the impression of a world-class supermodel walking on the catwalk. Her long hair was tied back with a simple headband, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate facial features. Her face is bare, yet more charming than any heavy makeup. She just sat there quietly, holding a piece of toast in her hand and eating it in small bites. The sunlight poured in from the window and fell on her, as if giving her a layer of holy halo. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen felt his heart hit again. So beautiful. It feels so, like home. Brother, come quickly. We've been waiting for you. Fang Lingling saw Fang Chen and waved at him. Fang Chen walked over and sat down next to Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua raised his head, looked at him, and silently pushed the cup of hot milk in front of him. Good morning, my dear. Her thoughts were filled with a hint of early morning laziness and shyness. Chapter 88 My lady, you can't enter the dungeon without me. Good morning, my lady. Fang Chen smiled and took a sip of the milk. Oh my, showing off their love so early in the morning. Fang Lingling screamed from the side. Fang Yi also joined in the fun. Sister-in-law is so nice to my brother. Zhou Huiman looked at the young couple and smiled with relief. The more she looked at Zhao Hua, the more satisfied she became. She was the perfect daughter-in-law sent by God to their family. Okay, stop making trouble and eat. Joey Wong picked up a fried egg for Fong Chen. Xiaochen, aren't you going to a dungeon today? Eat more and replenish your energy. When they heard about the copy, Fong Lingling and Fong Yi's expressions became a little nervous. Mom, I know what I'm doing. Fong Chen quickly finished his breakfast and then stood up. It's almost time, I should leave. Brother, you must be careful. Fong Lingling said worriedly. Don't worry. Fong Chen smiled confidently and glanced at Zhao Hua beside him. With your sister-in-law around, the only person in this world who can hurt me hasn't been born yet. After he finished speaking, he prepared to go back to his room to prepare the items he would need for the dungeon. However, as soon as he turned around, Zhao Hua grabbed his hand. Fong Chen looked back in confusion. Zhao Hua also stood up from her seat. She looked at Fong Chen with extremely serious eyes. Husband, today, you are at home. I'll go. No. Fong Chen refused without even thinking about it. The atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became tense. Zhou Huiman, Fong Lingling, and Fong Yi were all stunned. He looked at Fong Chen, then at Zhao Hua, and didn't know what to say for a moment. In their opinion, Sister Zhao Hua is so capable and offered to help, so why did their brother refuse? Fong Chen looked at Zhao Hua's eyes, which were so serious that they left no room for doubt, and felt both angry and amused. This silly woman really dares to take everything on herself. He knew she was worried about him and wanted to protect him. To be honest, this feeling of being protected by someone without reservation is very refreshing. But no matter how fun it is, the truth still needs to be told. Madam, please listen to me. Fong Chen slowed down his tone and explained patiently. First of all, it's a dungeon. It has its own rules. Only professionals like us, recognized by the world's laws, can enter and exit freely. He pointed at himself and said, I am the contractor, and you are my weirdness. In theory, you are part of my power. Only after I go in can you be summoned out by me and unleash your full strength. If I don't go in myself, you won't even be able to touch the door of the dungeon, understand? This is one of the most basic rules of the profession of trickster. Weirdness itself is not accepted by the world rules of the copy. They are plug-in programs that can only exist when attached to the contractor. The contractor is the hot pot, and the weirdness is the ingredients. Without the ingredients in the pot, the food cannot be cooked by itself. Zhao Hua listened quietly, a thoughtful look on her beautiful face. Although she has lived for hundreds of years, she obviously still has only a vague understanding of the power system and rules of this era. Is that so? Her thoughts echoed in Fong Chen's mind, with a hint of uncertainty. Yes, that's right. Fong Chen nodded affirmatively. He extended his second finger, looked into Zhao Hua's eyes, and said seriously. I am a man, your husband. How can you let your woman fight in the front while you stay at home and enjoy a peaceful life? If this gets out, where will I put my face? Besides, I'm a weirdo. My job is to be the commander and provide you with the strongest equipment and the best possible logistics. Your only responsibility is to look beautiful and crush your enemies. We are husband and wife, partners, and the strongest team in the world. I will make plans, see the situation clearly, and provide unlimited energy, and you will be responsible for execution. We are both indispensable. Fong Chen's words were half explanation, half flattery, and also had a bit of male chauvinism and arrogance. But Zhao Hua just fell for it. My husband protects the family, and I protect my husband. The belief she had just established was lightly changed by Fong Chen's words, and it became, my husband and I will protect our home together. Her eyes gradually softened from unquestionable firmness. The cold murderous intent also quietly subsided. She and her husband are a whole. My husband is not trying to be stubborn, but this is the rule. And, my husband is right, they are husband and wife, partners. He needs her and she needs him. This feeling of being needed made her frozen heart feel extremely warm and secure. I understand, husband. Zhao Hua nodded gently and sat down again, behaving like an obedient young wife. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen felt relieved. Finally, I managed to calm this young lady down. Fong Lingling and Fong Yi standing next to them looked at him with admiration. My brother is so awesome. Such a powerful sister-in-law was actually convinced by just a few words from my brother. Zhou Huiman's face was filled with a gratified smile. She picked up a bun and handed it to Zhao Hua, saying lovingly, Zhao Hua, eat quickly. Xiaochen is right, you are a whole team, you need to trust each other. But, on the battlefield, you have to keep an eye on him. This kid sometimes acts impulsively. Don't let him get hurt. Yes, mother, I will. Jiahua took the bun, took small bites, and responded solemnly. The word mother made Joey Wong's heart melt, and the smile on her face was as bright as a flower. A small family conflict was resolved at the breakfast table. Fang Chen finished his meal and was about to go back to his room to change clothes. Hey, Xiaochen, wait a moment. Joey Wong suddenly called him. What's wrong, Mom? Fang Chen turned around and asked. This morning, your homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, called home. Vivian Xiao took out her cell phone from her apron pocket and pulled up an address to show Fang Chen. They say there's a class party tonight at the Hyatt Hotel. Your homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, specifically instructed you to be present. She said there's something important to announce regarding the college entrance exam registration process. It's related to your future, it's very important. Class reunion? Fang Chen was stunned. He almost forgot that he was still a high school student. Tianjin No. 1 High School, that snobbish principal Wang Jinghua, and those teachers and classmates who once looked down on me. Scenes flashed through his mind, and Fang Chen's lips curled up into a playful smile. Okay. It just so happened that I had dealt with Amaterasu's gang today, and since I had nothing to do in the evening, I decided to go see these old classmates. By the way, let those people take a good look at what kind of existence they gave up in the first place. I got it, Mom. I'll go there tonight. Fang Chen nodded and wrote down the address in time. Well, then you should arrange your time well so that it doesn't conflict with your afternoon activities. Joey Wong reminded. Don't worry, Mom. This afternoon's matter will be resolved quickly. Fang Chen's tone was as relaxed as if he was going to the supermarket downstairs to buy a bottle of soy sauce. He returned to his room and took out a set of clean casual clothes from the closet and changed into them. Then, he thought about it and whispered to the air. My lady, please excuse me for a moment and come in first. Jiahua, who was sitting at the dining table in the living room, suddenly became illusory and turned into a red light. He flew directly into Fang Chen's bedroom and sank into his body. Chapter 89, It's a good day for killing, the whole world comes for me. Fang Chen could feel that there was a gorgeous and majestic area in his spiritual world. Jiahua was sitting upright in the dragon carriage carried by thousands of ghosts, with her eyes closed quietly, as if waiting for her husband's call. This feeling is wonderful, like there is another powerful soul living in the body, and the two have the closest connection with each other. Mom, Lingling, Xiaoyi, I'm leaving. Fang Chen tidied his clothes, walked out of the room and said goodbye to his family. Brother, be careful. Son, be safe. Brother, come on. Beat all the bad guys. Following his family's instructions, Fang Chen walked out of the house. The sunlight shone on him, and he stretched, his joints making crackling sounds. Today is a great day for killing. Because he had wasted a lot of time eating breakfast, he walked to the gate of the community. For once, I didn't wait for the bus, but instead stopped a hover taxi. Master, go to the entrance of the Scarlet Flame Bird's Nest dungeon. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror with a strange look in his eyes. Little brother, are we going to the Red Flame Bird's Nest? That place is not peaceful today. I heard that the guy with a 10 billion bounty is going there to have a fight. It's almost overrun with bounty hunters over there right now. It's a real mess. Fang Chen smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. It's okay, master. I'm not afraid of chaos. I'm the guy with a 10 billion bounty on his head. Driver. The taxi braked suddenly, and the tires made a harsh friction sound on the ground, almost throwing Fang Chen out. The driver turned his head stiffly and looked at Fang Chen with horror. You are that, Fang Chen? It's genuine. Fang Chen took out his professional ID card from his pocket and waved it in front of him. The driver looked at the two big words Fang Chen on the card and the handsome and clean face. I felt my head buzzing and went blank. Oh my god. I actually pulled in a living person worth 10 billion. In an instant, countless thoughts exploded in his mind. Call the police? Or just knock him out with a brick? No, the news said he could kill thousands of people, but with my small body. He looked at Fang Chen, his hands were shaking and he could hardly hold the steering wheel. Looking at the driver's conflicted expression, Fang Chen laughed. He tapped his finger on his personal terminal. Drop. A transfer of 1 million credit points instantly appeared in the driver's account. Master, this is just a small fare. No need to change. Fang Chen said calmly, please drive faster. I'm in a hurry. The driver stared at the long string of zeros on his personal terminal with his eyes wide open. 1 million. He couldn't make that much money even if he drove a taxi his entire life. All those dangerous thoughts just now disappeared in an instant. This is clearly a living god of wealth. Okay, Kai. Ahem, boss. Hold on tight. The driver stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the hover taxi made a roar and sped towards the destination. On the edge of K-City is a vast wilderness area. Unlike the prosperity and safety of the city, the air here is filled with a solemn and dangerous atmosphere. The Red Flame Bird's Nest, its entrance, is located in the center of a circular volcano transformed from an ordinary mountain. The entire volcano is dark red, as if it had been stained with blood. There is no grass growing on the mountain, only some tenacious fire plants growing in the cracks of the rocks. At the mountain pass, thick sulfur smoke drifts all year round, making the surrounding air hot and distorted. A huge, dark red light gate that rotates like a vortex is suspended directly above the crater, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations. This is the entrance to the A+ level high-risk copy, the Red Flame Bird's Nest. However, today, this dangerous place, which usually only high-level professional teams dare to set foot in, has become unusually lively. At the foot of the volcano, the originally empty plain was now crowded with people. Thousands of professionals gathered here from all over Dragon Country and even all over the world. They were equipped with different equipment and had a strong aura. Greed, excitement, vigilance and madness flashed in each of their eyes. They are all bounty hunters attracted by the 10 billion bounty. The crowd was divided into dozens of groups, large and small, with clear boundaries. Some teams wore uniforms and had strict discipline, and were obviously elite teams from some large guilds. Some of them were in groups of 3 or 5, with messy clothes, and it was obvious that they were individual players who formed a temporary team. There are also some lone travelers, most of whom are introverted and hide in inconspicuous places. Quietly observing everyone around you is often the most dangerous. Everyone is waiting. Waiting for the man worth 10 billion to appear. Damn, what time is it? Is that kid coming or not? A bald man with a face full of flesh spat impatiently. What's the rush? He's a hot commodity worth 10 billion, so of course he needs to make a grand entrance. A sleazy-looking thief nearby chuckled and said, but seriously, this guy is really bold. He killed Li Xingyan's son. You dare to challenge me to a fight so openly? Aren't you afraid of death? Afraid of death? Didn't you watch the news? Thousands of bounty hunters surrounded him in the dark hive, and what happened? A well-informed wizard sneered. He single-handedly killed them all. Now even Amaterasu's S-rank assassination team is defeated. This kid is really evil. TSK, how can that be level dungeon compare to this? This is the Red Flame Bird's Nest. A Class A+ high-risk area. The environmental damage is enough to make him suffer. Besides, it's not just us stragglers who are here this time. I heard that several of the top 100 bounty hunter groups in the world are here too. That's right. And there's the Amaterasu organization. They've announced that this time they're sending members of the 7 deadly sins. That's a 3rd-level expert. No matter how evil that guy is, he's just a 1st-level rookie. How can he fight a 3rd-level expert? There was a lot of discussion. Most people are not optimistic about Fang Chen. In their opinion, Fang Chen's behavior was no different from suicide. But the temptation of 10 billion is too great, big enough to make them willing to take any risk to gamble on that slim chance. What if? What if the powerful person from Tianzhou fails? What if that kid gets beaten to a pulp by the monsters in the dungeon? As long as they can get his head, even if it's just the final blow, they will instantly become rich and famous, and will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. Just then, from the distant horizon came the roar of an engine. A flashy bright yellow hover taxi broke through the dust in the wilderness at an insane speed. After a beautiful drift, the car stopped steadily on the outskirts of the crowd. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. Damn, who is this? So arrogant? Are you crazy? Don't you know where this place is?